Hello everyone, I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I still remember the first time I stepped into that building at night. It felt ordinary. At first, the walls needed a fresh coat of paint. The floors creaked in certain spots and the lights flickered in the corners. I was hired for a simple night shift job, mostly keeping track of who comes and goes. They told me the building had been around since the 1950s. I didn't expect anything odd. I just wanted a steady paycheck, but after a few nights I realized there was something off about the top floor. There are these long corridors that look empty, but I can't shake the feeling that someone's always there. I started hearing footsteps when I knew there was no one else inside. The cameras never show a thing. Every time I go up there, I feel like I'm being watched. It messes with my head. I remember my first shift like it was yesterday. I showed up around 700 in the evening. The guy from the previous shift gave me a quick run-through. He showed me the reception area, the security room with the camera feeds, and the stairwell that led to the higher floors. He said, "Don't worry, it's quiet here at night. Just make sure nobody sneaks in." Then he left, and I was alone. I checked all the entrances, locked the side door, and put my stuff down behind the reception desk. The first few hours were easy. Nothing happened. I listened to a late-night radio show to pass the time and occasionally looked at the screens. I saw static cameras of empty hallways, an empty lobby, and dark corridors on the upper floor. At around midnight, I decided to do my first round of the building. The owners had asked me to walk around each floor to confirm everything was secure. The elevator was old and slow, so I took the stairs. The stairwell smelled like old concrete. The metal railing rattled when I held it. The second and third floors were quiet. Nobody rented those offices at night, so I didn't expect to see anyone on the fourth floor. I started to feel this weird sense of heaviness. The air felt thick. There was a faint smell of dampness, like the walls had soaked up water over time. The lights were on, but they flickered more than in the lower floors. I didn't see anything, so I shrugged it off as my nerves. I reached the fifth floor, which is the top floor. The corridor stretched in front of me with doors on each side. Some were offices for small businesses, others were closed off. The entire hallway was silent. I listened for any sound just to make sure. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a heavy footstep behind me. It echoed off the walls. I spun around. Nobody. Nothing moved. My heart started pounding. I checked each door, tried the handles, all locked. I even called out, "Hello, anyone up here?" No response. My voice sounded hollow. It was just me and that stale air. I stood still for a moment, trying to calm down, but something felt wrong. I heard no more footsteps, so I headed back to the staircase and returned to the lobby. Once back in the security room, I looked over the camera feeds. The top floor camera showed an empty hallway, no sign of movement. I checked the timestamps. Everything matched up to when I heard the footstep. There was nothing. I started thinking, maybe I imagined it. Sometimes old buildings have weird acoustics. Maybe it was just the pipes or something shifting. I told myself that it was my first night, so my nerves were probably on edge. The second night, things got stranger. Everything was fine. Until around 1 in the morning, I was watching the cameras, sipping on some coffee, and I saw a flicker in the top floor feed. It wasn't a shape or anything I could recognize. It looked like the lights dimmed for a second, but only in that hallway. Then it went back to normal. I decided to check it out in person. I walked up the stairs again, feeling that same heaviness in the air. The smell was stronger this time, like old wet wood. I reached the fifth floor and started walking down the corridor. My flashlight beam jumped across the doors and walls. I didn't see anything unusual, but I heard that heavy footstep again. This time it sounded like it was around the corner near the storage room at the end of the hallway. I braced myself and walked toward it. My palms were sweaty and my throat felt tight. When I reached the corner, I found only the same locked door to the storage room. I rattled the handle locked. I felt a wave of cold go through me. The corridor was empty. The air felt like it was pressing down on me. I checked behind me. Nothing still. No sign of a person. I rushed back down to the security room and checked the cameras once again. No recorded movement that made me uncomfortable over the next week. The pattern continued on. Some nights I heard footsteps more than once. On others, I caught faint glimpses of something moving at the far end of the hall. It never stayed long enough for me to catch it properly. It was like a quick flicker of motion or a shadow that passed in front of the camera for a split second, but every time I played it back, the screen showed nothing. Sometimes I got the impression of a shape, but it was so quick that I thought maybe I was just tired. I tried adjusting the cameras, thinking maybe there was a blind spot or a glitch, but nothing fixed it. I started feeling anxious about going upstairs. I still did it because it was part of my job, but I dreaded those rounds. My heart would beat faster the moment I reached the fourth floor. The smell of dampness clung to me, and the hallway lights never flickered in a reassuring way. They always seemed to buzz or dim at the worst times. Sometimes I would stand in front of the corridor for a few seconds, just bracing myself before I walked in. I had this constant feeling that someone was watching me from around the corner or maybe from behind one of the office doors, but every time I opened a door, it was an empty room. Dusty desks or old chairs, nothing else. The building manager came by one morning as I was getting ready to leave. He asked me how the nights were. I told him everything was fine, which was a lie. I didn't want to sound like I was losing it. He nodded and said, yeah, a few guys in the past mentioned hearing things upstairs, but we never found anything. It's probably just the pipes or the old ventilation system. I nodded. I didn't push it, but part of me wanted to demand that they put more cameras or do a thorough inspection. I wanted proof that I wasn't imagining it, yet I stayed quiet. I needed the job about 2 weeks into working there. I had the worst night yet. It started normally. I locked the front doors at 9 o'clock, checked the cameras, and made my first round at 11 o'clock. Nothing unusual around 2 in the morning. I saw a flicker on the top floor feed again, but this time the flicker lasted a couple of seconds. The camera glitched, showing static, then it cleared. I saw something at the very end of the hallway near the last door on the right. It looked like a figure. It was just a shape, a dark outline. My stomach turned. I left the security room, my flashlight in hand, and took the stairs. My heart pounded the entire way up. I was breathing hard by the time I reached the top. The corridor was dim. The overhead lights flickered more than usual. I walked slowly toward that last door. My footsteps echoed, and I heard that heavy tread again, like someone was walking 2 steps behind me. But when I spun around, there was no one. My hand shook. I felt sweat on my forehead. I said in a low voice, "Is anyone here?" Silence. The only sound was the hum of the old lights. I pointed my flashlight at the end of the corridor, then at the walls. No movement. I made it to the last door and put my hand on the knob, locked. I tried looking under the door, pitch black on the other side. I stood there for a moment just listening. It felt like the building itself was holding its breath. Then I heard a footstep behind me. It was so close I actually jerked forward. I turned around and my flashlight illuminated empty space. Nobody was there. I felt a chill crawl up my back, and I sprinted for the stairs. Once I made it back to the security room, I felt my legs shaking. I sat down and tried to calm myself. I stared at the camera feed. The top floor looked perfectly still. No flickers, no figures, no movement. Everything was normal again. My mind raced with questions. I wondered if I was losing it, but I kept thinking about how real those footsteps sounded. They were heavy like boots on a hollow floor. I decided to stay in the security room for the rest of the night. I didn't want to go back upstairs unless I absolutely had to. My routine shifted after that. I still did the mandatory rounds, but I rushed them. I would climb the stairs, check the floors quickly, and then come right back down. I started hating the feeling of the stale air up there. It felt like it was pushing against me. Even the walls looked different. The paint was peeling in spots I hadn't noticed before. The hallway light seemed dimmer each time I went up. I wondered if it was just my fear magnifying everything. I also noticed that my anxiety carried over into the rest of my life. I lost sleep during the day, worried about going back in at night. My stomach felt knotted all the time, but I kept showing up because I needed the money. One night I decided to try something different. I brought a small voice recorder from home, thinking maybe I could capture the sound of those footsteps. I placed it in the top floor corridor around midnight. I hid it in a corner so it wouldn't be in plain sight. I pressed record and went back down to the security room around 2 in the morning. I saw another brief flicker on the camera feed. I made a note of the time. At the end of my shift around 5, I picked up the recorder and took it home. I played it back that morning for the first hour. There was nothing but silence and the faint hum of the lighting. Then around the 2-hour mark, I heard a clear sound, heavy footsteps. They started and stopped a few times like someone was pacing. Then it went quiet again, but I heard no voices, no doors, nothing else. It gave me chills. At least now I had some proof that something was happening in that corridor. But it also scared me even more. I thought about showing the manager, but I decided against it. I didn't want him to think I was trying to stir up trouble or that I was some paranoid guy with a tape recorder. So I kept it to myself the next few nights. The activity stayed consistent, heavy footsteps. Flickers on the camera, that strong sense of being watched. Sometimes I caught a glimpse of a shape at the end of the hallway, but it never stayed long enough for me to see details. It felt like a slow torture. My heart raced every time I opened the stairwell door to head up there. 2 weeks ago, I had an experience that still makes my skin crawl. I was in the security room watching the feeds around 1 in the morning. The top floor camera started to flicker again, but this time it didn't just glitch out. It went dark for several seconds. I tried switching the camera view, but it stayed dark. Then it came back online, and I saw the corridor standing at the far end. Near the last door, there was a person-shaped outline. It was too dark to see any features. It wasn't moving. It just stood there facing the camera. My heart slammed in my chest. I got up ready to go upstairs, but then the figure disappeared, and the camera feed returned to normal. I grabbed my flashlight and ran for the stairs. My hands were shaking so bad I almost dropped my key ring. When I reached the 5th floor, the corridor was empty. The lights buzzed overhead. The door at the end of the hall was locked. Like always, I checked every corner, every small closet, and each office. Nothing. The air smelled stale and damp. The same as every other night, I felt queasy. I left as fast as I could. After that, I started talking to the daytime cleaning staff. They don't come in at night, but they know the building well. One of them, a guy in his 50s, told me he never goes up to the 5th floor unless he has to. He said he always felt uneasy there, like it was heavier, though. He didn't use fancy words. He just said it gave him the creeps. He never mentioned seeing anyone. But he did say he sometimes heard odd sounds when he was working late. That made me feel a bit better because it meant I wasn't the only one. But it also confirmed that this wasn't just in my head. I'm still here doing the same job, listening to the same empty corridors at night. Every shift I think about quitting my stomach. CHS, whenever I walk up those stairs, the footsteps haven't stopped. And I still catch that shape from time to time on the camera. It never shows up in the recording, so I have no video proof, just that audio of the footsteps when I watch the live feed. Sometimes I see something at the edges. It's subtle, like the corner of the screen goes dark for a second, but there's nothing. When I rewind, I can't explain it. I don't know what's going on, and I'm not sure I want to find out. I just know that I feel watched up there. The smell never goes away, and the lights never fully stop flickering each time I unlock the front door and walk inside. At the start of my shift, I feel that grip of anxiety. I push through it because I need the paycheck, but part of me is always bracing for something worse. So far, nothing else has happened. No one has been hurt, and I haven't seen any evidence of an intruder. I just know that every time I set foot on that top floor, I feel a presence, and those footsteps keep coming like a reminder that I'm not really alone. I don't tell people the full story because most would laugh or say I'm tired. But it's real to me. I hear the heavy steps. I see flickers on the camera. I smell the damp air. I feel that grip of fear in my chest. It's enough to make me jump at every small noise. I've learned to live with it night after night, and that's all there is to it. I'm still here doing the job, waiting for morning, always wondering what else might happen in those dark corridors. I woke up on my first night in that new apartment with sweat dripping down my neck and my heart pounding against my chest. My bedroom door was slightly AAR, even though I remembered shutting it. Before I went to bed, the hallway light was off, but I could see a faint glow coming from somewhere near the bathroom. I got up, walked over, and noticed the bathroom door was wide open. I had closed it too. I stood there for a few seconds trying to make sense of it. I checked the apartment's main door to see if it was still locked. It was no windows were open, everything was still and quiet, but I felt my skin crawl. I'm a 36-year-old guy recently divorced and trying to start over in a small ground floor apartment in a quiet residential neighborhood. The place seemed fine at first. It's an older building with thick walls and narrow hallways. The landlord told me the previous tenant moved out to live closer to work. I didn't think much of it. I liked that it was affordable and had enough space for me. But after those first few nights, I realized something about the doors wasn't right. Every time I'd go to bed, I'd make sure all the interior doors were closed. Sometimes I'd even lock the bathroom door just to see if it would stay that way. More than once, I got up in the middle of the night and discovered that it was not only unlocked, but also standing open. I started to think it might be the wind. I checked the windows. I checked the frames. I noticed there was no draft. The seals were intact. The doors didn't move. When I tried forcing air through the rooms, yet at night, they kept shifting on their hinges. In the mornings, I'd wake up and see the doors open, and sometimes I'd find little items I had placed to block them were pushed aside one time. I set a small cardboard box in front of the bathroom door before going to bed. The next morning, the box had been slid about a foot to the side. There was no damage to the box, and it looked like something or someone had deliberately placed it out of the way. Another time, I put a paperback book against the hinge side of the door. When I got up, the book was on the sink in the bathroom. I had no explanation for that. My front door was still locked, and there was no sign of forced entry. It rattled me. I decided to start writing down the times. I heard noises. I bought a small notebook and kept it on my bedside table at night. If I heard a strange sound, I'd jot down the time as best I could. Most of the noises happened between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. They weren't loud crashes or bangs, they were subtle. Sometimes it was a small creak, other times a low scrape like a door brushing against the floor occasionally. I'd hear a faint click like a latch moving. I'd sit up, turn on my lamp, and feel my pulse racing. My throat would get tight, and I'd have this urge to check every corner of the place each time I found nothing, except the same odd detail: one or more doors were open when they shouldn't have been. I started losing sleep. My job performance took a hit because I'd show up exhausted. I'd drink coffee until my stomach burned. I tried telling a coworker about it, but as soon as I mentioned doors opening by themselves, she gave me that polite nod people give when they think you're exaggerating or losing your mind, she suggested. Maybe the building was settling old structures. Do weird things, she said. Maybe the frames are shifting. I considered that, but the speed and consistency with which these doors opened made no sense, and nothing else was out of place in the apartment. A week later, I decided to try some basic security measures. I put small pieces of tape on the doors to see if they moved when I wasn't watching. I placed strips of tape at the top edge so if the door opened, the tape would tear. Sure enough, every single piece of tape was either peeled off or torn. The next morning, I never found the tape on the door or on the floor. It just disappeared. I felt a mix of anger and fear. Someone was tampering with my stuff. Someone was inside my apartment while I slept, moving around, messing with my doors to calm myself. I checked the windows and the main door again. The lock seemed fine. The front door had a deadbolt and a chain lock. I tested them, everything functioned. Normally, I even tried pushing and pulling on the windows to see if maybe they were looser than they looked. They weren't. They stuck in place when I left the apartment. I double-checked the locks when I came back. Nothing looked disturbed, but at night things changed. My sleep got worse. I started waking up in a cold sweat around 2 a.m. or 3. Hard in the morning, heart hammering my mouth dry. I'd lie there straining my ears. Sometimes I'd hear a soft creak from the other side of the apartment. My stomach would clench and I'd feel like my chest was tight. I'd go check the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom. Every time I'd find at least one door open that I knew I'd closed. The bathroom light would be on, or the closet door in the hallway would be halfway open. My eyes would dart around expecting to see someone standing there, but I'd find nothing, just empty space. I started locking all the interior doors before bed. I even purchased little wedge door, stops the kind you push under the door to keep it in place. They didn't help. I'd wake up, find the wedge moved a few inches away, and the door opened. No prints, no scuff marks, nothing. My arms would shake when I tried to put the wedge back in. The morning I felt powerless one night around 2:15 a.m., and I heard what sounded like slow footsteps near the hallway. My bedroom door was closed. I reached over to my nightstand and grabbed my cell phone. I sat there in bed listening. The footsteps were faint but steady. My pulse was so loud in my ears that I almost couldn't hear anything else. I thought about calling the police, but I didn't want to deal with the hassle unless I was certain someone was inside. Finally, I stood up and tiptoed to the door. I could hardly breathe. My legs felt weak. I opened the bedroom door. The hallway was dark. I reached for the light switch on the wall. The bulb flickered to life. Nothing moved. The apartment was dead silent. I walked to the bathroom, checked behind the shower curtain. Empty. I checked the front door. Still lock chain secured, deadbolt in place. I felt the handle. Nothing jiggled. I stood there in the darkness, my throat tight, telling myself to calm down, but my nerves were shot. I could still feel that strange tension in the air, like I wasn't alone. Eventually, I crawled back into bed and stared at the ceiling until my alarm went off at 6:30. I got up for work, feeling like I'd barely slept the next weekend. I decided to stay up late and see if I could catch anything in the ACT. I made coffee around 1 p.m., set up a chair in the living room facing the hallway, and turned off all the lights except a dim lamp in the corner. I sat there, phone in hand, trying not to doze off around 1 a.m. I was still awake, eyes heavy, arms jittery from caffeine. Everything was quiet, no clicks, no creaks, no movement. I got up, walked around to stay awake. I went to the bathroom, locked the door from the inside, then closed it. I wedged a doorstop under it too, then I went back to my chair and watched at 2:40 a.m. I felt my eyes droop and my head nodded forward. I fought the sleep for a moment, then out of nowhere I heard a soft scraping sound. My eyes flew open and I sat up straight. I stared at the bathroom door down the hall. It looked the same, but the sound came again, a scraping noise that lasted maybe 2 seconds. I swallowed hard and turned on my phone's camera, pointing it toward the hallway. I stood up and took a few careful steps forward, trying not to make any noise. The bathroom door was still shut, but I noticed the doorstop wasn't where I had placed it. It was lying on its side about a foot away from the frame. I moved closer and reached out to the knob. It was locked, just like I had left it. My heart was pounding so hard it made my chest ache. I thought maybe someone was inside. I put my ear to the door and listened. I couldn't hear anything after a few seconds. I slid the lock open and turned the knob. The door opened with a small click. I stuck my phone in first, filming the small cramped space. The light was off. I flicked it on. It was empty. Nothing in the shower, nothing on the floor. I checked the tiny window in the bathroom, locked from the inside. My breathing was shallow. My hands were sweaty and my palms tingled. I felt drained when I stepped out. I almost tripped over the wedge that had been tossed aside. I picked it up and examined it. There were no scratches or any sign that someone had forced it. It looked like it had just been placed there that night. I barely slept the next day. I went to a home improvement store and bought a cheap motion-activated camera. I set it up in the hallway, aimed at the bathroom door and the bedroom door. I tested it a few times, walking back and forth to see if the sensor triggered it. Worked fine. I left it running overnight. When I woke up the following morning, the camera was off. I checked the batteries, they were still good. The power switch had been turned to the off position. I replayed the footage. I had it ended at 2:13 a.m. I watched the last recorded clip. It showed me walking down the hallway at around 1:58. Then the camera caught about 15 minutes of stillness. The final frame showed the bathroom door still closed, and then the recording just stopped. The next clips were blank. I stared at that last frame for a while. There was no shape, no figure. Nothing that explained why the switch had changed positions. I stopped feeling safe in my own place. I'd lie in bed anticipating the sound of hinges or the click of a latch. I'd tense up my stomach, twisting into knots. My jaw would clench. If I heard even the slightest noise, my heart would skip. One night, I dreamt that I saw someone standing in the doorway, but when I woke up, the door was shut. The confusion and stress were wearing me down. Work became a fog. My boss asked if I was okay. I said I wasn't sleeping well. He didn't push for details, and I was relieved. Another time, I tried leaving all the doors open in the evening just to see if it changed anything. I ate dinner, watched some TV, and then dozed off on the couch around 3 a.m. I woke up with a STI stiff neck. The lights were off, and I didn't remember turning them off. The bathroom door was closed, the bedroom door was closed, the closet door in the hallway was halfway shut. I got to my feet and turned the living room lights back on. My heart was thumping again, and I was breathing fast. I checked my phone to see if maybe the power went out, but the phone was charging normally. No sign of a power outage. I realized I was shaking a little. I started wondering if I was sleepwalking. I tried setting up the camera again, double-checking that the switch was fully in the on position and making sure the batteries were fresh. I let it run while I tried to sleep. The next morning, the camera was still on, but the memory card was missing. I looked everywhere on the floor, under furniture, in the hallway, but it was gone. I felt an emptiness in my stomach that made me want to throw up. Somebody had taken it, or something was messing with me in ways I couldn't explain. I hated being there. I dreaded nighttime. I dreaded the creak of a door. A few days later, I decided I had to leave. I gave my landlord notice that I would move out at the end of the month. I didn't want to argue about the deposit. I just needed to get away from that place. I spent the last night sleeping with the lights on, feeling anxious and half awake. The doors still opened on their own, and I still heard soft creaks in the middle of the night. My attempts to block them never worked the next day. They were always open, and any items I used as barriers were moved. I never caught anyone in the act, and the locks never showed any sign of tampering. I can't explain it, but that's the story. No broken doors, no forced entries, just a lot of missing tape, a moved wedge, and a sense of being watched by the time I started packing. I felt a cold knot in my stomach every time I came home. I kept hearing those soft scraping sounds and felt my pulse jump. Sometimes I'd sweat so much that I'd change shirts in the middle of the night. I just wanted out. I left that apartment 3 weeks ago. I'm staying at a friend's place now, and I'm sleeping normally again. I haven't experienced anything strange since I moved. I don't know if there's a logical explanation. I just know I couldn't stay there any longer. Those doors kept opening night after night, no matter what I did, and I never figured out who or what was causing it. All I know is that whenever I think about those nights, I can still feel that chill on my arms and remember the sound of those hinges squeaking in the dark. I don't scare easily, but there's one night I can't forget. I remember every detail like it just happened, and it still makes my stomach tighten whenever I think about it. I was on my usual late shift driving around a busy city that never really sleeps. At least that's what I used to believe that night, though. The streets felt emptier than usual. I had already taken a few rides, nothing special, just the typical airport drop-offs and a few groups leaving bars around 2 a.m., and I got a ride request from a spot on a long avenue with barely any lights. It was an odd place to wait, but I never questioned requests. I just drove to the Pian. When I got close to the pickup location, I saw a figure standing near a faded street lamp. The lamp flickered, and I couldn't make out his face. At first, he was alone. He didn't move much. He just stood there facing the street as I rolled up. I noticed he was dressed in dark clothes, black jacket, black pants, no bright colors, no reflective stripes. He didn't flag me down or wave. He just stood with his head slightly angled toward the car. I pulled over, unlocked the doors, and said, "Hey, you the one who requested a ride?" He nodded. He didn't say a word. He opened the back door and slid in behind the passenger seat. He shut the door softly, not slamming it, not making any sudden moves. I usually greet new passengers, say something like, "How's your night?" or "Where are you headed?" But something about his silence made me hesitate. I caught his eyes in the rearview mirror. They were narrow, and he looked like he hadn't slept. There was a kind of intensity there that I didn't want to provoke. "Still, I tried a small greeting evening," I said. He nodded again, still not speaking. I glanced at the app. It showed a destination across the city near an older neighborhood. It would take at least 30 minutes, maybe more with the late-night road closures. I thought about turning on some music to cut the tension, but part of me wanted to hear everything in case he started talking. I felt uneasy. My mouth felt dry. I kept my right hand on the steering wheel and my left near my phone. I always mount it on the dashboard so I can follow the GPS that night. I was extra aware of where my phone was. He sat there staring straight ahead. A few minutes went by, and the only sounds I heard were the tires on the asphalt and the low hum of the engine. Then out of nowhere, he started muttering. I couldn't make out the words. They sounded disjointed, like he was talking to himself in a code or a language I didn't recognize. It was low at first. A whisper. I turned my head slightly and said, "Sorry, were you saying something?" He stopped. He looked at me through the rearview mirror. Our eyes met. I felt a jolt in my chest. He didn't answer. I kept driving. My skin felt prickly, like every hair on my arms was standing up. My heart pounded a little faster. I turned back to the road, focusing on the next intersection, the next traffic light. He went back to his low muttering soft enough that I couldn't make out any real sentences. I tried to ignore it, but every few seconds his eyes would lock onto the mirror. He wasn't just glancing, he was staring directly into my reflection. I felt the muscles in my neck tighten. I reminded myself to stay calm. Keep going, don't escalate. Anything about 10 minutes into the ride. Something weird happened with my phone. The GPS voice got garbled. Then it cut out completely. The screen froze and the route disappeared. I tried to tap the screen, but it was unresponsive. That's weird. I said out loud, partly to him, partly to myself. I tried to check my signal, but it showed no bars. That never happened on that avenue. I sighed, trying to keep my cool. I'm going to try to reconnect. I said more for my own comfort than his. He didn't respond. I glanced at the radio next, thinking I'd check the traffic updates or weather. The display was blank. No static, no music. It was just off like someone pulled the plug. I pressed the power button, turned the knob. Nothing. I'm not superstitious. But a part of my mind started to race with thoughts about something unnatural going on. I pushed that aside. It's just a glitch. I told myself things break all the time, but my skin felt cold and my breath got shallow. I tried to focus on the road with the GPS dead. I had to rely on memory. I knew a basic route to the destination, but it was a tricky area full of one-way streets. Still, I kept going, hoping the phone would fix itself. The passenger stayed quiet except for occasional whispers. ISW followed hard. My throat felt tight. Then maybe 15 minutes later, the passenger spoke clearly for the first time. "Turn here," he said. It wasn't a request. It sounded like an order. His voice was raspy, like he had a sore throat. There was a side street on my right, and I hesitated because it wasn't on my usual route, but I figured maybe he knew a shortcut, or maybe that was where he wanted to go. I turned the wheel. The street starry was dimly lit, and the lamps seemed fewer and farther apart. Some of them were out, leaving patches of darkness. I drove slowly, trying to see where we were going. Houses with closed shutters and tall fences blurred past. He pointed ahead. "Keep going," he said, still in that low-strained voice we passed. Intersections where I could have turned onto brighter roads, but he stayed silent until we reached a stretch of empty lots and run-down buildings. The area felt abandoned at that point. I was fully on edge. My fingertips tingled, and I kept my eyes darting between the passenger and the road. The heavy quiet around us pressed in on me. No cars, no pedestrians, no lights and windows. He leaned forward a bit, bringing his face closer to my seat. I heard him breathe. "Stop here," he said. His tone wasn't aggressive, but it was firm. It wasn't near any recognizable address. There was just a row of old street lamps. Half of them off the pavement was cracked. I almost said something like, "Are you sure?" But my words stuck. I slowed down and pulled to the curb. The street felt dead. There was no wind, no rustling of trees, nothing. I put the car in park. I watched him in the mirror, and his face had this faint grin. It didn't look friendly, it looked strange. The corners of his mouth curved up slightly, and his eyes seemed almost blank. I felt a chill run down my spine. My heart thudded in my chest. My hands felt clammy on the wheel. I wanted him out of the car, but I also felt scared of what he might do if I rushed him. I unbuckled my seatbelt just in case I needed to move fast. He exhaled sharply like a short laugh without any real amusement. Then he reached for the door, he pushed it open and slid out in one quick motion before I could say a word. He was halfway across the street. The way he moved didn't seem normal. He didn't run, but he slipped into the darkness between the broken street lamps. Almost immediately, one moment. He was there, the next he was gone. I stuck my head out the window trying to see where he went. I couldn't hear his footsteps or see his silhouette. My heart pounded. I realized I was practically holding my breath. I looked at the empty street, the dark buildings, the flicker lamp to my left. The only sound was my own breathing and the low hum of my engine. I pulled my head back in, locked the doors, and tried my phone again. Suddenly, I had full bars. The GPS map loaded right away. Notifications popped up one after another like nothing had been wrong. Even my radio turned back on by itself. Blaring the last station I had tuned to, I jumped at the sudden noise, then fumbled to shut it off. I felt a wave of relief, but also confusion. 1 second, everything was dead. The next second, it was all fine. I shook my head, put the car in drive, and pulled away from the curb. My stomach felt queasy. I glanced back at the dark street, but I didn't see anything except a stretch of road disappearing under broken lights. My phone buzzed, alerting me to new ride requests, but I ignored them for a moment. I just wanted to get somewhere bright and safe. I found the main road again, and as soon as I hit the busier avenue, the world felt normal. Cars drove by, streetlights worked. The phone never lost signal. I took a deep breath, parked at a gas station, and got out to stretch my legs. My knees felt weak and my hands trembled. I checked the back seat. The passenger hadn't left anything behind. The seat wasn't even warm, like he'd never been there. I shook my head in disbelief. What the hell was that? I whispered to myself. A part of me wondered if I should call the cops, but I didn't have a crime to report. He didn't threaten me, didn't do anything illegal. As far as I knew, I decided to let it go standing by the gas pump. I felt the cool night air on my face. It helped me calm down a bit. I took a few more deep breaths, trying to shake off the tense feeling in my chest. My phone stayed connected, which made me feel a little better. I stared at it, half expecting it to glitch again, but it seemed stable. I got back in the car and looked at the clock. The entire trip had taken about 25 minutes. Though it felt a lot longer, my shift wasn't over, but I considered calling it a night. I had a sick feeling in my stomach that wouldn't go away. I started driving toward my usual spots where bars stay open late. Maybe I could pick up a normal fare. Something to push this weird experience out of my mind, but as I cruised, every time I glanced at the rearview mirror, I half expected to see that man's eyes staring back. I picked up 2 more passengers that night, both pretty regular, a guy headed home from work and a woman needing a ride to a nightclub. Nothing strange happened with them. My phone and radio worked fine by the time my shift ended. The sun was starting to rise and I felt exhausted. I went home, parked in my usual spot, and just sat in my car for a minute. I replayed everything in my head: his side, Ents, the muttering, the dead signals, his sudden departure, how the phone came back online right after it made no sense. I asked myself if I had missed something. Maybe the passenger was having a medical episode, or was under the influence, but that wouldn't explain the electronics dying the way they did. Then coming back, I didn't see him carry any device that could jam signals. It didn't look like he was messing with anything on his phone. He never used his phone in the car at all, and he left so fast I didn't have any friends who would believe me without a bit of joking around. So I never told the full story. I just said I had a weird ride that night, but every time I recall it, I feel that pressure in my chest, that cold sweat. The memory of him smiling in that unsettling way. It wasn't a big grin, it was just a small curve of the lips, but it felt threatening in a way. I can't fully explain. I've been driving for years, and I've seen rude passengers, angry ones. Even a few who were obviously intoxicated, none of them freaked me out like that. After a few nights, I returned to the same area to see if there was something off about the place I drove by the street during the day. It looked like any neglected neighborhood with a few vacant lots and old buildings. The street lamps were there, some broken, some missing. I couldn't find anything unusual. No big electrical towers or weird transmissions that might explain my phone's behavior. I parked for a minute and stared at the spot where I pulled over. That night, it looked completely ordinary in daylight. I felt a chill, though I remembered that empty feeling, the silence, the flickering light. I started feeling uneasy again, so I left. I continued driving nights, but I never got another request from that spot. I watched my phone a bit closer, making sure the GPS was stable. Everything worked normally, the memory never left though. Every time I pick up someone who sits quietly or stares too long, my pulse quickens. I remember that passenger's face in my mirror. I remember the tension in my gut when the roads are empty and the radio is low. I almost expect it all to happen again. I have a routine now. I keep my car in good condition, check the electrical systems, make sure my phone has the latest updates. I also watch my passengers more carefully. If someone gets in and acts too strange, I might ask them a few questions right away. I try to keep my distance. If they make me uneasy, still nothing has been as unsettling as that one ride. I'll never know what caused the signal to vanish or why everything returned to normal. The second he left, I sometimes think about the possibility of him waiting out there looking for another ride. Maybe he does that to drivers messing with their heads. I don't know. All I know is that I felt real fear that night, the kind that makes your heart pee and your skin crawl. I didn't see any weapons, no direct threat, but it was enough to leave me shaky and confused. Some nights I push the memory aside and do my job without any issues. Other nights, like tonight, I can't help but remember when I see a lone figure standing in a dark spot, my thoughts jump back to him. I wonder if I should accept the request or just drive on. Usually I accept, but part of me is always ready for something strange to happen again. The city can be unpredictable late at night, and I've seen more than my share of odd characters, but that passenger was different. I still can't explain why, and I guess I never will. So that's what happened. No children were involved. No one died, but it shook me. I still drive, but I keep my senses on high alert. Late nights on the road can get eerie, and I've learned to trust my gut. I can't forget the way he stared at me in the mirror, or the way the radio and phone died. Then came back the second he stepped out. It felt like I was stuck in a bad dream until he vanished into the shadows. And once he did, it was like none of it had ever happened. That's the story. I can't get out of my head even telling it. Now I feel a little on edge, like someone's behind me watching, but there's no one here. It's just me recalling that weird night. I have no explanation for it. I have no evidence. All I know is how it felt, I guess. That's all I can really say. It happened, and it hasn't happened since, but sometimes on a lonely street at 2 a.m. I wonder if it could happen again, and if it does, I'm not sure what I'll do. I'll probably just keep driving and hope I make it through the night. I didn't think anything could shake me out there. I've camped in that mountainous region more times than I can count, and it's always felt like my territory. Then I went on a Tuesday expecting my usual peace, and by Thursday night I realized I'd misjudged everything. I got to the trailhead around noon on Tuesday. The parking lot was empty, there were no other cars, and not even a single person hanging around. I felt a little thrilled at the idea of having the place to myself. I like that solitude. It's a break from the constant noise of my job in the city. I loaded up my pack with a tent, my cooking gear, some food, and a few changes of clothes. The air felt crisp and the sky was clear. I started the hike. The path was a little rough in places, but I'd been there enough times to know every stretch. I noticed how quiet it was. I couldn't hear voices or music or anything that usually comes with other campers. Just my footsteps and the distant sounds of birds. My breathing became steady as I moved uphill, and I felt that usual rush of calm I get when I leave civilization behind. My plan was to reach a clearing about 3 miles in, where there's a small plateau with flat ground for the tent. I got there by mid-afternoon. The place looked just like I remembered: some tall pines, a view of a nearby ridge, and a small circle of stones where people sometimes build their campfires. I set down my pack, stretched my shoulders, and started pitching my tent. No complicated steps. I spread out the ground, sheets, slid the poles into place, and staked everything down. I pulled out a small folding chair from my pack, set it next to where I planned to make a fire, and just sat there for a few minutes, letting my muscles relax. When evening came, I made a simple dinner. I had a small propane stove, so I heated water for some dehydrated meal. It tasted bland, but it filled me up. The night air got cold fast, so I lit a campfire in that ring of stones. I didn't have much wood, only a few broken branches I'd gathered, but it was enough for a small fire. I stared at the flames, feeling the temperature drop, and eventually decided to turn in early. That first night went by without any problems. I slept solid, didn't wake up once. The second day was Wednesday, and I wanted to check out a nearby stream. I followed a narrow path through the trees, heading downhill until I heard the running water. When I got there, I filled my water bottle and washed my face. It felt icy, which woke me up more than I expected. I stood there for a while, scanning the area. No sign of any other humans, not a single footprint in the mud. I saw a few deer tracks, maybe some raccoon prints, but no boot prints. It confirmed what I already knew. I was completely alone out there. I went back to camp, ate a little snack of jerky and dried fruit, then decided to gather more firewood for the coming night. I walked around picking up branches, breaking them into smaller pieces, making sure they were dry enough the sun was still high so I wasn't rushed. I probably spent an hour walking around with an armful of wood. Then I piled it near the fire ring. Everything felt normal. I never got any strange vibe during the day. Not even when the wind picked up that second evening. I cooked a bigger meal. I had some instant noodles and tossed in a few bits of dehydrated vegetables. Nothing gourmet, but warm and filling. I watched the sun sink behind the ridge, turning the sky orange. I leaned back, listened to the wind in the trees, and felt grateful for the quiet. I remember that moment well because it was the last time I felt relaxed on that trip. I let the fire burn down to embers and crawled into my tent around 10. My sleeping bag was warm. The night air was cold enough to sting my face. If it got exposed, I drifted off, not expecting anything to bother me. Sometime after midnight, maybe around 2 in the morning, I woke up, my eyes shot open because I heard something outside. It was a rustling sound like leaves being disturbed. At first, I told myself it was probably an animal. It's normal to have critters sniffing around a campsite. I stayed quiet, just listening. Then I picked up this other sound, something that reminded me of breathing. It wasn't loud. It was more like a faint huffing or panting. It had a rhythm to it, like it was alive. I started feeling my heart pounding. My mouth went dry. I realized I was gripping the edge of my sleeping bag. I didn't want to move too fast or make noise. I reached for my flashlight, which was right next to my pillow. I flicked it on, but I didn't unzip my tent yet. I just aimed the light at the tent wall. There was no shape visible from inside, no shadow or silhouette. I couldn't tell if something was just behind the tent or farther away. My mind was racing. I thought about what animals could be out there. Deer, they usually move quietly, and I don't think I'd hear them panting like that bear. It's possible, but I couldn't hear any heave steps or any typical bear sounds. I've encountered bears before, and they tend to grunt or sniff. In a more distinct way, this sounded different, almost like someone breathing with their mouth open. After a few minutes, everything went silent again. I felt a slight breeze, but the breathing noise stopped. My muscles were tense. I wanted to check outside, but I felt a spike of fear. Eventually, I mustered the courage to unzip the tent a few inches. I stuck my flashlight out and swept the beam around the forest. Looked still, the pine needles and leaves on the ground barely moved. I pushed the zipper all the way, just enough to peek my head out. My breath came out in shallow bursts because I was so on edge. Nothing, absolutely nothing. I shone the light on the ground, hoping to see tracks or some sign of an animal. I didn't see any immediate footprints. I looked toward the fire ring, only faint embers. There was no movement. I listened, holding my breath. Not a single sound. After a minute or two, I zipped up again. I lay back down, but my body was rigid. I tried to tell myself it was probably a small animal that just sounded weird, or maybe the wind was playing tricks, but it didn't feel that way. The breathing had sounded too deliberate. I stayed awake for at least another hour, maybe more. Every time I started to drift off, I heard a soft crunch outside. It might have just been the trees settling or branches shifting, but in that heightened state, it felt like someone or something was circling my campsite. My thoughts were scattered. I considered grabbing my knife, but then I thought, what if it's just a curious raccoon or fox? Eventually, I must have fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. The next morning, Thursday, I crawled out of the tent feeling groggy. My back hurt a bit from how tense I'd been. I walked over to the fire ring and noticed footprints in the soft dirt. I immediately knelt down to examine them. They weren't clear boot prints like mine, and they weren't paw prints from a typical animal. They looked almost like a cross between a shoe and a bare foot, but bigger. The outline wasn't sharp, but I could see that it wasn't the shape of my boots. I felt a nervous flutter in my stomach. I checked around the clearing for more prints. I found a couple near some trees a few yards away. Then they disappeared on the harder ground. I stood there rubbing the back of my neck, trying to figure out what could have left them. It didn't look like some typical hiking boot. The shape was longer and the edges were softer, maybe some kind of wide footwear or something worn down. I didn't recognize it. It unnerved me. It also confirmed that I hadn't imagined the noises during the night I spent the rest of Thursday trying to keep myself occupied. I walked a mile or two down a side trail, but I couldn't stop thinking about those tracks. At one point, I caught myself turning around every few steps looking for movement. The wind picked up again around midday and the temperature stayed chilly. I returned to my camp feeling that tension in my shoulders. I didn't see anything out of place besides those footprints, but that was enough to keep my guard up by late afternoon. I had to decide whether to stay another night or leave. My plan was to stay until Friday morning, and I didn't want to cut my trip short. But I felt uneasy in the end. I decided to stay, but I told myself I'd stay alert. I organized my gear, made sure everything was packed in a way that I could leave quickly if I needed to. I collected enough wood to keep a fire going longer into the night. I ate an early dinner of canned soup, heated on my little stove. I tried to keep calm, but my hands were a bit shaky when darkness fell. I made a bigger fire than the nights before. I sat close to it, occasionally glancing at the tree line. The shadows shifted with the flames. I didn't see anything move out there. The only sounds I heard were the crackle of the fire and the wind. But that memory of the breathing wouldn't leave my head at around 11. I added more wood to the fire, hoping the light would discourage any curious animals or other visitors. My mind kept going back to those strange footprints. I thought about possible explanations. Maybe someone was out here in old boots, or maybe a hunter had some unusual gear, but I hadn't seen a single person for days, and there were no cars parked anywhere near. Maybe someone came in from the other side of the mountain, but that seemed unlikely. Eventually, I got tired enough to crawl into my tent. This time, I kept my flashlight in my hand and my knife was within arm's reach. I left the tent flap partially unzipped so I could see outside. If needed, the glow from the fire illuminated a small patch of ground near my tent. I tried to convince myself that if anything or anyone walked close, I'd see them. I must have dozed off because the next thing I knew I was jerking awake, feeling my heart hammer in my chest. It must have been around 2 o'clock in the morning again. The fire had died down to a weak glow and the clearing was mostly dark. My eyes struggled to adjust. I heard that same faint rustle. It sounded like leaves or needles being pushed around, then came the breathing. It was slow and it seemed closer than the night before. I held my breath, straining to listen. My thoughts were scattered and I felt my palms sweating. I realized I was clutching my flashlight with such force my hands started to hurt. My mind spun with different options. Should I shout? Should I jump out of the tent with the knife? Should I just wait quietly? I decided to try shining the flashlight through the partially open flap with my finger on the switch. I clicked it on and aimed the beam outside for a split second. I thought I caught movement at the edge of the light, but by the time the flashlight was pointed there, nothing was visible. The breathing noise stopped. The rustling stopped. I swallowed hard, blinked to clear my eyes, and looked around. The ground looked empty. The tree line was pitch black. I didn't see any shape or outline of a person or animal. My heart wouldn't slow down. I stayed there scanning the darkness, waiting for another sound or movement. 5 minutes passed, maybe 10, and nothing else happened. Eventually, I told myself to lie back down. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Every few minutes, I jolt up, shining the flashlight around, seeing nothing but the empty clearing. As soon as the faintest light of dawn appeared, I started packing. I didn't bother with breakfast. I stuffed my sleeping bag into my pack, took down the tent, and made sure I left no trash. My hands were stiff from the cold, and from tension, I looked around the campsite before leaving. The fire was out, the clearing was silent, and I saw no fresh prints that morning, but I felt that unsettling weight in my gut. I hiked out quickly, my mind kept replaying the nights. I scanned the trees on either side of the trail, half expecting to see something or someone watching me. I never spotted anything out of the ordinary, though every sound I heard put me on edge by the time I got back to the car. My body was sore from lack of proper sleep. Once I reached the car, I dumped my pack in the trunk and slammed it shut. I climbed into the driver's seat, locked the doors, and just sat there for a minute. My hands were shaking on the steering wheel, and I couldn't decide if I felt relief or lingering fear. I started the engine and pulled out of that empty parking lot, trying to calm my breathing. I didn't talk to anyone about it for a while. I just knew I wasn't in the right headspace to share the details. All I could do was replay the sound of those breaths and picture those strange footprints by my fire ring. I've gone camping since then, but I haven't gone back to that particular spot. Part of me wants to know what I heard, what left those prints. Another part of me wants to forget it altogether that night. Taught me that sometimes even in the places you think you know best, you can discover something you're not prepared to face. I never imagined that volunteering for a night shift at a small museum could make me lose sleep. It was supposed to be a straightforward job. Walk around a few galleries, turn off some lights, lock up and leave. But something in that museum changed my routine. Now I feel my pulse get faster. Just thinking about it. My name is Daniel. I'm 36 years old. I've been helping at this local historical museum for a few months. I started doing it because I needed extra experience in museum curation and security. The museum doesn't have a big staff, and they don't stay late once the last official employee clocks out. I walk through the exhibits with a checklist, make sure nothing is out of place, and turn off the lights. It's a small building, 3 main rooms and a few side corridors with old portraits, documents, and artifacts. Most nights it's quiet. I can hear my own footsteps on the tile floor. I can hear the buzzing of the overhead lamps. I lock the doors, switch everything off, and leave. There is one piece in the museum that makes me nervous. It's a mannequin. Inside a display case in the back gallery, it's dressed in a 19th century outfit. Something like a formal suit with a frilled shirt and a dark waistcoat. The mannequin is hum-sized with a blank face. There's a glass pane in front of it. The first time I saw it, I thought it was just another historical costume piece. I didn't expect anything unusual, but after a few weeks, I started noticing small things about its posture. One night, its left arm looked a bit raised compared to how it was the night before. Another night, it was angled at the elbow like it was bent inward. I wasn't sure if I was imagining these changes. I told myself I probably wasn't paying attention to the mannequin's exact pose. I thought maybe the staff had rearranged its arms. Then one night something caught me off guard. I had just walked by the display and noted everything in my log. I knew exactly how the mannequin stood at that moment, arms straight down. Face forward, the rest of the room was still. I left to check another room for a couple of minutes. When I came back, the mannequin was pressed against the glass. Its hand was almost touching the glass panel. Its face was tilted forward, but there was no actual face. Just the blank shape. I felt the hair on my neck stand up. I felt my stomach clench. I turned around quickly, expecting to see someone else in the room, but I was alone. I thought maybe one of the day staff was playing a joke on me. I looked around for any sign that someone had tampered with the case. The lock on the glass door was closed. No footprints, no open side doors. The next morning, I asked the staff about it. I spoke to the curator and one of the assistants. They looked at me like I was asking something ridiculous. They said no one had touched the mannequin. They insisted the glass enclosure had been locked all week, and they had no reason to open it. They thought maybe I was tired or mixing up details in my head. I told them exactly what I saw, but they shrugged it off from that point on. I felt uneasy whenever I walked in that back room. I wanted to ignore it, but I couldn't help watching the mannequin. Each time I passed by, I tried to be rational. Maybe the arm shifts slightly because of some mechanical joint. Maybe there's a hinge or bracket that's loose, but that didn't explain how it ended up leaning against the glass. I checked the mount at the base of the mannequin. It seemed bolted down. I wiggled it a bit and it barely moved. It was stable. I tried to push the arms gently once they wouldn't budge without actual effort. So I kept telling myself there had to be a logical explanation. I just didn't have enough information yet. One night I walked into the museum around 700 in the evening. The place had closed an hour earlier, so I used my key to get in through the side entrance. The curator and the other staff had left. I locked the door behind me and started my routine. I walked through the main gallery, looking at the old paintings and checking the lights. I wrote down a few notes in my log about a flickering bulb near the portrait section. Then I went to the second room where they keep old photographs and letters. I made sure everything looked secure. I moved on to the back room where the mannequin was displayed. The lights in that room are always dim. They use low wattage bulbs to preserve some fragile fabrics in the other displays. My footsteps echoed. I felt an odd pressure in my chest, like a slight panic creeping up. I reached the mannequin's case. It stood the same way as the previous night arms. At its sides, the old-fashioned waistcoat buttoned the ruffled collar around its neck. I shined my flashlight on the glass. No fingerprints, no sign of tampering. Everything looked normal, yet I couldn't shake this feeling that it was looking back at me. The mannequin's face is featureless, just a pale shape, but I felt singled out by it. I let out a breath and forced myself to move on. I walked to another corner of the room and checked a small glass case of coins. The quiet was intense. I could hear the hum of the air conditioner. I could hear my own breathing. Then I heard a soft tapping. I turned quickly. I shined my flashlight around. I aimed it at the mannequin. It hadn't moved, but I swore I heard something tapping the glass. My heart started pounding. I gripped the flashlight with both hands. I stood still and listened. Nothing else happened. I walked closer and stared at the mannequin. Its arms were in the same position. The glass was clear. See, I saw my own reflection in it. I felt a tightness in my throat. I tried to calm down. I checked the vents in case the air was blowing something against the glass, but nothing was near that display. There were no items that could tap the glass. I told myself I might have imagined it. I walked out into the hallway and started heading back toward the main entrance. I carried a ring of keys in my left hand. I held them tight and heard the metal clanking a bit. My legs felt slightly shaky. I decided to do one. More passed through the other exhibits before turning off all the lights. I spent another 20 minutes walking around, noting everything. I felt a strange urge to check on the mannequin again, but I didn't want to linger. I ended up returning to the back room anyway. I felt pulled to that spot just to be sure everything was fine. When I walked back in, my stomach tightened again. The mannequin was still behind the glass, but now its right arm was raised. The hand was level with its waist. That was not how it looked. Before I walked right up to the glass and I actually touched it with my fingertips, I saw no gap, no damage. The lock at the side was still secured. My heart raced. I felt my mouth going dry. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe I just forgot the exact position. Maybe the staff changed it earlier. But I had asked them about that already. They said they never touched it. I stood there for a minute, just staring. The silence felt heavier. I felt my heartbeat in my ears. I lifted my flashlight and aimed it directly at the mannequin's face. I wanted to see if it had any detail, but it was just smooth. Then I heard a faint scraping noise. I jumped back. I felt my shoulders tense up. I stepped around the side of the display looking for some cause. I saw nothing that could make that sound, but the scraping came again softer this time. It sounded like something shifting against fabric or glass. I looked at the base of the mannequin. It hadn't moved from its spot as far as I could tell, but I couldn't be sure. I backed away slowly, still watching it. I felt my chest tighten and I realized I was holding my breath. I forced myself to exhale. I turned and walked out of the room, but I kept looking over my shoulder. My skin felt cold. My forehead was damp with sweat. I flicked off the light in the corridor and hurried toward the exit. I set the alarm, locked the door, and went to my car the whole time. I kept feeling that something was right behind me. I glanced back at the entrance before I got in the car. I saw only the dark outlines of the exhibits inside for the next few days. I tried to shake the feeling that I wasn't alone there at night. I would do my rounds in a rushed manner. Walking quickly through the corridors, I caught myself looking over my shoulder all the time. I started hating that final walk past the mannequins display one evening. About a week later, I decided to set up my phone to record while I did my checks in the other rooms. I placed it on a tripod facing the case. I hit record and left for about 15 minutes. When I came back, the phone was on the floor. It hadn't cracked, but it was turned off. I always keep it charged, so I knew the battery wasn't dead. The tripod was lying on its side. I picked it up and looked at the mannequin. Its arms were both at its sides. The phone video file had only 3 minutes of footage and the rest was black. It cut off abruptly. I didn't tell anyone at the museum about this. I figured they would think I was messing around or trying to scare people. I started taking shorter shifts. I made excuses to leave earlier. I claimed I had early morning obligations, so I couldn't stay too long at night. I just wanted to avoid that final moment near the mannequin, but eventually I had no choice. The curator asked me to lock up after a late local event. That night there was a small lecture and the last group left around 10. I had to check everything because they had moved some objects for a demonstration. By the time I finished putting them back, it was past 11. The building was dark. Only a few emergency lights in the corridors were on. My footsteps sounded louder than usual. I felt sweat under my arms and my hands trembled a bit. I headed toward the back room. The air felt heavy and I noticed a slight smell of old fabric. The mannequin stood behind the glass. I walked up to it and checked the lock. It was intact. I took a step back. Then I heard a metallic click. It sounded like the lock being released. My chest got tight again. I shined my flashlight on the enclosure. The lock looked the same. I reached out and tested the case door. It didn't move. I let out a shaky breath. I finished the rest of my routine, but I couldn't stop thinking about that click. I went back to the front entrance, turned off the main lights, and punched in the alarm code on my way out. I passed by the corridor leading to the mannequin. One last time, I paused for a second and I felt something like a faint presence behind me. My back tingled and I GL glanced over my shoulder. Nothing was there. My heart was hammering and my breath felt shallow. I left as fast as I could for the next few nights. I tried to act normal. I arrived, did my checks, tried to ignore the feeling of being watched. But each time I walked near that mannequin, I thought its arms were slightly different than the time before. Sometimes the right arm was bent. Other times the left arm seemed raised again occasionally. It looked closer to the glass than it had been the previous day. I kept telling myself there had to be a camera down. I listened, but only silence. My shoulders twitched, though I couldn't relax. I decided to loop around back to my car. I took a few more pictures on the way. I wanted to capture the empty windows and the weathered planks. When I got to my car, I rested against the door for a moment. That's when I realized how stiff my neck felt. I stretched it, rolled my shoulders, and peered over them. Nothing moved. I noticed one house across the street had a broken curtain rod. The curtain hung halfway. It looked like someone had ripped it off. But I didn't see any movement there either. After that, I drove to a small inn about 15 minutes away. I'd made a reservation because I knew I might need a base for a couple of days while I captured more shots in the area. The place looked clean enough. It had a simple front desk, a few chairs in the lobby, and a soda machine by the door. The innkeeper handed me a key and pointed upstairs, saying my room was near the end of the hall. I thanked him and climbed the creaky steps, feeling a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. My thoughts kept drifting back to that weird crunching sound behind me in the village that night. I couldn't relax. Even in a soft bed, I tossed and turned, stared at the ceiling, then finally drifted off. But I dreamed. I never remember my dreams in vivid detail, but this one stayed with me. I was back in that empty village, walking along the cracked road. I heard footsteps behind me. I sped up the crunching. Got louder. I turned around and saw a shadow. It had no face. It didn't have much of a shape either, but it felt like it was watching me. The dream ended when I tried to run but couldn't move. I woke up with my heart racing. My shirt clung to my back. I glanced at the clock barely past 5 in the morning. I wiped sweat off my forehead and tried to calm down. My mouth felt dry, so I gulped some water from the nightstand. I sat up and stared out the window. It was still dark outside. I felt a strong urge to get some fresh air, but the hall was pitch black, and I wasn't in the mood for wandering around by breakfast time. I convinced myself the dream was just a product of that weird atmosphere in the village. I told myself I'd go back, finish taking pictures, and then move on. The innkeeper served me some coffee and eggs. He was polite but didn't say much. He asked if I was enjoying my stay, and I just nodded. I paid for another night, deciding I'd give myself the full day to explore. I arrived back at the village around 8 in the morning. The sky was clear and the sun was already warming the air. I paired in the same spot near the first boarded-up store. As soon as I stepped out of the car, I did a quick scan of the street. Same emptiness as before. I walked straight to the next block where I had seen a few houses that looked interesting. 2 of them had unusual roof shapes. One had a collapsed porch. I planned to take shots of that one for sure. The silence felt heavier in the morning. No birds chirped. I didn't even see any stray cats or anything like that. I moved around snapping pictures, changing lenses to get wide shots of the entire street. I noticed a few curtains that looked newer, which hinted that someone might still live there, but no people showed up. I found a building with a mailbox that had a name on it. The name's letters were scratched off in places, so I only saw GR or something like that. By mid-morning, I reached a small wooden house that I'd overlooked the day before. The paint was peeling and the front steps looked rotted. I wanted a good shot of the wood texture, so I approached carefully. I didn't want to step on the porch because it looked too weak to hold my weight. I squatted on the ground to get a low angle, then I heard a squeak. It sounded like a floorboard under pressure. I froze and looked up at the windows. They were dusty, but I could see shadows inside. Maybe a piece of furniture. I stood up and called out, "Hello." I got no response. My heart thumped in my chest. My mouth went dry again, and I swallowed hard. I took a step back, unsure if I should walk away. Then I heard another squeak. This one was louder, like something moving inside. The door was closed, but I saw a gap in the frame. The wood near the handle was splintered. I tried to peek through the window, but I couldn't see anything clearly. I felt tension in my stomach. My legs felt stiff. I decided to call out again. Louder this time. "Hello, anyone there?" No answer. The house stayed silent. I realized I was gripping my camera too tight. My knuckles felt sore, so I relaxed my hand. My instincts told me to leave, but I also felt drawn to figure out if someone was inside. I edged toward the window to see if I could detect any movement through the dirty glass. I couldn't see much. The interior looked dark, like there were no lights on. Suddenly, a loud clunk echoed from inside. It sounded like something heavy landing on the floor. My chest tightened. I glanced at the door, debating whether to knock, but everything about the situation put me on edge. The boarded-up houses, the strange footsteps I'd heard, the dream I had, and now these noises inside a place that looked abandoned. My instincts screamed at me to step back. I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like something was about to happen. Nothing did. No one came out and I didn't hear any voices, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching me from behind those dirty windows. I leaned forward to get one last look, then heard another squeak. Sharper this time, like a board protesting. I jumped, my heart rate shot up and my breath caught. I backed away from the porch, almost stumbling off the curb. I forced myself to keep walking down the street. I tried to focus on other houses, but I couldn't stop thinking about that noise. My eyes flicked back to that wooden house every few steps at one point. I thought I saw the curtain in the side window shift. I stared for a few seconds, but it didn't move again. I wondered if it was just my imagination or a trick of the light. I decided I'd had enough. For one day, I circled back to my car, still gripping my camera. I usually take my time, look for good angles and try to capture every detail, but I felt uneasy. So I hurried. My boots raised small clouds of dust on the gravel. My breathing was shallow. My hands felt shaky, which is unusual for me. I got in the car and locked the doors. I sat there for a moment, just breathing and staring at the steering wheel. My skin felt clammy and my pulse pounded in my ears. I started the engine, then noticed something in the rearview mirror. The street behind me was empty, but I thought I caught a glimpse of movement near the corner of a house. It could have been a curtain or maybe a shutter swaying in the breeze. I couldn't be sure. I turned my head to look through the back window, but I saw nothing. I shook my head and drove off on the drive back to the inn. I felt a tight knot in my gut. It was broad daylight, but I felt cornered by that village. It didn't make sense. Nobody confronted me. I hadn't seen any actual person or found any footprints that confirmed someone was stalking me, but the tension was real. My body reacted like I was in danger. Even my shoulder muscles ached. I drummed my fingers on the steering wheel, trying to calm down. I told myself I'd pack up tomorrow and leave the area behind. Once I reached the inn, I parked and sat in the car for a minute. My eyes felt drawn to the tree line behind the parking lot. I half expected to see a figure watching me from there, but everything was still. I forced out a long breath, then headed to my room. I locked the door behind me and placed my camera gear on the small table by the window. I kicked off my shoes, sat on the bed, and tried to relax. My heart was still pounding. The images of that wooden house played over and over in my mind. I grabbed my camera and flipped through the photos. I scanned each shot looking for anything unusual. Most of them were just empty buildings, weathered wood, old signs. I saw nothing strange in the frames. Then I paused, paid on one shot of that wooden house. I zoomed in on the window, but all I saw was dust and warped reflections. No silhouette, no shape, nothing yet. I couldn't shake the sense of being watched that night. I hardly slept. My dreams were muddled, flashes of empty windows, squeaking floors, and crunchy gravel. I woke up a few times, sweating and disoriented. I ended up pacing the room, checking my phone, looking out the window, and sipping lukewarm water. I felt drained. I wanted to leave right away, but I told myself I could handle one more visit to gather the last set of shots in the morning. Part of me wanted to understand this place, even though everything about it made me uncomfortable. Morning came and I finished packing my bags before I headed out. I tossed them in the car, planning to leave straight from the village. The air felt cold when I arrived. No sunshine yet. It was cloudy and the shadows made the buildings look even more decayed. I stepped out of the car and thought I heard a distant scraping sound. I paused, listened, but heard nothing else. My stomach felt tight again. I moved through the village one final time, taking photos at a faster pace than usual. I wanted a few extra shots of the collapsed porch, the alleyways, and maybe the mailbox with the scratched letters. I forced myself to approach that wooden house again, but I kept my distance. I tried to capture the peeling paint from across the road as I lined up the shot. I felt a sharp chill and my eyes started to water. I took a couple of photos and lowered my camera. That's when I heard a creak from inside the house, faint but clear. I swear my heart nearly jumped out of my chest. I stepped back, my camera hanging around my neck. My throat felt tight. I glanced around, but no other person was visible. The house gave no sign of life, except that single noise. I heard nothing else. I swallowed hard, turned and walked toward my car. My legs felt heavy, but I tried to keep a steady pace. I didn't want to run. Reached the car, slid into the driver's seat, and locked the doors. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. I stared at the houses for a few seconds. I felt sure the entire place was watching me, even though I couldn't prove it. My skin tingled and my forehead was damp. My breath came in. Shallow bursts. I started the engine, pulled onto the main road, and left that village behind. I didn't look back for too long. My mind kept replaying the sounds, that crunch of gravel behind me, the floorboard squeak, and the heavy thump I'd heard inside the wooden house. It all rattled me in a way I hadn't felt before driving away. I told myself I'd never return. I don't know what was going on in that village. I don't know if it was just paranoia, but I do know my body reacted like I was not wanted there. My heart still pounds when I recall those moments of silence, broken only by footsteps that didn't belong to me. I never shared the photos online. I kept them on my hard drive. Sometimes I open the folder and look through them. They're just images of old houses, broken windows, and empty streets. But when I see them, I feel tension in my gut. I remember every crackle of gravel, every squeak of wood, and every strange noise that echoed in the silence, and I can't shake the feeling that the village was alive and paying close attention. The entire time, I never thought I'd stand alone in my friend's house at 3 o'clock in the morning trying to figure out if I was hearing footsteps or just losing my mind. But that's exactly what happened. Let me tell you everything that went down step by step because it still feels fresh in my head, even though it's been a while since that night. My friend Eric asked me to watch his place while he went on a 2E trip. I'd done favors for him before, but never anything like this. This time, he handed me a house key, showed me around, and explained how to arm and disarm his security system. The house was a simple 2-story place on a quiet street. The neighbors were pretty far off. There was a yard with a few trees, but nothing else that stood out. Eric told me I could sleep in the guest room upstairs, help myself to the food in the fridge, and basically treat the place like my own. He didn't make a big deal of it. He just said he appreciated my help. I told him no problem. I'd never had a reason to distrust his house or suspect anything weird about it. It looked normal, it felt normal. I went in expecting 2 quiet weeks and a chance to catch up on some reading and gaming. The first 4 days went fine. I'd wake up, eat some cereal, check on the house, and go to work. I always locked up behind me at night. I came back, watched TV, played some video games, and crashed in the guest room around midnight. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. The floors never creaked in a spooky way, the lights never flickered, the alarm never went off for no reason. It was just a regular, uneventful few days. I even started to wonder why Eric needed a house sitter since everything seemed so easy to manage. Then on the 5th night, something changed. I remember it was around 2 in the morning. I'd gone to bed late again, and I was in that half-asleep, half-awake state. All of a sudden, I heard a noise. It was like a faint series of steps on the upstairs hallway. At first, I thought it could be the house settling, or maybe I just imagined it. But after a few seconds, the steps got a little louder, like someone was walking on the floor outside my room. My heartbeat kicked up, but I tried to stay calm. I listened closely. The footsteps seemed to move from one end of the hallway to the other. I told myself it could be the wind or some weird plumbing noise, even though it distinctly sounded like a person's steps. I got up, grabbed my phone for light, and walked to the door. My palms felt clammy. I unlocked the guest room door and looked out into the hallway. Nothing was there. I looked to the left, then the right. It was dark, but I could make out the outline of the walls and the other doors. No movement. I stepped out and the floor gave a tiny creak which made my heart jump. I called out in a low voice, "Hello." I felt stupid for talking to no one, but I couldn't help it. Silence. I stood there for about a minute. Maybe more, just waiting. I heard my own breathing and the faint hum of the air conditioner. I didn't see anything strange. I finally went back to my room, locked the door, and tried to get back to sleep. I didn't sleep well that night, but nothing else happened the next day. I brushed it off. Maybe I was tired, maybe I just had a dream. I went to work, came back in the evening, cooked some frozen pizza, and watched TV. I tried to convince myself there was some logical explanation, like maybe an animal got into the attic or something. I didn't check the attic, though. I just tried to go about my day. Normally, night came again. I fell asleep around midnight, then at about the same time as the night before. 2, maybe 3 in the morning, I woke up to the same sound: footsteps. This time I froze in bed, my heart pounded, my skin felt cold. It was that same pattern of steps moving along the hallway back and forth like someone pacing. I told myself I should check, but I didn't feel like opening the door again. I just lay there, listening. My breath shallow after a minute or two, the sound stopped. I waited another few minutes, forced myself to relax, then eventually dozed off. The next morning I felt drained. I didn't know what the hell was going on, but I wasn't thrilled about it. On the 7th night, the alarm went off. That was around 1 in the morning. The piercing sound blasted through the house. I jumped out of bed, threw on some pants, and ran downstairs. My ears were ringing. The alarm panel by the front door said there was an internal motion trigger that meant something. Inside the house had tripped the sensor. I turned off the alarm. I was sweating my chest tight. I did a quick sweep of the downstairs rooms with the flashlight on my phone. The kitchen looked normal, the living room was quiet, the study was empty, nothing was out of place. I checked all the windows and doors, everything was locked. I went upstairs and did the same. The bedrooms were in order, no broken windows, no signs of forced entry. It made no sense. After that, I couldn't sleep. I sat in the living room with the lights on, feeling anxious. My body felt tense. Around 3 in the morning, I decided to check the hallway upstairs again. I'd been up and down already, but I wanted to see if maybe there was a drafting problem or event that could cause weird noises. I walked up there, shining my phone's light along the walls. The air felt really cold in that corridor. It was weird because the rest of the house felt normal. The thermostat said it was 75 degrees, so it didn't make sense. But the moment I stepped into the hallway, my skin broke out in goosebumps, and I could actually see my breath a little. When I exhaled, I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was such an unnatural chill, I couldn't come up with a good reason for it. I went back downstairs, double-checked the thermostat settings, and found everything in order. The AC was running normally. I didn't know how to explain the cold spot. Still, there was nothing more I could do, so I stayed in the living room, nodding off now and then until the sun came up. I thought about calling Eric to let him know, but I didn't want to freak him out. He was probably far away on some much-needed vacation. I figured I'd handle it over the next few nights. The footstep noises continued, always around 2 or 3 in the morning, sometimes louder, sometimes barely. There twice, I turned on every light upstairs to catch some explanation, but I never saw anything. The corridor would still feel ice cold, and it got to a point where I dreaded going up there. After dark, my routine became this anxious pattern of locking myself in the guest room and trying to sleep through any strange sounds, but it was hard to ignore them. My nerves were shot. I'd watch TV in bed until I passed out from exhaustion. Then I'd wake up to footsteps and feel that familiar jolt of fear in my chest. I started to wonder if I should move out and tell Eric I got sick, but I didn't want to leave him hanging. I also felt like maybe I was just overreacting. The house never showed any signs of actual break-ins, nothing was stolen or broken. Maybe I was dealing with faulty wiring or a glitch in the security system. Maybe the weird hallway temperature was just a rare AC issue, even though it didn't feel rational. I clung to those explanations. I told myself to make it through the 2 weeks and then go back to my normal life on the last night. I woke up around 2 in the morning again. My mouth was dry, my heart was racing before I even opened my eyes. I had this sense that something was off the air. The room felt still and heavy. I sat up in bed, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and listened. Silence, no footsteps right then, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was in the hallway. I stayed like that for a few minutes, just sitting in the dark, gripping the sheets. Then I heard a soft click from the door to my room. It sounded like the door latch releasing, like someone was pressing down on the handle from the outside. I froze. My mind started spinning. I tried to focus on the doorknob, but it was dark, and I could only see a vague shape. Then came a slow creaking noise. It was the sound of the door moving. My stomach twisted. It wasn't a fast swing, more like a gradual push, maybe an inch or two. I saw a sliver of the hallway through the opening. I expected someone to peek in or something to happen, but it stayed half open. Just enough to confirm it had moved. My chest was pounding so hard it hurt. I got up quietly and switched on the table lamp. The door was definitely ajar. Even though I remembered locking it earlier, my hand was shaking when I reached for the handle. I yanked the door open. I looked into the hallway, shining the lamp's light around. It was empty. No one was there, but the air felt freezing, like standing in front of an open freezer. I could feel a slight breeze against my face, and I still couldn't see where it might be coming from. I fought the urge to yell or freak out. Instead, I backed away, grabbed my duffel bag, and started stuffing my clothes in it. I decided I was done as I packed. I could swear I heard something shifting in the hallway, like a footstep or a scrape on the floor, but it was faint. I tried to ignore it. My hands moved fast, throwing my things together in no real order. My chest felt tight and my breath came in quick bursts. My mind was on one track: get out of this house. I zipped up my bag, turned off the lamp, and walked out of the room. My body was tense as I stepped into the hallway. It was dark except for the small light from downstairs. I glanced left and right, still seeing nothing, but that cold feeling was intense, like a chill seeping into my bones. My neck tingled. I hurried to the stairs and made my way down, gripping the banister so I wouldn't trip in my rush. I reached the front door, disarmed the alarm, and stepped outside. The moment I got onto the porch, I felt my whole body relax a bit. The night air was warm, a sharp contrast to that icy hallway. I locked up the house, set the alarm again from the outside keypad, and got in my car. My hands were shaking as I turned the key in the ignition. I drove off, glancing at the rear-view mirror every few seconds, half expecting to see something behind me. The neighborhood was quiet and no one was around it. Looked like any ordinary summer night, except I was panicked and sweating. I ended up crashing at my own apartment. Even though it was small and cramped compared to Eric's place, I felt so relieved to be back in my own space. I didn't feel that strange weight or hear any odd sounds. I just felt safe. Eric was due back the next day. When he got in touch, I met him at his house that afternoon, gave him the key, and asked how his trip went. He was in a good mood, so I didn't want to unload everything on him. I told him the basics. I heard some noises at night and the alarm went off once, but there was no sign of a break-in. He said sometimes the sensors can be buggy. I didn't mention the footsteps, the freezing hallway, or the door opening on its own. I just said the house was fine overall, and I left it at that. He thanked me, offered me some money for the trouble, which I refused. I just wanted to put it behind me. I still think about it. Sometimes I try to figure out if there was a rational explanation for everything that happened. Maybe there was a faulty sensor or a draft in the house that made it extra cold in that corridor. Maybe I was tired and on edge, so I misheard things, but the way the door latch clicked and the way the door creaked open. Those moments still replay in my head, and I can't find a good explanation. It felt like someone or something was right there pressing the handle. I know what I heard, I know what I felt, and it was more than just a creaky old house. I never told Eric all of this. I didn't want to come across as paranoid or crazy. I also didn't want him to worry about sleeping in his own home. As far as I know, he's never mentioned anything strange happening there. Maybe it was a one-time thing, or maybe he just doesn't notice it all. I know is that I'm in no hurry to go back. If he asks me to house sit again, I'll probably find an excuse to say no. I don't mind doing favors for friends, but I'd rather not spend another night listening to footsteps. I can't explain, and feeling a chill that makes no sense. It's just not worth the stress. If that makes me sound superstitious, fine. I'd rather be safe than sorry. And that's the truth about what happened during my 2 weeks at Eric's house. I remember the first time I stepped into that basement, I thought the smell was the worst part. It was a mix of damp concrete, stale paper, and old cardboard. I never liked it, but it was my job. I was new at the company back then, and they told me I'd be in charge of the night shift. I didn't question it. I needed the money, and the position looked secure. After a few months, I got used to the quiet. I got used to the strange echoes. I got used to the sudden knocks when pipes expanded. But one night, something changed. I started hearing whispers. I was by myself, and the entire floor felt different, like there was another presence nearby. That's when everything shifted for me. I work for a big publishing house, and they store their archives underground. It's an old storage area with rows of tall shelves lined up against each other, leaving only a narrow space to pass through. The lights are dim. They use these old fluorescent bulbs that flicker and hum. The ceiling is low, and the ventilation system drips water in some spots. Whenever I walk around, my boots make a wet sound against the concrete. The place is cold, too. Even in the summer, the temperature down there never really warms up. My job is to check the inventory note, any new arrivals, and handle any deliveries that come in late. Sometimes shipping trucks come at odd hours, so I meet the drivers at the loading dock and guide them to the correct shelves. It's pretty straightforward. I normally follow a clipboard and a checklist, and then I sign off on everything one night around 2 a.m. I was walking along the far corridor. It's the one section of the B basement that almost never sees any activity. The shelves there are old and full of dusty boxes from decades ago. I remember the flickering bulb overhead. It kept buzzing louder than usual. I stopped to write down some box numbers. Then I heard a whisper. At first, I thought my ears were playing tricks on me. I turned around and aimed my flashlight at the shelves. There was nothing. I stood there listening. It was that kind of soft hissing sound that you can't quite make out, like a voice that's just out of range. My shoulders got tense, my stomach tightened. I wasn't sure if I should say something. I finally asked, "Hello, anybody here?" No answer, just the constant hum from the lights. I told myself it was probably a water pipe or the wind from the ventilation, but the sound felt too clear. It sounded like a person. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I walked a little farther and the whisper seemed to move with me. It was like it was retreating down the corridor. Every step I took, it seemed to stay ahead of me. I was holding my breath without realizing it. When I reached the end of the corridor, it was just a plain concrete wall, no exits, no doors. I looked around, shining my flashlight on the floor, on the shelves, and up at the ceiling. There was nothing, but I still felt that tightness in my chest. I felt a rush of relief when I heard the service elevator ding. I figured maybe it was the cleaning crew or one of the security guys, so I hurried back, but I didn't see anyone. The elevator doors were open and it was empty. The control panel had that faint glow. My flashlight started to feel heavy in my hand. I don't like admitting that I was nervous, but I was in that basement by myself, and there was no reason for the elevator to have opened without someone calling it. Still, I tried to brush it off. Sometimes the elevator acts up. It's old. The buttons stick. Mechanical glitches happen. I told myself that and went back to my checklist. The rest of that night went by slowly. I stayed near my desk in the corner of the basement where there's a phone and a computer. I kept glancing around, checking the shadows between the shelves. My mind kept replaying the whisper, but I tried to stay focused on my tasks. Around 5 a.m. The shift ended and I went upstairs. I reported nothing unusual because I didn't want to sound crazy. I told myself it was just a weird moment. Maybe the echo of something from the ventilation. I went home and tried to forget about it. Over the next few nights, I started hearing more sounds. They weren't always whispers. Sometimes it was like faint footsteps behind the shelves. Sometimes it was like someone dragging a box. Other times it sounded like a soft scraping on the floor. Every time I checked, I found nothing. The corridor would be empty and everything would look the same as before. I kept thinking that maybe I'd find a pile of boxes tipped over or a tool left by the maintenance crew, but I never did. Everything was always in its proper place. At least as far as I could see, my body started reacting more intensely. My heart would race at the slightest noise. My hands would sweat. My legs felt weak when I walked down the tight aisles. I'd get a cold sensation in my chest whenever I had to enter that far corridor. At one point, I considered leaving my job, but I couldn't do it. I needed the income, and it wasn't like I had another position lined up, so I told myself to handle it. I told myself it was probably my imagination, or maybe something caused by lack of sleep one night. I decided to do a thorough check of the entire area from front to back. I wanted to get rid of that anxious feeling. I grabbed a bigger flashlight from the supply closet and set out to inspect every shelf, every row, and every corner. I started near the loading dock and worked my way toward the far corridor. I scanned the floors for anything unusual. I checked the boxes for tampering. I listened carefully for any voices or scraping noises. At first, everything seemed normal. The smell of damp cardboard was strong, but that was standard. I saw a few silverfish scuttling away from the light, but that was also common in a basement full of old paper. I heard the usual drip of water from a broken pipe in the ceiling. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but when I got to the far corridor again, I noticed something on the floor. It was a single smudge, like a dark streak. It wasn't large, but it looked fresh. I knelt down and touched it. It felt sticky. I couldn't tell if it was oil or something else. It didn't smell like anything familiar. I shined my FL flashlight around to see if there were more streaks, but that was the only one. It was positioned right in front of the last shelf on the left side. I moved the flashlight over the shelf looking for spills or damage. Nothing. I felt an urge to pull out some boxes and check behind them. I had this idea that maybe something had leaked, but all the boxes were sealed and dry. I didn't want to open them without cause, so I made a note on my clipboard about the sticky spot. I heard a sound behind me. It was like a footstep, just one. I shot upright and spun around. Nothing. I felt my pulse hammering, my temples started throbbing. The corridor was empty. I stood still trying to hear anything else. My breathing was fast and I could feel the muscles in my shoulders tightening. I whispered, "Is anyone here?" Then I realized my voice was shaking. No response, just the quiet hum of the lights. I looked at the end of the corridor at that blank wall. I felt this intense pressure in my chest like I was stuck in a tight space. I backed away from the wall and started walking back to the main area. My legs felt heavy. My mind was racing with questions. Was I losing? It was someone messing with me. I made it back to my desk. My cheeks were warm and my throat felt dry. I picked up the phone and thought about calling security, but then I stopped. What would I say that I heard a weird noise and saw a sticky spot they'd sent a guard who'd just walk around for a few minutes and find nothing? I forced myself to calm down. I poured a cup of water from the cooler. I leaned against the desk. Taking slow breaths, I told myself it was probably a maintenance issue. Maybe someone had spilled something and didn't report it. The rest of the night was quiet, though. I kept looking over my shoulder. After a few more days, the occurrences got more frequent. I heard whispers or faint footsteps at least once a night. Sometimes the lights flickered in one section while everywhere else stayed normal. My body felt tense the entire shift. My shoulders ached from staying rigid. I jumped at every little creak one evening. I got a late delivery around midnight. I remember feeling relieved to have some human company. The driver was a tall guy wearing a thick jacket and he looked tired. I helped him unload a few boxes of manuscripts. We took them down on the freight elevator and placed them in the designated area close to my desk. He noticed how quiet it was and said, "You work here alone at night?" I nodded and told him it was part of my job. He shook his head and said he didn't. Envy me. Then he left and I was alone again. The entire place felt colder after he left. I decided to keep busy with filing tasks. I kept hearing small noises like something tapping on wood. I tried to ignore it. My heart rate picked up again and I could feel sweat forming on my forehead. It was hard to concentrate around 3 a.m. I stepped away from my desk to check a row of shelves on the other side of the basement. My plan was to do one last inspection before finishing up. As I passed by the middle aisle, I noticed a box had shifted. It was halfway way off the shelf, ready to fall. I set my flashlight on the floor and tried to push it back into place, but it felt heavier than usual. I tilted it a bit, wondering if maybe it got wet. Then I realized someone could have moved it. I felt a chill spread from my shoulders to my neck. I looked around, nothing but the same rows of shelves. I slid the box fully onto the shelf, then grabbed my flashlight. That's when I heard a loud thump from the far corridor. I froze. My stomach turned. My ears started ringing. I didn't want to check it out, but I had to. I walked slowly, my flashlight trembling in my hand. I stepped carefully and my boots made a soft squeak. Against the damp floor, when I reached the corridor, I shone the light around the shelves, looked undisturbed. Everything was in place. I scanned the floor and my beam landed on a small stack of folders that seemed to have fallen from a shelf. I approached them. They were scattered. Some paper was peeking out from the edges. I leaned over to pick them up and then I heard a whisper again. It was right behind me. I spun around and my flashlight beam shook. There was no one there. My chest was tight and my legs felt weak. I yelled, "Who's there?" My voice echoed. No one answered. I felt my face grow hot. My arms were shaky as I gathered the folders. I placed them back on the shelf. When I looked down, I saw that same kind of sticky residue on the floor near the wall. The spot was bigger this time, like something had dragged across the floor. It glistened under the flashlight. My nose twitched trying to smell anything out of the ordinary. It just smelled like damp concrete and old paper. I didn't want to be there anymore. I wanted to get out, but my shift wasn't over. I left the corridor and rushed back to my desk. I didn't bother with the rest of the inspection for the next hour. I sat at my desk listening to every tiny sound. My body felt stiff, and my heart was still pounding every time I glanced at the elevator. I half expected it to open on its own again. I didn't even try to pretend I was calm. I felt the sweat soaking the back of my shirt. My mouth was dry. I just wanted the shift to end when the clock finally hit 5 a.m. I shut down the computer and headed upstairs stair. I passed the security desk on my way out. The guard asked how my night was. I just said quiet. Then I left. I was too tired and too rattled to explain anything. When I got home, I could still feel that weight on me, like something had followed me out of the basement. I couldn't stop replaying the sounds in my head. The whisper felt real. The footsteps felt real. The sticky marks on the floor were definitely real. I decided to tell my supervisor about it the next day. I described the noises, the strange elevator, behavior, and the sticky spots on the ground. He said he'd have maintenance check the basement for any leaks or broken pipes. He promised to send someone from security to do a walker, but he didn't seem too concerned. He just said these old buildings have a lot of strange noises. Since then, the feeling of being watched never left. Every night I sense someone behind the shelves. I sense movement where there shouldn't be any. The corridor feels suffocating, like the air is thicker in that spot. I don't have a better explanation. I keep doing my rounds, I keep signing off on deliveries, I keep checking inventory. But I also keep my ears open for that whisper, and I stay alert for any more sticky trails so far. I haven't caught anyone in the act, and I haven't found a source for any of these strange things now. Every evening before I start my shift, I stand by the elevator on the main floor and take a deep breath. I press the button and ride down, bracing myself for whatever I might find. I walk through the rows of shelves, double-check the lights, and listen, always listening. I can't shake the feeling that something is watching me. I can't shake the tension in my muscles. I just keep going because it's my job and I need it. But my nights are different now. The quiet isn't just quiet anymore, it's unsettling. I don't know what's down there or if it's all in my head. I only know that it's real enough to make my heart race and my palms sweat. And until I figure out what's behind those whispers and footsteps, I don't think I'll ever feel comfortable in that basement again. I got this gig because it sounded simple: organize a warehouse of mechanical parts at night with no distractions or foot traffic. The owner promised I'd have the place to myself. He said there wouldn't be any deliveries or pickups until morning. I thought it would be easy money. I was wrong. I'm standing in this huge metal building that smells like old oil and damp cardboard. The lights are harsh overhead fluorescents and they flicker once in a while. The first time I stepped inside, I noticed the rows of shelves packed with crates and bins of parts. Each row stretches nearly from one end of the warehouse to the other with narrow walkways in between. There are tall stacks of boxes along the walls. The floor is concrete stained with grease and grit. When I started, everything felt normal. I checked off boxes labeled shelves and wrote down items on a clipboard. Then I found sacks of parts that didn't match the inventory list. That was my first sign that something weird was happening. On my second night, I looked more closely at the sacks. Some were behind large crates, half hidden. But the seals had been opened recently. They were supposed to be sealed with these plastic bands, yet I saw fresh cuts. I even found small pieces of the plastic ties scattered around the floor. I felt uneasy, but thought maybe the owner had opened a few sacks himself or changed his mind about inventory. I figured I'd ask him later. I kept working, going through the official list and trying to reconcile the numbers. I stacked everything in neat piles around midnight. I heard a small clank near the back of the warehouse. It sounded like a tool dropping onto the floor. I didn't see anyone, so I shrugged it off as maybe some piece of metal shifting on a shelf. A couple nights later, I noticed something else. Footprints. They were faint, but definitely there. Someone had stepped in greasy dirt, maybe from a corner where fluids had leaked, and walked from the far left corner to a workbench. Ben on the opposite side. The tracks didn't look old. In fact, I swear they were fresh, like someone had just walked by before I got there. The footprint size looked about the same as mine, maybe a bit smaller. I tried to trace where they came from, but the pattern vanished near a side door that leads into a cramped storage office. That door was locked from the inside, or at least I thought it was. I jiggled the handle. It felt secure. I don't like being in the dark about this kind of thing. I like to know if someone's messing around, so I got a roll of thin, clear tape from my car. Every time I ended my shift at around 5 in the morning, I'd put small strips of tape over the seam of each door. That way, if someone opened a door while I was gone, the tape would tear. When I came back the next night, I saw the tape on two. Of the doors was ripped. One was the main entrance that I used, which made sense because I had to come in, but the other was a side door I never touched. The tear looked clean, as if someone opened the door carefully, but the padlock outside hadn't been tampered with. I felt a chill on the back of my neck when I realized that lock might not mean much if someone had a key or a way around it. At first I tried to brush it off. I asked the owner the next day if he'd been inside. During the off hours, he said no. He said he trusted me to handle it. I told him about the sacks and the footprints, and he just shrugged. He looked tense for a second, but he said he had no idea what that was about. He told me to keep working and let him know if anything else seemed off. I took him at his word, but I wasn't satisfied on my fifth night. Things got more intense. I was reorganizing a bunch of small washers, bolts, and screws into labeled plastic containers. The place was quiet, except for the buzz of the lights and the distant hum of traffic outside. I had a portable radio on the table next to me just to have some background noise. Suddenly I heard a loud crash from the back corner near the overhead doors used for loading trucks. It sounded like metal pipes falling onto concrete. The noise echoed through the whole building. My heart kicked up and I felt an adrenaline rush. I grabbed a flashlight and went to check it out. I walked between rows of shelves, scanning my light left and right. I saw shadows flickering on the boxes. My breathing got shallow. The air felt colder in that part of the warehouse, like a draft was coming in through the loading dock. I reached the back corner and found a stack of pipes on the floor. They'd been leaning against the wall, but now they were scattered. I looked around for any sign of movement. Nothing. I shined my flashlight at the overhead door, checking the edges for signs that someone forced it open. It was locked. The chain and padlock were still in place. I tried to stay calm, but my stomach felt twisted. I called out, "Anybody here?" My voice echoed. I waited, but no answer. I picked up the pipes, stacked them back against the wall, and kept an eye on the door. Then I noticed something that made my skin crawl: fresh footprints again. This time leading away from the pipes, heading deeper into the warehouse. I followed them for a few steps, but they faded near a pile of crates. I circled around, shining my light, trying to see if anyone was hiding. Nobody jumped out. The only sound was my own breathing. I heard a drip somewhere, like a slow leak from a pipe, or maybe leftover rainwater hitting a bucket. I stayed there for a minute, scanning the area, but saw no one. I felt vulnerable standing in that wide open space with the lights overhead. I moved back to my workstation, but I stayed on edge. That same night, I decided to step up my security check. I used the tape on every door. Again, I also placed small pieces of tape on certain containers and drawers, the ones that had been tampered with before. Then I went to the break room, a small side space with a couple of chairs and a vending machine. I sat for a while, ate a quick snack, and tried to steady my nerves. The sense of being watched wouldn't go away every few minutes. I jerked my head toward the door, expecting to see a face peeking around the corner, but I never did. After the break, I got back to organizing. The rest of the shift passed without more noises. The next day, I returned around the same time. Sure enough, some of the tapes were broken again. One on the side door, one on a drawer of specialized drill bits, and one on an old metal cabinet near the back. I opened the cabinet to check its contents. It mostly had older tools and some half-rusted spare parts. Everything looked jumbled, like someone had rummaged through. I felt my heart speed up again. There was no sign of forced entry, and the place was locked, just like I'd left it. I started to wonder if the owner was behind this, or maybe an ex-employee with a key. I began glancing over my shoulder every few minutes, feeling paranoid. That was when I started hearing faint taps or scratches on the far walls. At first, I thought it might be the building settling or rodents in the walls, but it sounded too deliberate. It would stop whenever I got close. I'd spin around with my flashlight, but there was nothing. My palms were sweaty and my mind rayed with different scenarios. Someone messing with me, someone hiding, maybe someone living in the warehouse without the owner's knowledge. The place was big enough. It had storage rooms, a small office, and even a second-floor loft with old shelving. Someone could easily hide there. I got tired of feeling jumpy, so I decided to confront the noise. I walked slowly toward the back area, stepping carefully to avoid making too much sound. My flashlight beam cut through the dark corners. The overhead lights lit most of the main floor, but some areas were dim or shadowed behind tall shelves. I listened for the faint taps, then I heard them. Again, behind a row of large wooden pallets stacked with boxes of engine parts. I rounded the corner and aimed the flashlight. Right then, I caught a glimpse of motion, a quick flash of movement. It could have been a human shape darting behind the crates. I felt my stomach tighten. I called out, "Hey, stop, who's there?" No answer, but I heard a soft rustling. I ran toward it, pushing aside a loose box. The floor was cluttered with old packing material by the time I reached the spot. It was empty. There was a strong smell of grease in the air. The rustling sound stopped. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my neck. I stood there shining the light in every direction but saw nothing. I felt a burst of frustration. I yelled, "Come on, I know you're in here." I got only silence in return. The tension got to me. I decided to check the area of the warehouse where I'd seen footprints. I found some more prints leading toward a heavy metal door that said authorized personnel. Only it was locked, but I noticed greasy smudges on the handle like someone with oily hands had gripped it. I tried the handle and it turned, but the door didn't budge. It felt like something was blocking it from the other side. I considered pushing it harder, but I thought better of it. If someone was on the other side, I didn't want to corner myself. I backed away, feeling uneasy by now. My nerves were frayed. Every small noise made me jump. The hum of the fluorescent light seemed louder. My mouth was dry. I started thinking I needed to call the owner right away or maybe the police, but I had no proof of a crime. Besides tampered sacks and footprints, I also didn't want to seem like I couldn't handle a simple inventory job. My pride held me back. After that, I tried to keep working. I labeled more bins, scanned through the official inventory sheets, and updated the paperwork, but my focus was shot every couple of minutes. I'd spin around flashlight in hand, looking for shadows moving across the aisles. Sometimes I'd catch my reflection in a metal surface and freak myself out for a second. I was wound tight. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. The worst part was not knowing who it was or what they wanted around 3 in the morning. I finally heard a series of sharp metallic bangs near the far side of the warehouse. It sounded like someone rummaging through toolboxes. I started walking that way, trying to be as quiet as possible, but the floor echoed every step. My boots scuffed the concrete. I reached the row of old toolboxes lined up along a bench. The bench was littered with wrenches, pliers, and half-disc disassembled. Some tools lay on the floor like they'd been knocked off in a hurry. My chest tightened when I realized that whoever was here had been trying to grab something and then ran off. As soon as they heard me coming, I scanned the area with my flashlight. I spotted fresh grease smears on the edge of the bench. One of the wrenches was still rocking slightly as if it had just been dropped. The air felt thick and stale. My heart drummed in my ears. I crouched down to look under the bench. Nothing. Then I heard movement overhead, a soft thump on the catwalk or the upper loft. I stood and aimed my flashlight up. The overhead lights didn't reach well. Up there, I could see old boxes in the outline of a railing, but no one in view. I took a step onto the metal stairs that led to the loft. Each step squeaked under my weight. At the top of the stairs, I paused. My flashlight lit a narrow walkway with more shelving units. The air felt even colder. I could see dust floating in the beam of light. My pulse hammered in my head. I heard a soft scrape behind a stack of boxes. I moved closer, feeling tension in my shoulders. "Show yourself," I said, trying to sound confident. Nothing. Then the lights flickered below, and for a split second the loft went dark, except for my flashlight beam. The lights came back and the scrape sound stopped. I froze, waiting after a moment. I heard a door slam on the far side of the W house. I went down the stairs, ran over to that side, but the place was empty again. My mind spun with questions. How did they vanish so fast? Did they slip out of back exit? By the time my shift ended, I felt exhausted, my nerves were shot, and my legs were weak. I checked the tapes on the doors. Several were torn. I replaced them with fresh pieces locked up and headed home. My head pounded with confusion and paranoia. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching every move I made. The warehouse felt claustrophobic. Even though it was huge, I had to keep working there. It was my job, and I needed the money every night since I felt on edge. The tension hasn't gone away. Sometimes I think I see shapes moving in the corners of my vision. I'll turn fast, but there's nothing there. Other times I'll hear the faint crash of metal on concrete and find tools scattered that were neatly placed before I keep telling the owner about it, and he just tells me to be careful. He claims no one else has a key. I don't believe him. But I don't have proof he's lying. I'm still there now. I'm sorting out a batch of nuts and bolts, trying to finish my shift. But every time I pause, I feel the weight of the silence around me, like the building itself is watching. I can't see anyone else, but I know I'm not alone. The footprints, the broken tape, the rattling tools, those aren't my imagination. Someone's here and they're not just passing by. They're lurking, watching, playing games with me. My heart won't stop pounding and every little sound sets me off. I'm tired of feeling hunted, yet I keep coming back because I need the paycheck and I can't prove anything yet. That's the situation. I don't know who's behind it or what they want, but each night it gets harder to stay calm. I catch myself looking over my shoulder constantly. The warehouse stays locked from the outside, but that doesn't matter if someone has their own way in. I've taped every door, window, and hatch I can think of, but I still find them broken or loosened when I return. Now I'm just waiting for the next noise, the next flicker of movement in the corner of my eye. The next time I find footprints leading to places I haven't checked yet, and I know that sooner or later I'll come face to face with whoever's in there with me. I just hope I'm ready when it happens. I never expected a house to make me feel so uneasy. The day I signed the paperwork, I felt a tightness in my chest. I couldn't explain. The house looked solid from the outside. The price was fair, the location suited me, but there was something about that basement. I remember walking down there during my first viewing. The agent flipped the light switch and I saw a row of old shelves stacked with dusty jars and rusted tools. The air felt thick, like stepping into a room where someone had just stopped talking. I pushed aside my nerves. I convinced myself it was just the musty smell of old concrete. I closed the deal a few weeks later. I moved my boxes in with the help of a couple of friends. We loaded the living room with furniture and left the heavier stuff for another day. Everything looked fine except for that basement. It always seemed colder than the rest of the house. Even though it was midsummer, I noticed a small draft-like air was escaping through some crack in the walls. I planned to fix it, or at least find the source, once I had the time. A few days later, I decided to start setting up a workshop in that basement. I needed a place to store my tools, saws, and leftover wood. I had a simple plan to clear out the junk, maybe repaint the walls and add better lighting. The previous owner left some cheap wooden shelves that were full of random stuff, empty paint cans, a broken lamp, and an old radio that didn't work. I tossed out most of it. While clearing the corner near the furnace, I noticed a strange section of the wall. It was a rectangular patch that looked a little newer than the surrounding bricks. The lines of mortar stood out like it had been repaired. At some point, I tapped on it. The sound was hollow. I knocked on another part of the wall for comparison, and that had a dull, solid sound. The difference was obvious. I crouched down and ran my hand across the surface. There was a thin crack around the edges, almost invisible. Unless you looked closely, I felt a faint flow of air. It wasn't much, but enough to catch my attention. I spent the rest of that day trying to figure out what might be behind it. A hidden storage space. Maybe an old coal chute that got bricked over my mind. Wandered, I decided I'd finish cleaning up first. Then investigate. That night I sat in the living room and kept thinking about it. The possibility of a sealed compartment was too intriguing. I pictured hidden valuables or old letters left behind by a previous owner. The next morning I went down to take some measurements. I wanted to see if I could find any records of home improvements or renovations. I set my tape measure against the floor near that patched wall. As soon as I crouched down, I heard a scraping sound. It was faint like metal against concrete. I froze, holding my breath. The basement was silent, otherwise I looked around. The furnace was off, the water heater wasn't making noise. I tapped the patched wall again, curious, but I heard nothing else. I stayed there for a few more minutes, waiting. No more sounds. I shrugged it off and continued my work. I ended up returning upstairs a short while later because something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it. I remember my arms were goosebumped even though it wasn't cold. I told myself it was just nerves or the excitement of finding some hidden space. I tried to distract myself by unpacking other boxes. That afternoon, I decided to buy some tools to break through that patch. I drove to the hardware store, got a new chisel, a heavier hammer, and some safety gear on my way home. I felt this strange heaviness in my stomach, like I was dreading something. I parked my truck, sat there for a moment, and tried to shake it off. I reminded myself it was just an old wall. There was nothing supernatural about it. It was just bricks, mortar, and possibly a gap. I went back to the basement, but the sound of that scraping metal came back. It started the moment I flipped on the light. It wasn't loud, but it was persistent. It seemed to come from the other side of that patch. I took a step closer. The noise stopped. I felt a rush of adrenaline. My heart started pounding. I was sweating a bit. I didn't want to admit I was scared, but I was definitely uneasy. Every cell in my body told me to leave it alone for now, so I placed the chisel and hammer on my workbench and walked upstairs. I watched TV for a while. Trying to distract myself, I told myself I'd wait for a better time. Over the next couple of days, I focused on other parts of the house. I painted the living room and replaced a leaky faucet in the kitchen. I did my best not to think about that basement, but every time I needed a tool or wanted to check the breaker box, I had to go down there. Each time I stepped on the last stair, I felt that same heaviness. I heard those dragging sounds. It was like metal scraping, scaping on concrete, always in the same spot, always soft but clear enough to raise the hair on my arms. One day I even thought I heard a faint rattle of chains. I stood still. My eyes locked on that patch. I couldn't see movement, but I sensed it. At one point, I noticed my reflection in an old mirror the previous owner had left near the laundry area. My face was pale and my eyes looked tired. My shoulders felt tense. I realized I was letting some unexplained noise get under my skin. I shook my head and told myself, enough. It's just a house. I decided to open it up, no more hesitation, so one afternoon I went down with a dust mask, my chisel, my hammer, and a flashlight. I dragged a portable work light over to the area. I moved some of the shelves out of the way to give myself more room. As soon as I touched the chisel to the wall, I felt this wave of dizziness. It was strong enough that I had to lean against the wall to keep from falling. My vision blurred for a second and my stomach clenched. I dropped the chisel and backed away. I sat on the basement steps for a moment, trying to steady my breathing. The air felt thick and heavy, like there was less oxygen. My heart was racing. I wiped sweat off my forehead and tried to catch my breath after a minute or two. I felt my head clear. The dizziness subsided, and I told myself it must have been from not eating enough or from standing too quickly. But there was no mistaking the pressure in that room. It felt like the atmosphere in the basement had changed, like something was pressing on my ears. I picked up my chisel again, took a few shallow breaths, and set it against the wall. I tapped it lightly with the hammer. Some of the plaster chipped away. I watched flakes of paint and bits of mortar crumble to the floor. I tapped again, and the scraping noise returned. It was louder this time, like it was responding to me. My chest tightened. My instinct screamed at me to stop. I let the chisel drop. The sound of metal on concrete echoed, and I felt my stomach tense. I couldn't bring myself to continue. I've never been prone to panic attacks, but that moment came close. I grabbed my tools and rushed upstairs. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my neck. I locked the basement door behind me and took a seat at the kitchen table. I sat there for a long time, staring at nothing. I was sweating. I kept telling myself there must be a logical explanation. Maybe there was a loose piece of ductwork rattling around, or maybe the neighbor's plumbing somehow resonated through that wall, but in the moment, None of those explanations mattered. I just knew. I felt shaken, like my body was warning me not to go any further. I decided to leave the basement alone for a while. I tried to ignore that patch. I convinced myself it wasn't urgent. I wanted to get my workshop set up, but I couldn't relax down there. I rearranged some things, stored my tools in boxes, and kept them near the stairs. I left the corner alone. The next time I went down, I only stayed long enough to flip a breaker. I avoided looking at that wall, even with everything else going on. That sealed space stayed on my mind some nights. I would lie awake picturing the shap of the bricks. I'd remember how hollow it sounded. I'd think about how the scraping noise happened at the exact moment I tried to break through the memory of that sudden dizziness made my pulse quicken. My breathing would get shallow just from recalling it. I'd open my eyes and stare at the ceiling, telling myself it was just fear of the unknown. Last weekend, I tried one more time. I thought maybe if I opened just a small hole, I could shine a flashlight in and see what was behind there. I went downstairs around midday. I took a deep breath, set up my work light, and started to scrape away the plaster around the edges of the patch. Within seconds, I felt my ears pop like the air pressure had dropped again. The basement felt colder. My hands started to tremble. My breathing got faster, almost like I was hyperventilating. I told myself to calm down. I forced myself to slow my breathing. My palms were sweaty. My legs felt tense, ready to bolt at any second. The scraping started again, a slow, steady drag of metal on stone. It was so close that it might as well have been inches away. My heart thumped in my chest. I felt warmth spreading across my forehead, and I realized I was breaking into a heavy sweat. My vision blurred a little. I couldn't stay focused. I dropped the putty knife I was using and braced myself against the wall. I felt a chill on my arm. I couldn't ignore it anymore. Something about that spot was too overwhelming. My body was giving me clear signs that I was pushing my luck. I felt short of breath, like I was underwater. My ears still felt blocked, and the scraping sound continued until I stepped away from the wall. Then it stopped all at once. It was dead silent. Except for my own breathing, I gathered my tools as quickly as I could. I turned off the lights, slammed the basement door, and locked it again. I stood in my kitchen for several minutes, shaking, trying to get my pulse back under control. My clothes were damp with sweat. I felt drained, like I had run a marathon. Now I avoid that basement unless it's absolutely necessary. I still store some things down there, but I only go in and out flipping the light switch off before I let my eyes wander to that corner. I haven't tried to chip away at that patch again. Sometimes I think I should just hire someone to break it open and deal with whatever's inside. Then I remember how that scraping noise feels in my gut. It's like a knife twisting in my stomach. It isn't natural, it doesn't feel right, and I'm not a believer in anything beyond the ordinary. But I know what I felt. The rest of the house is fine, the plumbing works, the wiring needs a little updating, but that's normal in older properties. The floors creak a bit, but I can deal with that. It's just that one spot in the basement that sets me off. The sealed compartment remains unopened. I can't bring myself to go near it anymore. Every time I even think about heading down with a hammer, my hands start shaking. My mouth goes dry. I'm not sure if I'll ever open that section of the wall. I know it's there, and I know there's something behind it, but I can't handle the reaction it causes in me. The heaviness, the vertigo, the scraping of metal. None of that seems worth it. I don't want to find out what's on the other side. I'm not curious anymore. I'm just wary. Sometimes if I'm in the living room with the TV off, I swear. I hear a faint dragging sound coming through the vent that leads to the basement. It makes me tense up. I'll wait, holding my breath, and after a moment it goes quiet. I've started to think I should sell the place. I haven't listed it, but the thought is they're creeping into my mind. The house is nice, but that basement is a problem every day. I stay here. I'm aware of that sealed patch. I pass the basement door on my way to the kitchen, and my stomach does a little flip. It's like I'm waiting for something bad to happen. I hate feeling this on edge in my own home, but for now I'm just living with it. I've got a padlock on the basement door. Even though I know that's pointless, it's more symbolic, I guess. At least it keeps me from going down there impulsively. Maybe one day I'll build up the nerve again, maybe I'll forget this fear, but I doubt it every time I think about that patch. I remember the scraping. I remember the heavy feeling, the dizziness, the sweat beating on my forehead. I feel the tension in my shoulders and the pounding of my heart, and I decide it's better to leave it sealed, so that's where things stand. I'm living in a house with a basement that unnerves me. I've tried to open up that hidden space, but I couldn't push through the feeling. Now I just leave it. I can't tell anyone the full story without sounding unhinged. So I keep it to myself and pretend everything's normal, but it's not normal. There's something about that patch in the wall, something that makes me feel uneasy. Just thinking about it, I don't think I'll ever find out what was left behind, and part of me is relieved. I moved to this place a few weeks ago and I thought I knew what I was signing up for. I was wrong every night after midnight. Something out there moves through the orchard. It never shows itself. It never leaves any footprints, but I hear it. I feel it. And the worst part is, I can't prove it to anyone else during the day. I check on the trees. They're old, but they still have strong trunks and decent branches. The orchard used to belong to the previous owner's family, but they let it go to waste. The ground is dry in some spots, and in other spots it's soft enough to sink into when it rains. I spend most of the morning and afternoon clearing weeds, pruning dead branches, and watering the areas that need it. I drive my small truck around with a water tank and a hose, which I connect to a pump near the well. Sunlight is fierce and I sweat a lot, but it feels good to work with my hands. By late afternoon, I usually finish. I clean my tools, store everything in the shed, and head to the small house on the far end of the property. It's a plain one-story structure with 2 rooms. The kitchen and living area are combined, and there's a cramped bedroom in the back. The windows are barred, not in a decorative way, but in a practical way. There used to be stories about thieves sneaking in and taking whatever they could carry. I didn't think much of it when I first got here, but now I'm glad those bars are there when the sun goes down. I lock the doors, I make some dinner, usually something simple like beans, rice, and a piece of meat. If I'm lucky enough to find something fresh in town, there's no one else around. The closest neighbor is about 3 miles away. At first, the solitude was relaxing. Now it bothers me a bit. I have to be on guard because there's no one to call for help in a hurry after dinner. I sometimes sit outside on the small porch. There's a thin wooden bench there. The orchard spreads out in front of the house, and I can barely see the fence on the other side because it's so wide. The trees stand in neat rows, but at night they all blend into a mass of dark shapes. The moonlight helps a little sometimes. I see the silvery outlines of the leaves, but it's still hard to make anything out. That's when I start hearing the first signs of movement, a crack of a twig, or the rustling of branches. At first I assumed it was a stray dog or maybe a raccoon, but it never feels that simple. One night I decided to do something about it. I grabbed my flashlight and my old hunting knife, which I keep on me just in case I stepped off the porch. Walked between the rows of trees and looked around for any sign of a person or an animal. I heard dry leaves getting crushed underfoot, but I couldn't see anything. I pointed my flashlight in all directions. Nothing. I tried calling out, no answer. Then I heard the sound again, closer this time, like someone stepping carefully to avoid being noticed. My chest felt tight. I called out again. Louder still. Nothing. I swung my flashlight in a wide arc. The beam landed on some branches, the ground, the fence line, and back to the rows of trees. There was no shape, no figure. It was just empty space in the orchard floor. I could hear my own breathing. I could hear my heartbeat drumming in my ears. Then I heard the sound of footsteps again, only a few yards behind me. I spun around. Nothing. I went back inside. My hands were trembling. My flashlight beam was shaking. When I sat down on the couch, I realized my shirt was soaked with sweat. I stayed up until dawn that night, jumping at every little noise. I told myself I'd install some motion sensor lights or even a camera system around the orchard. The next day I drove into town and checked prices, but they were too high. I decided to do things the old-fashioned way. Scout the area, keep my flashlight ready, and try to catch whoever or whatever was out there. I tried a different tactic the following night. Instead of walking around, I stayed hidden behind a group of trees near the middle of the orchard. I kept the flashlight off and just waited, crouched behind one of the thicker trunks. I had my back against the rough bark and I tried to control my breathing. After a while, I heard a slight shuffle on the ground like someone testing a step. My body tensed. My heart started thumping harder. I could feel adrenaline coursing through my veins. I slowly reached for the flashlight. I counted to 3 in my head and switched it on, swinging it around. There was nothing there, only the empty rows. My legs were cramped from staying in the same position, but I forced myself to hold still for another hour. I heard more noises, whispers, but not real words. Just a faint sound of air moving against something. It could have been the wind, but it felt too deliberate back at the house. I paced around my small living room trying to figure out what was happening. My stomach was twisted in knots. I tried to eat something, but I couldn't get past a few bites. I thought about calling someone, maybe the local sheriff or a friend in town, but I didn't know how to explain the situation. I hear footsteps, but there's nobody there. It sounds crazy. Still, I made a note to mention it next time I saw the sheriff in town just to see if he had any advice. The day passed like every other day. I worked on the orchard, loaded my truck with some fallen branches, burned a pile of them near the fence, and tried to keep busy that night. The noises started later than usual. Close to 2 in the morning, I was inside the house reading an old magazine and I heard a soft shuffle right outside the window. I froze. I turned off the light in the room. The inside of the house became pitch dark. My eyes adjusted slowly. I heard something brushing against the wall outside, maybe a hand or a body sliding by. My palms felt sweaty and I reached for my knife. I didn't want to open the door. Right away, I walked quietly to the window and peeked through a gap in the curtain. The yard was dimly lit by moonlight. I didn't see any shape or shadow that looked like a person. The fence gate was closed. I stared at the orchard, trying to catch any movement among the trees, but it was too dark. Then a sudden thump made me jump. It came from the side of the house near the corner. It sounded like someone banging on the wall with a fist or a stick. I almost dropped the knife. I swallowed hard and took a breath when I looked again. Nothing was there. The thumping stopped. I couldn't sleep after that. I stayed up until sunrise, just sitting on the couch with a knife in my hand. My back hurt from being so tense when morning came. I stepped outside. Everything looked calm. I walked around the house to check for damage, but didn't find any dents or scratches. The orchard looked the same as ever. No broken branches, no disturbed patches of dirt, no footprints. The only prints I saw were my own from the day before. It was frustrating. I felt like I was losing my grip on what was real. Over the next few days, I set up some makeshift traps around the orchard. I used pieces of rope tied to empty cans. If someone tripped over the rope, the cans would clatter and alert me. I placed them near the fence and along a few rows where I'd heard the footsteps. I also put some flour on the ground in small circles, hoping to catch any footprints after sundown. I watched from my bedroom window. The wind rustled the leaves and I heard a few normal night sounds. Crickets, maybe a distant coyote, but nothing unusual. Around midnight, I heard the faint clinking of one of the cans. My chest seized up and I rushed outside with the flashlight. I scanned the area. The rope was still there. The cans were still there, but they'd moved a bit. Like someone had nudged them. I spotted a trail of flour a few feet away, but it didn't look disturbed. I crouched down to inspect the ground. No footprints, no scuff marks. I stood up and felt a chill on my arms. I whispered, "Where the hell are you?" I spent the rest of the night awake, patrolling the orchard. Every half hour I walked in circles with the flashlight shining it into every corner behind every tree. Occasionally I heard a rustling or something that sounded like breathing, but I never caught sight of anyone. My legs grew tired, my head ached. My heart pounded so much that it felt like I was sprinting. Even though I was just creeping around the next morning, I was exhausted. I dragged myself through my chores, half asleep on my feet. At one point, I thought about quitting and leaving the property. I didn't sign up for this. I came to take care of trees, pick fruit, maybe sell some of it. I wanted a peaceful place away from city noise, but each night was turning into a standoff against something I couldn't identify. The orchard itself looked perfectly normal in daylight. The trees were quiet, the air smelled of leaves and dirt, The fence was intact. I kept telling myself maybe it was just animals, but animals usually leave tracks and they don't thump on walls like that. I started staying inside the house after dark. Locking every window, I kept all the lights on. At first, it made me feel safer, but it also made it easier for whatever was out there to see me. I turned off the lights one by one and stared outside. My phone had no signal out here, so I couldn't call anyone in the middle of the night if I needed to. I just sat listening. Each time I heard a crack or a shuffle, my stomach tightened, my hands became sweaty, my muscles tensed, ready to jump. Sometimes I'd grab the flashlight, open the door, and shine it around nothing. Other times I'd try to ignore the noises. Neither choice made me feel better once around 1 in the morning. I mustered the courage to stand on the porch for a few minutes. I just wanted to see if I could spot anything moving among the trees. The porch light cast a weak glow on the ground. My eyes scanned the distance. I saw the outlines of the orchard. Rose, the sky was clear and the moon was bright. I took a few steps down. The wood creaked under my feet. Then I heard a sudden rush of movement near the fence line. Leaves swishing, branches snapping. It sounded like a person sprinting. I called out, "Hey," but I didn't move any closer. My legs locked in place. The noise stopped as fast as it had started. I waited, shining the flashlight, listening for breathing or any other sign of life. Nothing came back. I backed up to the door, stepped inside, and locked it. That pattern repeated itself on most nights. I tried different strategies. Keeping the lights off all night, leaving them on, patrolling, staying put. But I never saw a person or an animal. The orchard remained calm during the day. I found no signs of forced entry, no broken fruit, no stolen tools. Yet every time I let my guard down after midnight, I'd hear something moving, whispering or banging on the walls. My sleep schedule became chaotic. I'd crash for a few hours in the early morning, then work all day in a tired fog. My appetite shrank. The tension in my shoulders felt constant, like a knot right near my spine. My eyes grew dull from lack of rest. One afternoon, I considered setting up a tape recorder or even buying a trail camera, but I hadn't saved enough money for decent surveillance equipment, and the cheap stuff wasn't worth the trouble. I told the local sheriff what I'd been experiencing, and he just shrugged. He said he'd send someone by if they got a chance, but they were short-staffed that same day. I tried warning the neighbor who lived a few miles down the road. He said he never heard anything strange at night, but he also admitted he slept with the TV on and never really paid attention. No help there now. Every evening, I watch the sun go down with a tight feeling in my chest. I clean my tools and store them. I lock the shed, lock the house, double-check the fence. I eat a small meal, and then I brace myself. I sit and wait. Sometimes I read to distract my mind, but the slightest noise makes me jump. Sometimes I think about sleeping in my truck, driving off if anything happens. But I've never actually done it. Something about this place keeps me pinned here, like I need to prove that I'm not scared off so easily still. The sounds continue. Footsteps on dry leaves, faint, whispers. Light knocks against the walls. It never ends. And when I look, there's never anyone there. I don't know what else to do. I haven't found a solution, and I can't pretend it's normal, but I also can't leave. Just yet, the orchard needs someone to take care of it, and I said I would do this job, so that's where I'm at. Waiting for another night, another round of noises. I can't explain, hoping I don't lose my nerve so far. I'm still here, but it's getting harder to stay calm. The nights keep dragging on, and those whispers don't stop. I just wonder if they ever will. I heard the first strange noise last month right at 3 o'clock in the morning. It was a scraping sound above my bedroom, sharp and repetitive. I thought it was a bird pecking on something. I was half asleep, so I rolled over and tried to ignore it, but it happened again the next night, and the next now. I can't get a full night's rest without thinking about those sounds on the roof. It's dry, driving me insane. I live in a small apartment on the top floor of an old building downtown. The building has 6 floors, and the elevator is slow, so I usually take the stairs. The hallways smell a bit musty, and the windows are narrow. The place has history, but it's not well maintained. The paint on the walls is peeling, and the doors creak. My apartment is a single bedroom unit with a cramped living room, a tiny kitchen and a bathroom that always seems damp. It's not fancy, but it's close to my job. I work as a night security guard at a parking garage a few blocks away, so I sleep late in the mornings and stay up during odd hours. That's probably why I'm the only one hearing these sounds. At first, I told myself it was just the wind or a stray cat. I talked to the superintendent, Mr. Gonalves, but he said nobody has gone up to the roof in months. He said the only way to the roof is through a locked access door at the end of the top floor hallway. He has the key, but he swears he hasn't opened it for a long time. I remember asking him about rats. He said the building's pest control was regular and thorough. He seemed sincere, and he even showed me the log of inspections from last year. There was no mention of any animals in the attic or on the roof still that didn't calm me. I kept hearing the noises. Some nights it sounded like scraping metal. Other nights it was a thumping that made my window rattle. It always happened past midnight, especially around 2 or 3 in the morning. I got fed up after a week of broken sleep one night. I waited for the noise to start. It was a Wednesday, and I had the following morning off around 2:30. I heard faint scratching right over my bed. My heart pounded. I sat up in bed, ears alert. The scratching came in short bursts, followed by silence. Then I heard a soft knocking. I got out of bed, pulled on a pair of sweatpants, and headed to the door. My legs felt stiff, and my stomach tightened with every step. I grabbed my flashlight from the kitchen drawer and walked into the hallway. The hallway lights were off, so everything was dim. Only a weak bulb at the far end of the hall was working. I saw the door to the roof access at the end, past 2 other apartments. I could hear my own breathing. It sounded rough and uneven. I realized I was a little scared, but I pushed that aside and moved forward. The floorboards creaked under my slippers. I tried to be quiet, but my footsteps echoed in the empty corridor when I reached the access door. I paused. I didn't have the key, and I knew it was always locked, but I tried the handle anyway. It didn't budge. I stood there for a moment, listening. Everything was dead silent. The quiet made my skin crawl. My ears felt strained, like I was searching for the faintest sound. After a few seconds, I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. I don't know why I knocked. I guess I wanted to see if there would be a reaction. I heard nothing then. I shined the flashlight at the edges of the door. The paint was old and flaking, but there was no sign of forced entry. No fresh scratches on the wood. I even checked the floor for footprints or debris. It was just dusty. I felt my arms tingle. I wasn't sure if I was relieved or more unsettled. I ended up going back to my apartment the rest of the night. I stayed awake in bed, waiting. The sounds didn't return that night, but they came back the next night over the following week. My routine became a cycle of anxiety. I tried earplugs. I tried sleeping with the TV on. Nothing helped. I usually heard the noises around 3 or 4 times a week, always at random intervals. Sometimes it was a dragging noise, like something heavy being pulled across the roof. Other times it was more like tapping on the ceiling. It always stopped the moment I got out of bed to investigate. I told some neighbors about it, but they hadn't noticed anything. Most of them are older folks who sleep early 1 or 2. Shrugged it off and said the building was old and had its creaks, but the noise I heard was distinct. It wasn't a pipe rattling or the wind. It sounded intentional, like someone or something actively moving around. I kept going back to the idea of an animal, but I hadn't seen droppings or fur, and the noise sometimes felt too strong for a small creature. One night it sounded like pounding, which made me jump out of bed and nearly drop my phone. I tried recording the noise on my phone a couple of times, but each time the sound stopped before I could hit record. Eventually, I decided I had to see the roof for myself. I caught the superintendent one morning and asked to borrow the key. He looked surprised but didn't argue. He handed over a long rusty key with a tag that said "Roof Access" in faded letters. He told me to be careful. I said I just wanted to check for loose shingles or something that might be making noise. He shrugged and walked away. That same afternoon, I went up to the top floor. It was daylight and everything seemed normal. I unlocked the roof access door, stepped outside, and squinted in the sun. The roof was flat with a few vents and some old air conditioning units. There was a low ledge around the perimeter about waist high. I walked the entire length of the roof looking for damage or signs of animals. The surface was a bit grimy with some small puddles. From recent rain, I didn't see any footprints or trash that might suggest someone was squatting up there. I checked the corners, examined the vents, and even climbed on a short ladder to peek into a ventilation shaft. It was empty, everything seemed normal. The only odd thing I noticed was a small rusted hatch near one of the vents, but it was sealed with a padlock that looked decades old. I tugged on it, but it didn't move. I stayed on the roof for a good hour, waiting to see if I heard anything. Nothing happened. No strange noises, just the hum of city traffic below and the occasional breeze. I went back downstairs, locked up, and returned the key to the superintendent. He asked me if I found anything, and I said, no. He nodded. Without much interest that night, I felt a little more relaxed, reeled. I thought maybe the noises had stopped, but around 3 in the morning I heard it again. A solid scraping sound like metal against concrete. I jolted upright. My heart thumped and my chest felt tight. I got out of bed and stood in my living room listening. The noise repeated 3 times, then stopped. My palms were sweaty. I looked at my front door, debating if I should run up the hallway stairs again. I decided to do it. I wanted to catch whoever was making that sound. I left my apartment in a hurry. I didn't even grab my slippers or my flashlight this time. I just went out in my socks. The hallway was dark as usual. My hands were shaking. I felt a light tremor in my legs, but I pushed forward. I rushed toward the access door and tried the knob locked. I pressed my ear to the door. I heard a faint clicking noise like nails against something hard. My scalp tingled, and I felt goosebumps on my arms. The sound was very close. Maybe on the other side of the door, I whispered. Hello? No reply. I braced myself and banged on the door. Who's there? Silence. I pressed my ear again. Nothing. I hurried back to my apartment to grab my phone. I dialed the superintendent's number, but he didn't pick up. It was too late at night. I thought about calling the police, but I hesitated. I wasn't sure if that was an emergency worth reporting, and I didn't want to look like an idiot. I ended up pacing around my apartment until dawn, checking the ceiling every few minutes. I never heard another sound that night in the morning. I felt exhausted, like I hadn't slept in days. My back was sore and my eyelids felt heavy. I went downstairs and waited by the superintendent's office until he showed up. I told him what happened. He gave me a worried look, but said he hadn't heard anything. I asked if someone else might have a spare key. He said only he and the building manager had access. The building manager was out of town for a week. I asked if he would come up with me that night if we heard the sounds again. He agreed. That night I tried to rest. I fell asleep around midnight. Sure enough, around 3:30 I woke up with a jolt. A loud thud echoed from above. My pulse raced. I grabbed my phone and called the superintendent. He answered on the second ring, sounding groggy. I told him it's happening again. Meet me on the top floor. He said, okay. I grabbed my flashlight and hurried out. He arrived a minute later, hair disheveled, wearing sweatpants and a t-shirt. He was carrying a heavy flashlight and had the key in his other hand. We both stood at the door listening. I pointed at the ceiling, trying to show him the direction of the sounds. It was quieter now, but there was a faint rustling or scraping. He gave me a nod, then unlocked the door. We stepped into the staircase that led up one more flight to the roof. The tension in my chest got worse. My breathing felt shallow. The superintendent's face looked tense. We reached the final door to the outside. He turned the key, pushed the door open, and shined his flashlight around. We stepped onto the roof. It was dark. The city lights reflected off of few metal surfaces. We walked slowly, checking every corner. I felt a cold sweat on my neck. I expected to see something move in the shadows, but everything was still. My teeth were clenched and my grip on my flashlight was so tight my knuckles hurt. We covered the entire roof, looking behind the air conditioning units, checking the sealed hatch, tapping on the vents. We didn't see any sign of forced entry or disturbance. There was only the distant sound of traffic. I glanced at the superintendent. He shrugged, looking uncomfortable. We stood there for a minute, scanning every inch of the roof. Nothing. We went back inside. He locked the door again and handed me his flashlight so I could look around the stairwell. It was empty. No footprints, no trash, no sign of a person. We both stood there, shoulders stiff. Eventually, he sighed and went back to his apartment. I turned to mine over the next few days. I tried to forget about it. The noises came and went. Sometimes I heard faint scratching. Other times it was stronger, like thumping. Each time I tried to investigate, it stopped. My chest would tighten and my hands would get clammy. I started losing sleep and my performance at work suffered. I was on edge all the time. I snapped at a coworker for no reason. Every night I lay awake waiting for the sounds. 2 nights ago, something changed. I was lying in bed at around 2 in the morning. My eyes were open, staring at the ceiling. I heard a soft clanking noise like metal hitting metal. I got up, heart pounding, and walked to my living room. The sound was louder. There I looked at my ceiling light fixture and noticed a slight flicker. Then I heard a loud thud, as if something landed on the roof right above me. I jumped back, feeling my chest. Hammer, I ran to my door, stepped into the hallway and listened. The building was silent except for a distant hum of someone's TV. I took a few slow steps toward the access door, but I stopped halfway. I was too tired to run up again and find nothing. My breathing felt rough. My legs felt weak. I turned around and went back to my apartment. The sounds continued for another minute, maybe 2, then faded. I sat on my couch wide awake until morning. I still don't have an explanation for the noises. I've considered calling the authorities, or maybe getting a professional to inspect the roof. But part of me thinks it's pointless. I've already checked up there with the superintendent. There's nothing I can't figure out why these noises happen only in the early morning hours and always stop when I go to investigate. The superintendent insists no one else has a key and there's no other way up. My neighbors claim they haven't heard a thing. I keep waiting for a night when I'll catch whoever or whatever is up there, but it never happens. I lie awake, my heart thawing, and I listen. Sometimes the noises last longer and get louder. I feel my pulse. Rush, my scalp tingles. I clutch my phone or my flashlight. I picture something prying the shingles or moving the metal ducts. But I never see it. Every time I open the door, there's just darkness and silence. The fear is growing, but so is my frustration. I don't know how to make it stop now each night. I feel the dread in my stomach before I hear anything. I stare at the ceiling. My hands shake my forehead. Sweats, I think about all the steps I've taken. I keep replaying them. Searching for something I missed, but I come up blank. The building is old, but it's solid enough. The roof is locked up tight. The superintendent is just as public puzzled as I am. Yet the noises won't stop, and I'm left with this constant tension in my chest. I don't know where it's heading, but I can't ignore it anymore right now. It's nearly 2. In the morning, I'm sitting in my living room typing this out on my phone. Waiting, my back hurts and my eyes are sore. The building is quiet, my windows are closed, my lights are off. I'm just waiting for the next scrape or knock. I'm sure it will come soon, and I'll get up, heart racing, hands shaking, ready to chase after it again, only to find nothing. I don't know if I'll ever figure this out, but I can't shake the feeling that something or someone is up there and it's not going away. I heard the hollow echo of my own footsteps. The first time I walked into that old hospital building, the place had the smell of dust and stale air. I remembered pausing for a second in the lobby, wondering if I should really take that temporary security job, but I needed the money and I've never been the type to turn down work. I told myself it was just another shift, just another empty building. I had no clue how wrong I was. I'm a 37-year-old guy from a small town. I'm no stranger to late nights and quiet halls. Before this gig, I worked security at a shopping mall that was usually easy-board teenagers, lost tourists, maybe a shoplifter, but this hospital was different. It had been shut down for a while and was scheduled for major renovations. The contractor needed someone to keep an eye on it. At night, the job sounded straightforward. Walk around every couple of hours, lock all the doors, make sure nobody was sneaking in to steal old equipment or copper wires. I showed up on my first night around 10 p.m. The lights in the main corridor worked, but half the building was under construction. Ructions, so entire sections were dark. I had a flashlight, a ring of keys, a thermos of coffee, and my phone. The first thing I noticed was how silent it felt. Not just quiet, silent. No hum of air conditioning, no beeping from monitors. Nothing. Every sound I made felt louder than it should. My boots on the tile floors, the jingle of my keys, even my breathing. I checked the ground floor first. There were old patient rooms with peeling paint, dusty waiting areas, and some broken chairs. The windows had boards on them. In a few places I saw piles of construction materials in corners. Buckets of paint, stacks of tiles, and random tools. I locked a couple of doors that led to storage rooms and made a note on my clipboard. Then I took the elevator to the second floor, but it jerked in a strange way, so I decided to use the stairs. From then on, I wasn't in the mood to get stuck in an elevator in a place like that. The second and third floors were mostly the same dark corridors, scattered debris, and old signs pointing to what used to be wards. I locked everything up, double-checked the rooms, and made a list of anything that looked out of place. Then I settled in the old security office on the first floor. That place had a desk, a few monitors, most of which were powered off or not connected, and a creaky swivel chair. I spent the rest of the night sipping coffee, watching some videos on my phone, and occasionally heading out for another round. Nothing happened. It was boring, but I preferred it that way. The second night was almost the same. I did my rounds. Found nothing unusual and spent most of the time in the security office. The third night, I heard some weird clanging sounds in one of the back corridors. It sounded like metal pipes. I walked over to investigate and found a half-open supply closet with some loose pipes. Leaning against the wall, one of them had fallen and made a noise. I pushed it aside, closed, and locked the closet and went back to my seat. My shift ended at 6 o'clock in the morning, and I drove home feeling a little tired but not spooked. Around the end of my first week, I got more used to the building. I knew which floors made weird sounds, which corners were cluttered with debris, and where the light still worked. But I also started feeling uneasy in certain areas. There was one corridor on the third floor with a row of empty patient rooms. Every time I walked through there, I felt pressure in my chest. My breathing got tight and I got goosebumps. I told myself it was just the stale air or maybe some leftover chemicals from old cleaning supplies, but I tried to avoid going down that hallway alone in the dark. I stuck to the main route when possible. Then came the night I can't explain. It was after midnight. I think it was around 2:30 a.m. I was bored in the security office, flipping through old magazines I found in a drawer. I decided to do my regular round, so I got up, grabbed my flashlight, and checked the first floor. I then walked up the stairs to the second floor. My plan was to walk the perimeter, check all the doors, and come back down. I walked slowly, shining my flashlight on the walls and corners. The overhead lights were off in that section. Because of the renovation, I passed by a small break room, then a wide hallway that led to some administrative offices. I tried a few doorknobs, all locked. I went around a corner that opened into a larger corridor. It was long and dark with a single flickering light at the far end. I heard my own footsteps echo. I remember the squeak of my boots. The air felt colder than usual. I could see my breath in front of me. I thought maybe a window was open or broken somewhere. Letting in the night air, as I got closer to the end of the corridor, I saw a door that looked slightly ajar. It was almost at the very end of the hallway near the corner. I was certain I had locked that door earlier. I had checked all doors on the second floor around 11 p.m. to make sure they were secured. My heart started beating faster. I wondered if maybe a worker came in during the day and forgot to close it properly, but it looked half open, not just unlocked. I approached slowly. My flashlight beam danced on the walls. My mouth felt dry and I could hear my pulse in my ears. I tried to keep my steps quiet, but the tiles made that impossible. As I got closer, I felt a cold breeze move past me like a sudden draft. The door creaked louder, as if something was pushing it from the other side. I was about 10 feet away when I heard a low scraping sound like metal dragging against the floor. I froze for a second, trying to figure out if I should call out or just keep walking. I decided to call out. My voice shook a little. "Anybody there? Hello?" I waited, but there was nothing. No footsteps, no voice. Just the hum of my flashlight. and that occasional flickering overhead light. I moved closer. The door was maybe 2 feet open. Now I saw darkness inside the room looked abandoned. No furniture, no equipment, just empty space. I took 1 step forward, shining the flashlight in. That's when the door started to move. It swung shut in one quick motion, slamming so hard that I felt the vibration in my chest. I jumped back, my heart pounding. The door missed my face by inches for a moment. I just stood there, breathing hard. I tried the doorknob. It was locked. I jiggled it and it wouldn't budge. I got the keys off my belt and tested each one, even though I was pretty sure which key opened that room. None of them worked because the lock was engaged from the inside. I checked the door frame for signs of forced entry. Nothing. It looked undamaged. The lock was intact. It was as if someone had locked it from inside, but there was no sound coming from the room. Now I had a strong urge to yank the door open and search the place, but the lock just wouldn't give. I stood there for a while trying to calm down. My hands were shaking. The corridor felt colder than before. I glanced around trying to see if there was any ventilation system or open window that could cause a gust of air, but everything was sealed up. The hallway was dead still. My flashlight illuminated dust motes in the air, but I didn't see any obvious draft yet. I felt that cold wind earlier right before the door slammed. I finally decided to go back to the security office and check the building layout. Maybe there was another way into that room. I found an old floor plan and a file cabinet. It showed that the room was a storage closet with only one entrance and no window. Windows, there were no vents big enough for someone to crawl through. I grabbed the master keyring again and returned to the second floor. I tried the door once more, but it was still locked tight. My mind raced with possibilities. Maybe someone had snuck in earlier, tampered with the lock, and was messing with me. But the building was empty as far as I could tell, and the only door to that room was the one I was staring at. The hinges looked old and rusty, but they worked well enough to slam in my face. I thought about calling the supervisor, but I wasn't sure what to say. The door opened by itself and then locked itself from inside sounded ridiculous. Still, I wrote down the incident in my log, marking the time around 2:45 a.m. The rest of the night was painful. I couldn't focus on anything else. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that door swinging shut. I did a few more rounds, but I avoided that hallway. Part of me wanted to figure out a way to open that door, but I was honest. Lie too shaken to try prying it or forcing it open. I didn't want to see what was inside. If I managed to break in, my shift ended at 600. The morning light in the lobby was a relief. I practically ran to my car when I came back the following night. I felt nervous just stepping into the lobby. The building seemed darker, like it was feeding off my anxiety. I headed to the second floor right away, determined to check that door again in the light of my flashlight. Maybe I'd find a rational explanation. I found it locked, just like before. I tried the same keys. None worked. I pressed my ear to the door. No sounds from inside. I went back downstairs and found the head contractor's phone number in my files. I called him. He said nobody had been in that area for a while and that the locks hadn't been changed. I told him the door was stuck. He said he'd send a worker in the morning to check it out. I thanked him and hung up. I didn't mention the strange part about the door slamming on its own. I just said it seemed jammed. I spent that entire shift jumpy, turning around at every sound, checking corners, feeling my heart skip beats every time something clanked in the distance. I kept the lights on where I could, but a lot of them didn't work because of the electrical shutdown. I kept my flashlight close and tried to distract myself with my phone. Around midnight, I forced myself to do a full round. I told myself I had to be professional. I walked the first floor, everything normal. I climbed the stairs, checking my watch every few steps. The second floor was silent. The corridor looked the same. With that flickering light near the end, I stared at the locked door from a distance, shining my flashlight on it, but I didn't go near it. My pulse was racing, the hallway was freezing cold, and I felt a slight draft on my neck. I turned around fast, expecting to see something behind me, but there was nothing. Just emptiness. I walked back to the stairs as fast as I could without running. At some point, I realized my arms and neck were damp with sweat. I felt a knot in my stomach. I was relieved when dawn came and I saw workers start to arrive. I asked one of the guys if he could help open that door. He took a look. He had a big ring of keys too. None worked. He even tried using a screwdriver to pop the lock, but it wouldn't budge the guy. Shrugged and told me we'd need a locksmith or someone to remove the entire lock assembly. Then he walked away saying he'd tell the foreman. Later that same day, I got a call from my supervisor. He said they might not need a night guard anymore because the construction schedule had changed. They were going to do some structural work that required the building to be sealed for safety. I didn't argue. I was actually relieved I finished out that week, but I stayed on the first floor most of the time. I locked every door I could, didn't bother going near that corridor again. On my last night, I did one final walkthrough. I paused at the bottom of the stairs leading to the second floor. I felt the urge to go up there just to see if anything had changed, but I didn't. I just tightened my grip on the flashlight, said nope under my breath, and walked away. To this day, I can't explain what happened. That door was locked from inside. I know I secured it earlier. I know it opened by itself, and I felt a gust of cold air that had no source. It slammed shut so hard that I thought the glass would break. I didn't see any strings or wires. I didn't see a person. The door just moved on its own. I've worked plenty of security jobs since then, some in old buildings, some in new ones, but I still remember how my heart felt like it would jump out of my chest that night. I still remember the fear that crawled up my spine. I never had a logical explanation, and I stopped looking for one. A long time ago, that door was between me and something I don't understand, and I'm fine. Leaving it at that, I got off the bus and saw the small train station in front of me. The light from a single lamp glowed dimly against the concrete. I could see a short platform, a metal bench, and a few signs that looked worn out. My watch showed it was past 11 at night. I was annoyed at my own mistake because I had messed up the train schedule earlier in the day. By the time I arrived, the place was empty. There were no employees, no other passengers, and no sounds. Besides a faint hum from some distant electrical unit, I felt a slight chill roll over my arms, so I pulled my jacket closer. The bus driver had dropped me off at the entrance to the station and drove away before I could say anything else. Now I stood there wondering if I should just wait on the platform or try to find some information about the next train. That was when I noticed the ticket booth was shut and locked. The station doors were sealed. There was just that bench, the dull lamp and the dark track stretching out in both directions. I walked over to the bench. It was an old metal bench with chipped paint. The seat felt cold and I shifted around to get comfortable. My suitcase rested by my feet. I didn't see any trash cans or vending machines. The place had no amenities. At least none that I could spot, in that lighting the lamp above me cast a weak yellowish glow that didn't reach far beyond the bench. When I looked down the platform, I could make out a sign with the station's name, but I couldn't read it clearly from where I sat. The rest of the station fell off into darkness that seemed heavier than normal. I tried not to think about it. I'd been in quiet places before, but this felt different. There was a mild breeze, and I heard it rattling some loose piece of metal on the roof. It wasn't exactly peaceful. It felt lonely and strange. My phone didn't have a strong signal. I tried to check train schedules online, but the page wouldn't load no data. I sighed and shoved the phone back into my pocket. My plan was to catch the first train in the early morning, which I guessed might show up around 5 or 6. That meant I had about 6 hours or so to kill. Maybe I could walk around outside the station to find a taxi, but it seemed unlikely at that hour in this little town, plus the next bus wasn't coming until the next day. I decided to wait it out. I thought I might doze off if I found a better spot, but I didn't see any enclosed waiting area. Everything was locked, and it looked like nobody had used that station in a while. I leaned back, put my arms across the top of the bench, and stared at the flickering lamp. After a few minutes, I caught a faint sound. It was a steady rhythmic tap. At first, I assumed it was my own foot hitting the bench leg, so I shifted my legs and listened again. The noise persisted. I stood up to get a better listen. The tapping stopped, and the sudden quiet made my neck hair stand on end. My heart gave a quick jolt, but I tried to brush it off as nothing. I rubbed my hands together, trying to keep my nerves in check. Then I heard it again, distinct footsteps that seemed to come from the far end of the platform. Near the spot where the overhead light barely reached, they were slow and deliberate. like someone walking carefully along the concrete. I expected someone to appear, but nobody came into the light. The footsteps had a steady pattern, heel toe, but they didn't speed up or slow down in any obvious way. I turned my head to look, and I saw nothing but the empty platform. I walked a few steps closer to the edge of the lit area. The footsteps sounded like they were about the same distance away, still hidden in the darkness. I paused, and they paused. I stepped, and they stepped. My chest felt tight. I remember thinking maybe the echo of my own steps was bouncing off some weird angle in the station, creating an illusion, but the pattern sounded off like there was a fraction of a second lag. It wasn't a perfect echo. I tried a little experiment. I stood still for about 10 seconds. My breathing was shallow, and I felt my pulse in my temples. No footsteps came. The station was completely quiet. Then I took one step forward. Sure enough, I heard another step, maybe 2 steps away from me. It sounded like it came from that same dark area. I leaned forward, squinting into the gloom, but there was absolutely nothing to see. My heart started pounding harder, the hair on my arm stood up. I could even feel sweat building up under my collar. I swallowed and listened some more. No movement, no footsteps. I backed away until I was closer to the bench again. My eyes darted around, scanning for anything or anyone. There were no signs of life. The bench was just as I left it, my suitcase still resting against it. The lamp flickered, and I cursed under my breath. I didn't want that light to go out. I decided to sit down again, keep calm, and test a theory. I waited a few seconds, then I tapped my heel against the ground. Immediately, I heard a single tap in the distance. I tapped 3 times, and I heard 3 faint taps echoing back. It felt like I was playing some bizarre call and response with an invisible presence. I realized my breaths were coming out short. My mouth felt dry. I looked around, searching for any sign that this was a prank. Maybe a station worker or a local kid messing with me, but I saw no movement at all. The footsteps never moved out of the darkness. They stayed at the same distance. I began to worry about how the night might unfold. The last thing I wanted was to be stuck with some stranger lurking around. I didn't know if they were harmless or waiting for a chance to confront me. I decided to break the tension. I stood up, cleared my throat, and walked down the platform toward the dark area. My footsteps felt loud on the concrete, each one echoing in that deserted station. Sure enough, I heard the matching footsteps. They seemed to retreat as I advanced, maintaining the same distance. I called out, "Hello, is someone there?" My voice echoed, but there was no response. Besides that steady pattern of steps, I walked until I reached the edge of the lamp's glow, and I stopped. My eyes tried to adjust to the dark, but I couldn't see much. There was just the faint outline of the platform's end, some gravel and the tracks disappearing into the night. The footsteps halted. I felt my palms sweating, and I noticed a slight tremor in my fingers. I took a deep breath and stepped one more time into the dark. No responding footsteps this time. I held my breath, listening, nothing. The wind kicked up a bit, and I felt a light breeze graze my face. I stood there, heart pounding, and then I stepped back into the light. I felt a bit shaky, like my body couldn't decide whether to fight or run. I turned around and went back to the bench, rubbing my palms on my pants. My brain churned with possibilities. Maybe I was imagining things, but those sounds were too clear to be a trick of the wind. I sat down again and tried to keep still. I glanced at my watch. It was almost midnight. I figured I should wait and see if the footsteps started again. After a minute or so, I heard them, but they were softer this time, almost hesitant. They came from the same part of the platform, the far end where the darkness was thick. Each step matched my own heartbeat. In a strange, uncomfortable way, I dug my fingernails into my palms. My breathing felt shallow again. I scanned the area, but I couldn't see any shape figure or shadow. Just the platform, the tracks, and that flickering light. My mind raced with questions. Was I dealing with a person who was intentionally staying hidden, or was it something else I couldn't make sense of? I stood up and moved in a small circle, stamping my feet lightly. Sure enough, the footsteps mirrored my movements when I paused. They paused, my neck tensed up, and I felt my teeth clench. The tension in my chest made it hard to breathe. Normally, then I decided to stop completely. I placed my hands on my hips and waited. The footsteps didn't stop right away. They went on for another 2 or 3 steps and then faded into silence. It was the first time I had heard them continue without me moving that rattled me. I felt a wave of fear crawl up my spine and my hands shook a little. I tried to calm down by taking slow, controlled breaths. I looked around again, hoping to spot a security camera or an emergency phone. Nothing. The station was too small for that kind of infrastructure. I guess the only technology I saw was a small electrical box on the wall near the ticket booth. I cursed under my breath, feeling trapped. My best option was just to wait for the train, but who knew what might happen? In the next 5 or 6 hours, I thought about leaving the station altogether and walking back to the main road, but that felt risky. I had no idea if there were any open businesses or if it was just empty roads all the way back. Also, I was worried that if this was a person messing with me, maybe they were waiting in the dark outside. I forced myself to focus on something practical. I remembered that the train sometimes had schedules posted on the walls. I got up and walked to the bulletin board near the locked station entrance. The footsteps seemed to follow, but I ignored them as best I could. My heart thumped in my chest. The schedule on the board was old and faded. I could barely read the print. It looked like the next train might arrive around 5 in the morning, but I couldn't be certain. I rested a hand on the wall, trying to steady myself. The footsteps had stopped again. Silence pressed in around me, and I felt the weight of it in my ears. After checking the schedule, I turned back to the bench. My shoes tapped against the concrete, and I noticed the footsteps didn't restart. Right away, I reached the bench, sat down, and waited 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Nothing. Then, out of nowhere, I heard a single tap, as if someone dropped a small object on the ground. It came from somewhere near the bench. I looked around, bending forward to see if something had fallen. I saw nothing. The tension in my stomach twisted harder. I felt a nervous ache behind my eyes. I kept scanning the darkness, expecting to see someone step forward. Nobody appeared. My breathing got heavier, and I felt a tightness in my throat. I told myself to be logical, but each new sound chipped away at my composure. I grabbed my suitcase and set it on the bench beside me. I felt better knowing I could snatch it up and run if I had to. I also checked my phone again, hoping maybe a signal had popped up still. No reception. The little symbol on my screen showed one bar that flickered away as soon as I tried to place a call. A few minutes went by without any more footsteps or taps. I let myself relax just a bit. My shoulders sagged, and I rolled my neck to relieve some of the tension that was when I heard another noise. It wasn't footsteps this time. It sounded like a quiet scraping, like something dragged lightly over the ground. I leapt up, my heart hammering. The sound stopped as soon as I stood. I edged toward the far side of the platform. Keeping my eyes on the darkness, the station felt colder than before. My nose was slightly numb. My fingers felt tingly. I reached the end of the lid area. The scraping started again, but it was too faint to pinpoint. I called out, "Is there someone here?" My voice cracked. No answer. I moved back to the bench, grabbing my suitcase handle. I decided I'd stand near the middle of the platform so I could see as much as possible in every direction. The lamp above me flickered again. My breath caught in my throat. If the light went out, I'd be standing in total darkness. That thought sent a rush of adrenaline through my body. My legs felt jittery. I kept checking the sky, hoping for a sign of dawn. It was still pitch black, and the moon was behind a thick layer of clouds. I stood there alert for several minutes. I heard no more footsteps or scraping. The station was silent except for the occasional wind gust. After a while, I lowered my guard. Slightly, I told myself I might have dozed off or let my imagination run wild. But deep down, I knew those sounds were real. They were too crisp to be a figment of my mind. I tried to reason that it could have been an animal, maybe a stray cat walking around. But that didn't match the pattern I had heard. Time dragged, my back started to ache, and my legs felt stiff from standing. I placed my suitcase on the ground and sat on it. At least that let me be ready to move quickly if I had to. The station remained still now, and then I felt a shift in the air like a slight breeze, but that was it. My mouth was dry and my stomach growled. I had no food or water with me. I kept glancing at my watch. Each minute felt like an hour. At some point, I closed my eyes for a second, trying to rest. Then I heard a clang from somewhere behind me, like metal hitting metal. I whipped around so fast I nearly dropped my phone. I didn't see anything. The clang didn't repeat. I listened for footsteps, but there were none. I got up and paced around, feeling the rough surface of the concrete under my shoes. My heart was still racing, but I tried to keep my cool. The flickering lamp was the only comfort I had. I patted my pockets to make sure I had everything. My wallet was there. My phone was in my hand and I had my keys. I couldn't do much else but wait. Every few minutes I looked down the tracks, hoping to see train headlights in the distance. The horizon stayed dark. Eventually the sky began to shift. It started as a barely noticeable gray at the very edge of the horizon. Then it became a lighter shade and I could see the outlines of buildings in the distance. My watch read just after 5 in the morning. I exhaled in relief when I heard a soft rumble on the tracks. Within a few minutes, a train horn sounded faint but clear. The overhead light was still flickering and my nerves were still on edge. But I felt a glimmer of hope that I could finally leave this place. I looked around one last time, scanning the platform. It was empty. No shadow or figure, no tapping, no scraping, nothing. The train pulled in and I felt like I could breathe again when the doors opened. I stepped inside and found a seat near the window. My body was tense and my pulse still throbbed in my ears as the train started moving. I stared out at that tiny station getting smaller behind me. I couldn't see anything unusual, just a deserted platform with a dim lamp. Yet the memory of those footsteps stayed with me and I felt a lingering chill in my chest. I shifted in my seat and tried to relax, but my heart was still beating fast. My hands wouldn't stop shaking, so I gripped my knees and took a few deep breaths. A couple of other passengers on the train barely noticed me. They were either too tired or too preoccupied to pay attention to some tense guy looking over his shoulder. I tried to think of a rational explanation for what had happened. Maybe there was a drifter in the shadows following me for some reason, but then deciding to back off. Maybe the station had an echo effect I'd never encountered before, no matter what I told myself. I knew what I heard the sound of those footsteps matching mine, stopping when I stopped, then continuing without me at the end. That was the detail that kept looping. In my head, by the time I reached my destination, the sun was fully up. I grabbed my suitcase and headed off the train. The platform at this bigger station was bustling with commuters. Rushing around, it felt almost surreal after the emptiness of the previous station. I took a moment to compose myself before I went to find a cab. My shirt was damp with sweat and my back felt knotted. I couldn't shake that leftover tension, but at least I was around people. At least I wasn't alone on some dark, isolated platform. I still don't have a solid EXP explanation for what happened back there. I keep replaying the steps in my mind, hearing them in the distance, matching them with my own stopping, and then hearing them continue. All I can say is it happened and it felt real. I felt that fear in my bones. Even now when I think about it, my skin crawls. Maybe it was just a trick of sound or my mind playing games. Or maybe there was someone lurking around that station enjoying a twisted way of spook. A lone traveler, I can't be sure, and I'm not eager to go back there and investigate. All I know is that I spent hours on that station platform fighting the urge to run away, all because of those footsteps that made no sense. The memory still clings to me, and I don't think I'll forget it anytime soon. If anyone ever asks about odd experiences during travel, that station is the first thing that comes to mind. I have no plans to return, and that's really all there is to it. I first noticed something was off in my basement when I went down there to look for some old tools. The light fixture on the ceiling gave off a weak glow and the corners were always in shadow. I never used to pay attention to that mirror against the wall. It was just there, left by the previous owner, too big and heavy to move. But the day I caught a glimpse of something that didn't belong my gut. Twisted, I saw furniture that wasn't in my basement. There was a rocking chair and I swear I saw a figure sitting on it. moving back and forth in a slow rhythm. It vanished when I turned around, but the image stuck in my mind. That's when everything began to change. I'm a straightforward guy. I don't read scary books or watch many horror movies, but something about that reflection disturbed me. I decided to test it right away. I moved a stack of boxes in front of the mirror, wanting to see if the reflection would match. The real basement had those boxes stacked against the wall. When I looked in the mirror, though I didn't see the boxes, I saw a rocking chair in that exact spot. A figure sat there with its back slightly turned, shoulders, hunched arms resting on the chair's armrests. The rocking motion was slow, almost gentle. I froze staring at that shape, trying to pick out details. The figure had a dark jacket or maybe a sweater. Its hair, if it had hair, looked black, but I couldn't see a face. Then it lifted a hand like a slow wave. My neck tightened and I felt my pulse thumping in my ears. I walked away. I tried to calm myself upstairs, leaning against the kitchen counter, feeling my hands tremble. The rest of the house felt normal. I could hear the hum of the refrigerator. I could see the sun shining through the window. Everything was in its place except for the feeling that something was waiting for me down there. My heart felt heavy, but I had to be sure maybe my mind was playing tricks, so I went back. I took a deep breath and forced myself to flip on that weak basement light again. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I saw the mirror right where it always was, tilted slightly forward. Leaning against the wall, the stack of boxes still blocked the wall in real life, but in the mirror's image, there was only the rocking chair. The figure didn't move. I stepped closer. My shoes made a scraping sound on the rough cement floor. I noticed a strange hush. Even the old pipe seemed quieter. The figure started rocking again, a soft creaking that made my skin crawl. It felt like the sound was leaking through the mirror. I walked around the mirror, checking its backside. I ran my hand along the frame, feeling for any gaps or hidden compartments. It was just wood and glass covered in dust. No wires, no screens. Nothing that made sense as an explanation. The reflection showed a room like mine, but not identical. The walls looked darker, and I saw shapes of furniture that didn't match anything. I owned the only clear item was that rocking chair. I tried to move the mirror to see if the reflection would change. The mirror was heavy, so I just tilted it a bit, keeping my hands on the sides, bracing myself. The reflection changed angles too, but the chair and the figure remained there. The figure adjusted its head as if looking right at me. I felt a chill wash over my arms and neck. I dropped the mirror back against the wall, then backed away, breathing faster. I spent the rest of that day pretending the mirror wasn't there. I tried watching TV in the living room. I tried going outside to clean up the yard, but every time I let my guard down, I pictured that figure lifting its hand at me. My stomach felt tight. My legs felt restless by evening. I couldn't ignore it anymore. I had to figure out what was going on. I grabbed a flashlight and a small crowbar, although I had no plan. I told myself I was just checking the basement for leaks or something practical in reality. My mind kept cycling through questions. Is it a ghost? Is it some trick of my eyes? Is the mirror cursed? I had no clue, but I needed to do something. My footsteps down the stairs felt heavier than usual, like the air itself pushed down on me. The basement. Light flickered for a second when I pulled the chain, but then it stayed on. The reflection was there. Again, the figure was in the same spot, sitting still. The rocking chair wasn't moving. I walked up to the mirror and stared straight at the figure. It felt like I was challenging it. Somehow the figure lifted its head, and I saw a hint of a face, pale and blurry. I couldn't tell if it was male or female. It slowly raised its right hand and waved again, a gentle side-to-side motion of the wrist. My heart pounded so hard that my vision felt shaky. My palms were slick with sweat, and I adjusted my grip on the flashlight. I reached out and touched the mirror's surface. The glass was cold. I pressed a bit, but it felt solid. I pulled my hand back and looked at my fingertips. Expecting some sign of condensation or something strange, they were just cold. I bent down to peer into the corners of the mirror, hoping to see the reflections. Edges warping the image stayed consistent, showing that other basement. The figure's head tilted like it was curious. My arms got goosebumps. I could feel the hairs on my neck prickling. I let out a shaky exhale and stood up straight. I stepped back, raised the crowbar, and decided I would tap the glass. I gave it a light knock, half expecting the glass to shatter or something to happen. The figure didn't move. The reflection didn't. Ripple, it stayed the same. I knocked again a bit harder. The sound echoed around me. That's when the figure slowly reached for the armrest and started rocking again, forward and backward. The same even pace. I heard a faint squeak or creak. It almost felt like it was in the basement with me, though I couldn't pinpoint the exact direction of the sound. I couldn't stand it anymore. I left the basement, my legs felt stiff and my chest felt tight upstairs. I locked the door leading down to the basement. It was a flimsy lock, just a basic doorknob lock, but it gave me a tiny sense of control. I ended up sitting in the living room with all the lights on, tapping my foot and checking the time on my phone. My mind kept replaying the rocking motion. I couldn't figure out what the figure wanted or what it might do. Every time I closed my eyes, I pictured that slow wave. I didn't sleep well that night. I woke up several times sweating and gasping, convinced I heard a creaking sound coming from below. But whenever I listened carefully, the house was silent, except for the normal hum of the heater and the slight rattle of the air ducts in. In the morning, I felt groggy and tense. My muscles were sore from how rigid I had been all night. I decided to return to the basement in the daylight, thinking that maybe sunlight would make everything less terrifying around midday. I unlocked the basement door. The steps creaked under my weight as I went down. I had my flashlight and crowbar again. The mirror was still there, leaning against the wall with those dusty edges and that dim reflection the figure was rocking. I couldn't see its face in detail, but I sensed it was waiting for me. I took a few steps closer, feeling that jittery sensation in my stomach. Then I stopped. The figure stopped rocking. It turned its head toward me. It slowly stood up from the chair, its outline shifting in the reflection. My breath caught in my throat. I saw it stand, and then I couldn't see the chair anymore. The figure was closer to the glass in that other space. As if it had stepped forward, it looked like it was about the same height as me. It extended a hand forward, palm facing me, almost pressing it against the mirror on its side. I felt a freezing chill run through me. I stepped back and accidentally kicked a box. My breathing went shallow and I gripped the crowbar so tight that my knuckles hurt. I didn't want to see what would happen if I stayed. I backed away slowly, never taking my eyes off the mirror. The figure stayed in place, hand against the glass. Head tilted. It didn't follow me, at least. Not in the reflection. I reached the staircase and hurried up my chest, thawing with fear. I left the light on down there and slammed the door shut at the top for several days. I avoided the basement. I went to work. Came home and did my best to ignore the presence downstairs. I tried to distract myself with errands, chores, and mindless TV shows, but at night I felt a persistent pressure in my chest. Like the feeling you get before a storm, every so often I heard faint sounds below, little taps or soft scraping noises, though I couldn't be sure if they were real or if my imagination was out of control. After about a week, I knew I had to face it again. I couldn't just let that thing linger in my house one evening. I got a roll of thick plastic and some duct tape. My plan was simple: cover the mirror, seal it up, and see if that would block whatever was happening. I went down the stairs slowly, turning on every light I had. My body felt tense, but I tried to steady my breathing. The mirror sat there with the reflection. As always, at first I didn't see the figure. The chair was empty in the reflection. I took a step forward, scanning the glass. Then I noticed movement at the edge. The figure was standing off to the side, half in shadow. Its shoulders were slightly forward, as if it was peering around the corner of that other basement. I swallowed hard. My mouth felt dry. My heart pounded, but I forced myself to unroll the plastic sheet. I kept my eyes on the mirror. The figure remained in that corner, barely visible. I stretched the plastic over the glass. My hands shook as I tore strips of duct tape and fixed the sheet in place. The reflection got darker and darker as the plastic covered more of the glass. I didn't hear any sounds, but I felt like the air was thick, making it harder to breathe. Finally, I had the entire mirror covered. I ran my hands over the edges, smoothing the tape for a moment. I stood there waiting. I wondered if I'd feel something pushing against it, but everything stayed still. I left the basement with the mirror covered that night. I slept a little better. I still dreamt about it, but at least I didn't have the urge to check every noise over the next few days. I tried to forget. I told myself it was over. The basement felt less threatening, so I went down there to do laundry and grab tools, always avoiding that far wall. I didn't want to look at the mirror even with the plastic on it, but 3 days later I heard a noise that made my chest tighten in an instant. It was a distinct here, like the sound of plastic ripping. I was in the hallway and I stopped in my tracks. The sound came from below. My first thought was that maybe I didn't tape it well enough. Maybe the plastic was just coming loose, but I also had a terrifying thought. Something might be pulling it off. I stood there at the top of the basement stairs, gripping the banister, my hands sweaty. I grabbed a flashlight and stood on the top step. The light switch was at the bottom of the stairs, so I had to descend in the dark until I reached it. The ripping sound was gone and the basement felt quiet. I took each step, slowly aiming the flashlight ahead. When I reached the bottom, I pulled the chain to turn on the overhead bulb. My stomach sank when I saw the plastic. It was peeled back from one side like a corner had been tugged loose. The duct tape was still stuck to the frame, but the plastic was ripped down the middle. A large vertical tear I approached with my flashlight raised. The inside of the tear showed the mirror's glass. The reflection inside was pitch black at first because the rest of the plastic was blocking the light. Then in that opening, I saw movement. The figure's face appeared near the TR, peering out as if it was looking through a gap in a curtain. I gasped and stumbled back. Almost falling over a box, I landed on one knee, my heart hammering so hard I could hear it. The figure's face was still indistinct, but I could see its eyes. They were dark, and they felt focused on me. My hands were shaking as I scrambled upright. I grabbed the nearest thing, a spare piece of wood, and swung it at the mirror. The wood bounced off without breaking the glass. The sound was loud, and I winced, half expecting shards to fly everywhere, but the mirror stayed intact. That face didn't flinch. The figure just pulled back slightly, disappearing into the gloom of that other room. I stood there breathing hard, my arms tingling with adrenaline. I had no clue what to do next, so I ran upstairs and slammed the door. My hands were unsteady and my legs felt weak. I paced around my living room thinking about calling someone, but who would I call? A mirror repair service? The cops? A paranormal investigator? I ended up just standing by the kitchen sink holding a glass of water. Trying to calm myself, my shirt was damp with sweat. When I finally went back down, I was done playing around. I came armed with a hammer and a large blanket. I wrapped the blanket around the mirror, covering the ripped plastic in the process. Then I used the hammer to drive nails into the wall around it. Hooking the edges of the blanket, I wanted to bury that thing under layers of fabric and tape. My breathing was uneven, and I felt my arm muscles strain with each hammer swing every time the hammer struck. I expected something to burst out from beneath the blanket, but nothing happened. Now the mirror is completely sealed up behind layers of plastic fabric and nails. I avoid that part of the basement some nights. I think I hear rocking or a soft scraping sound, but I try to ignore it. I've thought about moving out or maybe hiring someone to haul that mirror away, but I haven't decided yet. Every time I gather the nerve to do something drastic, I remember the figure standing there looking out, raising its hand in that slow, deliberate wave. My spine tightens at the thought. I don't know what that thing is or why it's there. I only know I don't want to see it again. I keep the door locked and I keep my mind off the basement. But whenever I pass by that door, I feel a weight in my chest and I listen for noises. I haven't heard any more tearing sounds. I haven't seen any new rips in the covering. Still, part of me worries that if I ever do see the figure again, it'll be standing on my side of the mirror. For now, I'm trying to live my life as normally as possible. I watch TV, make dinner, and go to work. But whenever I'm at home alone, I'm aware of that basement. I feel the tension in my shoulders. I keep thinking about that slow wave, the rocking chair that doesn't exist in my house, and the way the figure's face seemed to be studying me. The mirror is still down there, hidden behind thick layers I put up in desperation, but I know it's not gone. It's waiting, and I'm not sure how long I can stand living above something that watches me from a place that shouldn't exist. I don't have a neat ending for this. I'm stuck with that mirror for now, and I'm doing my best to pretend everything's fine. But every time I walk by that basement door, I feel an urge to listen, as if the figure might call out or bang on the glass. Sometimes I think about just setting the whole thing on fire or smashing it into pieces, but I'm scared of what I might unleash. If I break the glass, maybe I'll do it anyway, or maybe I'll try to get rid of it in some other way. Until then, it stays downstairs silent and covered, but very much there, and I can't forget it. I wish I could, but I can't. Hello everyone, I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. The first night in my new apartment, I convinced myself the sounds were just the building settling. By the third night, I knew better. There's a difference between the random creaks of an aging structure and the deliberate, measured cadence of footsteps. Someone or something was pacing the hallway outside my door at 2:11:13 a.m. Not that the building manager would admit it. "You're the only tenant on the 7th floor, Mr. Hayes," she had assured me with that plastic smile when I signed the lease. Perfect privacy, just as you requested. She'd handed me the keys with a flourish, as if bestowing a gift rather than closing a transaction on the cheapest unit in the complex. The isolation had been the selling point. After my divorce, I craved anonymity, a place where I could rebuild, without the constant reminder of failure pressing in from all sides. The 7th floor of Blackwood Apartments sat at the end of a neglected cul-de-sac, far enough from downtown to be affordable, but close enough that I could still make my shifts at the hospital without much commute. The building itself was a relic from the 1930s. All Art Deco details worn down by decades of neglect, with more empty units than occupied ones. That first week, I attributed the sounds to imagination, the mind's way of filling silence with familiar patterns. But as October bled into November, the noises grew more distinct. The footsteps acquired a personality, sometimes hurried, as if late for an appointment. Other times slow and ponderous, pausing occasionally outside my door before continuing down the corridor toward the emergency stairs that hadn't been used in years. Judging by the rust on the push bar, I began documenting the occurrences in my phone's notes app. It helped maintain some illusion of control of rational analysis. Midnight to 1 a.m. was usually quiet. The activity began around 1:30, reached its peak at 2:15, and tapered off by 3. The pattern repeated with enough consistency that I found myself waking just before it started, my body developing a new circadian rhythm around the disturbances. The whispering started during the third week. I first noticed it on a Tuesday night while drifting between sleep and wakefulness. The voices, at least 3 distinct tones, conversed in hushed urgency. Right outside my door, I couldn't make out words, just the rhythmic rise and fall of conspiratorial exchange. My mouth went dry as I strained to listen. The bed sheets wrapped around my fists in unconscious tension. The first time I investigated, I spent 5 minutes building up the courage to open the door. The brass knob felt ice cold against my palm as I turned it with excruciating slowness. Trying to minimize any sound, when I finally yanked the door open, the hallway stretched empty in both directions, the vintage wall sconces casting pools of anemic yellow light across faded carpet. The silence was absolute, as if the building itself was holding its breath. I started setting up my phone to record while I slept. Each morning I would review the footage, and each morning I found nothing but occasional static or the distant hum of the building's ancient heating system. Yet the sounds continued growing. Bolder, a sharp rap on the bathroom wall, while I showered 3 quick knocks against the living room ceiling at precisely 2:33 a.m. The dragging scrape of what sounded like furniture being rearranged in the supposedly vacant apartment above mine. The fingerprints were what finally broke me. I noticed them one morning as I was leaving for work, smudges on the inside doorknob that caught the light at just the right angle. At first I assumed they were mine, though I couldn't recall touching the door with dirty hands. but upon closer inspection, they were too small. The pattern all wrong, they circled the knob completely as if someone had gripped it from behind for hours, fingers gradually sliding down the metal as they stood there waiting. My heart hammered against my ribs as I studied those ghostly whirls. The implication sent a wave of nausea rolling through my stomach. Something had been inside my apartment while I slept. The violation of that thought crawled across my skin like insects. I changed the locks that afternoon, paying extra for a rush installation from a locksmith who looked at me with barely concealed judgment when I insisted on both a deadbolt and a chain. I bought a wedge doorstop and camera system I couldn't really afford. I even purchased a baseball bat. Though I hadn't played since high school that night, the building fell into an unnatural quiet. No footsteps, no whispers, no knocks. Just the hum of electronics and the occasional distant siren from the city. I lay awake until dawn, the new bat within arm's reach, jumping at every creak and pop from the heating vents. The silence lasted 3 nights long enough that I began to wonder if I'd imagined the whole thing if stress and isolation had manufactured a haunting where none existed. The building manager's concerned expression when I'd asked about other tenants now seemed less dismissive and more worried about my mental state. On the 4th night, I woke to the sound of scratching, faint, persistent, coming from inside the walls. It moved in irregular patterns, sometimes stopping for minutes before resuming from a different location. The sound followed me as I moved through the apartment, always emanating from whichever room I wasn't in. My security cameras picked up nothing but empty rooms and undisturbed furniture. I began to map the strange occurrences, logging times and locations in a notebook that grew increasingly chaotic. With observations, the scratching appeared most often near electrical outlets. The temperature dropped noticeably before the whispering began. The hallway footsteps followed the same path night after night, always ending at the emergency exit, but never triggering the alarm that should have sounded when the door opened. Sleep deprivation eroded my certainty at work. I caught myself zoning out during patient handovers, my mind replaying the previous night's disturbances on loop. My supervisor expressed concern about my bloodshot eyes and trembling hands. I offered vague explanations about insomnia and promised to see someone about it. Knowing I wouldn't, researching the building's history became an obsession. I dug through microfiche at the public library, scrolled through decades of local newspaper archives, even reached out to a local historian who specialized in the city's architecture. The Blackwood had once been a hotel before being converted to apartments in the 1960s. Nothing in its past suggested tragedy or violence, no suicides, no murders, no mysterious disappearances that might explain a haunting. The only oddity was a brief mention in the 1974 article about the building's renovation. The 7th floor had been closed for remodeling that was never completed. According to the piece, residents had complained about disturbances that the owner attributed to structural issues requiring attention. The floor had remained vacant until the current management company purchased the building in 2018. I confronted the building manager with this information. Her smile faltered as I pressed for details about the 7th floor's history. She eventually admitted that I wasn't the first tenant to report strange occurrences, but insisted they were just old building problems that maintenance was addressing when I asked why the rent was so much lower than comparable units. She changed the subject the night after our conversation. I returned to find my apartment door slightly ajar. I was certain I'd locked it, had developed an almost compulsive habit of checking the lock 3 times before leaving. My heart pounded as I nudged the door open. With my footbat raised defensively, everything looked undisturbed at first glance, but as I moved through the room, small discrepancies emerged. My toothbrush had been moved to the opposite side of the sink. Books on the shelf had been rearranged. Their spines no longer aligned the photo of my ex-wife and me. The one I kept meaning to put away, but never did, had been turned face down. Most disturbing of all, my notebook detailing the disturbances lay open on the kitchen counter, though I distinctly remembered placing it in my bedside drawer. Someone had added a single line in handwriting. Not my own, "We were here first." My hands trembled so violently I could barely dial my brother's number. The call went to voicemail. I tried a friend next, then another. Growing increasingly desperate as each call went unanswered, it was as if the world beyond my apartment had ceased to exist, leaving me alone with whatever presence had invaded my home. That night, I barricaded myself in the bedroom, pushing the dresser against the door and wedging chairs under both window locks. The bat lay across my lap as I sat on the edge of the bed, light on television droning at low volume, anything to fill the silence with human sounds at precisely 2:13 a.m. The power went out. The sudden darkness hit like a physical blow. The emergency lights in the hallway should have activated, but not even their faint glow seeped under my door. The darkness was absolute, a void that pressed against my eyeballs with tangible weight. My breath came in shallow gasps as I fumbled for my phone. The screen illuminated with pain. F. Brightness. The battery at 177%. I activated the flashlight function and swept the beam around the room. The familiar contours of furniture offered momentary comfort until the light caught something that didn't belong, a handprint on the ceiling directly above my bed, as my gaze fixed on that impossible mark. The first knock came not from the hallway or the walls, but from inside my closet. I froze, muscles locked in primal terror. The second knock followed, then a third, establishing a steady rhythm that matched my racing heartbeat. The closet door began to rattle in its frame, the cheap wood flexing inward as if under tremendous pressure. My throat constricted. I tried to call out to demand identification from whatever lurked behind that thin barrier, but produced only a strangled whimper. The rational part of my brain insisted no one could have gotten into the closet. I would have seen them. The primal part knew better. The pounding accelerated, the door shuddering with each impact. Then, as suddenly as it began, it stopped. The silence stretched for 3 agonizing seconds before being broken by the soft click of the closet latch. Releasing the door swung open with excruciating slowness, revealing nothing but hanging clothes and stacked storage boxes. My phone's light illuminated every corner, confirming the emptiness. I exhaled shakily, wondering if the wind from the building's ventilation system could have. The whispers erupted from all directions. Simultaneously, dozens of overlapping voices hissing unintelligible words from inside the walls. Above the ceiling, beneath the floorboards, the temperature plummeted. My exhaled breath suddenly visible in the beam of light. The dresser blocking my bedroom door began to slide with a grinding screech, pushed by an unseen force. I scrambled backward until I hit the headboard phone, clutched in a death grip, as I swept the light frantically around the room. The battery indicator flashed red 15%, then 14%. The power draining at an impossible rate, the voices grew louder, almost but not quite resolving into comprehensible speech, as the dresser completed its journey across the floor. The doorknob began to turn. I watched paralyzed as it rotated completely to the left, then to the right, testing the mechanism, finding it unlocked. The door began to open. My phone died in the perfect darkness that followed. I heard footsteps enter my room, multiple sets approaching from different angles. The mattress depressed slightly as weight settled at its foot. The air grew thick with the scent of dust, in something older like paper left too long in a damp basement. A hand brushed my ankle. I broke, then lunging blindly across the bed, swinging the bat in wild arcs that connected with nothing but air. I collided with the wall, then reoriented myself and charged toward where I remembered the door being. My shoulders slammed into the frame. As I stumbled into the hallway, the emergency lights flickered weakly, revealing empty space in both directions. I ran toward the stairs, bare feet slapping against cold tile behind me. A chorus of footsteps gave pursuit, gaining ground. With each stride, I hit the stairwell door at full speed, nearly pitching headlong down the concrete steps. I descended in a controlled fall, one hand on the railing, the other still gripping the bat above me. The door slammed open again, the footsteps now a thundering cascade. The lobby stretched before me like salvation, its glass doors offering a view of streetlights and passing cars. I crossed the faded carpet at a sprint, reaching for the push bar. It didn't budge. I slammed against it again, then tried pulling. Instead of pushing, the doors remained immovable, as solid as the wall around them. Through the glass, I could see people walking past, oblivious to my plight. I pounded on the transparent barrier, screaming for help. No one turned, no one heard the footsteps reach the bottom of the stairs. I spun around, pressing my back against the unyielding door, raising the bat in trembling hands. The lobby stood empty. I waited. Muscles tensed for an attack that didn't come, minutes dragged by in silence. Eventually, I gathered enough courage to cross back to the stairwell, peering cautiously up the concrete shaft. Nothing moved in the shadows. I tried the front doors again. They opened effortlessly, admitting a rush of cold night air that raised goosebumps along my arms. I stepped outside, half expecting some force to pull me back in. Nothing did I spend what remained of that night in my car, parked under the harsh fluorescence of a 24-hour gas station. When morning came, I returned only long enough to pack essentials, performing the task with frenetic speed while daylight streamed. Through the windows, as I was zipping my suitcase, my phone chimed with a text from the building manager moving out. "So soon, Mr. Hayes, the 7th floor won't be the same without you. The others were just getting to know you. I abandoned the lease, forfeiting my security deposit without complaint. The management company never contacted me about the remainder of my contract. Sometimes I drive past the Blackwood, compelled by a fascination. I can't explain the 7th floor. Windows remain dark, but occasionally I glimpse movement behind the glass, a shifting of curtains, the suggestion of a silhouette, according to the building's website. The 7th floor remains unoccupied, yet at night, lights flicker on and off in windows that should be empty. And sometimes when I sit in my car across the street, I see a familiar figure moving from room to room in what used to be my apartment. A man about my height and build, performing the mundane rituals of daily life. His face is always turned away from the window, but I know what I'd see if he turned around. The same hands that left those dusty prints on my doorknob now operate his limbs, the same voices that whispered outside my door now control his vocal cords. They were there first after all, and they've been looking for new tenants for a very long time. The first night I heard it, I convinced myself it was just the house settling. Old buildings make noise, they breathe, they creak, they whisper to themselves in the dark. But this wasn't the familiar symphony of aging wood and pipes. These were footsteps, deliberate, measured directly above my bedroom, where nothing should exist except empty space and roof. I had signed the lease 3 weeks ago, a steal. Really a single-story ranch-style home on the outskirts of town, far enough from neighbors to avoid their prying eyes, but close enough to civilization that I didn't feel completely isolated. The listing had been clear: 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a modest kitchen, and a living room with a fireplace. I doubted I'd ever use. Nothing about an attic, nothing about a 2nd floor, nothing about the narrow door at the end of the hallway that I had assumed was a linen closet, until I opened it and found a steep staircase disappearing upward into darkness. The landlord hadn't mentioned it during the walk-through, and I hadn't asked what was there to ask. It was just storage space, cramped, dusty, filled with cardboard boxes left behind by previous tenants. The ceiling hung low, forcing me to hunch over when I first explored it, my flashlight beam cutting through. Decades of undisturbed dust modes. I closed the door and promptly forgot about it. I had no need for extra storage. My life fit neatly into the spaces below, until the footsteps started that first night. I lay rigid in my bed, eyes fixed on the ceiling, tracking the slow movement above. Heel to toe, pacing the length of my bedroom, back and forth, back and forth. Each step was light but distinct, like someone trying not to be heard, but unable to become completely silent. Between footfalls came another sound, the soft scrape of something heavy being dragged across the floor. My rational mind scrambled for explanations: raccoons, squirrels, maybe even a stray cat that had somehow found its way in, but the movements were too deliberate, too measured for an animal, and too heavy. The next morning I climbed the stairs to the attic, my heartbeat quickening with each step. Dust covered everything in an undisturbed blanket. The boxes sat exactly as I had seen them weeks before. Nothing had been moved. No tracks marked the floor, no signs of life. Disturbed the stillness, I told myself I had dreamed it, until it happened again the following night and the night after that. Each time the same pattern: footsteps, crossing back and forth, the occasional scrape of something being moved, all directly above my bed. Each morning, the attic looked untouched, pristine in its abandonment. By the fifth night, sleep deprivation had frayed my nerves raw. I lay awake until 3 a.m., ears straining for the first footfall. When it came, I bolted upright, sweat beading on my forehead. Despite the cool air, I grabbed the baseball bat I'd started keeping beside my bed and stalked through the house, flipping on every light as I went. The door to the attic stairwell seemed to loom larger than before. I threw it open and charged up the stairs. Bat-raised adrenaline drowning out my fear. The attic was empty, silent, undisturbed. I moved between the stacks of boxes, checking corners, measuring the space with my eyes. It was too small for anyone to hide effectively, too cramped for the pacing. I'd heard the ceiling hung so low that even I, at an average height, couldn't stand straight. No one could walk normally up here. I spent an hour examining every inch before retreating downstairs, locking the attic door behind me. The footsteps didn't return that night, but they came back the next, louder than before. This time accompanied by something new, a soft thump like something being dropped, followed by a sound I couldn't quite identify, something between a sigh and a whisper. I stopped using my bedroom, moved to the couch in the living room as far from the attic stairs as possible. Sleep came in fitful bursts, my body jerking awake at the slightest sound from above. Because now the sounds weren't confined to the space above my former bedroom, they migrated throughout the attic from one end to the other. Restless and increasingly bold, I convinced a friend to stay over. Hoping for validation, asked casually if he heard anything strange during the night. He slept soundly, reported nothing unusual in the morning, and looked at me with barely concealed concern when he saw the dark circles under my eyes, the tremor in my hands. As I poured coffee, I didn't mention the ATT to him. How could I explain that a space too small for human movement somehow contained human footsteps, that boxes sat undisturbed, despite sounds of furniture being dragged, that I was slowly coming undone because of what might be nothing more than the house settling? After 2 weeks, I couldn't stand it anymore. I instead called a padlock on the attic door, not to keep whatever was up there contained, but to prove to myself that nothing was accessing the space. I checked the windows in the attic. All were painted shut, sealed tight. For what looked like decades, no entry point existed except the stairs that night. The sounds were muffled but unmistakable footsteps, movement, and something new, a rhythmic tapping like fingers drumming impatiently against wood. My skin crawled with each tap, each footfall. My mouth went desert dry, my heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. Morning revealed the padlock intact, undisturbed. But when I ventured up into the attic, cold dread pulled in my stomach. The boxes had been moved, not dramatically, not thrown around or opened, but rearranged in subtle ways. A stack that had been against the north wall now stood 3 feet to the left. Boxes that had been stacked 3 high were now in rows of 2. I told myself I was mistaken. Memory is fallible. Stress distorts perception. I took photos of the attic with my phone before leaving for work, determined to document any future changes. The next morning, the photos didn't match the arrangement I found. Boxes had migrated again. This time, more significantly, one was open. Its contents, old books from the look of it, spilled across the floor. The padlock remained intact, unbroken, unopened. I changed the locks on all exterior doors, checked every window. Twice convinced myself there must be another entrance to the attic. I hadn't discovered some hidden access point that would explain everything rationally. I tapped walls, measured rooms against each other, looking for inconsistencies that might reveal a secret passage. Nothing. A week later came the power outage. One moment I was watching TV, trying to drown out the now constant sounds from above, and the next I was plunged into darkness. The sudden silence was almost as startling as the blackout. No TV, no refrigerator hum, no air conditioning. And for a moment, no footsteps from above. I fumbled for my phone, turning on its flashlight. The circuit breaker was in the hallway that led to the attic stairs. I've been avoiding that hallway after dark, taking the long way around through the kitchen when I needed to use the bathroom at night. Now I had no choice. My breathing came in short. shallow bursts as I made my way down the hall. Phone extended before me like a ward against the darkness. The beam of light bounced with my trembling hand, creating monstrous shifting shadows on the walls. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end, my skin prickling with the certainty that I was being watched. The circuit break panel was just beside the attic door as I reached for it. A sound from above froze me in place. Not footsteps this time, but a single heavy thud directly above, as if something had fallen or jumped down. I looked up reflexively, then back at the attic door. The padlock was still in place, but something about the door itself seemed wrong. It took my panicked brain a moment to process what I was seeing. The door was ajar, not fully open, but cracked about an inch, despite the secured lock, a physical impossibility before I could react. Movement caught my eye. My flashlight beam had wandered to the stairs, visible through the gap in the door. There, halfway up, stood a silhouette, human, shaped but wrong, somehow too thin to. Still, it stood motionless, watching me. I couldn't make out features, just the outline against the deeper darkness. Beyond, my light seemed to stop at its edges, unable to illuminate details. My lungs seized. My heart stuttered to a stop, then exploded into a frantic rhythm. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, could barely think past the primal terror flooding my system. The figure didn't move either, just watched, waited. The silence stretched between us, heavy with implications I wouldn't process. I blinked, it was gone. Not as if it had moved away. There hadn't been time, and I would have seen it. Retreat up the stairs. It was simply gone between one heartbeat and the next, leaving nothing but empty space where it had stood. I fled, ran out the front door in my bare feet, keys clutched in my shaking hand, and drove to a motel, called in sick to work the next day. Contemplated never returning to the house, but daylight brought forced rationality. I had a lease. Most of my possessions were there. I couldn't afford to break the agreement and find a new place, and maybe I was experiencing some sort of stress-induced hallucination, sleep deprivation. Does strange things to the mind. I knew that I returned mid-morning. Sunlight streaming through every window I could uncover. The house looked ordinary, unthreatening. The attic door was closed, the padlock secure. No gap, no sign it had ever been ajar, but when I climbed the stairs to check my carefully arranged photo, graphic evidence rendered moot because the attic had been transformed. Every box was open contents strewn across the floor, old clothes books, papers, photographs of people I didn't recognize. Decades of abandoned possessions scattered like the aftermath of a frantic search in the center of the chaos. One item stood out, a small wooden box I hadn't seen before, positioned precisely in the middle of the floor, directly above where my bed had been open. Empty, waiting, I approached it cautiously, the floorboards creaking beneath my weight. The box was old, hand-carved with intricate patterns that made my eyes hurt. If I looked at them too long, inside was a folded piece of paper yellowed with age. My hands shook as I unfolded it, revealing a floor plan of the house. My house drawn in faded ink, but not as it was now. The drawing showed a larger structure with rooms that didn't exist, hallways that led nowhere in the current layout, and notes scribbled in margins in a cramped hand I could barely decipher. The compression is successful. Space folds upon itself when unobserved. The rooms exist simultaneously with and without. The entity remains contained, but aware it watches. Through the thinned barriers, do not acknowledge its presence. Do not let it know you can perceive it. Above all, do not unlock the door. I dropped the paper, backing away until I hit the wall because I had unlocked the door, hadn't I? Not the physical padlock, but something else. Some barrier between what should and shouldn't be. By acknowledging the sounds, by searching for explanations, by looking directly at what stood on the stairs, I had unlocked something. I sleep in my car most nights. Now return to the house only during daylight hours and never venture near the attic. The landlord won't let me break the lease without losing my security deposit, and I can't afford that. So I stay in a limited capacity, watching the house watch me. The footsteps have stopped. The house is silent at all hours. The attic door remains closed, padlocked, undisturbed. But sometimes when I force myself to sleep in the house on the couch, lights blazing, I wake to find things moved, nothing dramatic, a book placed on a different shelf, a cup migrated from cabinet to countertop, my keys 6 inches from where I left them, and recently something new has started. My phone fills with pictures I never took, dozens each night, all of empty hallways, vacant rooms, unoccupied spaces in my house. Except when I look closely, they're not quite empty. In the corner of each frame, just barely visible, stands a silhouette watching, waiting, getting closer each time. I don't know how much longer I can stay here, but I'm increasingly uncertain that leaving would solve anything, because I'm beginning to suspect that whatever was contained in the attic isn't bound to the house anymore. I think it's bound to me now, and the most terrifying part. Sometimes I catch myself pacing back and forth, heel to toe, as if measuring a space much smaller than the room I'm in, as if I'm the one being compressed now, folded into something that exists both here and not here. I've started avoiding mirrors. I'm afraid of what might be looking back. The old floorboards creaked under my weight as I followed Mrs. Blackwood through the dimly lit corridor of Raven's Rest. Something about the air felt wrong, heavy and stagnant, as if it had been trapped inside these walls for centuries. The proprietor's practiced smile never reached her eyes as she handed me the antique brass key to room 7, her fingertips unnaturally cold against my palm. "Remember, Mr. Evans," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The second floor is closed for renovations. Under no circumstances should guests attempt to go upstairs." Her eyes lingered on mine a moment too long before she turned away, leaving me alone with my luggage and an inexplicable chill that had nothing to do with the autumn weather outside. I'd found Raven Rest online while searching for accommodations off the beaten path for my writing sabbatical. Somewhere quiet, somewhere with character, the Victorian mansion turned in boasted 300 years of history in the small coastal town of Blackwater Cove. The rates were surprisingly reasonable, and the promise of solitude, exactly what I needed to finally finish my novel. The online reviews mentioned the place was atmospheric and full of old-world charm descriptions that seemed innocuous. At the time, my room was spacious enough with worn but elegant furnishings that spoke of bygone eras. A 4-poster bed dominated the space, its heavy burgundy curtains absorbing what little daylight filtered through the single window. A writing desk faced the wall. Positioned beneath an ancient mirror with a tarnished silver frame, the ceiling rose high above, adorned with intricate crown molding that drew the eye to a small, circular pattern directly above the bed. The first day passed uneventfully. I spent hours at the desk, productive for the first time in months. The isolation and lack of modern distractions seemed to be working their magic. I wrote until my fingers ached to stopping only when my stomach demanded attention. Mrs. Blackwood had prepared a solitary dinner in the small dining room downstairs. She watched me eat from the kitchen doorway, her thin frame barely visible in the shadows. When I asked about the history of the house, she provided only vague references to wealthy merchants and noted that the property had changed hands many times over the centuries. My inquiries about the second floor were met with a tour reminder that it was unsafe. Due to structural concerns, the conversation died, after that leaving me to finish my meal in silence. It was during my first night that I heard them. The antique clock in the hallway had just chimed twice when I jerked awake, my heart hammering against my ribs. Something had pulled me from deep sleep, not a nightmare, but a sound. I lay perfectly still, ears straining in the darkness. At first there was nothing but the gentle tapping of tree branches against my window and the distant crash of waves on the shore. Then I heard voices, not one but several, engaged in what seemed to be a heated discussion. Directly above my ceiling, the words were indistinct, muffled as if coming through layers of insulation, but the cadence was unmistakably human. The circular pattern in the ceiling center appeared to amplify. The sounds almost like an acoustic design feature. My mouth went dry as I listened to the rise and fall of their tones, sometimes urgent, sometimes dropping to whispers too faint to perceive. I told myself it must be other guests, despite Mrs. Blackwood's claim that I was the only one staying at the inn that week. Perhaps she had family living upstairs or workers had arrived early for the renovations. Logical explanations existed they had to in the morning. The memory of those voices seemed less threatening in the weak sunlight that filtered through my window. I mentioned hearing movement upstairs to Mrs. Blackwood as she served breakfast. Her hand trembled slightly as she poured my coffee, dark liquid sloshing dangerously close. Close to the cup's rim, she denied anyone being up there, explaining that the old house simply settled at night. The pipe, she added with a dismissive wave, sometimes made strange sounds that new guests mistook for voices. Her explanation seemed rehearsed, delivered with the same hollow smile that never touched her eyes. I spent that day exploring the small town, gathering local information at the Historical Society. I learned more about R's Rest than Mrs. Blackwood had shared. The building had originally belonged to a shipping merchant named Elias Blackwood. In the early 1700s, records indicated the upper floor had once housed servants' quarters. When I asked if there were any tragic events associated with the property, the elderly archist's expression darkened. She hesitated before mentioning rumors of disappeared servants and whispers of dark rituals, but quickly dismissed them as local superstition. My skin prickled as she described how Elias Blackwood had been obsessed with communicating with entities he believed existed in the spaces between worlds. That night I was prepared. I stayed awake watching the ceiling and waiting. The clock struck 2 and like clockwork, the voices began. My pulse quickened as I strained to make out words. This time I detected a pattern, what sounded like questions followed by responses, almost like an interrogation. One voice seemed to dominate deeper than the others with an authority that made my skin crawl. The conversation lasted precisely 17 minutes before abruptly stopping. Unable to contain my curiosity, I slipped from bed. My bare feet flinching at the touch of the ice-cold floorboards, I grabbed my phone for light and stepped into the hallway. The air felt different outside my room, thicker with an acrid undertone that burned the back of my throat. My flashlight revealed nothing unusual in the corridor, just faded wallpaper and the staircase leading to the forbidden second floor. The stairs creaked ominously with each step. Sweat bead on my forehead. Despite the chill at the top, landing stood a heavy oak door just as Mrs. Blackwood had described. Locked and off limits, I tested the handle, finding it immovable, pressing my ear against the wood. I heard nothing but the blood rushing through my veins as I turned to head back down. Something caught my eye, a dark substance seeping from beneath the door. My throat constricted as I crouched for a closer look. It appeared to be water, but in the beam of my flashlight it had an unmistakable reddish tint. I reached out, fingers trembling, but before I could touch it, the substance retreated, pulling back under the door as if being drawn away by some unseen force. My heart slammed against my ribs as I scrambled backward, nearly falling down. The stairs in my haste. When I reached the bottom, I glanced back up to see Mrs. Blackwood standing in the shadows of the hallway, watching me with eyes that reflected my flashlight beam like those of a nocturnal animal. She said nothing, merely shaking her head slowly before disappearing into her quarters. Sleep evaded me for the remainder of the night. My rational mind fought to explain what I'd seen. Perhaps rust in old pipes or a trick of light on ordinary water. But deep down, a primal part of me recognized that what I'd witnessed defied logical explanation. The following day, I considered checking out early, but found myself unable to leave. My fascination had evolved into obsession. I needed answers in town. I sought out more information, speaking with locals at the small pub by the harbor. Most were reluctant to discuss Raven's Rest, changing the subject or finding reasons to move away from me. One old fisherman, however, loosened by ale, leaned close and warned me in hushed tones about the Blackwood family's reputation. He spoke of generations of owners who were rumored to have discovered something in the house, a way to communicate with those on the other side. The rituals, he claimed, required vessels, willing or unwilling participants, to facilitate the conversations. When I asked about Mrs. Blackwood, he grew visibly uncomfortable, muttering that she was the last of her line and tended to get attached to certain guests before I could press for clarification. He made an excuse and left his unfinished drink abandoned on the bar. That night I set an alarm for 1:55 a.m., When it vibrated beneath my pillow, I was already awake. My body tense with anticipation, I'd hidden a small audio recorder above the crown molding, hoping to capture evidence of the voices at exactly 2 a.m. They began again, but this time something was different among the usual indistinct murmurs. I clearly heard my own name spoken not once, but repeatedly woven through the conversation like a refrain. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. The voices grew louder, more distinct, no longer muffled, but crystal clear as if the ceiling between us had dissolved. The dominant voice issued what sounded like commands, while others responded with reluctant acquiescence. Then came a sharp sound like splitting wood, followed by the unmistakable rhythm of footsteps directly overhead. Slow, deliberate steps that moved from the center of the room toward what would be the door to the second floor. The temperature in my room plummeted. My breath clouded in front of my face as I watched frost patterns form on the mirror. The footsteps stopped, and in the silence that followed, I heard a new sound. The slow turn of a key in a lock, paralyzed with fear. I stared at my room door, expecting it to swing over at any moment. Instead, there came a scraping noise from above, followed by a thud in the hallway outside my room. Something was coming down the stairs. My instincts screamed for me to flee, but my limbs refused to obey. The footsteps reached the bottom of the stairs and paused. Then slowly they approached my door. A shadow appeared in the gap beneath it. Blocking the faint light from the hallway, the brass doorknob turned slowly back and forth. Testing, I had locked it. I was certain I had locked it. Yet the mechanism clicked and the door began to open inward. Cold air rushed into the room, carrying with it the scent of salt water and decay. I finally broke free from my paralysis, scrambling backward until I hit the headboard, my heart threatening to burst from my chest. The door opened fully, revealing not Mrs. Blackwood, but an empty hallway. The air shimmered like heat waves rising from summer pavement, distorting my view as I watched, unable to look away. The shimmer coals forming the vague outline of a human figure, transparent but undeniably present. A voice filled the room, the dominant one from upstairs. Though the apparition had no visible mouth, it called me by name, claiming they had been waiting for someone receptive, someone who could hear them. They needed a new vessel. It explained as Mrs. Blackwood had grown too frail for their purposes, I was ideal. Sensitive enough to perceive them, isolated enough that no one would miss me immediately. The longer I stayed, the stronger their connection to me would become, until I could serve as their bridge to the physical world. In that moment, I understood why Mrs. Blackwood had seemed so hollow, so empty behind her eyes. How many years had she served as their conduit? How much of her original self remained? The figure began to advance toward my bed. My muscles screamed as I forced myself to move. Lunging for the window, the latch was stiff with age, but terror lent me strength. As the cold presence reached the foot of my bed, I finally forced the window open and launched myself through it, caring nothing for the fact that I was on the ground floor but could have been much higher. I hit the damp earth with a jarring impact, rolled to my feet, and ran behind me. Voices called, not just one now, but many a chorus of entreaties and threats that pursued me down the gravel drive. I didn't stop running until I reached the town, collapsing on the steps of the closed gas station. Trembling violently in the night air, I never returned to Raven's Rest for my belongings. I called the local sheriff from a motel 30 meters away, inventing a family emergency to explain my abrupt departure. They retrieved my laptop and clothes, though Mrs. Blackwood reported that my audio recorder couldn't be found. That was 3 months ago. I've moved twice since then, changing states, changing jobs, doing everything possible to put distance between myself and Blackwater Cove. But distance isn't enough every night around 2 a.m. I wake to the sound of whispers, faint, but growing clearer with each passing week. Sometimes in the moments between sleep and wakefulness, I see frost patterns forming on my bedroom mirror. The dreams are the worst vivid scenes where I'm back at Raven's Rest, but I'm not myself anymore. I watch through my own eyes as my body moves of its own accord, walking the halls, speaking words that aren't mine to visitors who look just as I once did. Tired travelers seeking solitude, unaware of what waits for them upstairs. I've started leaving the television on all night. I've tried sleeping pills, white noise machines, even soundproofing my bedroom walls. Nothing helps. They've established a connection just as they said they would, and I fear it's only a matter of time before the whispers become clear enough for me to understand what they're asking of me before I find myself answering back. And the first time I found the bowl on the roof, I told myself it was just stress-induced forgetfulness. By the fifth time, I knew something else was happening in my new home, something that defied explanation. My hands trembled as I held the ceramic bowl, its intricate blue patterns seeming to shift under the dim hallway light. My late uncle's prized possession shouldn't have been able to migrate through locked doors, and certainly not onto the slanted roof outside my bedroom window. Yet there it was again, positioned precisely where the morning sun would illuminate its glazed surface as if demanding to be noticed. I purchased the Victorian-style home on Blackwood Lane at a price that seemed too good to be true. 3 bedrooms, original hardwood floors, a wraparound porch, and a spacious attic, all for less than comparable properties in the area. The real estate agent mentioned something about the previous owners leaving abruptly, but I was too enchanted by crown molding and bay windows to press for details. Moving from my cramped apartment into this 19th century masterpiece felt like stepping into the life I'd always envisioned for myself. The bowl was the only item I had inherited from Uncle Robert when my parents delivered it. After the reading of his will, they mentioned how odd it was that he'd specifically named me as its recipient, especially since we'd never been particularly close. I remembered seeing it displayed prominently in his study during the few childhood visits I'd made to his remote farmhouse. The intricate ceramic piece featured concentric patterns of deep cobalt blue with strange symbols etched into its base that resembled no language. I recognized I'd placed it on my mantelpiece as a respectful nod to family obligation rather than genuine appreciation. 3 days after moving in, I discovered the bowl in the garden. Shed nestled among rusted tools, I distinctly remembered placing it on the mantel the previous evening, assuming I had moved it during my unpacking delirium and forgotten. I returned it to its place the next morning. It sat perfectly centered on my kitchen island the day after, balanced precariously on the banister of the second-floor landing. Each time I returned it to the mantel, each time it migrated. Elsewhere on the 7th night, I placed the bowl in a locked cabinet in my home office. I double-checked the lock, even testing the door with several firm tugs for added measure. I positioned a chair against the cabinet and balanced my phone on the chair's edge, an improvised alarm system that would clatter to the floor if disturbed sleep came reluctantly. That night, my mind racing through rational explanations, perhaps the house was settling, causing imperceptible shifts that somehow unlocked the cabinet. Maybe I was sleepwalking for the first time in my life. Possibly I was experiencing early onset dementia like my grandmother at 3:17 a.m. I awoke to absolute silence, no phone clattering, no disturbance whatsoever. Relief washed over me until I rolled over and saw the bowl sitting on my nightstand less than a foot from my face. My heart slammed against my rib cage as I scrambled backwards, tumbling from the bed and crashing to the floor. Cold sweat drenched my t-shirt. My breath came in shallow, rapid bursts that couldn't satisfy my lungs' desperate demand for oxygen. The bowl remained motionless, its blue pattern seeming to pulse in the dim glow of the streetlight filtering through my curtains. I fled the room, spending the remainder of the night huddled on the living room sofa with every light blazing when morning came. I checked the cabinet's still-locked chair undisturbed, as if the bowl had simply phased through solid matter, desperate for answers. I took the bowl to an antiques appraiser the following day. The elderly woman examined it carefully, her magnifying glass hovering over the strange markings on its base. She explained that the piece appeared to be mid-19th century, likely of Eastern European origin, though the symbols defied her expertise in ceramics markings. When I explained my predicament, choosing my words carefully to avoid sounding deranged, her expression shifted from professional interest to guarded concern. She returned the bowl, hastily suggesting I consult with a different type of expert, one who specialized in objects with attachment issues, as she delicately phrased it that afternoon. I spent hours researching the history of my house, The local historical society provided records showing the home had been built in 1872 by a merchant named Elias Blackwood, who had made his fortune importing exotic goods from Eastern Europe. The property had changed hands numerous times over the decades, with several owners departing under unusual circumstances, sudden relocations, unexpected financial problems, or vague health concerns that necessitated moves to different climates. As I drove home, a disturbing thought surfaced. What if my uncle's bowl had some connection to the original owner of my house? The timing aligned historically, and the Eastern European connection seemed too coincidental. My stomach tightened as I remembered that Uncle Robert had been an avid collector of antiques from estate sales across the country. That night, I placed the bowl in the center of my kitchen table and simply observed it. The house felt different. Somehow, the usual creaks and settling noises seemed deliberate, as if the structure itself was communicating in a language just beyond my comprehension. The temperature fluctuated unpredictably. Certain rooms became inexplicably cold. While others grew stifling, the air felt dense, charged with a potential energy that made the fine hairs on my arms stand at attention. At midnight, I tried a different approach. I spoke aloud to the empty house, addressing whatever force might be listening. I explained that the bowl had been given to me, that I was its rightful owner now, and that I meant no disrespect by bringing it here. My voice echoed through the high-ceilinged room, sounding thin and uncertain, even to my own ears as the words left my mouth. The overhead light flickered briefly, and for a moment I could have sworn I felt something brush past me. Not a physical touch, but a disturbance in the air. Like the wake of something moving quickly, I barely slept that night, drifting in and out of consciousness on the living room sofa again. Each time I opened my eyes, the bowl remained on the kitchen table, visible through the doorway. By morning, exhaustion had overtaken my fear, and I fell into a deeper sleep. I awoke to a crash from the basement. Sunlight streamed through the windows. Indicating late morning, my muscles protested as I rose from the awkward sleeping position and cautiously approached the basement door. The bowl was no longer on the kitchen table. The wooden stairs creaked under my weight as I descended into the cool darkness below. I fumbled for the light switch, my fingers trembling against the wall when fluorescent lights flickered to life. I saw the bowl resting in the center of the concrete floor intact, despite what had sounded like a fall. As I approached it, something else caught my attention. A section of the basement wall where the ancient wallpaper had peeled away, revealing the plaster beneath curiosity. Overwhelmed caution as I moved closer to examine the exposed wall, scratched into the plaster were the same strange symbols that marked the base of the bowl. My breath hitched in my throat as I traced the markings with my fingertips, feeling slight indentations that suggested they had been carved. When the plaster was still wet during the original construction of the house, a sudden urge compelled me to hold the bowl up to the wall, aligning its markings with their counterparts etched in plaster. As I did, the temperature in the basement plummeted. My breath-clouded edge in front of my face and a high-pitched ringing filled my ears. Drowning out all other sound, the bowl grew warm in my hands, then hot not enough to burn, but uncomfortable enough that I nearly dropped it. The symbols began to glow with a faint blue luminescence, both on the bowl and on the wall, pulsing in unison like a heartbeat. The ringing in my ears resolved into something else, a voice distant and distorted, as if traveling across a vast distance. I couldn't make out words, just emotional impressions, urgency, warning, desperation. My vision blurred at the edges, tunneling until all I could see were the glowing symbols. My knees weakened, and I sank to the floor, still clutching the bowl, unable to release it. Despite the increasing heat against my palms in that moment of connection, understanding flooded through me, not in words or images, but in pure knowledge that settled into my consciousness, as if it had always been there. The bowl had belonged to Elias Blackwood, the original owner of the house. It had been his prized possession, a vessel containing something not meant to be separated from this place. My uncle had acquired it at an estate sale decades ago, removing it from its rightful home. Now it was trying to return not merely to the house, but to something within the house, something hidden. Behind these walls, the revelation ended as suddenly as it began. The glowing symbols faded, The temperature normalized and the bowl cooled in my hands. I remained on the basement floor, gasping for breath, my heart pounding so violently I could feel my pulse in my temples. When I finally managed to stand on unsteady legs, I noticed something I had overlooked before: a thin seam in the wall, outlining what appeared to be a small door or compartment. It took hours of careful work with tools from the shed to expose the hidden compartment. Without damaging the wall further as night fell, I finally revealed a small cavity just large enough to hold the bowl. The interior was lined with the same symbols, creating a perfect nest for the ceramic piece. When I placed the bowl inside, it fit as if custom-made for this space. Something shifted in the atmosphere of the house immediately, a releasing of tension I hadn't fully registered until it dissipated. The persistent sensation of being watched evaporated. The strange noises ceased for the first time since moving in. I felt truly alone in the house. I sealed the compartment carefully, reapplying the wallpaper I had removed. Though I considered plastering over it permanently, something stopped me. Perhaps the same intuition that had guided me through this strange experience. Instead, I made the compartment accessible, but hidden. Respecting whatever agreement seemed to have been reached that night, I slept soundly in my bed. No longer fearing what I might find upon waking, the bowl remained in its proper place, not on my mantel as I had originally intended, but where it truly belonged, reunited with the house it had never been meant to leave in the weeks that followed. I researched more deeply into Elias Blackwood's history, discovering accounts of his interest in arcane practices and beliefs that would have scandalized Victorian society. The bowl, I suspected, had been part of some ritual or practice meant to protect the house, or perhaps to protect others from something within the house. Whatever its purpose, restoring it to its original location had satisfied whatever force had been manipulating it. Occasionally, I still hear unusual sounds in the night, not the disruptive crashes and movements from before, but soft, almost musical tones emanating from the basement. I've come to find them comforting rather than frightening, a reminder that my home harbors mysteries. I may never fully comprehend. I've made peace with the knowledge that I don't truly own every aspect of this house. Some parts of it belong to history, to forces beyond my understanding. I am merely its current caretaker, preserving its secrets for whoever comes after me. The ceramic bowl taught me that some possessions aren't meant to be owned, they're meant to be returned. I still live in the house on Blackwood Lane. I've come to love it. Despite, or perhaps because of our unusual beginning, sometimes when I pass antique shops, I wonder how many objects sit on those shelves, desperately trying to find their way home to the places where they truly belong. And sometimes in my dreams, I see those strange symbols glowing blue in the darkness, no longer threatening but protective. Standing guard over secrets, best left undisturbed. The shadows in our apartment weren't just absences of light, they were presences. I noticed this. My third night there, when the darkness pooled in. Corners seemed denser than simple shade should be, almost viscous in its stillness. That's when I first felt the weight of unseen eyes tracking my movements across the living room. A prickling sensation crawled up my spine as goosebumps erupted across my skin, but I dismissed it as new place jitters. After all, $450 a month for a 3-bedroom near Westlake University was an absurd bargain, even for a building as decrepit as ours. We should have asked why Mike and Ethan seemed unbothered those first few days. We were all electrical engineering grad students, rational to a fault, quick to dismiss what couldn't be measured or quantified. Mike, a tall guy with perpetually unkempt hair, spent most evenings hunched over circuit boards in his room. Ethan, stockier and more sociable, was rarely home, preferring the library or his girlfriend's place across town. This left me alone in the apartment. More often than I'd anticipated, the hallway connecting our bedrooms was narrow and windowless, the yellowed paint peeling in long strips like diseased skin. 12 doors lined this corridor, 3 bedrooms, a bathroom, linen closet, pantry, and several storage spaces, all crammed together in what must have been a haphazard renovation of a once grand residence. I counted them obsessively that first week, a strange compulsion. I couldn't explain 12 doors always. 12 on the 5th night. I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the unmistakable sound of a door slamming shut. My heart instantly kicked into a sprint, hammering against my ribs. As I lay frozen under my sheets, the sound had come from the hallway, but both roommates were home and asleep. I strained my ears in the darkness, barely breathing, waiting for footsteps or voices that would indicate an intruder. Nothing came but silence, heavy and expectant. After 10 minutes of paralyzed listening, I forced myself to investigate. My mouth had gone desert dry, each swallow. Painful as I eased my bedroom door open, the hallway stood empty, all doors firmly closed. The air felt wrong, several degrees colder than it should have been, with a metallic tang that coated my tongue. I checked both roommates' rooms, finding them soundly asleep, then verified every door and window was locked. Sleep eluded me until dawn painted my window gray over breakfast. I casually asked if anyone had gotten up during the night. Both shook their heads, exchanging puzzled glances. Ethan suggested old buildings settle in strange ways, pipes knock wood contracts. Mike nodded in agreement, mouth full of cereal. The matter was dismissed, but the incident marked the beginning of escalating disturbances. The random door slamming became regular, always between 3 and 4 a.m. I jolt awake, heart-racing, skin slick with cold sweat, only to find the hallway empty and all doors shut. My roommates complained of similar experiences, dark circles forming under their eyes as sleep became increasingly elusive. We blamed the building's age, the wind, anything rational. Then came the cold spots, pockets of frigid air that materialized in closed rooms. Regardless of the thermostat setting, walking through them felt like plunging into ice water. My breath clouding visibly for the seconds it took to pass through these cold zones, never appeared in the same place twice, migrating throughout the apartment like hunting predators. 2 weeks in the bathroom sink began turning on by itself. The first time it happened, I was alone studying in my room when the distinctive squeak of the faucet handle turning caught my attention. My stomach tightened into a hard knot as I approached the bathroom, finding water streaming into the basin. Though no one had been near it, I twisted the handle shut with trembling fingers, noticing how unnaturally cold the metal felt against my skin when I reported this to my roommates. Their forced laughter couldn't mask their unease. We agreed to check the plumbing, but none of us actually did. I began documenting the occurrences in a journal, partly to maintain some semblance of scientific debt attachment, partly to convince myself I wasn't losing my mind. The entries grew increasingly frantic. Day 17. Dew slammed 3 times last night. Found kitchen chairs rearranged this morning. Mike and Ethan deny moving them. Day 19. Cold spot in my bedroom lasted over an hour. Temperature dropped to 46 degrees Fahrenheit according to my thermometer, while the rest of the room remained at 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Impossible. Day 21 sink. Turned on twice. Second time water was scalding hot steam. Filling the bathroom, discovered deep scratches inside the basin that weren't there. Before sleep deprivation began taking its toll during lectures, my attention drifted as shadows in the periphery of my vision seemed to move independently. My academic performance suffered. Professors emailed concerns. I blamed insomnia but couldn't explain its cause without sounding deranged. Mike was the first to break. I found him one morning staring vacantly at his reflection in the bathroom mirror, knuckles white as he gripped the sink's edge. When I asked if he was okay, he turned to me with bloodshot eyes and whispered that something had been whispering his name all night from inside the walls. He moved out that afternoon, offering no explanation to our landlord. Leaving his security deposit behind, Ethan and I tried to rationalize Mike's departure as stress-induced paranoia, but our nervous laughter rang hollow in the apartment that now felt cavernous with one less occupant. We silently agreed to spend more time in common areas, neither willing to admit we were afraid of being alone the night after Mike left. I woke to what sounded like fingernails dragging slowly across the ceiling above the living room. The scraping noise raised every hair on my body as I lay paralyzed, my pulse throbbing in my temples. The sound continued methodically back and forth, as if something was pacing above us, something heavy. After an eternity of that rhythmic scratching, I forced myself from bed. My legs nearly buckled as I stood, muscles weak with fear. I found Ethan already in the hallway, face. Ashen in the dim light without speaking, we moved toward the living room, drawn by a compulsion stronger than our terror. The ceiling fan hung motionless, but even in the darkness we could see fresh scratches marring the blades, deep grooves carved into the wood. As if by enormous claws, the switch remained in the off position. Neither of us had touched it. The scratching had stopped the moment we entered the room, replaced by a silence so complete it seemed to swallow all sound. We stood there, breathing in. Shallow gasps, neither willing to speak. What we both knew something was in the apartment with us. Something that wasn't bound by physical laws, something that was growing stronger. Ethan broke first, stuttering that he'd be staying at his girlfriend's. Indefinitely, he packed a bag and was gone within 20 minutes, leaving me alone in the increasingly hostile space I considered following his example, but found myself unable to leave. Whether from stubborn skepticism or morbid fascination, I needed to understand what was happening that night. I sat vigil in the living room, lights blazing, armed with a baseball bat and my journal. The apartment remained still until precisely 3:17 a.m., when the temperature plummeted so rapidly my exhaled breath instantly fogged. The cold penetrated to my marrow as every door in the hallway began slamming in sequence, bang, bang, bang like malevolent dominoes. I sat frozen, muscles locked with terror as the slamming continued in perfect rhythm. My mind scrambled for rational explanations, pressure, differential wind patterns, but failed to produce anything convincing. Then, with a final thunderous slam, silence returned. The apartment resumed its normal temperature so suddenly that sweat broke out across my skin with shaking legs. I forced myself into the hallway to investigate my baseball bat clutched in white-knuckled hands. I counted the doors as I passed them, a ritual that had become compulsive, 1, 2, 3, all the way to 12, all closed. But as I turned to retreat to the living room, a flicker of movement caught my eye at the hallway's end. There, where only a BL wall had stood before, was a 13th door. My heart stuttered in my chest as I stared at the impossibility before me. The door was ancient wood, blackened with age, its surface carved with symbols I couldn't recognize, but instinctively understood were malevolent. It hadn't been there minutes before, couldn't have been there. The building's architecture made such a door a physical impossibility. Beyond it should have been the sheer drop to the alley. 3 stories below, I approached with unwilling steps drawn forward. Despite the primal fear screaming through every nerve, the wood grain seemed to shift subtly under my gaze, patterns rearranging like living tissue. My hand, moving with a will separate from my conscious mind, reached for the tarnished brass doorknob. The metal burned with cold against my palm as I grasped it. My fingers instantly numbing, a low hum emanated from behind the door, rhythmic like breathing. I stood transfixed, unable to turn the knob, yet equally unable to release it, locked in a moment of terrible potential energy from the corner of my eye. I caught movement in the wall beside the door, the yellowed wallpaper rippling as if something was pushing against it from within. The ripples spread, traveling along the corridor's surface like waves, the walls suddenly flexible as fabric. A bulge formed, stretched, took on the vague impression of a face. Hollow eye sockets, a gaping mouth pressing outward as if trying to emerge. The sight broke my paralysis. I jerked away from the door, my numb fingers tingling painfully as circulation returned. I stumbled backward, my spine hitting the opposite wall as the bulging face receded, wallpaper smoothing as if nothing had disturbed it. The 13th door remained a dark maw in reality itself. I retreated to my room, barricading the door with my desk. Sleep was impossible. I sat with my back against the wall, eyes fixed on the door until morning light filtered through my window when I finally summoned the courage to emerge. The hallway contained only 12 doors. The 13th had vanished. Leaving no trace of its existence in the harsh light of day, I questioned my sanity. Sleep deprivation and suggestion could explain hallucinations. I considered seeking psychological help, but feared the inevitable questions about substance abuse or family history of mental illness. Instead, I drove to the county records office and requested any information on the building's history. What I found shattered any hope of rational explanation. The apartment building had originally been a psychiatric hospital in the early 1900s, notorious for experimental treatments. My bedroom had once been part of the ward where the most disturbed patients were housed. The renovation into apartments had occurred after a mysterious fire in 1953. That claimed no lives but destroyed the hospital's east wing. Precisely where the 13th door had appeared, I didn't return to the apartment. I packed essential belongings into my car and checked into a motel, then emailed my professors requesting a leave of absence. My security deposit, like Mike's, remained unclaimed. 2 months later, safely relocated to a studio apartment across town, I ran into Ethan at a campus cost shop. The dark circles under his eyes had vanished, and he seemed almost embarrassed about our shared experience. He suggested carbon monoxide poisoning could explain our shared delusions. I nodded along, willing to embrace any explanation that didn't involve 13th doors or faces and walls. As we parted, Ethan mentioned offhandedly that new tenants had already moved into our old apartment, 3 of them all students looking for cheap rent. I felt a coldness spread through my chest as he wished them better luck than we had that night. I dreamed of a long corridor lined with doors, 12 visible and 1 hidden. Waiting to be manifested behind it, something patient watched and waited, existing in the boundaries between walls, growing stronger with each acknowledgement of its presence. And in the dream I understood with perfect clarity that I had never truly left the apartment. Part of me remained there, trapped in the space behind the 13th door, while something else had walked away wearing my face. I woke gasping, my body drenched in cold sweat for a moment in the disorientation between sleep and wakefulness. I could have sworn my bedroom wall rippled slightly as if something behind it had taken a deep breath. But by the time I fumbled for the light switch, the wall stood solid and innocuous. I tell myself it was just a dream. I tell myself I'm safe now away from that place. But sometimes in the darkest hours before dawn, I find myself counting the doors in my new apartment, and sometimes just for an instant I think I count one too many. BR song, the fluorescent light above my desk flickered, a staccato pulse matching the throb behind my eyes. I glanced at my watch, 9:47 p.m. 3 hours passed when the building should have emptied. Yet here I sat, the only illuminated window in a tower of darkness from the 23rd floor. The city sprawled beneath me, a constellation of lights that felt increasingly distant from my isolated position. I hadn't intended to stay this late again, but the H account wouldn't resolve itself. That was the price of independence. My small consulting practice demanded hours that larger firms distributed among dozens. The silence of the empty building had become my nightly companion, punctuated only by the hum of the ventilation system and occasional settling of the structure. Until tonight, I first noticed it while reviewing spreadsheet data. A murmur so faint I initially mistook it for traffic noise carrying up from the streets below. But as I paused, pen hovering over my notepad, the sound clarified itself. Voices, not one but several, engaged in what seemed to be a heated discussion. The sound originated from somewhere down the corridor beyond my office walls. My first thought was rational. The cleaning crew must have arrived early yet. I knew this couldn't be true. The janitorial staff worked the early morning shift, never arriving before 5 a.m. Building security had confirmed this when I'd requested my after-hours access pass. No one should be here. I returned to my work, dismissing the sounds as pipes or perhaps the elevator machinery. 10 minutes later, the voices grew louder, words remained indistinct, but the cadence suggested argument, rapid exchanges, AR rising. Inflection of frustration, then sudden drops to conspiratorial whispers. My skin prickled as I realized how clearly I could now discern multiple speakers, at least 3 distinct vocal patterns. The pen slipped from my fingers, rolling across the desk and onto the floor as I bent to retrieve it. The voices abruptly ceased. The silence that followed seemed more intrusive than the mysterious conversation had been. I straightened, listening intently, conscious of my quickened breathing when nothing resumed. For several minutes I returned to my work, though concentration now eluded me. My eyes darted to the door every few seconds. I found myself repeatedly checking my phone's clock. 10:13, 10:17, 10:22. The voices returned at 10:26, louder than before and with a new quality that sent ice through my veins. Urgency, I stood my chair rolling back against the wall with a dull thud. The conversation outside continued, uninterrupted. I moved toward my office door, each step deliberate and soundless on the carpeted floor. With my hand on the handle, I hesitated, irrationally certain that opening the door would bring me face to face with whatever lurked beyond. I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly parched, and pulled the door open in one swift motion. The hallway stretched before me, bathed in the dim blue glow of emergency lighting. Empty, every office door remained closed, each with its darkened window confirming vacancy. The voices which had been so distinct behind my closed door now seemed to recede. Becoming fainter as I stepped into the corridor, I moved cautiously down the hallway past the elevator bank toward the source of the sound, which seemed to emanate from the far end where the executive suites were located. As I approached, the voices diminished further until, by the time I reached the last office, a corner suite belonging to a financial advisor who I'd never seen, used the space sign, had fully descended. I tried the door handle, locked. Pressing my ear against the cool wood, I heard nothing but the electrical hum that permeates all modern buildings, feeling foolish. I made my way back to my office, attributing the experience to exhaustion and the strange acoustics of an empty building. Perhaps sounds from the street had somehow channeled through the ventilation system, creating the illusion of nearby voices. The explanation satisfied me until I stepped through my doorway and stopped short my chair, which had rolled back against the wall when I stood. Now sat squarely before my computer as though someone had just vacated it. My pulse quickened as I scanned the room. Nothing else appeared. Disturbed. The spreadsheets remained open on my monitor, the half-empty coffee mug still perched on its coaster. My jacket still hung on the back of the door. I approached the chair, cautiously placing my palm against the cushion to check for warmth. It felt cool, but something else caught my attention. A faint scent that hadn't been present before. Something like old paper and cologne reminiscent of my grandfather's study sleep eluded me that night. I lay in my bed, replaying each detail, rationalizing each element of the experience. By morning, I had nearly convinced myself that fatigue had distorted my perception. I must have bumped the chair as I re-entered the room. The scent was probably residual cleaning solution. The voice as were undoubtedly from a neighboring building or perhaps even a television. Someone had left on in another office I considered working from home that day, but dismissed the idea as cowardice. The following evening, however, I made a point to leave by 700, gathering my files to review at home instead. For 3 days, I maintained this new schedule, departing before darkness fully claimed the city. On the fourth day, a client emergency demanded my attention well past myself and opposed curfew. By the time I'd resolved the issue, night had settled heavily outside my window. The clock on my computer read 8:57 p.m. I began packing my briefcase, determined to leave before 9, when the first whispers slithered through the silence. It began as it had before, distant and indistinct. But unlike the previous occasion, the voices escalated quickly, growing from murmurs to distinct conversation within minutes. I froze FF, still gripping a folder, halfway into my briefcase, and listened. The cadence matched what I'd heard before, but now I could almost distinguish words. Almost, but not quite, as though the speakers used a language just adjacent to English. Familiar yet incomprehensible against my better judgment, I left my office to investigate once more. This time I brought my phone recording app activated in my pocket. The hallway appeared identical to my previous expialation, empty, dimly lit, silent. Yet as I moved toward the executive suites, I noticed something I'd overlooked before: a thin strip of light beneath the door of the corner office. My heart hammered against my ribs as I approached. The voices had again receded to whispers, but seemed concentrated behind that illuminated door. I reached for the handle, certain it would again be locked, and nearly stumbled forward when it turned freely in my grip. I hesitated, then pushed the door open. The room beyond lay in perfect darkness. No light shone from within. The strip I'd seen had vanished. I fumbled for the light switch and flipped it on, revealing an empty office. Dust covers draped the furniture, and a fine layer of undisturbed dust coated every surface. No one had used this space in months. I backed out of the room, my breath coming in shallow gasps as I turned to retreat to my office. Movement caught my eye, a shadow passing across the emergency exit door at the corridor's end. I called out, my voice sounding thin and fragile in the emptiness. No response came, but the exit door drifted slightly on its hinges as though recently disturbed. My pace quickened as I returned to my office. No longer concerned with stealth, I pushed through my door, grabbing for my briefcase. Determined to leave the building immediately, I stopped short at the side of my desk, my papers neatly organized when I'd left. Now lay scattered across the surface, my computer monitor displayed not the spreadsheet I'd been viewing, but a blank screen with a blinking cursor as I watched text began to appear. One character at a time, as though typed by invisible hands. WELCOMETOTHEMETING. My knees weakened, forcing me to grip the door frame for support. A chill swept through me, raising goose flesh along my arms. The cursor continued to blink after the message. Waiting for what my response, I remained frozen, watching until the screen suddenly went black, then returned to my spreadsheet as though nothing had happened. I should have left then. I should have gathered my things and never returned. Instead, curiosity, that most dangerous of human compulsions, led me to check my phone. The recording app showed it had captured 3 minutes and 42 seconds of audio with trembling fingers. I pressed play. The first minute contained only the sound of my footsteps and breathing. Then came something else, a conversation far clearer on the recording than it had been to my ears. 3 distinct voices discussed what sounded like financial figures, mentioning percentages and market projections. The exchange grew heated, one voice dominating with thinly veiled threats. Then a 4th voice entered, quiet, authoritative speaking. Only a few words that silenced the others. Immediately, the recording ended with footsteps not mine and what sounded like a door closing. I since learned the history of my building. Constructed in the late 1980s, it housed several investment firms during the market boom. One firm in particular, occupying the entire 23rd floor, collapsed spectacularly in 1992, accusations of fraud and embezzlement. Its partners avoided prosecution. The whistleblower who tried to expose them disappeared under mysterious circumstances. No body was ever found, no charges ever filed. The case went cold. I continue to work late occasionally, though never alone anymore. I hired an assistant who stays with me, safety in numbers. I tell myself the voices still come at precisely 8:57 p.m., though they never progress. Beyond murmurs, when we're both present, my assistant claims not to hear them, attributing the sounds to the building's infrastructure. Sometimes when reviewing our financial records, I discover small discrepancies, figures adjusted, decimal points, moved balances, slightly altered. Each change, if left uncorrected, would benefit our clients at the expense of others. I fix these anomalies immediately, attributing them to software glitches or my assistant's inexperience. I never mention the chair that occasionally shifts position when unattended, or the scent of old paper and cologne that lingers in our office each morning last week. My assistant left early, pleading illness alone. I heard the voices rise to unprecedented clarity. I understood every word of their ghostly deliberation, the planning of financial ruin for unsuspecting clients, the calculated destruction of evidence, the casual discussion of removing obstacles as the conversation reached its climax. My computer screen flickered, displaying a message different from the first. YOUKNOWTOOMUC. I didn't flee this time. Instead, I spoke aloud to the empty room, explaining that I understood their need for justice, for exposure of past wrongs, but that I couldn't be their instrument. The temperature dropped precipitously as I spoke, my breath fogging in the suddenly frigid air. When I finished, my screen flashed one final message: THNSOMEONELSEWILLBE. The building has new tenants now on the 23rd floor, a startup financial consulting firm, young ambitious people working impossible hours. I've tried to warn them about staying too late, about the dangers of solitude in that particular space. They humor me with Ahmed smiles, attributing my concerns to middle-aged eccentricity. Yesterday, the local business journal announced their first major client acquisition, the restructured descendant of that disgraced investment firm from 1992. I recognize names on their advisory board, children and grandchildren of those original partners tonight. From my new office in a different building across the street, I can see a single illuminated window on the 23rd floor. A lone figure sits at a desk working late. It's 8:56 p.m. I watch, breath held, as the minute changes. The light flickers, then stabilizes, even from this distance. I can see the figure suddenly stiffen, head tilting as though listening. I know what they hear, I know what comes next. I turn away from the window, unable to watch. Some cycles can't be broken, some justices can't be denied, some voices will be heard one way or another. The silence at Pine Hollow Retreat wasn't the peaceful kind you seek when escaping the city. It was a dense, watchful silence that seemed to press against my eardrums, making me strain to hear something, anything beyond the occasional creak of timber, adjusting to the night's cold that first night. As I stared at the knotted pine ceiling of my isolated chalet, I couldn't shake the feeling that the silence was deliberate, as if the forest itself was holding its breath waiting. I'd chosen Pine Hollow specifically for its isolation after my divorce finalized, followed by the company restructuring that left me with a generous severance, but no purpose. I needed somewhere to regroup somewhere. Distant from sympathetic glances and awkward conversation, the retreat's website promised solitary cabins nestled in pristine wilderness and a digital detox experience with minimal staff interference. Perfect for a man looking to disappear for 2 weeks. The property consisted of 8 rustic chalets arranged in a loose semicircle around a small central lodge where meals were served. Each chalet sat approximately 50 yards from its neighbors, connected by winding gravel paths through dense spruce trees. Mine was second from the end, with only one neighboring cabin. To my right, the setup offered exactly what I needed: anonymity, silence, and the comforting illusion that I could simply vanish from the world's notice. My first day passed uneventfully. I hiked the properties. Trails ate dinner alone in the lodge, where the elderly owner Vernon explained that the off-season meant I was currently their only guest. The retreat would remain nearly empty until Memorial Day weekend. I welcomed the news, relieved I wouldn't need to make small talk with other vacationers that night. I fell into bed exhausted from physical exertion, sleeping more soundly than I had in months. The second night changed everything. I awoke. Suddenly at 2:18 a.m., according to the harsh red glow of my bedside clock, something had pulled me from deep sleep, a sound just at the threshold of perception. I lay perfectly still, listening there. It came again, a gentle scraping at my door, not a knock, but something more delicate, like fingernails lightly dragging across wood. My pulse quickened as I slipped from bed. My bare feet meeting the cold hardwood floor, the scraping continued, rhythmic and patient. 4 slow drags paused, then 4 more standing frozen in the center of the cabin. I contemplated my options. Logic suggested wildlife, perhaps a raccoon or something larger, drawn by the scent of the granola bars in my backpack. Yet the regularity of the sound held an undeniable deliberateness. "Hello?" I called out, my voice embarrassingly thin in the darkness. The scraping stopped immediately. I grabbed the metal flashlight from my nightstand, heavy enough to serve as a weapon if needed, and approached the door. My hand hovered over the doorknob as sweat formed between my shoulder blades. Despite the night's chill, with a sudden surge of resolve, I yanked the door open. Nothing. The porch was empty, illuminated only by the half-moon hanging between branches overhead. My beam of light swept across the clearing, catching nothing but underbrush and the gravel path. As I stepped fully onto the porch, a movement caught my peripheral vision. The door of the neighboring chalet was closing slowly and silently, with just the faintest click. As it latched, a wave of confusion washed over me. Vernon had explicitly stated I was the only guest. Perhaps another late arrival, yet there had been no headlights, no sound of a vehicle on the gravel drive that encircled the property. I considered marching over to investigate, but something in the deliberate slowness of that closing door made my skin prickle. Instead, I retreated inside, double-checking the lock before returning to bed, where I lay awake until dawn. Painted gray light through the gingham curtains at breakfast, I casually inquired whether another had checked in. Overnight, Vernon looked up from wiping down tables, his weathered face puzzled as he assured me that no. I remained their sole occupant when I mentioned seeing the neighboring cabin's door close. His expression flickered briefly, something passing too quickly across his features to identify. He answered that perhaps the wind had caught an improperly latched door, mentioning they hadn't used that particular cabin in some time due to plumbing issues. His explanation was reasonable, yet the careful neutrality in his tea felt rehearsed. I didn't press the issue, though the encounter left a knot of unease in my stomach. That afternoon, I found myself drawn to the neighboring chalet. From the outside, it appeared identical to mine, a simple A-frame structure with a small porch and green-painted door. The windows were covered with blinds drawn tightly closed, standing before it. In broad daylight, I felt foolish for my midnight anxiety. I tested the door and found it locked further. Supporting Vernon's explanation satisfied, I continued my hike, determined to dismiss the incident. Night fell early as it tends to in densely forested areas. I'd spent the day hiking more challenging trails and returned to my cabin. Exhausted muscles pleasantly sore after a hot shower and simple dinner, I settled into bed with a paperback thriller I'd brought along around 10 as my eyelids grew heavy. I noticed a faint glow seeping beneath my door. Not my door, I realized with a jolt of adrenaline. The light was visible through my window, a thin yellow line beneath the neighboring chalet door. I sat up book forgotten and watched as shadows occasionally passed across that strip of light, suggesting movement. Inside my mouth went dry as dust. Someone was found my tires mysteriously flat when I attempted to depart. All four simultaneously a statistical improbability that Vernon attributed to metal debris on the service road. When I sought his help, the earliest a mobile mechanic could arrive was precisely my scheduled departure day. Each night followed the same pattern, the scratching at my door around 2 a.m., the light in the neighboring cabin, the shuffling movements. I stopped investigating, instead huddling in my bed with blankets pulled tight around me as if cotton and polyester could shield me from whatever existed next door on my final morning. As I loaded my repaired car under Vernon's watchful gaze, he approached me with something clutched in his gnarled hand. "Found this while cleaning your cabin," he said, extending his palm to reveal my watch, the expensive one my ex-wife had given me for our 10th anniversary, which I distinctly remembered packing securely in my toiletry bag. "Where did you find it?" I asked, voice betraying my unease. Vernon's roomy eyes met mine directly for the first time. It was on the nightstand next door, he said quietly in the empty cabin. I snatched the watch from his palm, the metal ice cold. Despite the warmth of the morning as I drove away, I glimpsed Vernon in my rearview mirror standing motionless in the gravel drive, watching my departure with an expression of profound relief. 3 months have passed since my stay at Pine Hollow. I've rationalized most of what happened: stress-induced paranoia, grief, manifesting his anxiety, an old man playing mind games with a vulnerable guest. Yet I cannot explain why some nights I still wake at precisely 2:18 a.m. to the sound of gentle scratching at my apartment door, or why when I check my watch the same watch returned to me that final day. The time always reads 2:17, regardless of the actual hour, and I cannot explain why last week I received a small parcel in the mail containing a wood splinter painted a familiar shade of green with a handwritten note from Vernon. "It followed you home. I'm sorry the darkness in an empty building speaks a language of its own. It's not the absence of light that unsettles you. It's the weight of emptiness, the hollow that seems to breathe when nothing should be breathing at all. I've spent 15 years as the night caretaker at Westwood Heights, and I thought I understood every creak, every settling pipe, every whisper of the heating system coming to life, until the 7th floor began to call to me. My name is Michael Reeves, at 53. I've seen enough in life to consider myself reasonably unshakable. Divorced for 8 years, I found comfort in routine, in the predictable patterns of maintaining this 12-story residential building on the outskirts of town. The residents know me as the reliable shadow who fixes their leaking faucets, replaces their flickering hallway bulbs, and ensures the security of their homes while they sleep. What they don't know is how the building has changed, or perhaps how I have the 7th floor has been vacant for renovation for nearly 6 months. Now, a plumbing disaster had rendered all 8 units uninhabitable, with construction crews working during daylight hours to restore the apartments by nightfall. The floor should remain silent, dark, and locked. That's how it had been until 3 weeks ago. My nightly rounds are methodical. I begin at the basement at 11 p.m., checking the boiler room electrical panels and maintenance closets before ascending floor by floor. I inspect hallway lighting, emergency exits, stairwells, and common areas. A ritual performed with such consistency that my body moves through the building on autopilot while my mind wanders elsewhere. That Tuesday night, my routine was broken by a thin line of light leaking into the 6th floor stairwell from above. My pulse quickened slightly, an instinctive response to the unexpected. The 7th floor should have been dark, as it had been every night before I climbed the remaining stairs. My footfalls suddenly seeming unnaturally loud in the concrete enclosure. The hallway was bathed in the artificial glow of a single ceiling light. Approximately halfway down the corridor, all other fixtures remained dark, creating a spotlight effect on the worn carpet and half-painted walls. I stood motionless for several moments, listening for any sign of the construction workers who might have lingered beyond their hours. Nothing but the distant hum of the building systems reached my ears. I approached the illuminated section of hallway keys, jingling soft at my hip as I drew closer. Goosebumps rose along my forearms despite the building's warmth. Something felt wrong in a way I couldn't articulate, like walking into a room and finding all the furniture shifted 1 inch to the left. Everything looked correct but felt fundamentally altered. Then I noticed it Unit 704's door standing ajar by about 3 in. I distinctly remembered securing that door myself. The previous Friday, after the contractors had finished installing new drywall, I had checked each unit, personally ensuring they were locked for the weekend. My throat constricted as I approached. I called out, announcing myself as the building caretaker, my voice sounding strangely hollow in the empty corridor. No response came using my flashlight. I pushed the door further open and swept the beam across the apartment's interior. The space was gutted, exposed wall studs, wires dangling from the ceiling, plastic sheeting covering the unfinished flooring. Construction tools lay organized along one wall exactly as they should be, yet something had disturbed the thin layer of drywall dust coating the entrance. A set of indistinct marks swept across the plastic sheeting against better judgment. I stepped inside. The temperature dropped noticeably as I crossed the threshold, my breath forming a subtle vapor in the air. I blamed it on a draft from the exposed ventilation system, but even as I formed the rational explanation, a different part of my mind rejected it. This cold had a presence to it, a deliberate quality that made my skin prickle. I advanced further into the apartment, sweeping my flashlight across the skeletal room. The beam caught something unusual on the far wall. A small mark that hadn't been there during my Friday inspection. Drawing closer, I discovered a series of thin vertical scratches in the fresh drywall. Each about 8 inches long, they appeared deliberate rather than accidental. 5 parallel lines grouped together like fingers had scraped downward. A subtle current of air brushed against the back of my neck. Stirring the fine hairs there, I spun around, heart hammering against my ribs, but found only the empty apartment behind me. The sensation persisted, however, a featheral touch circulating through the static air. Despite the absence of functioning ventilation, then came the sound. Distant at first, barely distinguishable from the building's ambient noise, a metallic rotation followed by a soft click. My body recognized it before my mind could process it. The sound of the apartment's front door latch. Engaging adrenaline surged through me as I rushed back toward the entrance flashlight beam, bouncing wildly. Across the unfinished walls, the door stood firmly closed when it had been open. Moments before I gripped the handle and turned nothing. It had locked from the outside. A cold sweat broke across my forehead as I jiggled the handle with increasing force. The lock mechanism was new. I had installed it myself the previous week. It wasn't designed to lock automatically. Someone or something had to have turned the key. I called out again, louder this time, my voice cracking slightly with the strain of forced composure. I pressed my ear against the door, listening for footsteps retreating down the hallway. Nothing, just the maddening silence of the EMP empty floor. My master keyring hung from my belt, the familiar weight suddenly reassuring against my hip. I fumbled with trembling fingers, selecting the correct key and pushing it into the lock. It slid in halfway and stopped as if something obstructed it from the other side. Impossible, I had installed every lock on this floor myself. Panic began to bloom in my chest, my heart pounding so violently I could feel my shirt moving with each beam. I threw my shoulder against the door once, twice, 3 times before the frame finally splintered and gave way. I stumbled into the hallway, bracing myself against the opposite wall, gasping for breath. The corridor stood empty. The single light still burned overhead, creating islands of shadow. At either end of the hallway, I scanned both directions, looking for any sign of an intruder, but found only the silent row of closed doors staring back at me like blind eyes. When my breathing finally steadied, I examined the door I had just forced open. The lock appeared untampered with. From the outside, I tested my key again. It now slid in smoothly and turned without resistance. The door swung freely on its hinges, showing no sign of having been jammed. Moments before, I convinced myself that the lock had malfunctioned, a reasonable explanation for a newly installed mechanism. I reported it in my maintenance log and finished my rounds. Though my usual methodical pace had been replaced by hurried movements and frequent glances over my shoulder. 2 nights later, it happened again. Different unit, same floor, a light where none should be, a door that should have been locked. Standing open this time, I didn't enter, I merely closed and locked the door, making a note to check the contractor's sign out procedure. But as I turned to leave, the unmistakable sound of footsteps pattered across the floor inside the apartment I had just secured. The following week brought more incidents. The pattern became predictable yet inexplicable. Lights activating themselves in various sections of the 7th floor. Doors found ajar that I personally had locked. Cold spots that moved through the hallway like invisible pedestrians. I began documenting everything meticulously, cross-referencing with the construction foreman, who insisted his crew was adhering strictly to protocol, never remaining after hour, always securing the floor before departure. I installed motion-activated cameras at my own expense, eager to identify the trespassers I was certain were responsible. The footage showed nothing, just empty hallways and doors that opened by themselves, locks turning without visible assistance in one particularly disturbing sequence. A shadow stretched across the wall without a corresponding figure to cast it, elongating like spilled ink before dissolving into the darkness. My sleep became fragmented, corrupted by dreams of endless corridors and doors that led nowhere. Dark circles formed beneath my eyes, and residents began to comment on my haggard appearance. I brushed off their concerns with manufactured smiles and vague references to seasonal allergies. The construction foreman noticed too. He pulled me aside one morning as his crew arrived, asking if I was feeling all right. I hesitated before mentioning the strange occurrences on the 7th floor. His expression shifted from concern to unease. As I detailed the incidents, he admitted reluctantly that several of his workers had requested reassignment from the project, citing uncomfortable feelings and unexplained equipment failures while working on the 7th floor. One electrician had quit entirely after claiming to hear someone whispering his name from inside a wall cavity. The foreman had dismissed it as job site superstition, but now he wasn't so certain. Those revelations should have reinforced my growing dread, but instead they provided a strange comfort. I wasn't alone in my experiences. Whatever haunted the 7th floor had made itself known to others. This wasn't madness, or at least not mine alone. Armed with this validation, I altered my approach. Instead of avoiding the floor or rushing through my inspections, I began spending more time there. I would bring a folding chair to the hallway each night, positioning myself where I could observe the entire corridor, and simply wait sometimes for hours, enduring the oppressive silence and the creeping sensation of being watched from every shadowed corner. Last night, everything escalated. I had settled into my usual surveillance position when the temperature plummeted so rapidly that my breath instantly clouded before me. The cold penetrated my uniform, seeping into my bones with an unnatural intensity that no drafty building could explain. All the department doors along the corridor simultaneously swung open, the sound of their unlatching echoing like synchronized gunshots in the confined space. I froze, fingers digging into the arms of my folding chair, unable to flee or call out from within each darkened unit. A soft blue illumination began to pulse, casting rhythmic shadows across the hallway. The light seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting with organic precision. My own breathing sin ionized with it. Involuntarily, my lungs filling as the light grew stronger, emptying as it dimmed. Then I heard it, a sound so ordinary it became terrifying in this context. From the furthest unit came the unmistakable noise of running water, not the violent rushing of broken pipes that had originally damaged this floor, but the gentle patter of a shower in use. Steam began to billow from the doorway, rolling down the corridor toward me like a living fog. My par paralysis broke. I stood shakily, my chair clattering to the floor behind me. The sound echoed unnaturally, repeating and distorting until it resembled distant, mocking laughter. I backed toward the stairwell, unwilling to turn my back on the open doorways. The fog continued its advance, swirling around my ankles with deliberate movement within its vaporous body. I could discern shapes forming and dissolving, suggestions of faces and limbs that vanished. When direct observed, my back hit the stairwell door, and I fumbled blindly for the handle eyes still fixed on the hallway as I pushed through to the stairwell. I caught one final glimpse of the corridor. Standing in the steam-filled haze was a figure humanoid but wrong, somehow its proportions subtly distorted. It raised what might have been an arm in a gesture that could have been a greeting or a warning. I didn't sleep at all last night. I called in sick today. The first time I've missed work in 3 years, the construction foreman texted me this afternoon asking if I knew why his crew found all their tools arranged in perfect concentric circles in the middle of Unit 704. This morning, I didn't respond tonight. I will return to Westwood Heights, and to my duties, I will make my rounds checking each floor methodically as I have for 15 years. And when I reach the 7th floor, I know what I'll find: a light where none should be, a door that should be locked, standing open, but this time I think I'll walk in and close the door behind me, whatever waits there has been calling to me specifically. Maybe it's time I answer the darkness. In an empty building speaks a language of its own. After all these weeks, I think I'm beginning to understand what it's saying. The first message arrived at 3:17 a.m. The sudden blue glow from my phone cut through the darkness like a knife, casting strange shadows across my bedroom ceiling. My own number stared back at me, identical to the one listed as me in my contacts. The text was simple: Yuval you. I blinked, sleep evaporating from my mind. You returned the translation, made my skin crawl. Despite the grammatical error, I didn't speak Portuguese. I had never been to Brazil or Portugal or anywhere that would justify this. Linguist slip, my thumb hovered over the screen. I typed, "Who is this?" and pressed. Send the message showed the spinning circle, then failed. I tried again. Same result. The digital void swallowed my attempts at communication, leaving only that question hanging in the air between me and or myself. I checked my call log, my message history. Nothing, no record of receiving anything at 3:17 a.m. When morning came, I contacted my carrier. The representative's voice carried the practiced patience of someone dealing with paranoid customers daily. He assured me no messages had been sent to or from my number overnight. No unusual activity whatsoever. The conversation left me with a hollow feeling in my stomach, as if I'd swallowed something cold and heavy that refused to dissolve. For 5 days, I convinced myself it had been a dream, a glitch, or some elaborate prank that would eventually reveal itself. The rational explanations I constructed felt like paper shields against the nagging dread that had taken residence in my chest. I found myself checking my phone obsessively, the screen becoming both a source of anxiety and the only window into whatever was happening. The second message came while I was brushing my teeth. No, Saya, ainda don't leave yet. My toothbrush clattered into the sink. I nearly slipped on the bathroom tile as I lunged from my phone. Heart hammering against my ribs, the screen showed no notification. Nothing but, as I stared at it, pupils dilated in the harsh bathroom light. The message appeared on my lock screen as if materializing from thin air. My hands trembled as I unlocked the phone. The message was there then in my normal messaging app from my own number. I took screenshots, recorded a video of me scrolling through the conversation. I wasn't crazy, but when I logged into my carrier account, once again, there was no record of these exchanges. Sleep became my enemy. I would lie awake, phone face down across the room, but still, somehow feeling its presence like a malevolent entity. The soft buzz of electronics in my apartment, the refrigerator's hum, the digital clock's subtle electrical pulse took on sinister undertones. Each sound became a whisper, each shadow a potential threat. The messages continued, always in Portuguese, always from my own number, always vanishing from official records. Al don't. V, they are coming, no. Don't trust your eyes. Remember the accident, the last one struck me like a physical blow. What accident? I had never been in any serious accident. The closest thing was a minor fender bender 3 years ago, but something about the phrase tunned into my subconscious, burrowing deeper with each passing hour. I began researching Portuguese using translation apps. Seeking patterns in the messages, the sentences were grammatically correct but oddly constructed as if translated from another language before reaching Portuguese. Or perhaps I thought during one particularly dark night, as if composed by an entity that didn't quite grasp human communication. My work suffered. Colleagues noticed my bloodshot eyes, my jumpiness, whenever a phone chimed anywhere in the office. My boss suggested I take some time off after I snapped at a client during a presentation. When my phone vibrated in my pocket, I didn't tell him the real reason that I was terrified of what new message might be waiting at home. I began covering mirrors. I couldn't explain the compulsion, only that my reflection seemed subtly wrong. Eyes holding my gaze a fraction too long, movement slightly out of syn with my own. The bathroom mirror was first, then the full-length one in my bedroom. I used old sheets, securing them with duct tape, ignoring how unhinged it made my apartment look. The messages grew more frequent, more urgent. They are using your face now, don't let them replace you. The other side is leaking. I started sleeping with the lights on when I slept at all. My apartment became a fortress, blinds. Drawn doors double locked. I began recording everything. Setting up my laptop to capture video while I slept, hoping to catch what I wasn't sure, but the camera's unblinking eye provided a thin veneer of security. The recording showed nothing unusual, just me tossing and turning, occasionally checking my phone with wild, desperate movements, but watching myself sleep was its own kind of horror. There was something uncanny about seeing my unconscious body vulnerable and unaware. Sometimes I thought I could see my eyes open slightly, staring directly at the camera, though I had no memory of waking. My investigation led me down increasingly strange paths. I researched quantum physics theories about parallel universes, psychological disorders that could explain my symptoms, electromagnetic interference that might affect digital communications. Nothing provided a satisfactory explanation for messages that existed for me alone. The turning point came when I received "O paralestoi, look at the sky tonight." Something about the instruction felt different, less threatening, and more guiding. That evening, I ventured onto my balcony for the first time in weeks. The night air felt alien against my skin after our so long inside above me. An aurora rippled across the sky, green and purple waves dancing where they had no business being at this latitude. My phone buzzed in my handbag. Do you see now, the aurora shouldn't have been visible here. Not in this city, not this far south. Yet there it was, undulating across the stars like a living thing. My neighbors' apartments remained dark. No one was outside pointing cameras skyward. No social media exploding with aurora sightings. Just me alone witnessing something impossible. The next message broke the pattern. It came in English. The boundary is thinning. I don't have much time. You need to understand my fingers shook as I typed a response, expecting the now familiar failure, but this time the message sent, "Who are you?" "I am you from elsewhere." Another branch. The accident split. U.S. cold. Sweat beaded on my forehead. The accident, I couldn't remember what accident I typed. The quantum computing experiment, you were there. I was there, we were the same. Until the divergence fragments of memory surfaced, a laboratory I'd never seen, equipment I didn't recognize, faces of colleagues I'd never met, yet somehow familiar like déjà vu given physical form. My head throbbed with each new image. He explained the other me from some parallel reality, that an experiment had gone wrong, creating a fracture between dimensions in his world. I was a physicist working on quantum communication. The accident had split our timeline, creating divergent paths. He had been trying to reach across the divide to warn me they noticed the breach. The Guardians, they maintain the walls between realities. They're coming to seal it. Another message followed quickly, but they don't just fix the breach, they erase anomalies. People like us who have connected across boundaries, my throat-constricted lungs struggling for air that suddenly seemed too thin. How do I stop them? You can't. But you can hide. The aurora is a manifestation of the breach. When it fades, they'll come. You need to be somewhere they won't look where. Somewhere between not fully in your world. Find a leal space. I grabbed essential supplies, water, protein bars, a flashlight, my phone charger. The messages directed me to an abandoned subway station at the edge of the city. The entrance was sealed with plywood and chain link, but my other self guided me to a service door that yielded to persistent pressure. The tunnel beyond swallowed me in darkness so complete it felt solid. My flashlight beam seemed to penetrate only a few feet before being absorbed. The air was stale, heavy, with decades of undisturbed dust, and something else. an electrical charge that made the hairs on my arm stand on end. "How long do I stay here?" I texted. "Until it's safe. I'll contact you, and if you don't." No response came. The signal bars on my phone disappeared one by one until I was truly alone. I made my way deeper into the station, finding an old main 10M room where I set up a makeshift camp. The walls were covered in faded safety notices and what looked like mathematical equations scrolled in yellow chalk. They reminded me of quantum formulas I'd seen during my research, but more complex symbols I didn't recognize. Interspersed with the familiar time became meaningless. Underground, my phone still worked as a clock, but with no natural light. The hours blurred together. I slept when exhaustion overtook me waking to the same unchanging darkness. The only sounds were the distant rumble of trains passing on active lines far above and the occasional skittering of small creatures in the walls. On what my phone claimed was the third day, I heard something new, footsteps too measured and deliberate to be rats. I extinguished my light and pressed myself into a corner, breath-shallow heart pounding so loudly I was certain it would give me away. The footsteps passed my hiding place, paused, then continued. I caught a glimpse through a crack in the door, a figure that seemed to absorb light rather than be illuminated by it, moving with fluid grace that no human could achieve. I remained motionless until long after the sound had faded. My phone lit up with a message: "They're searching the boundaries, stay hidden." Then moments later, I found a solution. We can't stay separated forever, but we can reintegrate how I typed fingers. Clumsy with fear, the breach goes both ways. I can pull you through or push myself into your reality, but the transition would be difficult. Difficult, how our consciousness would merge. Two sets of memories, experiences, knowledge, most people's minds. Fracture. Under the strain. I considered the alternative: remaining in this limbo, indefinitely hunted by entities I barely understood. What do I do? Find the central platform. There's a maintenance access panel with a red lever. When you pull it, focus on the accident. The memory you've been avoiding, it will create a quantum resonance between us. It took hours of careful movement through the darkness to find the platform. The access panel was exactly where he said it would be, hidden behind a defunct ticket booth. The lever inside was cold to the touch. Resistant as I gripped it with both hands, I closed my eyes and allowed the suppressed memories to surface. The laboratory, the humming machine, the sudden flash of light that seemed to tear reality itself. I remembered my other life, my work, my knowledge. As I pulled the lever down, electricity arced from the panel, enveloping me in blue-white light. Pain lanced through my skull as two sets of memories fought for dominance. Childhood in Boston versus growing up in Chicago, studying literature versus quantum physics. Relationships with different people who had never existed in the other's world for a moment that stretched into eternity. I was everywhere and nowhere, everyone and no one. When consciousness returned, I found myself lying on my apartment floor, phone clutched in my hand. The screen showed a message thread with my own number, but now I could see both sides of the conversation, what I had sent and what I had received. Both were mine, both had always been mine. I stood on shaky legs and approached the covered bathroom mirror with trembling fingers. I pulled down the sheet, my reflection stared back, but now I recognized it fully. The subtle wrongness I perceived was just the disconnection between my fractured selves. My phone buzzed one final time, my number, our number, with a simple message. "We're whole now, but the boundary remains torn. Others might find their way through." I glanced at my window where the night sky appeared normal. Stars visible between city buildings. No aurora, no visible breach. But I knew better now. Reality was thinner than anyone suspected, more permeable and somewhere beyond the veil. The Guardians were still searching. I turned away from the window and began removing the sheets from all my mirrors. I would need to see clearly from now on. After all, I knew exactly what to watch for. The fluorescent lights in the Harmon Business Center flickered with an unnatural rhythm, casting sickly shadows across the fourth-floor hallway. The constant electrical hum that permeated the building seemed to deepen as I approached the end of the corridor clipboard. In hand, something about this place had felt wrong from the moment I'd accepted the contract to assess the commercial properties. Not wrong in any way I could articulate, just a persistent gnawing wrongness that settled in the pit of my stomach and refused to dissipate. My name is Michael Reeves, commercial property assessor for Westlake County. I've spent 15 years evaluating office spaces, retail locations, and industrial properties. I know buildings. I understand their logic, their patterns, their secrets. At least I thought I did before I encountered Office 408. It began 3 weeks ago when I received the assignment to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the Harmon Business Center, a 12-story structure built in the late 1980s. The work was straightforward. Verify occupancy document, maintenance issues, assess market values, and update the county's property database. I'd received spreadsheets listing all tenants, floor plans showing every office and security AC access to the entire building. The assessment progressed smoothly through the first 3 floors, but when I reached the 4th floor and began cross-referencing my tenant list with the actual offices, I noticed a discrepancy. My system showed every office from 401 to 424, except for a mysterious 408. According to the official floor plan, there was only 408, no 408. I assumed it was a clerical error and continued my work. That Friday afternoon, I was finishing my inspection of the 4th floor when I noticed something odd. The main corridor made a sharp right turn at the end, leading to a short hallway that wasn't clearly marked on my floor plan. Following it, I discovered a door with a small tarnished plaque reading 408A in faded lettering. The inconsistency triggered my professional curiosity. This office existed physically, but not in any of the official records. I tried the handle, finding it locked. Pressing my ear against the door, I detected no sound from within. Not even the omnipresent hum of the building's ventilation system seemed to penetrate this space. I knocked, receiving no response. Something about the door's texture felt wrong against my knuckles. Not quite solid, not quite hollow. I made a note to return with a building manager. The strange office nagged at me throughout the weekend. Monday morning, I requested the complete architectural plans from the county archives and spent hours reviewing them according to every document. The hallway ended at Office 408. There was no turn, no extension, no 408. Yet I had seen it, touched it when I returned to the 4th floor. The following week, I experienced the first real shock. The corridor ended exactly as the plans indicated, with a blank wall where I distinctly remembered seeing the right turn and hallway extension. I stood frozen, my breath caught in my throat as cold sweat beaded on my forehead. I approached the wall, running my hands over its surface. It was solid drywall, painted the same institutional beige as the rest of the building, with no indication that a hallway had ever existed there. I asked the receptionist at the insurance office across the hall if she knew anything about Office 408A. She looked at me with genuine confusion, stating firmly that the hallway had always ended at that wall when I described the short extension corridor in the door. I'd seen, she suggested, I might have confused this floor with another building. Her certainty and the conviction in her eyes made my stomach tighten. I thanked her and left my hands trembling slightly as I made notes. That night I couldn't sleep. My mind replayed the memory of seeing that door, touching it, feeling its strange texture beneath my fingers. I'd been doing this job for 15 years. I didn't confuse buildings. I didn't imagine doors. 3 days later, I was driving past the Harmon Business Center around 9:30 p.m., having finished a late assessment at a nearby property. Almost without conscious decision, I pulled into the parking garage. The night security guard recognized me from my previous visits and allowed me upstairs after I explained I needed to check something for an urgent report. Due the next morning, the building felt different at night. The fluorescent lights hummed at a lower, more menacing frequency. The normal bustle of office activity was replaced by a silence so complete it seemed to press against my eardrums. The elevator carried me to the 4th floor with a jerky motion that felt deliberate, threatening. When the doors opened, I hesitated before stepping out the hallway, stretched before me, identical to how I remembered it from my daytime visits. Yet somehow altered, the shadows seemed deeper, the corners less defined. I walked slowly toward the end of the corridor. my footsteps echoing unnaturally in the empty space, and there it was, the right turn at the end of the hallway. The extension corridor, the door marked 408A. My heart hammered against my ribcage as I approached the door looked older. Somehow the wood more weathered, the metal plaque more tarnished than I remembered. The air in the small hallway felt dense, resistant as if I were moving through water rather than air. My breath came in short, shallow gasps as I reached for my phone to document what I was seeing. I activated the camera and began recording, narrating in a whisper that sounded strange and disconnected from my body. As I approached the door, the image on my phone screen began to distort. Vertical lines cut through the picture, and the audio became a staticky mess of white noise and discordant tones. When I touched the door, the screen went completely black, though the recording indicator showed it was still running. The handle felt ice. Cold against my palm set in a jolt of pain up my arm. It turned easily this time, and the door swung inward with no resistance. The opening revealed only darkness, not the absence of light, but a tangible darkness that seemed to absorb the hallway illumination at its edges. Standing at the threshold, I felt a pressure differential as if the space beyond the door was drawing air from the corridor. That's when I heard a sound from within the darkness. Not a voice, not machinery, but something between a whisper and the rustle of paper. It conveyed intention without words, awareness without presence. My skin erupted in goosebumps and a wave of nausea crashed over me. Every instinct screamed for retreat. I backed away, watching as the darkness seemed to seep around the edges of the doorframe like black smoke. The door remained open, an invitation or a threat I couldn't interpret. When my back hit the opposite wall, I turned and ran, not stopping until I reached the elevator. My hand shook so violently I could barely press the button for the lobby in the parking GEGE. I sat in my car for nearly an hour, trying to calm my racing heart and rationalize what I'd experienced. When I finally felt composed enough to drive, I checked my phone to review the video evidence. The recording was there, nearly 6 minutes long, but played back as visual static and a horrible screeching noise that forced me to mute my phone. The final frame showed what looked like elongated fingers reaching toward the camera before cutting to black. I told myself I needed verification. Confirmation from another person that what I was experiencing was real. The next morning, I returned to the building with James, a security supervisor I'd befriended during my assessments. I explained that I needed to check something on the 4th floor, but didn't elaborate on what we might find. As we walked the corridor together, I felt a creeping dread when we approached the end, as I feared and somehow expected the hallway terminated in the same blank wall I'd seen during my daytime visits. James looked at me with growing concern as I described the extension corridor and office. 408A, I showed him the corrupted video, which now displayed nothing but black frames and produced no sound at all. He suggested gently that I might be overworked, that stress can cause perceptual distortions. I couldn't blame him for his skepticism, but his disbelief only deepened my isolation. Over the next 2 weeks, I visited the Harmon Business Center at different times, documenting when the mysterious extension appeared, and when it didn't, a pattern emerged. The corridor extension and office 408A were visible only after sunset and before sunrise. During business hours, the hallway always ended in a blank wall. No one else seemed to notice anything unusual about the 4th floor. I began researching the building's history, searching for any information about Office 4A or unusual occurrences on the 4th floor. The Harmon Business Center had been constructed in 1987 on the site of an older structure. The Harmon Medical Arts Building, which had been demolished after a fire, archives from the local newspaper mentioned nothing unusual about either building. Though I did discover that the original structure had housed psychiatric offices last night. I returned to the building around midnight, determined to investigate Office 408A more thoroughly. I signed in with the night guard, who had grown accustomed to my odd hours, and took the elevator to the 4th floor as anticipated. The extension corridor and Office 408A awaited me at the end of the hallway. This time I came prepared with a digital recorder, a flashlight, and a small digital camera. In addition to my phone, all devices began malfunctioning as I approached the door. Batteries draining inexplicably, screens flickering, then going dark. The flashlight dimmed to a feeble glow that illuminated nothing standing before the door. I experienced that same sensation of heavy, resistant air and the subtle pulling feeling as if the space beyond the threshold was creating negative pressure. The door stood slightly ajar, this time, revealing a sliver of that absolute darkness within. I almost retreated, then almost turned and walked away, resolved to complete my assessment report without including the mysterious office. But professional pride and a growing obsession pushed me forward. I needed to understand what was happening. I needed to validate my experiences. I pushed the door open wider and directed my failing flashlight into the space. The beam didn't penetrate the darkness, rather. The darkness seemed to swallow it whole, but as my eyes adjusted, I began to perceive shapes within the blackness. The vague outlines of what might have been office furniture distorted and elongated, as if viewed through warped glass, and there was movement, subtle shifts in the density of the darkness. Suggesting something circulating within the room, the air temperature dropped dramatically, my breath fogging before me as I stood at the threshold. That sound returned the whisper rustle I'd heard before, but now it formed patterns that almost resembled words. Logic insisted I should not enter, but I found myself taking a step forward anyway, crossing the threshold into Office 408. The cold intensified, immediately burning my lungs with each breath. The door swung shut behind me with a soft click that sounded final, irrevocable, in the absolute darkness. My sense of orientation vanished. I couldn't tell which direction faced the door, which way was forward or back. Then came the sensation of presence, not just one but many. I wasn't alone in that lightless void. Something moved past me, brushing against my arm with a touch that felt like dry paper. Another passed behind me close enough that I felt the displacement of air against my neck. My heart pounded so violently I feared it might rupture. The whisper rustle. Sounds converged, forming words I could almost comprehend. They seemed to emanate not from any particular direction, but from the darkness itself. I strained to understand, feeling that they were trying to communicate something of vital importance. That's when I saw it, a faint phosphorescent glow emanating from what appeared to be a desk at the center of the room. As my eyes adapted further, I could make out papers spread across its surface, glowing with their own pale light. I moved toward them, driven by a compulsion I couldn't resist. The papers contained architectural drawings of the Harmon Business Center, but with significant differences from the building I knew. Additional rooms, hidden passages, and altered dimensions filled the blueprints. Most notably, the fourth floor showed a much larger space where Office 408A should be a suite of rooms designated as special projects with no further explanation. As I examined the papers, I noticed dates in the corners. They weren't from the 1980s when the current building was constructed, but from 2031, 6 years in the future. My hands trembled as I tried to process this impossibility. The whisper rustle sounds intensified, becoming almost frantic in their rhythm. A sudden clarity struck me. Office 408. A existed. Outside normal temporal boundaries, it wasn't disappearing, and reappearing. It was phasing between different points in time. During business hours, it existed in another, when perhaps the past or future becoming accessible, only during the Leal night hours when the building's energy pattern shifted as this realization formed. The temperature in the room plummeted further. The papers on the desk began to curl and blacken at the edges. Though no flame was visible, the presences moving around me grew more agitated, their paper dry touches becoming more frequent, more insistent. I needed to leave now, but in the disorienting darkness, I had no idea which direction would lead to the door. Panic surged through me as I turned in place, searching for any indication of an X, yet my foot struck something solid. A chair or desk, sending me stumbling forward. My outstretched hands met a solid surface, a wall. I ran my palms along it, searching desperately for a door handle. The whisper rustle, sounds coalesced into a single voice, still not quite human but clearly intelligible. Now it spoke 4 words that froze my blood. Not yet your time. My searching fingers found a metal doorknob. I twisted it frantically, throwing my weight against the door. It opened, suddenly sending me sprawling into the brightly lit main corridor of the 4th floor. The door to office 408E slammed shut behind me with a force that shook the walls. I lay on the carpet, gasping for breath, my body trembling uncontrollably when I finally managed to stand. I turned to look at the door and found only a blank wall, as if the extension Core in Office 408A had never existed. That was 3 days ago. I've submitted my assessment report for the Harmon Business Center, deliberately omitting any mention of Office 408. My supervisor has noticed my distracted state but attributes it to overwork. I've requested a transfer to residential assessments, citing a need for change after 15 years in commercial properties. But I know I'll return to the Harmon Business Center. The architectural drawings I saw in that darkness haunt my thoughts. What happens in 2031? What special projects will occupy that impossible space? Most troubling of all, I can't shake the certainty that I was meant to see those blueprints that whatever entities inhabit. Office 408A wanted me to know about the building's future. Sometimes when I'm alone in the silence of my apartment, I hear that whisper rustle sound again, faint but unmistakable, and occasionally from the corner of my eye, I glimpse movement. The shifting of shadows in a way that defies the physics of light. I've started avoiding mirrors after noticing that my reflection sometimes moves a fraction of a second too late. I don't know if I encountered something supernatural in Office 408A, or if the room represents some kind of temporal anomaly with a scientific explanation. What I do know is that whatever exists in that space recognized me, communicated with me, and for reasons I cannot fathom, released me. Not yet my time. It said, the implication being that someday it will be Beak. The first thing I noticed wasn't the silence, but its absence. The distant hum of traffic I'd been hearing for miles suddenly vanished, replaced by a vacuum so complete it made my ears ring. That's when I checked my GPS and found the screen frozen, not displaying an error, just stuck, as if time itself had stopped for everything except me and my aging sedan. I'd been driving for 3 hours when I decided to take that detour. Interstate 70 had become a parking lot, an accident ahead according to the radio, and my brother was expecting me for dinner. The clock read 4:37 p.m. The GPS adjusted a secondary route that would rejoin the highway past the congestion, so I took the next exit without hesitation. State Road 177 looked innocuous enough, a 2-lane asphalt ribbon cutting through dense woodlands. Nothing about it suggested what was to come. 20 minutes in, the trees grew thicker, pressing against the edges of the road. The late afternoon sun filtered through the canopy in fractured patterns that made my eyes strain to adjust between light and shadow. That's when my phone lost signal, a minor inconvenience. I told myself the GPS would still work offline, except it didn't. The blue dot representing my position remained stuck while the directional arrow spun uselessly. I maintained my speed, confident the road would eventually lead somewhere. Recognizable, that's when I noticed the first mileage sign, 177 South 23 Mill to Junction 40. Standard green reflective material, nothing unusual. 2 minutes later, another sign appeared, 177 South 25 miles to Junction 40. My foot eased off the accelerator had I misread the first sign. I shook my head and pressed on the next sign. Left no room for doubt, 177 South 28 miles to Junction 40. The distances were increasing. I was driving south, but somehow getting further from my destination. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I checked my watch, 5:12 p.m. The afternoon sun should have been lower in the sky, but when I looked outside, the golden light appeared higher, more like mid-afternoon. My dashboard clock now read 3:47 p.m., nearly an hour earlier than when I'd left the interstate. I pulled onto the shoulder tires, crunching over gravel. The engine idled as I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles whitened. My breathing came in short, painful gasps, as if the air inside the car had thinned through the windshield. I watched the shadows cast by the trees gradually shrink and shift. Direction, the sun was rising in the west. 10 minutes passed, according to my watch. though the car clock now read 2:15 p.m. The forest had fallen into an unnatural silence. No birds, no rustling leaves. Despite the visible movement of branches in the wind, I felt a pressure in my ears like when descending in an airplane, except it wouldn't equalize. No matter how much I swallowed, followed fumbling with shaking hands, I tried restarting the car's infotainment system. The screen went black, then displayed the manufacturer's logo for an excruciating length of time before finally rebooting the clock, reset to 12 a.m. rings, then immediately jumped to 5:47 p.m. Later than when I'd started this journey. Something flickered in my peripheral vision, a dark shape moving between trees about 50 yards ahead, too large to be a deer, too fluid to be human. When I focused directly on the spot, nothing was there, but the sensation of being watched intensified until my skin prickled with goose flesh. I decided to turn around whatever strange phenomenon was affecting this stretch of road. I wanted no part of it. I shifted into drive and pulled back onto the asphalt, executing a careful three-point turn. The road behind me stretched empty and straight, far straighter than I remembered I could see at least a mile back, with no curves or hills to obscure the view. This wasn't the same winding road I'd been traveling. The fuel gauge caught my attention 3/4 full when I'd exited the interstate. Now hovering just above empty, the trip computer showed I traveled 187 miles since my last fill-up. Impossible, given that I'd only driven about 40 miles from home. My throat constricted as I accelerated north. The speedometer read 55 mech, but the trees passed by with unnatural slowness, as if I were crawling along at 20. My hands trembled against the steering wheel and a persistent throbbing had begun behind my right eye. I pressed harder on the accelerator, 65, 75-mile Piers. The engine strained and wind, but the landscape's passage remained eerily unhurried. A road sign appeared, 177. North 32M to Interstate 70. Hope surged briefly. I was headed in the right direction, but the next sign less than a minute later read 177 North 35M to Interstate 70. The same impossible regression. My watch now read 6:30 p.m., while the car's clock showed 1:32 p.m. Outside, the light had shifted again, taking on the amber quality of late afternoon. The sun now hung where it should have been at that hour, but I couldn't shake the certainty that it had been in at least 3 different positions in the sky since I'd pulled onto this road. Something dark moved across the road about a 1/4 mile ahead. Not an animal, more like a smudge of shadow disconnected from any object capable of casting it. It slid across the asphalt with deliberate slowness before dissolving into the trees. I blinked rapidly, convinced my exhaustion was causing visual hallucinations. The radio suddenly crackled to life, though I hadn't touched its static at first. Then fragments of voices, not a clear broadcast, but snippets of conversations overlapping each other. I caught phrases, "should turn back now," and "they never leave." And most disturbingly, "he thinks he's still driving before I punch the power button." The voices continued for 3 more seconds before cutting out. My heart hammered against my ribs with such force I could see my shirt moving. My mouth had gone completely dry and the inside of my cheeks tasted metallic. Like blood without injury, the car felt simultaneously too small and too empty, as if the space behind me had expanded into an impossible void. I didn't dare look in the rearview mirror. A wooden sign appeared on the roadside, not a standard highway marker, but a hand-painted placard. I would have expected to see outside a rural business. Larson's Gas and Grocery, last stop for 60 miles. Below it in smaller letters as 1953, the paint looked fresh desperation and my near empty. Tent Tank made the decision for me. I slowed as a small clearing appeared on the right, revealing a single-story clapboard building with 2 ancient gas pumps out front. The place looked like it had been plucked straight from the 1950s, down to the Coca-Cola thermometer hanging beside the front door. No other vehicles were visible. I pulled up to the pump and the gravel crunched under my tires with abnormal loudness in the stillness. When I shut off the engine, the abrupt silence felt like a physical presence pressing against my eardrums. My watch read 7:05 p.m. The car's clock displayed 4:37 p.m. Exactly the time I'd exited the interstate hours earlier. The station appeared operational. Lights glowed warmly behind the windows, but no one came out to attend the pump, and I saw no movement inside. I sat for 5 full minutes, unable to make myself open the door and step outside. Something about this place felt wrong, in a way I couldn't articulate, not abandoned, but waiting. I noticed a payphone attached to the side of the building, an anachronism in our cellular age, a lifeline. If I could call my brother, explain where I was, but even as the thought formed, I realized I didn't know where I was. Not really. The GPS had failed, the mileage signs contradicted themselves, and time itself seemed broken. A bead of sweat traced a cold path down my spine as I finally forced myself to exit the vehicle. The air outside felt thick and stagnant, like breathing through wet cotton. The temperature had dropped at least 15 degrees since I'd pulled over earlier. Though the sun still shone with late afternoon intensity, I tried the pump. First relieved when it activated with a mechanical clunk. After I lifted the nozzle, no card reader, this was the sort that ran continuously until you manually stopped it. The numbers spun on the analog display as I filled my tank. The gallons climbing improbably fast considering how little room should have remained. 7 gallons, 10, 15, 18. The tank held 16 maximum. I pulled the nozzle out, but gasoline continued to pour from the spout onto the concrete, disappearing through cracks without pooling. I jammed the nozzle back into the pump housing and the flow ceased. The station door opened with a creak that raised the hair on my arms. A man stood in the doorway, tall, rail thin. Dressed in what looked like a service station uniform from decades past, his face remained in shadow. Despite the sunlight that should have illuminated his features been driving long, his voice sounded wrong, like multiple voices speaking in near unison. With subtle delays between them, I managed to croak out a response asking where exactly this road led. He made a sound that might have been a laugh, depends on where you're trying to go. He stepped forward and I stepped back. Involuntarily, his face came into view, ordinary features arranged in a slightly wrong way, as if someone had described a human face to an artist who had never actually seen one. Interstate, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. I'm trying to get back to Interstate 70. The interstate, he repeated, drawing out the word. Sure, you just keep heading north about 10 minutes, you'll see the signs. His lips didn't quite sync with his words. I nodded, already retreating toward my car. What do I owe you for the gas on the house? He said, smiling now. Too many teeth in that smile. First-time visitors don't pay the road brings us enough. He stepped back into the station before I could respond. The door closing with the same unsettling creak, I drove away with my hand slick on the steering wheel, accelerating harder than necessary. The station receded in my mirrors, then disappeared entirely when it should have still been visible on the straight road 10 minutes north. Just as he'd promised, I saw the interstate signs, the clock on my dashboard. Now read 5:52 p.m. My watch showed 7:32 p.m. The fuel gauge indicated a full tank. I merged onto Interstate 70 with a flood of relief. So intense it left me lie-headed normal traffic. Surrounded me, cars, trucks all moving at predictable speeds. My GPS reactivated immediately. The robotic voice announcing I would reach my destination in 45 minutes. I had somehow bypassed half my journey. When I arrived at my brother's house, he greeted me with surprise, noting I was early despite the heavy traffic reported on the news. I checked the trip computer. It showed I'd driven 87 miles total. Exactly half the expected distance that night. Scrolling through my phone's photo gallery, I found images I didn't remember, taking blurry shots of empty road, the strange gas station, and one clear picture of a road sign, 177 South. Welcome back. I've taken the interstate exclusively since then, but sometimes when I'm driving alone at dusk, my GPS will suggest an alternate route, a quicker way to avoid traffic. The screen will flicker momentarily and I'll catch a glimpse of a road that isn't marked on any map, a road numbered 177, and sometimes in my rearview mirror, I see a service station attendant with too many teeth, watching and waiting for me to take that turn again. The mind plays tricks, they say, but what if the trick isn't in your mind at all, but in the fabric of reality itself? I discovered this terrible possibility on a Tuesday evening in October, sitting alone in my apartment surrounded by yearbooks and old photographs, my computer screen glowing with social media searches that yielded nothing. Absolutely nothing. My hands trembled as I ran them through my hair for the hundredth time, a cold sweat breaking out across my forehead. Despite the chill in the room, how could someone I spent nearly every day with for 3 years simply not exist? How could Marcos Alvarez, my closest friend during high school, have vanished not just from my life, but from existence itself? I remember him clearly, 6'2", wavy black hair that fell just above his shoulders, a small scar above his right eyebrow from a childhood accident involving his brother's bike, the way he'd crack his knuckles before every basketball game. A habit I found annoying but predictable. His laugh, a short explosive burst, followed by a wheezing sound when something really got him going. The smell of his mother's homemade empanadas that he'd bring for lunch occasionally and always share with me. These memories aren't vague. Impressions, they're vivid. Detailed recollections of someone I knew better than most of my family members. Yet here I was, 32 years old, staring at our senior yearbook, and Marcos wasn't in it. Not in our class photo, not in the basketball team picture where he'd been starting power forward, not in any of the candid shots from prom where we both gone stag and spent most of the night making fun of the couples on the dance floor in the basketball team photo, where I clearly remember Marcos standing behind me with his hands on my shoulders. There was instead a short blonde kid named Trevor whom I barely recall from math class. This discrepancy first occurred to me 3 weeks ago when my mother shipped me a box of my old high school memorabilia she'd found. While cleaning out the attic, among the items was a trophy our debate team won junior year. I distinctly remembered that tournament Marcos and I had prepared for weeks, staying up late at his house, refining arguments, his father bringing us coffee at midnight, despite his mother's protests about seeing the moment we won. Marcos had grabbed me in a bee hug so tight I could barely breathe, whispering "We actually did it, man" in my ear with a voice thick with emotion, but the inscription on the trophy listed only my name and that of Sarah Martinez, a girl I certainly knew but had never partnered with for debate. When I called my mother to ask about this, her confusion was genuine. She'd never heard of Marcos Alvarez, maybe from college, she suggested, but no, I was certain he was from high school. I even described him to her, his height, his hair, the black leather jacket he wore nearly every day. Despite the Texas heat, nothing registered. I became obsessed with finding proof of his existence. I contacted old classmates through Facebook. Casual messages asking if they remembered Marcos from the basketball team or debate club, each response. Twisted the knife deeper, no one remembered him. Some suggested I might be thinking of Marcus Reynolds, a popular senior when we were sophomores, but that wasn't right. Others thought perhaps I was confusing high school memories with college ones, as my mother had suggested I dug out old papers from high school, convinced I'd find his name on group assignments or at least a mention in my own juvenile journals. Nothing I found a paper I specifically remembered writing with him. Our analysis of The Great Gatsby that earned us an A+ in AP English, but the paper showed only my name at the top. The rational part of my brain suggested there must be a simple explanation. False memories are a documented psychological phenomenon. Perhaps I'd created Marcos as a composite of several friends, or maybe there was a real Marcos but from a different period of my life and my mind had simply misplaced him in time. But these explanations felt hollow against the sheer volume and clarity of my memories. It was during this period of questioning that I began to notice strange occurrences around my apartment. At first they were subtle enough to dismiss a book out of place, a cup I didn't remember leaving on the counter, my keys on the hook when I thought I'd left them by the door. But as my search for evidence of Marcos intensified, so did these disturbances. One night I woke at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of basketball dribbling. Not from outside, not from a neighbor's TV, but from inside my living room. My mouth went dry instantly and I lay paralyzed as the rhythmic thump, thump, thump continued for exactly 47 seconds before stopping abruptly. The next morning I found nothing out of place but the faint smell of gym sneakers lingered in the air. I installed a security camera in my living room that weekend. It recorded nothing unusual for the first few. Nights, though, I continued to hear sounds, whispered conversations just at the edge of comprehensibility, laughter that seemed to come from inside the walls, the creak of my couch as if someone had just sat down when no one was there. The camera captured none of this. Then on the fifth night, something changed. Reviewing the footage the next morning, I noticed a glitch at 3:17 a.m. The same time I'd heard the basketball dribbling days earlier, the video feed didn't cut out entirely, but the image warped, stretching and compressing as if seen through a heat mirage, and in that distortion for approximately 4 seconds, I could make out the silhouette of someone sitting on my couch. Someone tall with hair that fell to their shoulders. My heart hammered against my ribcage as I replayed those 4 seconds. Dozens of times, my fingers trembling so badly I kept missing the pause button. It wasn't clear enough to definitively say it was Marcos, but it wasn't clear enough to say it wasn't him either. What was clear was that someone or something had been in my apartment and my camera had barely captured it. I printed a still from the video, the blurry silhouette circled in red marker, and added it to my growing wall of evidence, a detective board worthy of any crime show, with sticky notes, string connections, and timeline markers. I was no longer just trying to prove Morrow's heading existed, I was trying to understand what was happening to me. Now sleep became almost impossible each night. The disturbances grew more pronounced. The temperature in my apartment would drop suddenly in specific spots, cold enough that my breath would fog if I walked through them. Electronics malfunctioned, my TV turning on by itself to static my phone ringing with no caller ID and no one on the line. When I answered 3 times, I found handwritten notes in what looked like my own handwriting, but with messages I had no memory of writing. Remember the pizza place, check the roof, he's still watching. The pizza place referred to in the note had to be Goza local joint where Marcos and I used to go after basketball games. It had closed years ago, but the building was still there. Now a vape shop, the roof that had to mean our high school roof where we'd sometimes sneak during lunch breaks to get away from the noise of the cafeteria. The last note, though, he's still watching that one, chilled me to the core because I'd begun to feel exactly that. Watched, it wasn't just paranoia, the hairs on the back of my neck would stand up. Suddenly reflective surfaces, windows at night, my bathroom mirror. Even the screen of my turned-off TV seemed to show movements just at the edge of my vision. Movements that disappeared when I turned to look directly. I began avoiding mirrors altogether, taking quick showers with my eyes fixed firmly on the tiles. My performance at work suffered. Colleagues noted my distraction, my bloodshot eyes, my startled jumps when someone approached my desk. Unexpectedly, my boss suggested I take some personal days concern evident in her voice. I agreed not because I wanted the time off, but because I needed to pursue this mystery with my full attention. With this newfound freedom, I drove to my old high school, arriving just as classes L out for the day. The building had been renovated since my time there, but the basic layout remained the same. I spoke to the front office, spinning a story about researching for a memoir, and asked if I could see past yearbooks. The secretary, an older woman with sympathetic eyes, led me to the library where archives were kept. I spent hours going through yearbooks, not just from my years, but from the years before and after as well. No Marcos, I expanded my search to club photos, sports teams from other seasons, candid shots in the hallways. Nothing according to these records. Marcos Alvarez had never attended Westlake High as I was leaving. Deflated and more confused than ever, I passed the trophy case in the main hallway. There among the sporting achievements and academic honors was our debate trophy. I pressed my face close to the glass, my breath fogging the surface as I read the inscription. My name and Sarah Martinez's just as on my copy at home. But as I pulled back, the reflection in the glass showed something that made my blood run cold over my shoulder. Just behind me stood a tall figure with shoulder-length dark hair. I spun around so quickly I nearly fell, but there was no one there. Just confused students giving the weird adult a wide berth as they hurried to their buses. The drive home was a blur. My hands shook on the steering wheel, and twice I had to pull over when I thought I saw someone in my back seat through the rearview mirror. By the time I reached my apartment, the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the parking lot. I sat in my car for nearly 20 minutes, gathering the courage to go inside the weight of what I'd seen or thought I'd seen pressing down on me like a physical force inside my apartment. Everything was exactly as I'd left it, yet somehow different. The air felt charged like the atmosphere before a thunderstorm. I went straight to my evidence wall, staring at the blurry silhouette from my security camera. That's when I noticed something I'd missed before. A reflection in my TV screen, visible in the corner of the frame, a tall figure standing behind me as I slept on the couch. My legs gave out and I sank to the floor, my back against the wall. Eyes fixed on that image, the rational explanations I'd been clinging to evaporated. This wasn't false memory or misplaced nostalgia. Something was happening that defied conventional understanding. I grabbed my laptop with shaking hands and began typing everything I could remember about Marcos. Every interaction, every conversation, every shared experience. The words poured out of me in a frantic stream, as if by documenting him thoroughly enough, I could somehow anchor him to reality. I wrote for hours, pausing only when my fingers cramped or when strange sounds from elsewhere in the apartment demanded investigation at 3:17 a.m. My laptop screen went black, not the gradual fade of a dying battery, but an instantaneous switch to darkness. In the reflection of the screen, I saw him, Marcos, standing behind me, his expression unreadable in the dim light. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. As he leaned down toward my ear, the voice that came was familiar yet distorted, as if speaking through water you weren't supposed to remember for me. I closed my eyes instinctively, my heart threatening to burst from my chest when I opened them again. My laptop screen had returned to normal, the document with all my memories of Marco still open, but there was new text at the bottom, text I hadn't written. Some things are forgotten for a reason, some people exist between worlds. I was your friend, but I was never supposed to be real by remembering me. You've torn something that shouldn't be torn. I'm neither here nor there now, and neither are you. I live with this knowledge now. I've stopped trying to prove Marcos existed to others or to myself. The disturbances in my apartment have ceased, but the feeling of being watched, of straddling some invisible boundary between realities, has become my constant companion. Sometimes in crowded places, I'll see him in my peripheral vision or sense his presence just behind me. I never turn to look anymore. My memories of Marcos remain vivid, but I've come to understand they occupy a space between truth and fantasy reality, and something else. Perhaps he was a visitor from another plane of existence who befriended me and then had to leave. Perhaps I somehow created him through intense loneliness, gave him form and substance through sheer force of will. Or perhaps there are glitches in reality itself, tears in the fabric that sometimes heal over erasing what should never have been. Whatever the truth, I know one thing with certainty. He remembers me too, and sometimes in the quiet hours before dawn, that's the most terrifying thought of all. Anil, to the human mind, is adept at creating patterns from randomness, at finding faces in the static. But what happens when the pattern finds you? When the static watches back, I used to be certain about the boundary between imagination and reality. Now I'm not so sure. It began on a Tuesday night in late October, when the darkness seemed to swallow more than just the light. I've always been the last to leave the office. Baxter & Sons Financial Consulting occupies the 5th floor of the Westridge Commercial Complex, an aging building that stands isolated at the edge of an industrial park, surrounded by nothing but empty lots and the occasional storage facility 5 miles from the nearest residential area. It's the kind of place that empties completely after business hours, leaving behind only the hollow echo of fluorescent lights and the distant hum of the highway. That night I had stayed later than usual, caught in the labyrinth of quarterly reports that demanded immediate attention. By the time I shut down my computer, the digital clock on my desk read 11:42 p.m. The cleaning crew had come and gone hours ago, leaving behind the chemical scent of industrial disinfectant that always made my sinuses burn as I gathered my belongings. The silence pressed against my eardrums like cotton wool. The building had settled into that peculiar stillness that seems to amplify every small sound. The tick of the wall clock, the distant gurgle of pipes, the soft whisper of air through vents. I remember thinking how different a place becomes when humans vacate it, as if the walls themselves exhale. Once we're gone, the elevator ride down to the lobby was uneventful, though I couldn't shake the feeling that the car descended slower than usual, as if reluctant to deliver me to the ground floor when the doors finally parted. The security guard's desk sat empty. Jerry usually worked until midnight, but his chair was vacant, a half-empty coffee cup. The only evidence of his presence, I called out his name, but my voice merely bounced off the marble floors and died in the corners of the lobby. I shrugged it off. Perhaps he was making his rounds or had stepped outside for a cigarette. I pushed through the heavy glass doors and stepped into the night. The air was unseasonably cold, carrying the metallic scent of approaching rain. The parking lot stretched before me, a vast expanse of cracked asphalt, illuminated only by scattered lampposts that cast pools of sickly yellow light at uneven intervals. My car, a gray Honda Civic that had seen better days, was parked in the farthest corner, a habit I developed to prevent door dings and scratches from careless coworkers. The walk to my vehicle usually took less than 2 minutes, but that night it felt longer. Perhaps it was the unusual silence or the way the wind had suddenly died, leaving the air unnaturally still about halfway across the lot. I noticed something, or rather someone, standing near my car. A man tall and thin, dressed in what appeared to be a dark suit. He stood perfectly still, facing the building I had just exited. Even from a distance, something about his posture seemed wrong, too. Rigid, too perfect in its stillness, no shifting of weight from foot to foot, no subtle movements of the head or shoulders that betray the presence of life. My pace faltered for just a moment before I forced myself to continue walking. My keys clutched tightly in my right hand, the jagged edge of my car key protruding between my knuckles. A defensive measure I'd learned in a self-defense class years ago. I kept my eyes fixed on my destination, trying to project an air of confidence. I didn't feel the logical part of my brain offered rational explanations. A fellow employee working late, someone waiting for a ride, a lost driver seeking directions. Yet with each step, the hollow pit in my stomach expanded. The figure remained motionless, and as I drew closer, I realized I couldn't make out his features. His face seemed to exist in a pocket of deeper shadow, as if the darkness clung to him more densely than to the surrounding night. 20 feet from my car, a chill shuddered through me that had nothing to do with the temperature. It started at the base of my spine and crawled upward, branching out along my ribs and settling at the nape of my neck. Where the fine hairs stood at attention, I forced myself to breathe evenly to maintain my pace. I was being ridiculous. This was just some guy in a parking lot. Nothing more. I angled my approach to give the figure a wide berth. Fishing my key fob from my pocket and unlocking the car from a distance. The responding flash of headlights briefly illuminated the scene, but the man remained a silhouette, his features indiscernible as I reached my vehicle. I risked a quick glance in his direction. He hadn't moved, hadn't turned. Still faced the building, still stood with that unnatural stillness. But something had changed. Something subtle that I couldn't immediately identify. Then it hit me. His shoulders seemed higher, his back straighter as if he was now alert. Aware of my presence, I slid into the driver's seat and locked the doors immediately. My hands trembling slightly as I inserted the key into the ignition. The engine sputtered once before roaring to life, and I cranked the heater to combat the sudden chill that had settled into my bones out of habit. I glanced at the rearview mirror to check for traffic before backing out. He was there behind my car, looking directly at me. My heart slammed against my ribcage, and I twisted in my seat, looking through the rear window. The parking space behind me was empty. Nothing but asphalt and paint-painted lines confused. I turned back to the mirror. He stood there no more than 10 feet away, his face still obscured, but his body now angled toward my vehicle. Impossible. I whipped my head around again, scanning the entire area behind my car. Nothing. No one yet when I looked at the mirror once more. There he was, closer now, perhaps 7 feet from my bumper. Panic surged through me like an electrical current. I threw the car into drive and pressed the accelerator tires, squealing as I pulled away from the parking space. My hands were slick with sweat on the steering wheel as I navigated toward the exit, checking all mirrors obsessively each time I looked at the rear view. He was there always at the same distance, moving when I moved, stopping when I stopped, yet never visible. When I turned to look directly, I sped through the parking lot, taking the corner near the security booth too quickly, feeling the car list dangerously to one side before the tires found their grip. Again, the exit gate was up unusual for this time of night, as it typically lowered automatically after 10 p.m. Requiring an employee key card to open, I didn't question this. Stroke of luck, accelerating through the opening and onto the main road only when I was a mile away. With the glow of the highway visible ahead, did I allow myself to take a deep, shuddering breath. My shirt clung to my back, soaked with cold sweat, and my jaw ached. From clenching it so tightly, the rational explanations began to assert themselves again, a trick of the light, an overtired mind. Conjuring images from shadows, perhaps even the early stages of a migraine affecting my vision. By the time I reached my apartment 20 minutes later, I had almost convinced myself that nothing unusual had occurred. Almost, I parked in my assigned space, gathered my briefcase, and hurried inside, double-checking the deadbolt after closing the door behind me. I didn't sleep well that night, startling awake at every creak of the building, settling every distant car door closing in the lot below. Morning brought clarity and embarrassment in the harsh light of day. My fear seemed childish, a product of working too many hours and watching too many late-night horror movies. I showered, dressed, and headed to my car, determined to put the strange episode behind me. That's when I saw them on the driver's side of my Honda, starting near the front wheel. Well, and continuing to the back door, handprints or something like. Handprints elongated with fingers that seemed too thin. Too jointed, they weren't made of dirt or dust. As one might expect, instead they appeared as dry patches on the metal, as if all moisture had been extracted from those precise areas, leaving behind a dull, almost oxidized finish in the shape of hands. I stood staring at these marks, my briefcase slipping from suddenly numb fingers and landing with a thud at my feet. A maintenance worker passing by asked if everything was all right. I managed to nod, mumbling something about bird droppings on my car. He gave me an odd look before continuing on his way. I picked up my briefcase, unlocked my car, and drove to work on autopilot. My mind racing with possibilities, none of them comforting. The workday passed in a blur. I found myself staring at the clock, dreading the moment when the office would empty, when darkness would reclaim the world outside. I made excuses to leave early, citing a dental appointment that didn't exist. As I walked to my car at 4:30 p.m., I scrutinized every shadow, every reflective surface. The handprints remained unmistakable in the afternoon sun. I drove straight to a car, was feeding bills into the automated machine. With trembling fingers, I watched through the windshield as jets of water and soap assaulted my vehicle from all sides, scrubbing brushes working methodically over every surface. When the cycle finished and I pulled out of the bay, I immediately checked the side of the car. The handprints remained, untouched by water soap or mechanical brushes. Over the next week, I became obsessed with removing these marks. I tried specialized cleaning products, then a clay bar treatment. Recommended by a detailing enthusiast online, when these failed, I resorted to more desperate measures. Steel wool that should have scratched the paint, but somehow left no mark on the handprints. Then a small electric sander borrowed from my neighbor. Nothing affected those dry patches. They remained a perfect record of. Something's touch, something's claim. I began leaving work while the sun was still high, developed a sudden interest in carpooling with colleagues. Invented reasons to have my vehicle serviced at shops far from my usual mechanic. I avoided looking in my rearview mirror whenever possible, and when necessity demanded it, I held my breath, half expecting to see that figure standing behind my car, watching waiting sleep, became elusive. My nights fragmented by jarring dreams where I drove endlessly down dark roads, the figure always visible in my mirror no matter how fast I drove, or how sharply I turned. I would wake gasping, sheets twisted around my legs, the phantom sensation of cold fingers on the back of my neck. 2 weeks after the initial incident, exhaustion had worn my nerves raw. I sat at my desk staring blankly at a spreadsheet that had long since lost its meaning when my phone buzzed with a text message. It was from Jerry. "The night security guard left your briefcase at security desk. Last night can hold until tonight." I frowned at the message. I hadn't been to the office the previous night, and my briefcase sat beside my desk where I'd placed it that morning. I typed back a quick response, explaining the confusion, then returned to my work. Minutes later, my phone buzzed again. "Sorry for mix-up, gentleman who left it said he was you, tall guy, thin dark suit, very formal. Said you'd be back for it." The blood in my veins turned to ice water. I stood abruptly, my chair rolling back and colliding with the cabinet behind me. My coworkers glanced up at the noise, their expression shifting from surprise to concern as they took in my pallor. My wide eyes, the visible tremor in my hands. I fabricated an explanation about a family emergency and left immediately, ignoring the worried queries that followed me to the elevator in the parking garage beneath the building. I approached my car, cautiously examining it from every angle before unlocking it. The handprints seemed darker somehow, more defined, as if whatever had left them was pressing harder, becoming more substantial with each passing day. That night, I checked into a hotel 20 miles away, using cash and a name that wasn't mine. I left my car in long-term parking at the train station and took a cab, watching the side mirror obsessively during the entire ride. In my room, I pushed a heavy dresser against the door, closed the blackout curtains, and sat on the edge of the bed, my back against the headboard, a lamp on either side casting away the shadows around 3 a.m. Exhaustion finally overcame vigilance, and I drifted into uneasy sleep. I'm not sure how long I slept before a noise jolted me awake, a soft, rhythmic tapping like fingernails on glass. I lay perfectly still, listening, trying to identify the source. The tapping continued, patient, unhurried. My eyes were drawn to the bathroom door, which stood slightly ajar, revealing a sliver of darkness beyond as I watched the door begin to swing open. Slowly, silently, the tapping stopped. From the darkness of the bathroom emerged a hand, long-fingered, pale, with joints that bent at unnatural angles. It gripped the edge of the door, the knuckles bulging beneath papery skin. I wanted to scream, to run, but my body refused to obey. The hand was joined by another, then the suggestion of shoulders, the hint of a head. I squeezed my eyes shut, reciting in my mind that this wasn't happening, couldn't be happening. When I opened my eyes again, sunlight filtered through the edges of the curtains. The bathroom door was closed. I approached it carefully, heart hammering in my chest, and flung it open to reveal nothing but ordinary fixtures. Shower, sink, toilet. No sign of an intruder. No evidence of the nightmarish vision. I checked out immediately, returning to my apartment only long enough to pack essential items before driving to my sister's house in the next state. I told her I was having work done on my place, a convenient lie she accepted without question. For 3 days, I experienced something close to peace. My car remained unmarked. The handprints had vanished during my absence. I began to wonder if perhaps the entire episode had been a manifestation of stress, a temporary break with reality brought on by overwork and isolation. On the 4th morning, I stepped outside to retrieve the newspaper from my sister's driveway. A car was parked across the street. My car, my Honda Civic, which should have been sitting in my sister's garage where I'd left it the previous evening. As I stared in disbelief, I noticed movement in the driver's seat. Someone sat there, hands resting on the steering wheel. I crossed the street slowly, as if in a trance. The driver's window was rolled down, the seat was empty, but in the rearview mirror I could clearly see a reflection. A man in a dark suit staring back at me as I watched, frozen in place. His lips pulled back in what might have been a smile, revealing teeth too numerous, too sharp. The mirror showed his hand reaching toward me, long fingers extending beyond what should have been physically possible in reality. If such a concept still applied, nothing was there, just empty air, and the growing certainty that whatever boundary exists between the world of reflections and our own had become permeable. At least for him, I backed away, then turned and ran back to the house. I've been here for 2 days now, writing this account, trying to make sense of what's happening. My sister thinks I'm ill, has suggested doctors, therapists, even a short stay at a facility where I can rest. She doesn't understand that rest is impossible. Now that closing my eyes means seeing him standing beside my bed, watching, waiting. Last night, I covered every reflective surface in my room, the television screen, the window glass, even the face of my wristwatch. I lay in darkness, listening to the sounds of the house settling to my sister's soft snoring from the next room to the distant passing of cars on the main road. Just before dawn, my phone lit up with a notification, a text message from my own number. Look at your hand? I didn't want to. Every instinct screamed against it, but my eyes betrayed me. Dropping to my left hand, which rested atop the blanket. There, spread across my palm and extending to my wrist, was a handprint, dried, desiccated skin in the exact shape of long-jointed fingers. As I stared in horror, the mark began to spread, the moisture being pulled from my flesh as if by some unseen force, the pattern extending up my forearm. I don't know what he wants. I don't know why he chose me, but I know now that no distance will be sufficient. No hiding place secure enough. He exists in reflections and mirrors in the spaces just beyond direct sight, and he's patient. So very patient. I catch glimpses of him everywhere now in store windows, as I pass in the chrome finish of elevator doors in the black screen of my phone before it lights up. Always watching, always waiting for what I still don't know, but I suspect with growing certainty that sooner or later I'll find out the FL. Lights in our office never fully die, they simply decay. Hour by hour, their buzzing grows more insistent while their illumination dims, creating shadows that shift and stretch across empty desks. This gradual degradation of light is something you only notice when you're the last one left. When the building settles into that hollow quietness that makes every creak, every distant hum of the elevator machinery, every tick of the wall clock feel like a secret being whispered directly into your ear. I've worked countless late nights at Meridian Analytics, but it wasn't until 6 weeks ago that I realized these weren't the only sounds keeping me company. After hours, I'm a data analyst at a small financial consulting firm located on the 14th floor of an aging office building. Downtown, our space is modest. A reception area, 8 cubicles, a conference room, and 2 private offices. One belonging to Robert Mercer, the founder and managing partner. Mercer is demanding, but fair, the kind of boss who expects excellence but acknowledges hard work. He's methodical, always following the same routines, arriving precisely at 7:30 a.m., leaving at 6:15 p.m., and wearing the same style of charcoal suit with different colored ties to denote the day of the week. Tuesday is always navy blue, Wednesday is burgundy. His predictability became a comforting constant in my otherwise chaotic life. That night, I was hunched over spreadsheets cross-referencing orderly projections for a major client presentation. The following morning, the office had emptied 2 hours earlier. Mercer himself had left around 4, mentioning something about his daughter's piano recital. I remember checking my watch 9:42 p.m. and calculating how much longer I would need to finish the analysis. That's when I heard it, my name called out from the hallway leading to the conference room. Daniel, the voice was unmistakably Mercer's. That distinct beret one with the slight southern drawl he picked up during his years at Vanderbilt. The inflection was peculiar, almost like a question and a statement. Simultaneously, I responded automatically, asking if he needed the preliminary numbers. The sudden sound of my own voice hanging in the empty office made me realize how strange it was that Mercer would be back. I pushed away from my desk, the wheels of my chair squeaking against the laminate flooring. The hallway was empty. The motion sensor lights flickered on as I stepped into the corridor, revealing nothing but closed doors and the water cooler. Bubbling quietly in the corner, I called out again, my voice sounding smaller than before. No response. I checked the conference room. Mercer's office, even the small kitchen area and bathroom. Nothing. I rationalized that perhaps I had misheard something, the building's old pipes, the elevator machinery, or maybe even someone on another floor. Logical explanations existed. They had to back at my desk. I had just resumed work when the office phone rang, its shrill tone shattering the silence. The caller ID displayed Mercer's home number. My hand hesitated above the receiver for a moment before picking up Mercer's voice came through the line, inquiring about the status of the Davidson report. What froze the blood in my veins wasn't the content of his question, but the intonation, identical to what I had heard in the hallway minutes earlier. The same questioning inflection, the same subtle draw elongating the second syllable of my name. I managed to respond coherently, assuring him the report would be ready by morning. Throughout our brief conversation, my eyes remained fixed on the empty hallway, half expecting to see a figure materialize where the voice had originated. After hanging up, I sat motionless, listening intently to the ambient sounds of the office. The fluorescent light above my desk flickered rhythmically, casting intermittent shadows across my keyboard. I could have left then, should have. Instead, I convinced myself it was a coincidence. Perhaps an echo in the building's ventilation system had carried fragments of an earlier conversation. Perhaps stress and exhaustion were playing tricks on my perception. Rational explanations existed, but in the following days the incidents multiplied. Each occurrence followed the same pattern. I would hear Mercer's voice in the office shortly after he had physically left the building, followed by an actual communication from him from another location. Sometimes it was a phone call, sometimes a text or email, but always with the same vocal patterns or writing style. I had just heard in the empty office the phenomenon wasn't limited to my name being called. Once I heard what sounded like Mercer discussing quarterly projections with someone in the conference room, complete with the distinctive way he tapped his pen against the table. For emphasis, when I investigated, the room was dark and unoccupied. 20 minutes later, he sent a company-wide email outlining the exact same points about the quarterly forecast. My colleagues noticed the change in my behavior. How could they not? I began to flinch at sudden sounds, to stare too long at empty spaces. I installed a small mirror on my monitor to watch the area behind me. My work suffered as I spent increasing amounts of time analyzing patterns when Mercer left. Where I heard the voice, what was communicated, and when the actual communication followed, I mapped it all in a spreadsheet, searching for correlations for any data point that might explain what was happening. According to my calculations, the time between hearing the voice and receiving the actual communication from Mercer was decreasing. Initially, it had been minutes, then seconds. I began to fear the moment these events would occur simultaneously. What would it mean when the echo arrived at the same moment as the source? Sleep became elusive. When I did manage to drift off, my dreams were filled with voices emanating from empty rooms, calls that came from nowhere and everywhere at once. I began to record everything, setting up my phone to capture audio whenever I was alone in the office. Most recordings picked up nothing but the ambient sounds of the building, but occasionally there it was. Mercer's voice, faint but distinct, saying words I would later receive in an email or hear in a phone conversation. I shared my concerns with no one. How could I explain that something in our office was anticipating my boss's communications, that something was replicating his voice with perfect accuracy before he even spoke? The words from wherever he actually was, the rational explanations grew thinner, more implausible. With each occurrence, 4 weeks into this nightmare, I decided to stay late, specifically to confront whatever was happening. I positioned myself in the central area of the office after everyone had left, waiting for Mercer's voice. The air conditioning hummed softly, punctuated by the occasional ping from the elevator down the hall. Sweat bead along my hairline. Despite the cool air, my throat felt constricted, my mouth dry as paper at precisely 7:43 p.m. It came not from the hallway this time, but from directly beside Mercer's office. Need to revive the Blackwood proposal. The numbers don't add up. The voice was so clear, so present, that I could almost feel the breath that should have carried those words. My heart hammered against my ribs as I approached Mercer's office. The door was closed. The light off my hand trembled as I gripped the handle, turned it slowly, and pushed the door open. The office was empty, bathed in the dim glow from the city lights. Filtering through the blinds, I stepped inside my shoes. Silent against the carpet, nothing seemed disturbed. Mercer's desk was organized as always, laptop-gone pens arranged by color, family photo angled precisely toward his chair. Then my phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from Mercer: need to revise the Blackwood proposal. The numbers don't add up. Can you take another look tonight, word for word? Inflection for inflection. If text could carry such a thing, I stumbled backward out of his office. My spine connecting with the wall behind me, the impact knocked a framed company award askew as I reached to straighten it. I noticed something I had never paid attention to before, a small vent in the ceiling, part of the building's central air system. The following day, I arrived early and examined every inch of the office. I discovered similar vents positioned throughout the space, all connected to the central HVAC system that serviced the entire building. An idea began to form, not a rational explanation, but something adjacent to one. I researched architectural acoustics, how sound travels through buildings, how certain structures can create anomalous acoustic effects. I found cases of acoustic mirrors where the unique architecture of a space could capture sounds and reproduce them elsewhere. Under specific conditions, none of it fully explained what I was experiencing, but it provided a framework. However tenuous to cling to that. Evening, I stayed late again, this time with a different purpose. When everyone had gone, I systematically moved through the office, carefully placing small pieces of duct tape over the vents, not blocking them entirely, but changing their acoustic properties. I felt ridiculous, like a man constructing a tinfoil hat, but desperation had overtaken my sense of self-consciousness. I returned to my desk and waited hours past without incident. My shoulders had just begun to relax when the sound came, Mercer's voice discussing third-quarter projections. But this time it was different. The voice sounded distorted, as if speaking through water. More importantly, it came from everywhere at once, reverberating throughout the office rather than from a specific location. My skin prickled with goosebumps as I realized the voice wasn't coming from the vent at all. The tape had merely changed how it manifested. I sat frozen, listening as the voice continued for nearly 30 seconds before fading away. My phone remained silent. No email appeared for the first time. There was no corresponding communication from the real Mercer. I waited another hour before giving up and heading home. My mind racing with possibilities. Had I somehow disrupted the pattern? Had I made things worse? The answer came the next morning when I arrived at work. There was a strange energy in the office. Colleagues huddled in small groups, speaking in hushed tones. Our receptionist informed me that Mercer wouldn't be in today. He had been hospitalized overnight. After experiencing what doctors suspected was a transient ischemic attack, a mini-stroke, he had collapsed while working on quarterly projections at home. The timing aligned perfectly with when I had heard the distorted voice over the subsequent days. A terrible hypothesis formed in my mind. What if the voice I heard wasn't an echo of Mercer's actual communications? What if it was something else entirely, a precursor, a preview of thoughts not yet expressed? What if by disrupting the acoustic properties of our office, I had somehow interfered with whatever natural process was occurring? Mercer returned to work the following week, seemingly recovered but noticeably subdued. The doctors had found nothing conclusive, attributing his episode to stress and overwork. He appeared thinner, paler, his voice slightly weaker than before. I removed the tape from the vents when no one was looking. That same day, I began to hear the voice again, clear, precise, and always preceding Mercer's actual communications. But now I listened with new understanding. I wasn't hearing an echo, I was hearing a forecast. The voice wasn't replicating Mercer's communications. After he left, it was anticipating them before they were ever spoken. This realization should have terrified me more than anything that had come before. Instead, it brought a strange calm. I had glimpsed something beyond ordinary understanding. A wrinkle. In the fabric of reality where causality folded back upon itself, I still work late at Meridian Analytics. I still hear the voice, but now I understand my role as witness to something inexplicable yet somehow essential. I've become attuned to the subtle differences between Mercer's actual voice and its predecessor. The latter slightly more resonant, as if emerging from somewhere deeper than a human throat. Sometimes when I'm alone in the quiet office, I speak into the empty air, wondering if my own voice creates ripples elsewhere. If someone in another place might hear me before I've spoken, the building listens. The vents carry my words away, and somewhere in the space between what will happen and what has happened, something receives them. The lights continue to flicker, the office continues to breathe, and in the silence after everyone is gone, I wait for voices that shouldn't exist, carrying messages not yet sent from a future still forming PR. I still feel it sometimes, that peculiar numbness that creeps from my jaw and spreads across my face like spilled ink on paper. It wasn't the typical dental anesthetic that wears off in hours. This sensation returns periodically, always at night, always when I'm alone, accompanied by the subtle metallic taste that floods my mouth. And when it happens, I know with absolute certainty that what I experienced was real. Despite all evidence to the contrary, the pain started on a Tuesday. A dull throb that originated somewhere deep in my mur and gradually intensified until it became impossible to ignore. By Wednesday morning, the side of my face had swollen, and focusing on work became an exercise in futility between whys. I mentioned my predicament to Davis, a colleague I knew only through brief interactions in the break room. Not someone I typically seek advice from, but desperation has a way of lowering standards. Davis's eyes lit up with unexpected enthusiasm. He scribbled an address on a post-it note, slid it across the table, and assured me that this dentist had performed miracles on his impacted wisdom tooth. Last year, the location seemed unusual. Some office building in Havenbrook, a neighborhood on the outskirts of town where development had stalled after the economic downturn. I'd rarely ventured there, but the pain pulsing through my jaw eliminated any hesitation. That afternoon, I called in sick for the remainder of the day and drove across town. The roads grew narrower as I navigated through Havenbrook, passing shuttered storefronts and apartment complexes with more vacancy signs than occupied units. Fall had descended early that year, and a thin layer of mist hung over the streets, softening the edges of buildings and blurring traffic lights into hazy orbs. The address led me to a 10-story commercial building with a facade of smudged glass and weather-stained concrete. Unlike the surrounding decay, this structure maintained a peculiar dignity, as if existing in defiance of its deteriorating neighborhood. Inside, the lobby smelled of industrial cleaner and stale coffee. A directory board with missing letters displayed the building's occupants: law offices, accounting firms, a travel agency that likely hadn't booked a vacation since the internet took over, and there it was. Nightingale Dental Ass Associates, Sweat 8113. The elevator ascended with mechanical reluctance, each floor marked by a subtle jolt. When the doors finally slid open on the 8th floor, I stepped into a hallway that stretched in both directions, lined with identical brown doors and illuminated by fluorescent lights that hummed like trapped insects. Suite 8113 waited at the end of the corridor past several vacant offices with darkened windows. I hesitated at the door, my pain momentarily eclipsed by an inexplicable apprehension. Something about the building's emptiness, the echo of my footsteps on the tiled floor, the peculiar stillness of the air. It all felt wrong somehow, but the throbbing in my jaw quickly reminded me why I had come. The dental office defied my expectations. Behind that unremarkable door lay an immaculate reception area with soft lighting and comfortable furniture. The walls were painted a soothing shade of blue, adorned with framed landscapes of serene mountain vistas. Soft classical music drifted from concealed speakers. The contrast with the dreary hallway outside was so stark that crossing the threshold felt like stepping into another world entirely. A receptionist looked up from her computer and smiled. Her face was pleasant but somehow forgettable, as if deliberately designed not to leave an impression. She checked my name against an appointment book, though I didn't recall making an appointment, and informed me with practiced deficiency that Dr. Nightingale could see me immediately. The waiting room remained empty save for myself, yet magazines were fanned out on side tays as if recently disturbed by other patients. She directed me down a short hallway to examination room 3. The dental chair faced a window overlooking the city, though the view seemed oddly unfamiliar from this vantage point, as if the building were taller than I had initially perceived. Dr. Nightingale entered moments later, his movements fluid and precise, his handshake firm but cold. His features were sharp and angular, high cheekbones, prominent jawline, deep-set eyes that reflected the overhead lights like polished obsidian. He examined my infected tooth with such gentle precision that I barely felt his instruments probing. The sensitive area, his diagnosis came swiftly an abscess, requiring immediate drainage followed by root canal therapy. The procedure could be performed right away, he assured me, his voice carrying a slight accent. I couldn't quite place something European, perhaps, or possibly Canadian, softening the consonants in a way that made his words sound almost melodic. I should have asked questions about insurance, about credentials, about how Davis had found this place instead. I nodded eagerly, desperate for relief. The injection of anesthetic brought immediate numb spreading beyond the typical boundaries of dental work creeping down my neck and across my shoulder. Dr. Nightingale worked methodically, his movements becoming increasingly blurred as whatever he had administered took stronger. Hold the ceiling above me, transformed under my drug-hazed gaze, the fluorescent panels seemed to pulse and shift, revealing glimpses of something else behind them, intricate patterns that appeared almost organic, like the branching of veins or the spread of roots. The classical music warped subtly, individual notes stretching beyond their natural duration. I tried to focus on the cityscape through the window, but even that had changed. Buildings standing at impossible angles against a sky that had deepened to an unnatural indigo. Despite the early hour, Dr. Nightingale spoke occasionally, his words reaching me as if through water. Something about exceptional conditions, about rare anatomical anomalies, about my tooth being particularly interesting. I felt pressure but no pain as he worked, and despite my growing unease, I remained perfectly still, my body no longer responding to my mounting anxiety. The procedure ended abruptly. Dr. Nightingale stepped back, removed his gloves with a crisp snap, and pronounced the treatment complete. The receptionist returned, helped me to my feet. When it became clear my balance was compromised and provided aftercare instructions printed on heavy cream-colored paper with an elegant letterhead, I was to return in 7 days for a follow-up assessment. The numbness would subside within hours. She assured me, though certain sensations might persist longer due to the nature of the treatment. I left the building in a daze, the setting sun casting long shadows across the parking lot. The drive home remained a blur, in my memory marked by wrong turns and near misses at intersections that night. I slept deeply and dreamlessly, waking the next morning with only a dull ache where the fierce pain had been. The week passed. Uneventfully, the infection appeared to have cleared, and I returned to work. Mentioning my successful treatment to Davis in passing, he nodded, distractedly immersed in a spreadsheet, and made no acknowledgement of his recommendation. I attributed his lack of response to workplace stress and thought nothing more of it. On the 7th day, I returned to the building for my follow-up appointment. The lobby looked shabbier than I remembered, the floor tiles cracked in places, dust gathering in corners. The directory board showed no listing for Nightingale Dental Associates, confused. I approached the security guard stationed behind a desk I hadn't noticed during my previous visit. According to him, there had never been a dental office in the building, certainly not in the last decade he'd worked there. Suite 813, he informed me with growing impatience, had been vacant since the previous tenant. A small accounting firm had gone bankrupt 3 years earlier. I insisted I had been there just 1 week ago, but my protests only earned me suspicious glances and eventually a suggestion that I might want to check my records again, determined to prove I wasn't losing my mind. I took the elevator to the 8th floor. The hallway appeared narrower, darker, and considerably more dilapidated than I remembered. Emergency lights cast a jace glow over peeling wallpaper and stained carpet. Suite 81's door was secured with a heavy padlock, rust accumulating around its edges. Through the clouded glass panel, I could make out an empty room with dust-covered floors and water stains spreading across the ceiling like invasive mold. It clearly hadn't been occupied for years. My heart raced as I pressed my face against the glass, desperately searching for any sign of the immaculate office I had visited. The taste of metal filled my mouth, and my recently treated tooth began to throb. And per perfect synchronization with my pulse, I stumbled back from the door, my reflection in the glass momentarily transforming into something unfamiliar. Sharper features, deeper set eyes, a smile that stretched too wide back at work. The next day, I confronted Davis about the referral. He looked at me with genuine confusion, then concern. As I described the mysteriously vanished dental office, he swore he had never given me an address, had never recommended at a dentist, and suggested with the careful tone people use when they fear someone might be unstable, that perhaps I should consider talking to someone professional about my experience. I tried to forget the incident, to rationalize it as some bizarre episode triggered by pain medication or stress, but certain details continued to haunt me. The way the cityscape from the window hadn't matched any possible view from the building's actual height and position, the unnatural coldness of Dr. Nightingale's hands, the peculiar letter head on my aftercare instructions, which I could no longer find, despite tearing apart my apartment in search of them. 3 weeks later, I noticed something when flossing a small hard object lodged in the gum beside my treated tooth using tweezers. I carefully extracted what appeared to be a sliver of metal, no larger than a grain of rice, under my bathroom light. It gleamed with an unusual luster, neither silver nor gold, but something in between, inscribed with markings too tiny to decipher without magnification. That night I dreamed of Dr. Nightingale standing over me, explaining in his melodic accent that certain patients were selected for special procedures, that my dental anatomy made me an ideal candidate for their experimental work in the dream. He opened his own mouth to reveal teeth modified with the same metallic substance, arranged in patterns that seemed to shift and reconfigure. Even as I stared at them, I woke with a jolt. The familiar numbness spreading across my face in the bathroom mirror. I examined my tooth, now aching dully. The gum around it had receded slightly, revealing what appeared to be a thin line of the same metal embedded at the base of the tooth. I ran my tongue over it, tasting copper and something else, something chemical and foreign. Over the following months, I consulted 3 different dentists. Each examined my tooth and found nothing unusual, just a standard root canal and crown performed with adequate if unremarkable skill. X-rays showed normal bone structure and no foreign objects. One dentist, more patient than the others, gently suggested that phantom sensations following dental work were not uncommon, particularly for patients with anxiety disorders, but I know what I felt, what I still feel when the numbness returns on random nights accompanied. Now by brief bursts of what seem like transmitted thoughts, clinical observations, Dr. Nightingale's voice descriptions of successful integration, mentions of subjects responding well to initial implantation. I've developed new habits. Since then, I avoid dentists entirely. I check and recheck the addresses of any medical professionals before visiting them. I've installed a small ultraviolet light in my bathroom, which I use nightly to examine my tooth, because under that specialized illumination, the crown emanates a faint pulsing glow that no natural material should produce. Sometimes I drive past that building in Havenbrook, parking across the street to watch the 8th floor. Windows, mostly they remain dark, but occasionally, briefly always late at night, lights flicker in Suite 813, casting angular shadows that move with unsettling precision. I've never worked up the courage to enter the building during these episodes. Part of me fears finding nothing but that empty, dusty room again. A great G part fears finding Dr. Nightingale waiting for me. Instruments prepared for my next treatment. The small metal object I extracted sits in a glass vial on my nightstand. Sometimes it seems to shift position overnight, though I tell myself this is impossible. Twice, I've tried to show it to others, but on both occasions the vial appeared empty when I attempted to display it, only to reveal its contents again when I was alone. Last week I noticed Davis looking at me strangely across the office. When our eyes met, he touched his jaw in exactly the spot where my treated tooth is located. Then smiled a smile that stretched slightly too wide, revealing teeth that caught the fluorescent lights with an unnatural gleam. He hasn't acknowledged the gesture since responding with blank confusion when I carefully asked if his dental work had been done locally. I know how this sounds. I understand why no one believes me, but something happened in that dental chair in Suite 813. Something. Beyond conventional explanation, something was placed inside me, or perhaps something was awakened and it remains there still pulsing beneath the artificial crown, sending its signals to recipients. I can only guess at the most terrifying aspect isn't the possibility that I imagined everything. It's the growing certainty that I didn't, and the question of how many others like me are out there carrying these small metallic seeds behind their perfect smiles, waiting for whatever harvest Dr. Nightingale and his associates have planned tonight. My tooth is throbbing again through my bathroom window. I can see the lights of the city and somewhere among them the building in Havenbrook. I wonder if Suite 8113 is illuminated now. If Dr. Nightingale is bending over another patient, installing another piece of his puzzle, I wonder when I'll receive the signal to return. Hello everyone, I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I broke into that old house on a Tuesday night. I had a camera bag slung over my shoulder and a flashlight in my hand. The boards on the windows were loose enough for me to pry one aside and slip through. I was looking for striking photos to boost my portfolio. I wanted shots that would make people stop and stare. I thought an abandoned place would give me exactly what I needed. I expected creaking floors and dusty furniture. I didn't expect anything else. I never believed in ghosts or supernatural nonsense. I just liked dark, rundown settings because they made good material for my pictures. But what I found in there still makes my stomach tighten. Every time I think about it, the front room smelled like mold and damp wood. The air felt heavy and it was colder than it had been outside. My flashlight beam cut through the dust particles floating around me. I heard my own breath. My pulse thudded in my ears. I tried to ignore the chill on my neck as I stepped farther inside. The door was stuck, so I couldn't open it from the inside, which meant I had to remember the way back to the window. I glanced back to make sure I could still see the opening. I told myself I'd keep track of every turn so I wouldn't get lost in there. I walked into what looked like an entry hall. The walls were cracked. There were old picture frames lying on the floor. The wallpaper had peeled off in big sheets. I could see nails sticking out where pictures might have once hung. I looked around with my flashlight and noticed the staircase to the second floor. The steps looked weak, but I planned to go up there later if it was safe. I heard the wind outside and it made the boards in the roof groan. At first I thought I heard footsteps upstairs, but I told myself it was just the old structure settling. I set my camera bag down and unzipped it. I pulled out my DSLR and attached my wide-angle lens. I flipped on the camera's power and tested my flash. It worked fine, but the sudden light made me blink. My heart was beating a little faster than usual. I told myself it was just excitement. I love taking photos in locations like this. There's a certain thrill in capturing images nobody else has taken. I adjusted my camera settings for low light and took a few shots of the hallway. The flash lit up the walls and I saw flakes of paint drifting down. Nothing seemed strange. I checked the display. The pictures looked sharp enough. I moved through the first floor, snapping shots of old furniture and broken windows. I knelt near a table covered in debris. I took a close-up of some shattered glass and a dusty mirror. The mirror still had cracks in it, but the reflection was visible. I tried to photograph my own reflection to get a dramatic effect when I checked my camera screen. I noticed something odd behind me. It was a faint outline of what looked like a figure, but it was blurry. I narrowed my eyes and looked over my shoulder. There was nothing there. It was just an empty room. I assumed it was a trick of the light or some smudge on the mirror. I kept walking, taking pictures every few steps. There was a kitchen area in the back. The counters were torn apart and a few cabinets hung by their hinges. The sink was full of rusty water. It smelled stale. I tried not to breathe too deeply. I clicked a few shots of the sink and turned around to photograph the doorway. I saw something move in my peripheral vision. It looked like a shadow passing across the far wall. I spun around, heart thumping. I pointed my flashlight at the wall. There was nothing. The wind outside picked up again and the whole place creaked. I started to feel a tightness in my chest. I thought maybe it was just stress from being somewhere I wasn't supposed to be. I checked my watch. I decided I'd be in and out in under an hour. I took a few more shots of the kitchen, including one of the warped old refrigerator door. I heard a faint scrape behind me, like a chair sliding on the floor. I turned fast, but I didn't see a chair. It was just bare floor and some scattered debris. I swallowed hard and forced myself to breathe slowly. I moved on. I found a narrow hallway leading to a small bathroom. The door was half off its hinges. I nudged it open with my foot. The smell of mildew was strong, and there was a broken toilet on its side. The mirror above the sink was shattered. There was a large chunk missing, so I couldn't see my entire reflection. I raised my camera and took a picture with flash. As soon as the flash went off, I heard something creak behind me. I whipped around with the flashlight again. There was only an empty hallway. I looked at the camera display. My reflection in the broken mirror seemed normal, but on the right side of the shot near the bathroom door, there was a shape. It looked like part of a shoulder and a head, but it was transparent. My throat tightened. My first thought was that I'd captured some weird reflection or maybe a lens flare, but it looked too much like a person. I tried to blow it off, but I couldn't ignore the easy feeling in my gut. My hands shook a bit as I stepped back into the hallway. I decided to check the second floor. Maybe I'd get some better shots up there, and then I could leave. As I climbed the stairs, each step creaked under my weight. I kept my flashlight trained on the steps to make sure they didn't collapse. I heard faint tapping sounds behind the walls, like pipes knocking. I tried to keep my mind on the photos, but I felt a tingling at the base of my neck. My mouth went dry. At the top of the stairs, I saw a long corridor with several rooms on each side. Some doors were closed and others were ajar. The hallway carpet was torn and covered in dust. I took a few photos, aiming. The flash down the hall, that's when I noticed a shape at the far end. It was just for a split second as the flash went off. It looked like a figure standing in the doorway. But when my eyes adjusted, I didn't see anyone. My chest tightened again. I started thinking maybe someone else was in the house. I kept telling myself it had to be a squatter or another photographer, but the place felt empty and I hadn't seen signs of recent activity like fresh footprints or leftover trash. I walked toward that doorway. My legs felt tense. My footsteps sounded too loud on the floor. I tried not to think about that shape. When I reached the doorway, the room was dark. The curtains were drawn, and the only light I had was from my flashlight. There was a large bed frame with no mattress. I could see bits of stuffing and cloth on the floor. There was an old dresser against the wall, missing half its drawers. I raised my camera and took a series of shots. The flash lit the room in short bursts. With each burst, I felt like something was flickering at the edge of the light. I stepped over to the dresser. The surface was covered in dust, and there was a small hand mirror lying there. The glass on the mirror was intact, but it was cloudy. I aimed my camera at it and snapped a close-up. When I checked the display, I saw a face reflected in the glass. It wasn't mine. It was a pale face with hollow eyes, like someone standing next to me. My stomach flipped. I swung my flashlight around the room, breathing hard. There was no one there. My hand started shaking so much that I had trouble holding the camera steady. I felt a chill on the back of my neck. My mind started racing. I asked myself if I was losing it. I rubbed my palms on my jeans and told myself to keep calm. I considered leaving right then, but I wanted to see if these weird images would keep appearing. It felt like a mystery. Part of me was terrified, but part of me was curious about what my camera was capturing. I wiped sweat off my forehead and forced myself to stay a bit longer. I went back into the hallway. I noticed a door at the very end. It was closed. I tried the knob. It turned, but the door was stuck. I shoved my shoulder into it. It burst open with a loud crack. My heart jumped. I swallowed, stepped inside and found a smaller room, maybe an office or a study. There was a big wooden desk in the center covered in dust and spider webs. The window was boarded up, so the room was pitch black. Except for my flashlight beam, I took a breath, raised my camera, and snapped a few pictures of the desk and the walls. When I looked at the screen, I saw faint shapes at the edges of the frame. They looked like people standing in the corners. There were 2 or 3 of them barely visible, like silhouettes made of mist. My chest felt tight. I pointed my flashlight at the corners. I saw nothing but peeling wallpaper. I felt the hair on my arm stand up. My mouth was dry and my temples throbbed. I took another picture and the shapes seemed closer, like they had moved in a split second. I jerked back and bumped into the desk. I dropped my flashlight and it rolled across the floor. My camera strap was still around my neck, so I didn't draw that, but I had to scramble to pick up the flashlight. My heartbeat pounded in my ears. I flicked the flashlight around. The corners were empty, but I felt a presence. My mind went blank. I muttered a few curses under my breath and backed out of the room. I stumbled into the hallway. I could barely keep my breathing steady. I told myself I needed to leave. Enough was enough. As I hurried back toward the staircase, I kept hearing small sounds around me. A click here, a scrape there. It felt like something was following me. I made it to the top of the stairs and aimed my flashlight down. The steps seemed to stretch out, like the descent was longer than before. I forced myself to move step by step, trying not to trip on the broken boards. My heart raced, my shirt stuck to my back. I heard what sounded like light footsteps behind me. I whipped around my camera, swung and bumped my chest. The hallway was empty, but the temperature felt even colder. I thought I saw a faint movement at the corner of my eye. I pointed the flashlight. Nothing. I practically jogged down the last of the steps, skidding on dust and debris. My foot caught on a loose board and I almost fell forward. I dropped to one knee, cursing under my breath. I pushed myself back up and shone the flashlight around, panting. The front room was quiet. The same dusty furniture and broken windows greeted me. I felt the tightness in my stomach again. The only exit I knew was the window. I'd PRI, open the front door, wouldn't budge from inside. I turned left, then right, trying to remember which way I'd come. In my pulse hammered, I spotted the kitchen. I remembered going through the kitchen, so I headed that way. I reached the kitchen, scanning the area with the flashlight. The door leading outside was blocked by a heavy board nailed across it. I found the hallway that led back to the front window. I had to squeeze by a broken dining table and a stack of rotted chairs. I reached the window only to see that the board I had PRI loose was mostly back in place. It didn't look hammered, cut. It looked like it had been gently pushed back so that the gap was smaller. I felt panic tighten my chest. I gripped the board and tried to yank it. It squeaked as I pulled and it came loose again. I took a step back, lifted my camera bag and squeezed through the opening. I almost fell onto the overgrown grass outside. I sucked in the fresh air and felt my heart pounding like crazy. My palms were slick with sweat. I turned and pulled the board back in front of the window. Not sure why I even bothered. My shoulders were tense. I walked around to the front yard, shining my flashlight on the old facade of the house. The windows were all dark. The place looked dead and still. But my gut churned. I felt like something watched me from inside. I went straight to my car, which I'd parked a block away. I kept glancing behind me, expecting to see someone on the sidewalk. No one was there. The street was silent except for a stray cat digging in a trash can. When I reached the car, I fumbled for my keys. My hand shook so much that I dropped them once I got in. Locked the doors and tried to steady my breathing. The air in the car felt hot and suffocating, so I rolled down the window a crack. I looked at the camera on the passenger seat. Part of me wanted to delete every photo I'd taken, but I couldn't do it. I needed to see them on a bigger screen. I needed to figure out what those shapes were. I started the car and drove away. My chest was tight and my throat felt dry. Every time a streetlight cast a shadow on the sidewalk, I jumped. I took the quickest route back to my apartment. I rushed upstairs, locked the door, and set my camera on my desk. I hesitated for a minute, then turned on my computer. My pulse still hadn't settled. I transferred the photos and opened them on my monitor. One by one, I clicked through them. Most were normal, but then I reached the ones from the bathroom mirror. The shape of a person's shoulder and head was there, almost translucent. I zoomed in, no detail on the face, just a faint outline of a jawline and some darkness where eyes should be. I clicked to the pictures in the upstairs hallway. In one shot, there was a silhouette at the far end. In the next shot, it was gone. Then I saw the study photos. The corner images were even worse on a bigger screen. I could see three distinct shapes. Each one looked humanoid but transparent. They appeared to be leaning forward as if watching me. When I clicked to the final shot in that sequence, they were closer, almost in the center of the frame. My chest cramped. The shape in the middle had what looked like an arm reaching out. I felt sweat beat on my forehead. I realized my hands were trembling. I shut off the monitor. I stared at the black screen, trying to calm down. I haven't shared these pictures with anyone yet. I'm not sure what to do with them. Part of me thinks they might be worth a lot. People love a good ghost story, but every time I look at them, my stomach knots. I keep remembering how cold the house felt and how the boards creaked behind me. I remember the face in that little hand mirror. It was close to me, but I never saw it in person. I still don't believe in ghosts, at least not in the usual sense, but those images show something I can't explain. I keep thinking about how the board over the window was put back. Almost like the house didn't want me to leave that easily. Now, whenever I lie in bed, I feel like someone's standing by my bedroom door. Sometimes I get up and check, shining my phone's flashlight around. There's never anything there, but I can't shake the feeling that something followed me out of that place. I saved the files on an external drive and locked it in a drawer. I'm not sure if I'll ever open them again. Maybe I'll forget about them someday, but every time my phone buzzes or my floor creaks, my mind goes back to that old house, and I get a jolt of fear, like a static shock running through my chest. I don't think I'll ever do an urban exploration by myself again. I can't walk into a place like that without thinking about those shapes, those faces I couldn't see until after the flash. I can still feel that cold air on my neck when I think about it. And I keep expecting to see one of those silhouettes right behind me, just out of sight. Waiting for me to take another photo, I was sitting behind the wheel of my old truck, rain hammering the windshield. Without pause, my hands were tight on the steering wheel, and I felt a strange tension creeping into my neck. The headlights lit up at narrow rural road that seemed to stretch on forever, and the storm refused to let up. I was soaked in sweat. Even though the air inside the cab was cold, I had a deadline to meet and wanted to get through that old back road fast. But something was off from the moment I turned onto it. I noticed strange shapes in the darkness, but I tried to focus on the road. Then I saw her, a woman standing on the shoulder just outside the glow of my headlights. She didn't move or wave. She stood there with her arms at her sides, looking right at me. I can't explain why I didn't stop or slow down. Maybe it was my nerves. Maybe it was the way her eyes caught the light for a split second. I looked at her for a moment, then I pushed my foot down on the gas. I felt my heart pounding. The woman disappeared behind me and the road kept going, but something didn't feel right. My palms were damp and the wipers thumped at a fast speed against the windshield. The thunder and lightning seemed louder than usual. Every time a flash lit up the sky, I expected to see her again. I tried to convince myself it was a trick of the storm or my tired mind. I hadn't slept well in a couple of days. My last delivery had taken longer than expected, and I was running on cheap coffee and energy drinks. The truck's engine rumbled in front of me, and I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles looked pale. The wind rocked the cab, and the rain pounded on the roof. My eyes flicked to the rearview mirrors every few seconds. The darkness behind me seemed to press in, but I didn't see her back there. I told myself to calm down. A few minutes later, I spotted her again. She was on the right side of the road. This time near a broken fence. I saw her form in the edge of the headlights. Same stance, same stare. She wasn't waving or trying to flag me down. She just stood there, wet hair plastered to her face, dress clinging to her body, both hands hanging at her sides. I felt a jolt in my chest. I glanced at the speedometer. I was going well over the limit, but it still felt like I wasn't getting anywhere. My legs felt twitchy and there was a nervous tingling in my stomach. I kept going. The road twisted and turned and the storm kept hammering down. The trees were tall and close to the pavement. My headlights lit up a narrow tunnel of rain and branches. I saw the shape of the woman again, this time on the left side near an old sign that was too rusted to read. The sight caused me to jerk the wheel. I fought to keep the truck centered. My chest felt tight, and I forced air in and out of my lungs. The wipers couldn't clear the water fast enough. I squinted at the road. I decided to turn on the radio. I wanted some noise to fill the silence in the cab. The radio only hissed with static. I tried scanning for stations, but I couldn't pick up anything. The static rose and fell, and sometimes it sounded like a faint voice, but then it vanished. I turned it off. The rumble of the engine and the rain against the windshield were the only sounds left. I checked the clock on the dashboard. It showed a time that didn't match what I expected. According to my original plan, I should have been on the main highway by now, but the road in front of me just went on and on with the same old trees and broken fence posts, the same patches of washed-out gravel. I kept my high beams on, but it only lit more rain and more of that endless pavement. My back was tense and my shoulders hurt. I tried to keep my focus straight ahead, but a flash of lightning revealed the woman. Again, she was on the shoulder, closer. This time I saw her wet face and I noticed her eyes were wide open. I couldn't make out their color, but I could see enough detail to know she was staring right at me. My heart thud like a drum in my chest. I felt a pulse in my neck and my breath caught in my throat. I wanted to roll down the window and shout at her, but something about her presence made me want to get out of there fast. I pressed the gas pedal harder. The truck's engine roared and I felt the vehicle pick up speed. Water sprayed up from the tires. The wind pushed against the side of the truck and the trailer behind me rattled. I kept glancing at the odometer. The numbers climbed, but the road never changed. I tried to see if there were any driveways, side roads, or turnoff. I saw nothing. It was just an old rural highway with tall weeds and broken fences on both sides. The fence posts looked crooked like they had been there. For decades, time dragged my eyes burned from staring at the dark. My head felt foggy. Then I saw her again only a few yards ahead. She stood right in the path of my headlights. I braked hard and the tires screeched on the wet pavement. The truck skidded and my chest slammed into the steering wheel. Pain shot through my ribs and I gasped. I looked up expecting to see her right in front of the hood, but there was nothing there, just the road and the rain. My breath sounded loud inside the truck. My chest rose and fell. I strained to see into the darkness. I thought I saw a figure move at the edge of the trees, but it was too dark to be sure. I sat there in the middle of the road, wipers slapping the engine. Rumbling in idle, my headlights lit up the water streaming down the pavement. Rain battered the roof with a steady thump. My heart wouldn't slow down. The seatbelt felt tight across my shoulders, so I loosened it a little. I glanced in the side mirror. No one was behind me. The road was deserted. I put the truck into gear and started rolling forward again. My hand shaking a bit on the wheel, I tried to come up with a plan. Maybe I should have turned around and gone back, but every time I thought about going backward, I felt a chill. I had this idea that the road behind me would look the same as the road ahead, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I just wanted to find some sign of civilization, maybe a gas station or a small town. Anything to break this pattern, but nothing appeared. The storm felt endless, and my eyes kept darting to the mirrors, expecting to see that woman behind me. I started talking to myself. Calm down, it's just a bad night. You took a weird detour, you'll get out of it, just keep going. My voice sounded shaky, my throat was dry. I grabbed a water bottle from the cup holder and took a long drink. The water tasted stale and my hands were trembling. I set the bottle down and noticed my phone on the passenger seat. I had tried calling someone earlier, but I had no signal. I glanced at it again, but there was still nothing, no bars, no data. The screen just showed the time. It was well past when I should have then. At my delivery point, the tension in my gut built up again when I spotted her shape in the distance. This time she was standing next to a sign that said, "Rest area 2 miles." I hadn't seen that sign before. I could have sworn there was no rest area along this old road, but I was desperate. I thought maybe if I reached it, I could take shelter and figure out what was going on. The woman didn't move. Her clothes were pressed against her skin by the wind and her hair stuck to her face. My pulse ham in my ears, I drove past her, focusing on the sign. It was old and covered in rust, but it clearly said there was a rest area 2 miles ahead. The road was slick and my shoulders ached from tension. I kept checking the distance on the odometer. After a few minutes, I should have been at the rest area, but nothing appeared. The road just kept going. Then I saw another sign. It also said rest area 2 miles, the same shape, the same rust. My stomach twisted, my breath came out in shallow bursts. I saw the woman again. She was next to the second sign, standing in the same way. Looking at me, her gaze was locked on my truck. My skin crawled. I stomped on the gas and the engine wind. The trailer shook. I pushed past 60, 70, 80. The road was narrow and the truck shook from every bump. The headlights lit up. The rain, lightning flashed, and thunder cracked so loudly I felt it in my chest. Water sprayed across the windshield and the wipers struggled to keep up my mind. Raced. I knew I was risking hydroplaning, but I kept my foot on the pedal. My heart pounded and my arms felt stiff as I gripped the wheel. The rest area sign was nowhere to be found. The only things around me were trees, fences, and darkness. I passed another sign with the same message, rest area 2 miles. I cursed under my breath and felt sweat trickle down my temples. I glanced at the fuel gauge. I had started the night with a full tank, but I had been driving for a long time. The needle was dipping lower than I liked. My thoughts raced if I didn't find a real exit. Soon I might run out of gas in this storm on this strange road. I imagined myself stuck with that woman lurking somewhere in the rain. My heart pounded harder at that thought. Then I saw a faint glow up ahead. It looked like old lights on a pole, maybe part of a rest stop area. I slowed down, trying not to skid, and I pulled into a small clearing. There were 2 flickering lights attached to broken poles. The pavement was cracked, and I saw a boarded-up building that might have been a restroom or an information booth. Puddles covered the ground, and the water reflected the weak light in dull patches. I parked the truck and turned off the engine. The sudden silence inside the cab felt heavy, except for the rain drumming on the roof. I looked around, my eyes adjusting to the dark. I didn't see anyone. I put on my jacket, took a flashlight from the glove box, and carefully opened the driver's door. The wind splashed rain on my face, and I shivered. The flashlight beam cut through the dark, showing me wet concrete weeds coming through the cracks and old trash on the ground. The air smelled like damp leaves and mud. My boots sank into the wet ground, and water soaked my jeans. Almost immediately, I walked around the building. The door was chain shut, and the windows were boarded up. I saw no sign of the woman. I felt my pulse in my neck. I listened for movement, but I only heard the rain and the wind. Lightning flashed overhead, lighting up the clearing for a second. I thought I saw someone standing near the tree line. I aimed my flashlight, but there was nothing. My breath trembled, and I felt the hair on my arm stand up. I tried to use iPhone again, holding it above my head, but there was still no signal. The screen was wet, and my finger slipped over it. I wiped it on my jacket and shoved it back in my pocket. Then I heard something. It sounded like a wet footstep on pavement. I spun around, aiming my flashlight at the noise. I saw the woman standing a few yards away near the edge of the light. She was dripping with water. Her hair stuck to her face. Her eyes locked on mine. I froze. My mouth went dry and my shoulders tensed. She didn't speak or move closer. She just stood there breathing. I could see her chest rise and fall. My heart thumped in my ears. I wanted to say something, but my throat felt tight. My body felt shaky, and I was scared of what would happen if she walked closer for a few seconds. I couldn't move. Then I clenched my jaw, stepped backward, and fumbled for the truck door. I kept my eyes on her. She didn't approach, she just watched. I yanked the door open, got inside, and slammed it shut. The windows fogged up with my breath. My hands shook as I jammed the key in the ignition and turned the engine over. It caught on the first try. Headlights swept across the rest area, but I didn't see her in the beam. I shifted into reverse, backed up, and then steered back onto the road. My heart was pounding so hard that I felt every beat in my chest. I pressed the accelerator. The trees and fences star by on both sides. I kept my eyes moving, checking the mirrors and the road. The storm was still raging, and the thunder seemed constant. The truck lights reflected off the wet pavement. My chest was tight. I needed to get out of that place, but the road never ended. There were no intersections or signs for any real town. There was only the occasional rest area 2M sign repeated again and again. Every few minutes I would see her on the roadside. Sometimes on the left, sometimes on the right. Each time I saw her, she was closer to the edge of the pavement. At one point, I caught a glimpse of her in my side mirror. She was right behind the trailer, walking along the white line on the shoulder, keeping pace with me. Even though I was going at least 50 mph. My stomach churned. I pressed the gas harder, and she vanished into the darkness. But I knew she would appear again. I started feeling dizzy from lack of rest. My eyelids felt heavy and my muscles were tense. I fought to keep the truck steady. My neck ached. I tried to check the time again, but the clock on the dashboard showed the same numbers as before, as if it hadn't changed. I flicked the light above me and looked at my watch. The hands weren't moving. It was stuck on the same moment. I had glanced at it hours ago. I slammed a fist on the steering wheel. My voice came out in a shaky whisper. What is happening here? I scanned the trees for any sign of a different road or a driveway. Nothing, just the same fence posts and the same weeds. The woman kept appearing, sometimes only for a split second in the headlights. Sometimes standing still as I passed. My legs were sore from maintaining speed and braking. Whenever she popped up ahead, the tension in my shoulders was almost unbearable. My eyes burned from staring at the rain. I lost track of how many hours had passed. The same loop repeated, endless road storm. The rusted signs and the woman's figure. I felt a gnawing panic in my chest. My throat was raw from breathing hard. My clothes stuck to my skin with sweat. Each time I tried to blink and gather my thoughts, I snapped my eyes open again, afraid I would crash or see her in the middle of the road. My mind was racing with no real solution. Eventually, I saw a small bridge over a narrow creek. The water rushed under it. I recognized the broken railing on the side. I had passed it before. That meant I was driving in circles, or the road was looping on its own. My stomach dropped. My heart felt hollow. I pressed the brakes and pulled over. I listened to the rain on the roof, and I forced myself to take a few slow breaths. I tried to organize my thoughts. My only plan was to keep driving and hope something would change, but that had gotten me nowhere. As I sat there, I glanced out the passenger window. The woman was there, standing at the edge of the road, facing the creek. She had one hand resting on the broken railing. The water raged. Below, I could hear it even through the storm. She didn't look at me this time. She just stayed there. Her shoulders drenched her hair, plastered to her head. My chest felt tight and my heart pounded in my ears. My mouth was dry and my skin tingled. I wondered if I should step out and try to speak to her, but my body refused to move. My instincts screamed at me to stay inside. I gripped the wheel again, turned the key, and merged back onto the road. The path ahead was the same dark stretch of broken asphalt, and I knew it would go on without any clear exit. The headlights showed the falling rain and the thunder rumbled. I kept my eyes forward, searching for any sign that the road might end or change my mind. It told me I might never see a normal highway again. I pushed forward even though my arms were heavy and my head felt light. The trailer rattled behind me and the engine droned on. I thought about the next mile, the next turn, hoping something new would appear. The woman would keep appearing closer and closer until I finally accepted there was no way off this strange stretch of road. But I kept driving, clenching my teeth, ignoring the trembling in my hands, waiting for anything to break this endless loop. The headlights sliced through the darkness. The rain pounded on the windshield and the wind battered the cab. My eyes stayed locked on the black top, searching for a way out. But I didn't see any. I only felt the wheels rolling on and on through the storm with my heart hammering. The woman appeared again on the shoulder, closer than ever. Her eyes watching me as I passed. I couldn't look away and I couldn't stop. I just drove, caught in a cycle that refused to end, and in that moment I knew there was no simple escape from that forgotten road. I remember the first night I heard the strange interference on my radio show. It was around 2 a.m., and I was sitting alone in the small studio. I had my usual cup of lukewarm coffee on the table, the same worn-out notepad at my side, and the phone lines open for any listener who wanted to share a story. The fluorescent light above me buzzed, and the old air conditioner rumbled. Every few minutes, I felt a mild ache in my lower back from sitting in the same chair. For hours, I introduced myself on the air, gave a quick rundown of the night's topic, paranormal encounters, and waited for calls. I was used to getting strange stories at that hour, but I never expected anything beyond local gossip and spooky rumors. I certainly never expected a voice to break into my broadcast. My name is Lucas, and I run a late-night segment called Midnight Mysteries at a small radio station in a quiet town. We're not a big operation. There's just me in the studio and my friend Marcos in the adjacent control room, though he usually works earlier shifts and rarely stays past midnight. On that night, I was completely alone. The station is a single-story brick building off a narrow road near a field. There's a dusty parking lot in front and a worn wooden door that creaks every time I walk through. Inside, the walls are thin, and sometimes I hear the old pipes knocking behind them. I began the show like always. I leaned toward the microphone, stated the phone number for our call-in line, and reminded the listeners to share any unexplained experiences they might have had. The phone line stayed quiet for a few minutes. I sipped my coffee, which tasted bitter, and stared at the small digital clock on my desk. The second hand blinked in red digits. I cleared my throat, repeated the phone number, and tried not to think about how lonely I felt in that dark studio. Right then, the static came through my headset. It was brief. It sounded like a whisper and then disappeared. I paused, adjusted the volume, and asked if anyone was on the line. No one answered. I brushed it off. Technical glitches happen all the time. Our equipment is old. The microphone stand squeaks when I move it, and sometimes the audio levels drop for no reason. I tapped the dial, hoping to fix any loose connection. Then the phone rang. I glanced at the control panel, saw the blinking light, and pressed the button to put the caller on the air. I greeted them and asked for their name. That's when I heard something I can't quite explain. It was a deep voice, but it wasn't a normal human voice. It sounded like it was right next to my ear. Even though I was alone, it said, "I see you." It was clear and direct. I felt a jolt in my stomach and jerked back in my chair, almost knocking over my coffee. I checked the line. It still showed an active call, but no one responded to my questions. The voice vanished. I began to sweat. My palms felt clammy and my breathing got heavier. I took a moment to gauge myself. I asked again if anyone was there. Only silence. I disconnected the call and decided to move on. Maybe some prankster had managed to do something to the feed. I kept my show going. I turned on some background music for a moment and took a quick walk around the tiny studio, trying to calm my nerves. The air felt cold near the door. Noticed a faint draft from the outside, which made sense because the door doesn't close tightly. I told myself everything was fine. Then the phone rang again. I hurried back, sat down, and hit the button. This time I heard a woman on the line. She sounded out of breath. She introduced herself as Denise and told me she had been listening. She asked if I had heard that weird whisper before I picked up. I told her about the previous call. She said she had recognized her own street name mentioned right before the static cut off. I asked her to repeat that. She said, "That voice said it knew where I lived." I felt my throat tighten. I asked for more details, but she said she was scared and wanted to hang up. I tried to calm her down. She stayed on the line for another minute, explaining that she'd heard loud scratching sounds on her back door while the voice was on air. Then, without warning, the line went dead. I sat there in silence with the phone in my hand, listening to the dial tone. My heart pounded. I shifted in my chair and felt a dull ache in my neck. I tried to reassure myself that it was a hoax, but I couldn't shake the unease. Something about her voice sounded real. I decided to keep broadcasting. I shared the details of the strange calls with my listeners. I asked them to call in if they experienced anything similar. I expected more jokes, maybe some nonsense. But the next call came in right away. The next caller was a man named Rulfo. He said he worked the night shift at a gas station on the edge of town. He told me he was standing outside for a smoke break when he heard the radio from inside the store. He said he didn't believe in any of this paranormal stuff, but while he was listening to my show, he heard the same deep voice behind him. He turned around, but no one was there. He rushed back inside while he was talking to me. I heard the store doors slam in the background. He yelled something like, What do you want?" Then all I heard was static. After a few seconds, the line cut out. I tried calling him back. It rang and rang, but no one picked up. I felt my mouth go dry. I looked at the clock. It was 2:38 a.m. My shift was supposed to end at 4 a.m., but I considered shutting down. Early, I stood up and walked to the door of the studio. I opened at a crack and peered into the hallway. The hallway was dark and the overhead lights were off because we rarely use that part of the building at night. I listened for any sounds. All I heard was the faint hum of the air conditioner. I closed the door and locked it from the inside. Then I went back to my seat. I stared at the microphone, thinking about the next words. I should say my hands shook. I tried to grip the arms of my chair to steady myself. The phone rang again. I let it ring 3 times. Before I answered, my hands trembled as I pressed the button. I heard a burst of static, and then the same deep voice came through. It sounded clearer this time. It said, "My name." It said, "Lucas, you're not safe." My entire body tensed up. I felt sweat trickle down my forehead. I tried to speak, but my throat felt tight. My heart hammered against my chest. I asked who it was. The voice said, "Stop asking." Then the line went silent. I stayed there for a moment, breathing hard, my headphones buzzing with quiet static. I announced to the listeners that I was experiencing technical issues. I apologized for the interruptions. Then I started playing a short music track to fill the silence while I tried to figure out what to do. My stomach churned. I felt lightheaded. I took a sip of water from a small bottle on my desk and coughed. Because I swallowed too fast, I decided to call Marcos, my coworker. Even though it was late, I grabbed my cell phone and dialed his number. It rang a few times before he answered in a groggy voice. I told him about the calls, the interference, and the strange voice. He told me to stay calm, keep the broadcast cast going, and record everything. If I could. He sounded tired, but he promised he would drive over to the station as soon as possible. While I waited, I switched back from the music track to the live mic. I spoke directly to whoever might still be listening. I said that something unusual was happening. I asked anyone with information to call in. My voice shook a little and I tried to hide my fear, but I'm sure the listeners noticed. I looked at the phone lines. All 5 lines were lit up. I felt a wave of relief, thinking maybe the townspeople wanted to help or share what they were experiencing. I answered the first call. It was a listener who said they heard banging on their window while the deep voice crackled on their radio. They ran to the window and saw nothing but an empty yard. They sounded scared, but they had no explanation. I quickly took the next call. A different person said they heard footsteps around their house after the broadcast glitch. They locked their doors and grabbed a baseball bat. They kept repeating that this felt too real to be a prank. Their breath was shaky, and they hung up without saying goodbye. I looked at the studio door again. It was still locked. I noticed my reflection in the small window. My face looked pale, and my hair was damp with sweat. My pulse throbbed in my ears. The next caller was crying so hard I could barely understand them. They said the lights in their house kept flickering. Then they heard an animal like a growl coming from their living room. They ran to their bedroom and called me from there. I heard a loud thump in the background and the call cut out. I started to feel a tingling in my arms and legs. The atmosphere in the studio felt heavy, like the air was thicker. I tried to breathe slowly. My heart wouldn't slow down. I told myself to stay focused. I had a responsibility to maintain the show, or at least keep everyone informed. I considered shutting off the transmission, but part of me thought it might be safer to keep the lines open so people could communicate. I stared at the microphone. I felt trapped in my own station, surrounded by calls from terrified residents. I glanced at the clock. It was just past 3 a.m. I told myself that Marcos would arrive soon. I answered another call. This one was from a man who sounded calm. He said his name was Rafa. He said he was parked outside the station in the empty lot. He claimed he saw movement through the window. I asked if he meant he could see me through the window. He said, "No, I saw someone else behind you." My entire body went cold. I slowly turned in my chair, half expecting to see a figure in the corner. I saw nothing but the dusty walls and the table with spare headphones. I told Raphael I didn't see anyone. He insisted there was a silhouette moving in the background, then he stopped talking. I heard him drop the phone or something. The line stayed open, but he didn't respond again. I hung up and felt my stomach tighten. I stayed still for a few seconds, listening to the faint hum of the equipment. A moment later, I heard footsteps in the hallway. They sounded slow and deliberate. My chest tightened. I remembered I had locked the door, so I told myself no one could enter. I watched the door knob. It stayed still. The footsteps faded, and I was alone with my heart pounding in my ears. I took off my headphones for a second, put them on the table, and rubbed my eyes. I glanced at my phone to see if Marcos had texted me nothing. Then the studio lights flickered. I looked up, worried the power might go out. They went back to normal after a second. I noticed the phone lines had all gone dead. There were no more incoming calls. The on-air light above my head glowed red. I tapped my microphone and asked if anyone could hear me. The station was silent except for a faint hiss of static. The scoreboard on my control panel showed we were still live. I said my name again and asked if any listener was out there. No response. I waited, feeling a growing sense of unease. My throat felt dry and my back ached from the tension. That's when the voice returned, but it didn't come through the phone line. It came through the main broadcast feed. It overrode my microphone. I heard a low tone, almost like a growl, and then the deep voice spoke again. "You can't escape." It was so loud I yanked off my headset. My ears rang the same message, repeated 3 times. I covered my mouth with my hand and stood up. I walked to the door, unlocked it, and peered into the hallway. The lights were off, but I could see the exit sign at the far end. I didn't hear anything else. My arm felt weak and my knees were unsteady. I decided to head for the exit. I left the studio door open, jogged down the hall, and pushed on the front entrance. It swung open without a sound. Outside, the parking lot was empty. There were no cars, no sign of anyone named Raphael. I walked around to the back of the building and saw nothing but weeds and an old dumpster. I stood there under a dim street lamp, breathing in the cool night air. For a few seconds, I considered leaving the station altogether, but I remembered Marcos might be on his way. I didn't want to abandon him to a locked building or a dark parking lot. I went back inside. The hallway felt colder than before. I closed the door behind me and checked the studio. Everything was exactly as I left it, except the phone lines were still down. The broadcast feed was a loop of static. I switched off the transmitter for a few seconds, then switched it back on. The static stopped, replaced by quiet. I tried to speak into the microphone again. My voice came through, but it sounded distant, like I was underwater. I cleared my throat and gave a final announcement. I told anyone listening that we were ending the show early due to technical problems. Then I shut down the console. I checked the time. It was 3:40 a.m. I sat in my chair for a while, staring at the dark monitor in front of me. My body felt drained. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the desk. I could still feel my heart racing. After a few minutes, I heard a car pull up outside. I stood up, walked to the front, and saw Marco stepping out of his car. He jogged to the entrance. I unlocked it, and he walked inside. He looked at my face and asked if I was okay. I told him about the calls and the voice. He nodded and said he believed me. We walked together into the studio. Everything was quiet. Marcos flipped a few switches, checked the equipment, and said all the settings were normal. I pulled out my phone to see if there were any messages from listeners or from the station manager. Nothing. Marrow suggested we do a quick check of the building. We walked the hallway, the break room, and the tiny storage closet. We found no one. When we finished, I thanked him for coming. He offered to stay until morning. I agreed. We sat in the break room and sipped coffee. Not saying much. We didn't mention ghosts or demons or anything else. We just sat there listening for any sounds. I haven't heard that voice again since that night. We still run the radio show, but we changed the format. We don't take live calls anymore. We ask listeners to send messages or emails. Instead, some people in town claim they still experience strange things during the early hours, but they have no proof. I just know what I heard and how it made me feel. My hands still shake a bit when I think about it. I keep telling myself it was a random interference or a cruel prank. But deep down, I remember the cold sensation in that hallway, the repeated message in my ears, and the panic in the voices of the callers. I can't forget it. I just hope it never returns. I took this temporary caretaker job at an old abandoned hotel because I was out of work and out of luck. The ad said light maintenance, light cleaning, short-term contract. It promised free room and board for a month that sounded good enough for me. I wasn't expecting much. I thought I'd just be sweeping dusty floors and making sure the windows weren't broken. But from the moment I arrived, I felt uneasy. The front doors squeaked. The lobby smelled like stale air and the place felt too big. Even with the lights off, I noticed my own reflection in the glass front doors. It looked hazy. I tried to ignore it, but that was just the start. I got here on a Thursday afternoon. The person who hired me gave me a quick tour, then handed me an old key and said they'd be back in a few weeks. I remember setting my suitcase down in the lobby and looking around. The ceiling had old chandeliers that didn't work anymore. The front desk was coated in dust. I kept thinking, this place is bigger than I expected. The building had 4 floors, plus an attic, plus a basement. Most of the doors to the rooms were locked, but the main hallway mirrors caught my eye right away. They were tall and framed in ornate gold. The glass looked normal at first glance, but when I walked past them, I felt like my reflection lingered. A split second behind my movement, I tried not to freak out. I chalked it up to my imagination. I'd been traveling all morning and I was tired. I dragged my suitcase up a flight of creaky stairs to the caretaker's suite. It was a small room at the end of the second-floor hall. The bed had a thin mattress and the walls were a dull beige color. The window overlooked the empty parking lot. I set my stuff down and decided to explore a bit before dark. I wanted to see if any of the lights worked. I flipped a few switches in the hallway. A few overhead lights flickered, but some died. Right after turning on, others buzzed loudly. I also noticed a large mirror at the end of the corridor. It was about my height. With the same ornate gold frame, I walked toward it, peering closely at my own face. I didn't notice anything strange at first. Then I took a step back and I saw my reflection smiling. I swear I wasn't smiling at all. My face was completely neutral, but in the mirror, my reflection had a slight G. I felt a chill crawl up my neck. I looked away, I told myself. Maybe I twitched or something and I misread my own expression still. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I decided to open a few windows in the hallway. I hoped fresh air would help me calm down. A mild breeze pushed through the corridor, making some old curtains move. The breeze felt good, so I took a minute to lean out the window and breathe. I looked out outside, trying to focus on normal things like the parking lot and the overgrown shrubs. That's when I heard a faint scraping sound behind me. I spun around. There was no one there, just that big mirror reflecting the hallway. But in its reflection, I saw a dark shape move across the floor. It slid from left to right past the locked doors. I jerked my head toward that spot in the real hallway. It was empty. My heartbeat sped up. I forced myself to walk slowly toward the mirror and look into it again. All I saw was me in the hallway with dusty walls and old carpeting behind me. No dark shape, no movement. I took a few deep breaths and decided to go downstairs. I wanted to check the main lobby again, maybe see if there was a fuse box or something else to do. Anything to distract me. The main lobby had a few tall mirrors near the front desk. They all matched the same style gold. Frames, elaborate designs at the corners, and old glass that might have been installed decades ago. I flicked on some lights near the front desk, but they only glowed weakly. The rest of the area stayed dim. It felt weird to see my reflection in so many angles. I walked behind the counter. I found an old ledger, some keys, and a maintenance checklist. I saw check mirrors typed in the list that made me pause. Why would a caretaker checklist include mirrors? There was also a note about items in basement must remain locked. That note was scribbled in the margin, no details, no signature. I decided to stop looking at that list and just get on with my job. I grabbed a broom from a nearby closet and swept the lobby floor while I worked. I kept glancing at the mirrors. My chest felt tight and my stomach was tense. My scalp tingled. I tried to look at my reflection to see if anything was weird. Sometimes it looked normal, but sometimes I thought I saw a flicker of something else in the corner, a shadow that wasn't shaped like me, or a slight difference in the background. I stuck to my sweeping. After maybe half an hour, I started to sweat. I felt like someone was watching me. I kept turning around. Nobody was there by the time I finished. Dusk was creeping in. The front windows showed a red-orange sky. I decided to call it a day. I went back upstairs to the caretaker's suite, closed the door, and locked it. I made a quick dinner with some canned beans and crackers I'd brought. The room had a small fridge and an old microwave that still worked after I ate. I paced around. I wasn't sure if I should try exploring more or just go to bed early. My nerves felt shot. I was tired, but I didn't want to sleep yet. Finally, I decided to walk around the second floor and see if I could open any doors. Most of them were locked, but I found one that led to a storage closet. I stepped inside, pointed my flashlight around. I saw spare sheets, towels, and a few decorative pieces wrapped in cloth. One was another mirror. It was leaning against the corner. I unwrapped it a bit and saw the same gold frame. The glass was cracked in the corner, forming a small spiderweb pattern. I felt a prickly sensation in my hands. I wrapped it back up and left on my way out. I heard a low whisper, but I couldn't make out words. It felt like my ears were playing tricks on me. I shut the closet door and hurried back to my room. My breathing was shallow, and I kept telling myself to calm down. I lay on my bed, fully clothed with the blankets pulled over me. The room was silent except for the faint hum of the fridge. I kept thinking about the note on the checklist: items in basement must remain locked. I wondered if that had something to do with the mirrors. I planned to check the basement the next day, but I still felt uneasy. My eyes started to drift shut after a while. I had trouble staying awake, and eventually I dozed off when I woke. It was early morning. Sunlight peered through the thin curtains. My back felt stiff from sleeping in my clothes. I stood up, cracked my neck, and tried to shake off the grogginess. I remembered my plan to check the basement, so I grabbed a flashlight and went downstairs. The basement door was near the main lobby behind a locked gate. I used the caretaker's key, which fit the lock. The metal gate screeched as I pushed it open. The basement stairs were steep and unlit, so I moved slowly. The basement smelled damp. My flashlight showed stone walls and a cement floor. There were some crates and wooden boxes stacked along one side to my right. I saw a series of old mirrors placed against the wall. Some were upright, some leaned at odd angles, and a few had blankets over them. My pulse quickened. I approached them and lifted one of the blankets. The mirror underneath had a hairline crack near the top. I shined my flashlight on it. I noticed faint streaks like smudges from someone's hand on the other side of the glass. Suddenly, I heard a shuffling sound behind me. I spun around. Nothing moved in the darkness. I felt the hair on my arm stand up. I turned back to the mirror. My reflection stared back at me, but the edges looked strange. The corners of the reflection were darker. I thought I saw shapes shifting behind me in the reflection. I flicked my flashlight around again. The basement itself was empty, just the crates and the silent gloom. But in the mirror, it looked like something passed between the crates. I stepped back, breathing hard. My shoulders felt tight, and I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears. I replaced the blanket. I didn't want to look at it anymore. I checked a few of the crates instead. Most were nailed shut, and I didn't feel like prying them open. One of them had a label that said Hotel Inventory Mirrors. It looked like this place had a lot of mirrors in storage. That made me uneasy. I had no idea why they'd need so many or why they'd hide them in the basement. I was about to head back upstairs when I heard a voice. It came from the far corner near a large mirror that was half covered by a cloth. It sounded like someone clearing their throat or quietly trying to speak. I froze in place. Then I took a few cautious steps forward. My flashlight beam landed on the cloth, which shifted slightly. I felt a jolt of panic. I wanted to run, but my curiosity pushed me to lift the edge of the cloth underneath. I saw a tall mirror, maybe 7 feet high, with swirling designs on the frame. The glass was dark. I couldn't see my reflection at first. Then it flickered to life as if it took a moment to catch up. My reflection looked at me, but my eyes in the mirror seemed to shine brighter than normal. My chest tightened and my mouth went dry. That's when I heard a whisper. Soft and right next to my ear, it said, "Let us out." I dropped the cloth and staggered back. My flashlight almost slipped from my hand. My mind raced. I hurried to the stairs before I climbed them. I felt a sudden pressure in my head like a headache, but sharper. My vision blurred for a second. I gripped the railing, breathing through my teeth. The pressure faded, so I forced myself to move. I made it back to the ground floor and locked the gate behind me. My hands were shaking. I went straight to the caretaker's suite and slammed the door. I paced around for a few minutes trying to calm down. I felt sweat on my forehead. My heart was pounding. I tried to think logically. There must be some explanation. Maybe the old glass warps images, maybe the basement has echoes or drafts, but the whisper I heard was clear. I didn't imagine it. Something down there was aware of me over the next few days. I did my best to handle my caretaker duties. I swept floors, checked the plumbing, opened windows for ventilation, but everywhere I went, mirrors greeted me. Some were cracked, some were dirty, some had sheets draped over them. I started avoiding my own reflection. I felt like each mirror wanted me to look at it, wanted to grab my attention. Sometimes I heard faint voices once. I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but they stopped whenever I turned around. My nights were restless. I woke up soaked in sweat with the sound of whispers fading from my ears. I kept the door locked, but that didn't help much with my sense of dread. On my 5th day, I decided to remove a mirror in the 3rd floor hallway. It was a tall, narrow mirror with the same gold frame. I brought a screwdriver and tried to detach it from the wall while I was doing that. I felt something pull at me from behind. I stumbled and the screwdriver clattered to the floor. I spun around, fists clenched. Nobody was there, but the mirror's reflection showed a dark shape. It looked like a figure made of shadows. No features, just a silhouette leaning over my shoulder. I stared at it, cold sweat running down my temples. My eyes darted back to the actual hallway. Nothing in the reflection. The shape slowly moved out of sight. I heard a faint laugh that sounded like metal scraping on stone. My limbs felt weak. I sank to my knees, breathing fast. Then the silhouette in the reflection raised its arm. My reflection did nothing. I could see it clearly, like someone else stood behind the glass. My stomach churned. I couldn't handle it. I grabbed the top of the mirror and yanked the frame, popped off the brackets with a loud crack. The mirror fell forward. I staggered back, letting it drop flat on the floor. It hit with a dull thud, but the glass didn't shatter. I felt a sudden rush of relief. It was like the mirror lost its hold on me once it wasn't upright. My breathing slowed, but my hands were still shaking. I realized then that the hotel's mirrors weren't just decorations. They held something inside them. There were entities trapped behind the glass, and they wanted out. They wanted to use me to walk around in the real world again. That idea made me feel sick. I picked up the mirror carefully and slid it into a nearby closet. I shut the door, hoping that would keep it from bothering me. I considered leaving the hotel right then, but the contract said I only had to stay a few more days, and I wasn't sure if I'd get paid. If I abandoned the job, I also worried that if I ran, those entities might find some other way to follow me, so I decided to endure it a little longer. I stuck to the 1st and 2nd floors, and I tried to avoid looking into any mirrors. I kept myself busy with chores. Every so often, I heard faint whispers or felt a tug at the back of my mind. I tried to resist it by focusing on practical tasks. I swept, I cleaned windows, I tested all the lights when I passed a mirror. I kept my gaze on the floor. My gut stayed tight and my shoulders felt stiff. My appetite went down. I felt a growing ACH in my temples whenever I was around too many mirrors. Once I heard my own voice whisper my name from behind me, I refused to turn around on my final day. I woke up feeling shaky but determined to get out of there. I packed my bag and left by the front desk. I had a few last items on the checklist, like making sure the side doors were locked and turning off certain breakers while I worked. I saw reflections move on. Their own in the corner of my eye, I ignored them. I heard distant whispers begging me to come closer. My legs felt weak, but I forced them to keep moving. My mind felt hazy, and I sensed that something was trying to get inside my thoughts. I focused on the real world, the dust in the air, the sound of my boots on the floor, the weight of the keys in my hand. After finishing, I grabbed my things and stepped outside into the late afternoon light. I took one last look at the building. The windows were dark, and I could see my reflection faintly in the glass door. It looked normal for a moment, then I saw a slight distortion near my shoulder. I turned away, heart pounding, and walked to my car. My body was tense, and I felt goosebumps on my arms as I started the engine. I refused to look in the rearview mirror until I was well down the road. I still think about what happened there. I know those mirrors weren't ordinary. I don't have a fancy explanation. All I know is I saw reflections that didn't match reality, and I heard voices that wanted me to set them free. I'm glad I got out before something worse happened. I never went back, and I never planned to. If anyone else takes that caretaker job, I hope they understand what they're dealing with, because those mirrors are not just mirrors, and that hotel is not just an empty building. It's a prison full of entities that want a way out, and I was almost the key to their escape. I'm done with it. I won't let them use me, and that's all I have to say. I still remember how my heart thumped when I first stepped inside that old theater. The main door stuck a little, and I had to push hard just to get in. Dust floated in the air, and I tasted it when I took a breath. My throat felt dry, and my skin tingled from the stale air. That place smelled like old costumes, damp wood, and something else I couldn't identify. The silence weighed on me. I could hear my own breathing and the slight creak of the floor beneath my shoes. I told myself I was ready for anything. I had no idea what was waiting for me. My name is Paul. I've been an actor most of my life. A few years ago, I started losing roles to younger guys, or sometimes to older guys with better reputations. I'd get the occasional commercial or small part, but it never felt right. My agent called me one afternoon. He had this strange offer. Some local theater company wanted to put on a classic play in a building that had been shut down for decades. They needed an experienced actor to fill the lead role. The pay wasn't great, but it was a job. I said yes because I missed the stage. I missed that rush of saying lines in front of an audience. Even if that audience was small, when I arrived for my first rehearsal, nobody was outside. The street was empty and the building looked dark and abandoned. I tried the front door. Like I said, it stuck. I forced it open and stepped into a wide lobby. The ceiling was high-chipped paint, covered the walls, and the lights in the old chandeliers were off. I stood there for a moment, unsure if I was in the right place. Then I heard a soft sound coming from somewhere deeper inside. I followed that sound into the auditorium. Rows of seats stretched out in front of me, covered in a thin layer of dust. The stage looked solid enough, though some of the curtains were torn at the edges. I waited for someone to greet me. Nobody showed up. I started walking toward the stage. My shoes echoed in that large space, and every step sounded too loud. I climbed the steps to the stage and stood there. My palms felt clammy. It reminded me of my first audition years ago. I looked around, trying to see any sign of life. That's when I noticed a script resting on a small table near the edge of the stage. It was my role. I picked it up. A note on the top page said, "Begin rehearsal block, Act 1. It felt like a strange instruction. There was no stage manager, no director, no other actors, just that note. I shrugged and started reading lines out loud. I figured maybe someone was testing me. I projected my voice, enunciating each word as I reached the middle of the scene. I heard a noise behind me. It sounded like a chair sliding. I turned around fast, but nothing moved. I tried to brush off the uneasy feeling, but my skin was prickling. I finished the scene and waited. No one answered, no one clapped. I stood there for a few seconds listening. Then I heard faint footsteps above the stage, like someone was walking across the catwalk. I looked up. I couldn't see anyone. I called out, asking if someone was there. The footsteps stopped. My heart was beating hard. After a minute, I lowered my script and decided to explore the backstage area. I headed behind the curtains and found a narrow corridor with old sets piled against the walls. Wooden boards, paint ed backdrops and broken furniture were stacked in corners. I saw a small dressing room with a mirror that had cracks in the glass. I flipped the light switch. Nothing happened. I felt around and found a flashlight on the makeup counter. I turned it on and the beam shook a little. Because my hand was unsteady, the corridor looked even more cramped under the flashlight's glare. I walked slowly, hearing my own footsteps on the creaky floor. At the end of that corridor, there was a door that led to a dusty storage room. I scanned the place. Props and costumes were piled everywhere. The smell of mothballs made my nose itch. While I looked around, I heard that same faint sliding sound I'd heard on stage. It came from behind a tall rack of costumes. I lifted the flashlight and pointed it in that direction for a second. I thought I saw a shadow move, like someone stepped out of sight. My heart jumped. I walked over and pushed the costumes aside. There was nothing there except the wall. I swallowed and tried to steady my breathing. I told myself it was just my imagination. I went back to the stage, hoping that maybe the director or someone else had arrived. The auditorium was still empty. I felt tense, so I decided to leave for the day. I left the script on the table and walked to the lobby. The door was still slightly jammed, and I had to yank it open again. The sunlight outside felt comforting. I almost laughed at myself, thinking I was spooked by an old building. I went home, but I couldn't stop thinking about those sounds. The next day I came back. I arrived in the afternoon, figuring more people would show up. The door was already unlocked. I found a single light on in the center of the stage. It lit a small circle. Everything else was in shadow. My script sat on the table, again, open to a different scene. A new note said, "Block a back." I hesitated for a moment. I felt uneasy, but I couldn't walk away. I wanted the role. I wanted to prove I still had it in me. I stepped into the light and started rehearsing as I spoke. The silence around me felt thick at some point. I heard a soft scraping noise from the far side of the stage. I kept going. My voice sounded shaky to my own ears, so I paused to calm myself. Then I continued. Suddenly I heard footsteps again. They stopped right behind me. I turned around quickly. I saw a faint shape, almost like a person standing in the dark. Then it vanished. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. My body felt cold. I didn't know if I should call out. I just stayed still for a moment, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. The shape was gone. I felt my heart pounding in my ears. Eventually, I shook my head and told myself to focus. I needed to finish the scene. I forced the words out, but my voice sounded dull to me. I tried to imagine an audience. I tried to remember my training. When I reached the final lines of the act, I heard a single clap from somewhere in the darkness. It was just one clap, like a polite acknowledgement. "Hello," I said. Speaking toward the seats, "Is someone there?" No response. I stepped off the stage and walked between the rows. My shoes left prints in the dust on the floor. I aimed my gaze at the upper boxes, the balconies, and the control booth in the back. Nobody was there. I felt an urge to leave again, but I wanted answers. I looked around for a switch to turn on more lights. I found a panel near the entrance to the auditorium. I flipped a few switches and some overhead lights flickered on. They were weak and buzzed a bit, but they gave me a better view of the place. The seats were old with torn upholstery. The walls had water stains and parts of the ceiling showed cracks. I didn't see anyone. I decided to check backstage again. I carried the flashlight with me, even though some overhead lights were on. Now the corridor felt just as cramped as before. The smell was the same too. My stomach tightened when I remembered the shadow. I thought I saw the previous day. I pushed forward. I peeked into the dressing rooms. Everything was the same. I noticed a stack of new costumes in one corner of the biggest dressing room. They looked clean, not dusty like the others. I walked over and picked up one of the jackets. It fit my role's description. I wondered who left it there. I rehearsed a bit more that day, doing my lines on stage, waiting for any sign of the mysterious director or stage manager. Nothing happened. No new noises, no shapes. When the sun started going down, I switched off the lights and left the pattern continued for a few days. I'd find a note telling me which scene to rehearse and practice my lines. Sometimes I'd hear faint footsteps or see a flicker of a shadow near the curtains. Other times I'd spot the shape of a person in a balcony seat. Then it would disappear when I moved closer. My nerves were on edge and I was losing sleep. At the same time, I felt drawn to the place. Something kept me there. Maybe it was a strange sense of duty, or maybe I craved that rush of performing again. I'm not sure. One afternoon, I decided to film a bit of my rehearsal on my phone. I set up the phone on a chair and pressed record while I was on stage. I felt that presence again. I could hear soft footsteps in the wings. My stomach clenched. My hands shook. I forced myself to keep speaking the lines. When I finished, I ran to my phone and stopped the recording. I played it back in the lobby, standing near a window for better light. I heard my own voice reciting the script. Then I heard a faint whisper. I couldn't make out the hair on my arm. Stood up at one point in the video. I saw something pass behind me on stage. It was blurry, but it looked like a person dressed in dark clothing. The whisper on the recording made my chest tighten. I tried to replay it a few times. It sounded like a single word, but I couldn't be sure. It might have been my name, or it might have been something else entirely. I started to sweat. The building felt hot and cramped. I wanted to get some air, but I also wanted more proof. So I went back on stage. I shouted that I wanted to see who was there. My voice echoed. A door slammed somewhere in the distance, then silence. I looked around the old set pieces behind the curtain. I found a narrow staircase leading up to the catwalk. I climbed it. The steps groaned under my weight at the top. The catwalk stretched over the stage. I felt my legs shake a bit because I'm not fond of heights, and the railing looked rusty. I shone my flashlight along the path. I saw ropes, old sandbags, and dusty spotlights. Nobody was there, but I smelled something like old perfume. It wasn't strong, but it lingered. I stayed there for a moment, my heart pounding. Then I went back down. A few days later, I arrived at the theater later than usual. The sun was going down. I noticed a light in the lobby that hadn't been on before. When I entered, I heard faint music coming from the auditorium. It was an old tune, something from a long time ago. It sounded like it was playing on a record. My skin prickled. I followed the sound to the stage. One single spotlight shone on the center again. This time there was no script on the table. Instead, there was a program with my name listed as the lead. The other roles had names I didn't recognize. The year on the cover was from decades ago. I felt shaky. I walked onto the stage and the music grew louder. I could almost feel someone watching me from the rows of seats. The dust on the stage stirred at my feet. My pulse thundered in my ears. I stood in the spotlight and started speaking the lines from memory. As I spoke, I heard footsteps circling backstage. I didn't stop. The music kept playing. It was slow and scratchy. I reached the climax of the scene, the part where my character pleads for another chance. My voice trembled, but I gave it everything. As soon as I finished, the music cut off. I stood there in the dark, breathing hard. My chest rose and fell with each breath. I listened. Then I heard a single pair of hands clap from somewhere in the wings. I swallowed. My lips felt dry. A voice spoke out low and firm. It said again. I froze. That was the first time I heard something so clear I couldn't see who spoke. The voice was calm but insistent. I answered with a shaky, "Who are you?" No response. I waited, my hands shaking at my sides. I felt something pass behind me. My shoulders tightened and I swung around. There was nothing. The stage lights went out, leaving me in near darkness except for a faint glow from a small lamp near the backstage entrance. I hurried over and flipped the main switch, but nothing happened. My breath quickened and I could hear my pulse in my ears. I fumbled around trying to find a flashlight. Then the lights flickered back on by themselves. The stage was empty. The program was gone from the table. I left the theater in a hurry. That evening, I sat in my car for a while trying to calm down. My hands were sweating so much that I had trouble gripping the steering wheel. I wanted to leave that job, but the idea of walking away didn't sit right with me. I felt like I had an obligation to finish what I started. I also felt that the presence in the theater wanted me to keep going. It was like we were locked in some strange rehearsal together. The next morning, I decided I would go back and finish the play. I arrived early and stepped onto the stage. I went through each act line by line, gesture by gesture. I heard occasional sounds, a chair creaking in the darkness, the soft tread of footsteps behind the backdrops, and sometimes that faint music I kept at it. My voice got stronger, my nerves were still there, but I pushed through by the final act. I felt a strange energy in the room. The floor felt warmer under my feet and the lights looked brighter. I delivered my last lines with my eyes on the empty seats. The tension in my chest built up, and when I reached the final word, a wave of relief spread through me. I could feel my shoulders relax. Then I heard applause. It wasn't loud, but it was steady. It lasted a few seconds, coming from all around me like a small group of people clapping from different corners of the auditorium. I didn't see anyone. There were no people in the seats, no shapes in the balconies, but the applause echoed briefly, then faded. I stood there breathing fast. My skin felt cold. I said, "Thank you," out loud. My voice sounded raw, then the lights dimmed on the stage. I felt a rush of air, almost like a door had opened and closed somewhere off to the side. After that, everything went silent. I stayed a few minutes looking into the empty seats. Then I picked up my script and walked out of the theater. The main door still stuck a bit, and I had to yank it open outside. The street was quiet. I locked the door behind me. I wasn't sure what I had just experienced, but I felt lighter. My chest no longer felt tight. I sensed that whatever haunted that theater had wanted a final performance. It got one. I never found out who or what was behind those shadows and sounds. I never saw an official director or other cast members. No one contacted me afterward about the play, but I can't forget those days in that dusty place. I can't forget the footsteps in the wings, or that shape in the balcony, or the single voice that said, again, when I think about it now, I feel my pulse quicken. I remember the smell of that old theater and the taste of dust when I breathed. I remember the scratchy music playing in the background, but mostly I remember the moment I finished the final act. That applause felt real. It felt like someone or something was there to acknowledge my performance. After all these years, I still can't explain it, but it happened, and I'm not likely to step onto another stage quite like that one. Ever again, I pushed aside the last branch and stepped into a small clearing. The air felt cold on my face, and I noticed the lingering smell of damp soil. I scanned the area and saw an old wooden cabin at the far edge. It looked abandoned, the windows were broken, and the roof sagged in the middle. I held my breath for a second because I sensed something off about that place. I'd come to this forest to study rare insects and birds, but I hadn't expected to stumble on a structure like this. I decided to walk closer, and my boots sank into the soft ground with every step. My name is Daniel, and I've spent most of my career in remote locations. I'm used to traveling alone, setting up camp and gathering specimens without any help. I planned this trip for months. I had a simple goal catalog, a few species rumored to live in this region. Officially, nobody had confirmed their presence here yet, so I wanted to be the first to document them. The forest was thick with tall pines and broadleaf trees. I couldn't immediately identify. The ground was uneven, covered in layers of dead leaves, speating logs, and tangled roots. Everything looked green and brown except for a few scattered wildflowers in the distance. I heard birds calling, but I couldn't see them through the dense canopy. I reached the cabin and examined the exterior. The walls had dark stains and deep cracks in the wood. It looked like nobody had lived there for decades. The windows lacked glass. I saw only jagged shards in the frames. The door hung on a single hinge leaning to one side. I was tired from hiking all day, and the thought of setting up my tent didn't appeal to me. I peeked inside, figuring I could at least assess if the cabin was safe enough to spend the night inside. I found a single room with a sagging cot against one wall, a broken chair in the corner, and a small table covered in dust. Spiderwebs clung to the ceiling. A faint smell of damp wood filled the air when I stepped across the threshold. The floor creaked. I felt a brief surge of caution, but the boards held my weight. I opened my flashlight and shone it around. Dust particles floated in the beam. I figured I could make the place livable. For one night, the wall still looked sturdy enough and I had a tarp in my pack to cover the broken windows. If necessary, I set down my backpack, then checked if there were any signs of recent animals inside. I saw some rodent droppings, but nothing that indicated a larger creature had taken up residence. I decided I'd stay at least to save myself the effort of pitching a tent in the dark. First, I cleared some debris from the corners, pushing aside small sticks and clumps of leaves with my boot. Then I unrolled my sleeping bag on the cot. The cot's frame groaned, but it seemed to handle my weight. When I tested it next, I gathered a few stones from outside to create a makeshift fire pit near the cabin's doorway. Just in case I wanted to heat a meal, I could keep the smoke mostly outside and still get a bit of warmth inside the sun. Set fast, by the time I looked up again, the forest was already darker. I heard insects buzzing around, and I heard the occasional rustling of small creatures in the undergrowth. I set up a small propane lantern on the table and struck a match to light it. The lantern cast a pale glow on the dusty walls. I remember feeling a little uneasy for reasons I couldn't pinpoint. Maybe it was the isolation or the way the cabin felt like it was waiting for something. I took out my notebook and tried to jot down details about the species I had seen earlier that day. My hand kept drifting to the table surface, tapping it. Because I was distracted by the sounds outside, the forest is never silent. I'm used to hearing branches creaking, animals moving, or wind passing through leaves. But there was something else I heard. Soft taps. At first I thought it was a loose shutter, except the windows didn't have shutters. Then I thought it might be a bird pecking at the wood. It was too consistent. Though tap, tap, pause, like it was following a pattern, I stood up and walked to the door. I aimed my flashlight into the trees. I didn't see anything. I tried to shake off the tension. I told myself it was probably a branch knocking against the cabin in the breeze, but there was no wind. The air was still and I felt a light sweat on my forehead. Eventually I went back to my notes, though my focus wasn't great. The tapping stopped for a while, so I finished writing down everything I remembered. The shape of certain plants, the rough location where I spotted unusual bird tracks, and a possible nest in the hollow of a large oak. After that, I heated a Sea-Quick meal over my portable stove. The smell of canned stew filled the tiny space I ate. Fast cleaned the pot and stuffed my trash away so I wouldn't attract animals. Then I closed the door, propped a piece of broken chair against it, and turned off the lantern to save fuel. I climbed into my sleeping bag and shut my eyes. I thought I'd drift off immediately because I was exhausted. Instead, I lay there listening to every tiny sound. The walls creaked now and then, and the floor squeaked. If I shifted my weight at some point, I must have dozed because I jolted awake after hearing a loud bang against the outside wall. My heart pounded and I sat up. I felt a rush of cold sweat. I listened at first. There was silence. Then I heard another thump, like someone hitting the wall with an open palm. It was slow but forceful enough to make the boards vibrate. I grabbed my flashlight and unzipped the sleeping bag. My mouth was dry. My palms felt damp. I tried to move quietly toward the window, but the floor creaked under my feet. I paused and waited. The noise stopped. I AED my flashlight outside. Nothing moved. The darkness between the trees felt thick. I forced myself to breathe slower. I tried not to panic. I reminded myself that this could be an animal investigating the cabin. Maybe a bear had brushed against the wall, but deep down I felt that it was something else. I stood there for several minutes just listening. My stomach tightened every time I thought I heard a shuffle or a branch crack. Eventually, I backed away from the window and sat down on the edge of the cot. I kept the flashlight aimed at the doorway. My mind raced with thoughts about what could be out there. I didn't have any firearms with me, just a hunting knife. That knife was in my pack, so I reached in, grabbed it, and held it close. Some time passed without any more loud bangs. My eyelids felt heavy, and I decided to lie down again. Keeping the flashlight in one hand and the knife close by my heartbeat slowed a bit, and I managed to drift off. That's when the dream started. In the dream, I was still inside the cabin, lying on the sea. I heard whispering from underneath the floorboards. It was a muffled voice that seemed to call my name. I tried to get up, but my body wouldn't move. Then I saw a shape standing by the window. I couldn't see details, only a dark outline of a figure that seemed to tilt its head from side to side. The whispering grew louder and I felt my pulse thudding in my ears. Then the shape knocked on the wooden frame. One slow knock, then another when I tried to scream. No sound came out. I woke up gasping. My mouth was open and I was covered in sweat. The lantern light was off and everything was pitch black. I fumbled for my flashlight, found it, and turned it on. The room looked the same as before, except I saw that the door was slightly open. The piece of broken chair I'd wedged against it had shifted. I didn't remember hearing the door move. I jumped up and shut it again. Trying not to think about that dream, maybe I had opened it in my sleep. Maybe I forgot to secure it properly. I didn't see footprints or signs of anyone. I lay down again, but I couldn't sleep. I kept imagining that shape from my dream. I heard soft noises outside, like something brushing against the walls. Sometimes I heard a faint tapping again. It wasn't as loud as before, but it was definitely there when morning finally came. I felt relief. The gray light slipped through the broken windows. Birds started chirping outside, and the forest stirred with daytime life. I got up and stretched my back, ached from the stiff cot. I stepped outside to get some fresh air. The clearing looked calm with a light mist drifting between the trees. I walked around the cabin to check for any signs of damage on the far wall. I noticed fresh scratches on the wood. They were thin, spaced out in a pattern I couldn't identify. They didn't look like claw marks from a typical animal. They looked more deliberate, arranged in short horizontal lines. I reached out and ran my fingers across them. The wood had small splinters around the scratches, and they felt relatively new. I felt uneasy, but I tried to focus on my work. I grabbed my field bag and decided to spend the day exploring the nearby area looking for the species I came here to find. The day itself went normally. I walked through dense areas, noted bird calls, took pictures of strange fungi, and even found some small insects that looked promising. I collected a few specimens in sealed containers, labeled them, and marked the coordinates in my notebook. I didn't hear or see anything unusual during the day. By late afternoon, I headed back to the cabin. Part of me wanted to pack up and leave, but I also felt stubborn. I had come a long way, and I didn't want to lose a night's rest trying to trek out in the dark. Besides, I kept telling myself that maybe the noises were just animals being curious. I told myself I could handle it. I reached the clearing again. The cabin looked the same, except the door was open a crack. I know I had closed it that morning. My gut tightened, but I forced myself to check inside. My flashlight illuminated the interior and nothing seemed missing, or moved. My sleeping bag and backpack were where I left them. The only difference was the door. I shrugged it off as a loose hinge that let the door swing open before nightfall. I decided to secure the place more thoroughly. I tied a rope across the door and hammered in a small makeshift hook so it couldn't swing open by itself. I also placed a few empty tin cans near the windows so if something tried to climb in, I'd hear the cans fall. This time I stayed awake later, writing notes and reviewing the day's findings. I ate another quick meal, then decided to read a bit from a field guide on local bird species. I kept the lantern on a low flame around midnight. I heard scratching on the wall again. At first I froze, staring at the spot where the sound came from. It moved slowly along the exterior as if something was dragging a stick or a claw across the wood. I sat there, gripping my flashlight. My throat felt tight and my chest was tense. I heard a soft thump near the window. The tin cans rattled but didn't fall. I stood up, stepped over to the window, and lifted the edge of the tarp. I hung there. The forest was dark, and my flashlight only illuminated a patch of trunks and brush. I didn't see a shape or figure. Then I heard a single knock on the wall close to where I stood. It was louder than the scratching, and it made me jump. My heart pounded, and I felt my fingers trembling around the flashlight. It sounded like a hand striking the wood. I whispered to myself to stay calm. I considered yelling, but I stopped. I was afraid it might provoke something instead. I cleared my throat, breathed deeply, and moved toward the door. I unhooked the rope carefully. Not wanting to make noise, my plan was to see if something was out there and maybe scare it off by shining my light directly on it. I swung the door open fast and aimed the beam in every direction. I saw trees, shrubs, the old path leading into the woods, but nothing else. The clearing felt still, the air tasted cool and smelled slightly of moist earth. My breath sounded too loud in my own ears. I stepped outside, walked around the cabin. Shining the flashlight over the walls, I saw fresh scratch marks near a window similar to the ones I found that morning, but no footprints or fur. I began to wonder if it was some type of primate or a large bird. This region wasn't known for anything that large. Though my chest tightened as I thought about spending another night like this. I looked at the tree line, half expecting something to peek out. The tension in my shoulders felt almost painful, but I forced myself to stay steady after circling the cabin. I went back inside and locked the door again. I noticed my hands shaking. I tried to calm myself by organizing my specimens and checking my camera. Every small noise outside made me flinch. Eventually, fatigue took over. I turned down the lantern and lay on my cot, keeping the flashlight in my grip. I must have slipped into a restless sleep because I felt that same presence from before. I heard tapping on the walls, but this time it sounded closer. My dreams were fragmented images of the forest floor shifting and branches twisting. I woke in a panic when I thought I heard the door opening, but it was still secured. My heart hammered and my t-shirt stuck to my skin with sweat. The rest of the night passed in that state, half awake, half asleep, jumping at each rustle. Morning came as a relief again. I wasted no time. I packed my gear, rolled up my sleeping bag, and stuffed everything in my backpack. I walked outside and looked at the walls. One last time, more scratches, more odd marks. I saw something that looked like a small handprint, but it was smeared or incomplete. I felt a wave of unease roll through me. I had no desire to spend another night there. I decided I'd collect my last samples that day and then hike out by sunset. I grabbed my notebook, stuffed it into a side pocket, and made sure all my specimens were secure. I looked back at the cabin. For a second, part of me wanted to figure out what was going on, but I was too rattled to stay. I turned and headed back into the forest. My boots crunched on the leaf litter, and the sound felt comforting as I walked. I kept glancing over my shoulder. I didn't see or hear anything, but that tension sat in my gut. I don't know what was in that forest. I don't know what wanted to communicate with me through knocks and scratches. All I know is that I spent 2 nights in that cabin and felt more fear than I'd ever experienced in the wild. I left with the sense that something watched me until I was out of sight. Even now, I can still remember the sound of that tapping. I can still feel the weight of that presence around the walls, and I'm sure I'll never forget the uneasy silence that followed whenever I tried to confront it. I first noticed something off about my night shifts when I felt a sudden drop in the back seat of my cab. It was around 2 in the morning, and I had just turned onto a deserted street near an old industrial park. I felt the suspension dip like someone heavy had settled into the seat behind me, but the seat looked empty. At first, I thought I imagined it. I kept my eyes on the road, and my fingers squeezed the steering wheel so hard that my knuckles hurt. I didn't hear any voice or see anything clear. Yet my chest felt tight and my skin got clammy. I glanced at the rearview mirror. The seat was dark, no shape, no outline, but I could sense a presence that was the first night I realized my job would never feel normal again. I've driven a cab for about 6 years. Mostly overnight. People say the graveyard shift is lonely. They don't know the half of it. I used to keep the radio on low volume so I wouldn't zone out, but after that first night I shut it off. I needed to hear every little noise I was hoping for. Seat bell clicks or footsteps on the sidewalk. Anything that would warn me the second time it happened was a week after the first. I was near a big shopping area that was shut down for the night. The parking lots were empty. Street lights were dim. I rolled to a stop sign and I felt that drop again, like someone slid into the back seat. I braked hard, twisted around and scanned the dark interior. I saw nothing. My heart pounded and my breath got shallow. A chill rolled up my arms. I waited for something. Maybe a voice silence filled the cab and it felt heavy and thick. It lasted a few seconds, then I heard a soft exhale. My scalp prickled. I swear I heard someone breathing. I asked, "Hello, who's there?" I didn't hear a response. My stomach churned. I pressed the gas and drove away from the empty lot. The present stayed. I sensed motion. Like a person shifting weight behind me, every time I glanced at the rearview mirror, I saw a faint distortion as if the air was moving in that seat. I tried to keep my eyes on the road, but my head wouldn't stop spinning. I drove for a few minutes until it vanished. I felt the seat rise again as though the invisible passenger had stepped out. My entire body trembled and I couldn't stop looking around. I kept asking myself if I was hallucinating. Maybe I was tired, or maybe there was something else going on over the next few weeks. It happened more often. Late at night, always in remote areas. Something would slip into my cab. I would hear breathing or the faintest rustle of fabric. Then I would catch a glimpse in the mirror. It wasn't a S shape. It was more like the outline of heat rising from pavement on a hot day. It flickered for a moment and then went still. Sometimes I heard whispers or soft humming. Other times I heard someone muttering like they were rehearsing the same sentence over and over. I leaned forward in my seat, feeling sweat on my forehead. I never got used to it each time it happened. My pulse raced and my muscles tensed, but I kept driving because I needed the money and I wasn't sure who would believe me. I didn't even believe myself. Sometimes one night I decided to talk to the presence. I had just picked up the faint shape near a closed diner. I felt the seat drop and the temperature in the cab seemed to change. It wasn't cold or hot, it just felt different. I kept my voice steady. "What do you want?" I said. I waited. My ears rang with silence, then I heard a small voice. It was distant and rough, like it came from the far corner of a room. It said, "I'm looking." I felt my throat tighten. I asked, looking for what the voice grew softer. "I don't remember," it said. Then it faded after that night. The whispers got clearer. Each new presence had a different tone. Some sounded younger, some older. Some were male, some female. None of them ever told me their names. I don't think they remembered. They just knew they were searching for something. They often repeated the same sentences. "I need to find it. Where did it go? I can't see it." I usually gripped the wheel and tried to respond. "What are you trying to find? Can I help you?" I never got a direct answer. They all seemed confused and lost. It was like they were trapped in the same loop. There was one presence that stayed longer than usual. It entered my cab near a lonely stretch of road by the railroad tracks. I felt the usual drop in the back seat. Then I heard a slow, shallow breathing followed by a deep sigh. I waited a moment before speaking. My voice trembled. "Can you hear me?" The presence answered, "Yes." Its voice was raspy, like it hadn't spoken in a long time. I tried to breathe through my nose to calm myself. I asked, "What do you want tonight?" It paused. I heard another sigh. "I want to feel normal." It said. My arms tensed. My chest felt heavy. "What do you mean by normal?" I said. The presence let out another sigh. "I don't remember how things felt. I need to keep moving. I can't stop." I heard rustling as if it was shifting closer to my seat. My hand shook on the steering wheel. I asked, "Where do you want me to take you?" The presence replied, "Anywhere. Just keep driving." So I drove. I passed the empty factories. I passed silent gas stations with flickering lights. My mind raced with questions, but I pushed them aside. I listened to the presence's breathing and tried not to panic. After about 10 minutes, the presence spoke again. I used to have a place. It said there was a corner near a window. It smelled like coffee. The air was warm. I remember music in the background ground. Its voice sounded so distant, like it was forcing out the words through a blocked passage. I wanted to ask more, but the presence fell silent. A few minutes later, the seat rose. The invisible passenger was gone. I heard a faint pop like air leaving a balloon. Then I realized my own breath was shaky and my mouth felt dry. I pulled over at a convenience store to catch my breath. I sat in the driver's seat and stared at the empty back seat. It looked normal. Nothing was out of place. My arms were covered in goosebumps, and I noticed my hands had sweat on them. Night after night, the pattern continued. Sometimes I had 3 or 4 rides with invisible passengers in a single shift. Other times I went 2 or 3 nights without one, but they always came back. They were all restless and uncertain. They all seemed desperate for something they couldn't define. I tried adjusting my routes, picking up real passengers in busier parts of town, but eventually I'd have to drive through a quiet stretch. That was when it happened. That was when the seat dipped and I heard breathing or whispers a few times. I thought I saw a faint glow in the corner of my eye. It never lasted long. I tried to keep calm, but my body reacted every time my muscles clenched, and I got a metallic taste in my mouth. I had trouble sleeping during the day because I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. One evening around 3 in the morning, I was driving through an older neighborhood with narrow streets. The streetlights were spaced far apart. The houses all seemed dark. I cruised along, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror every few seconds. My heart was pounding. Even though I didn't see anything, then I heard a voice behind me loud enough to make me jump. It said, "Please turn right." I jerked the wheel slightly before I caught myself. My pulse skyrocketed. I swallowed hard. "Who are you?" I asked. The voice didn't respond. It just repeated, "Please turn right." So I turned right onto another dark street with tall hedges on both sides. The passenger whispered again, "Go straight." I drove slowly and I could barely see anything ahead. My headlights lit up old asphalt and patches of weeds. The voice said, "Stop here." I hit the brakes. The engine hummed. My hands shook. I could hear my own breathing. The seat behind me sank a little more, like someone was leaning forward. Then I felt a soft touch on my shoulder. It was light and cold. My heart felt like it was beating out of my chest. I heard the voice again, very close to my ear. "I don't see it here." It said there was a slight tremor in its tone, like sadness or frustration. I tried to speak, but my throat felt tight. "What are you looking for?" I managed to say. The voice paused. I heard faint breathing. Then it whispered, "I don't know." I sat frozen. My eyes locked on the empty street ahead. The seat behind me shifted and the presence vanished. The cold touch disappeared from my shoulder. My body felt stiff and a wave of nausea hit me. I took a few moments to compose myself before driving away at times. The invisible passengers shared small details from whatever existence they remembered. A few of them mentioned a house with blue walls or a living room with an old sofa. One talked about climbing stairs and feeling wind on a balcony. Another mentioned a favorite scarf. They never explained why they were in my cab. They didn't talk about family or friends or any real event. They just seemed stuck in their search. I could hear the desperation in their voices. It made my skin crawl, but I also felt a strange sympathy for them. They sounded lost sometimes. I tried to ignore them. I'd keep my hands on the wheel and focus on traffic lights or speed limits, but it never worked. The presence behind me always made itself known through a sudden whisper or a change in temperature. My heart would race and my thoughts would spin. I kept my eyes straight ahead, but that prickling sensation on the back of my neck never went away. One night I turned up the AC full blast, hoping the noise would drown out any whispering that just seemed to make them speak louder. Another time, I tried playing loud music. The passenger in the back seat started humming along, even though I didn't see any shape there. My skin prickled at that one. The tune was off-key and I could hear it behind the song on the radio. Eventually, I gave up trying to block them out. There was one occasion when I pulled into a gas station to get a coffee. I parked near one of the pumps and left the engine running. As I reached for the door handle, I felt a sudden cold blast from the back seat. I froze. I heard a rough voice that said, "Don't leave me alone." I yanked my hand away from the handle. The voice repeated itself, sounding panicked. This time my chest felt like it was tightening and I realized I was holding my breath. "I'm just getting coffee," I said, feeling foolish for talking to an empty seat. The voice repeated, "Don't leave me alone." It sounded trapped, like it was caught in some loop. I felt sorry for it, but I also felt my stomach twist in knots. I stayed in the car. I waited for a minute or two, but the presence didn't speak again. Then the seat felt normal and the air changed. I got out quickly, looking around in case someone was watching me talk to myself. Nobody was there. The station was nearly empty. My legs felt wobbly as I walked inside and poured coffee into a foam cup. My hands shook and I spilled some coffee on the counter. The clerk gave me a strange look, but I just wiped it up and paid. That night I drove home at dawn. The sky turned gray and I could see the normal world waking up. It always felt jarring. I parked my car in my building's lot and sat there. The street was quiet, I was exhausted, and my mind buzzed with all the voices I'd heard over the past few weeks. My body felt stiff and wired at the same time. I stared at the backseat. Part of me expected to see a faint outline or hear a whisper. It stayed silent. Eventually, I climbed out and locked the doors. I felt relieved to be away from the cab every time I get in the driver's seat. At night, I brace myself. My mouth goes dry and my palms sweat. I wonder which passenger will show up. Will it be the one who breathes hard and mutters about losing something under a couch, or the one who asks me to stop in random spots for no reason, or maybe a new one with a different voice and a different secret? I don't know why they come to me. Sometimes I think they see me as a guide, but I'm just a guy trying to make a living. I can't help them, and they never explain their situation in detail. They all repeat the same pattern, searching for something. Not sure what's stuck in confusion. A few nights ago, I decided to ask direct questions. "Why do you come to my taxi?" I said to a presence that had just settled in the back seat. It was silent for a moment, then it spoke in a quiet voice, almost a whisper. "I see a light." It said. I frowned. What light? I asked. It just repeated a light. Then grew quiet. I kept driving and the presence faded away. After about 5 minutes, it didn't clarify anything, but the mention of a light made me wonder if there was something about me or my cab that drew them in. That line of thought made me uneasy, so I tried to push it out of my head. The weird thing is that none of these passengers never harmed me. They left me shaken but not hurt. They just seemed desperate. They were stuck in some loop, repeating their searches and their confusion. I thought about calling a paranormal investigator or maybe a priest, but I'm not the religious type. Also, I couldn't prove any of this. I didn't have a camera that showed them any recording. I just picked up static or faint wind sounds. So I keep driving. I keep picking up my real fares. Then in between, I pick up these invisible fares that come out of nowhere. I wonder if one day I'll finally learn what they're missing. But so far, they never find what they want tonight. I'm sitting in my cab near the airport waiting for a call. The radio is off. I'm listening to the rumble of jets in the distance. My chest is tight, my eyes are tired, and my stomach aches from too much coffee. I'm still looking in the rearview mirror every minute or so. The seat is EMP right now, but I know that could change at any moment. I feel a slight shift in the air and I hold my breath. I wait, nothing happens. I exhale. This is my life now. I drive my taxi through the darkness, picking up real passengers and invisible ones. The invisible ones climb in silently, whisper their half-remembered stories, and leave with no warning. They're stuck searching, and I'm stuck listening. I can't see them, but I know they're there. That's the only truth I have. I start the engine and pull onto the street. It's another night on the job, and I can't stop wondering if the next turn will bring another drop in the back seat. Another voice, another round of questions that never have an answer. I arrived at the old mansion on a Monday afternoon. The caretaker led me through a narrow hallway and unlocked a set of heavy double doors. He explained that my job was simple: catalog the books in the neglected library and leave everything in good order. He gave me the keys, wished me luck, and disappeared into another room. I stood at the threshold and felt my stomach tighten. The place smelled of dust, and stale air stacks of books leaned against wooden shelves. The windows were covered with thick drapes, and the only light came from old lamps that cast weak orange circles across the floor. I set my bag on a small desk near the entrance. There was a noticeable temperature drop in the library. My skin prickled with goosebumps, and I rubbed my arms. I checked the nearby radiator, but it was cold and silent. I told myself it was just a draft in an old building. I turned on a few table lamps and took a quick look around the shelves stretched from one end of the room to the other with small aisles in between. Many books looked ancient, their bindings cracked or covered in dust. Some had titles in languages I didn't recognize, others had no titles at all. I started my first round that night, taking notes with a pencil and a notepad. I wanted to create a quick inventory of what I was dealing with before starting any detailed catalog. As I walked between the shelves, I heard a slight rustling sound behind me. I turned quickly, but I didn't see anything. My muscles felt tense. I told myself it was my imagination. I continued writing down what I saw. Old encyclopedias, journals, some thick volumes on local history, a few on obscure topics. The air felt still, there was no wind. The only noise was the faint scratching of my pencil against paper. After about an hour, I headed back to the desk and placed my notes in a neat stack. I now noticed that one of the tall shelves near the far wall had a slight tilt, like it was leaning forward. I made a mental note to check it later. My eyes burned a little from the low light, so I decided to bring a stronger flashlight. The next day, the caretaker had given me free rein to work at any hour, but I felt more comfortable working at night. For some reason, it seemed quieter, and I liked the idea of focusing on my task without interruptions. That first night, nothing obvious happened aside from a few odd noises. I went home with a mild headache. I thought it might be the dust or the strain on my eyes. I returned the next night with a thermos of coffee, a larger flashlight, and a small duster to clear off the worst of the dirt. Once again, I unlocked the library doors and stepped inside. The lamps were off, so I turned on the ones near the entrance. A strange feeling settled in my stomach. The silence was overwhelming, and I realized I was holding my breath. I walked to the same desk and noticed something out of place. A small piece of paper lay on top of my notes. My notes were exactly as I had left them, except for the addition of this paper. It had a few strange symbols scrolled on it. They didn't look like proper letters, more like quick scratches with a pen. I held it up to the light, but I couldn't make sense of it. I felt a slight tremor in my hands. I placed the paper in my bag, thinking maybe the caretaker had left me a message or something, but why would he leave random symbols? I tried to shrug it off and continued my catalog work. I dusted the spines of a few large volumes and opened one. At random, it contained diagrams of unfamiliar shapes, and the text was in a language I didn't read. The pages felt thick and rough, like handmade parchment. There were no publishing details, no author names. I wrote down its location and closed it. I heard a quiet thump to my left. My heartbeat sped up, and I moved the flashlight beam in that direction. I saw a hardcover book lying on the floor. It must have fallen from the shelf. I walked over, picked it up, and placed it back on the shelf. The label on the spine was faded, so I couldn't read the title. I kept working for a few more hours. Every so often, I paused and listened. The silence felt heavier than before. My ears started picking up every tiny sound. My own breathing, the gentle hum from the lamp, the creak of the floorboards. I felt a slight pressure at my temples. When I finished that night, I locked up and went home on the walk back. I kept replaying the moment I found the paper. I couldn't explain it, and it made me uneasy. On the third night, I decided to be more systematic. I planned to finish the inventory of the main shelves. Then I checked the smaller alcove in the back corner of the library. When I arrived, I immediately looked at my desk. My notes were there, but now 2 more scraps of paper sat on top of them. Both had similar odd markings. One page had a series of random letters. That seemed scrambled. The other had circles and lines that reminded me of a rough map. I touched them, expecting them to feel wet or smudged, but they were dry. I felt the hair on my arm stand up. I walked around the library, calling out, "Is anyone here?" My voice echoed no answer. I checked the entrance to see if there were any fresh footprints on the dusty floor, but I couldn't see anything. I tried to keep working, but my mind was all over the place. I felt jumpy. My hand shook every time I heard a tiny noise. I kept glancing at the aisle behind me. Sure, I'd see someone watching, but there was never anyone there. Later that night, I noticed the tall tilted shelf had shifted, more like it was about to tip over. Over, I pushed against it gently, but it was stable enough. The wood felt rough under my fingers, and I could see deep scratches on the side. It looked like something had dragged sharp edges across it. I felt a lump in my throat when I saw those marks. My chest felt tight, and I forced myself to breathe slowly. I stayed longer than usual that evening. Trying to push through my nerves, I told myself it was just an old building, maybe with some hidden draft or unsteady foundation around midnight. I started hearing a quiet scraping sound. I aimed my flashlight around the aisles. Nothing moved. I followed the sound to an old wooden table in the back. The table was empty except for a thick layer of dust. The noise stopped when I got close. My heart thumped in my chest and a light sweat broke out on my forehead. I realized my eyes were sore and my neck felt stiff. I closed up for the night, locked the doors, and hurried away from the mansion. My shoulders felt tense. The whole drive home I kept checking my rearview mirror. Though I didn't see anything unusual, I had trouble sleeping and woke up several times. My mind kept returning to those scraps of paper on the fourth night I arrived, determined to figure out what was happening. I brought a tape recorder in case I picked up any strange sounds. I also brought a small camera. I wasn't sure if it was allowed, but I figured no one would care. I unlocked the library doors and felt a chill run across my face. The air felt colder than usual. I placed the recorder on the main desk and pressed record. Then I walked around with the camera, taking photos of the shelves and tables. My hands were unsteady, so some shots came out blurry while I took photos. I heard a rustle near the far corner. I froze. Listening, it sounded like pages turning. I walked toward the sound, holding the camera up. There was a single lamp lit in that corner, casting shadows on the walls on a small reading stand. I saw a book lying open. Its pages were blank, which seemed odd. I flipped the pages, but they were all empty. Then I heard a whisper I couldn't tell where it came from. It was like the air itself carried a faint hiss. My spine tingled and I broke out in goosebumps. I stood there not sure what to do. My heart pounded in my ears. I backed away, nearly dropping the camera when I returned to the desk. The tape recorder had stopped. I checked it, but it was still powered on. The tape was ejected. That didn't make sense because I had just pressed record. I rewound it to see if it captured anything. I heard my own footsteps at the start. Then a soft crackle, then silence. Suddenly there was a faint scratching noise followed by a short whisper. I couldn't make out words. It might have been a breath. I felt a chill wash over me. I pressed stop and looked around the room. My mind raced. I couldn't explain it. I tried to calm down by focusing on the catalog work. My mouth felt dry and I kept swallowing to clear my throat. I moved to the next row of shelves, writing down titles and checking condition. When I reached the last book on the row, it refused to slide out. It was stuck. I tugged at it a bit harder and the entire shelf rattled. I stopped immediately, afraid the whole thing would collapse. Then I noticed that the back of the shelf had a small latch. It was hidden behind a stack of dusty encyclopedias. I pulled the encyclopedias aside and flicked the latch. A panel at the back of the shelf clicked open. I shined my flashlight inside. There was a narrow passage. The space looked cramped. I hesitated for a moment, then squeezed through the passage. Smelled of mold. The walls had old bricks damp too. The touch, I inched forward until I found a small chamber with a low ceiling. My head almost touched it. There was a single wooden box resting on a stone ledge. The box was covered in dust and had a lock, but the lock was broken. My hands were slick with sweat. I wiped them on my pants and lifted the lid inside. There were several sheets of parchment covered in the same weird symbols I had seen on those scraps of paper. Some had notes in pencil, like someone tried to translate them. There were partial words in English, but nothing made sense. Dr. Gate Beyond My Pulse hammered in my ears. I picked up the sheets and noticed a small leather-bound booklet. I opened it and saw handwritten entries. The penmanship was uneven and the ink had bled through the thin pages in places. It was all about rites, invocations, and references to dark secrets. The words were blunt descriptions of some hidden knowledge. I felt a twisting sensation in my gut as I flipped through. My breathing became shallow. My head felt light and my skin tingled with anxiety. I slid everything back into the box and closed the lid. My mind buzzed with questions. Was this the forbidden knowledge? The caretaker mentioned in passing. I remembered him telling me that the mansion had a long, complicated history and that some things were better left untouched. I felt a surge of panic and an odd curiosity. Part of me wanted to take the box and study everything in a bright open room. Another part of me wanted to shove it all back and pretend I never saw it. My heart pounded and I felt sweat trickle down my back. I carried the box out of the passage, set it on a nearby table, and took a few photos with my camera. My hands were shaking and I didn't know if the photos would turn out. Then I heard movement near the end entrance to the library. It sounded like footsteps on the wooden floor. I turned off my flashlight and stood still. My breathing sounded too loud in my ears. I strained to hear anything else. The footsteps stopped. My heart throbbed in my chest and my muscles felt tight. I forced myself to move back toward the desk. When I reached it, I realized the light from the lamps had dimmed, like someone had turned down the power. My eyes struggled to adjust. I looked at my notes and they were in disarray. Some pages were scattered across the floor. My pencil was snapped in half on the desk. The tension in my neck was almost painful. My stomach felt cramped and I felt a wave of dizziness. I reached for a bottle of water in my bag and took a few gulps. My throat was raw and the water tasted metallic on my tongue. I looked around again, then spoke out loud in a shaky voice. I'm just here to do my job. I'm leaving soon. I felt stupid talking to an empty room, but I had the sense that something heard me. The oppressive silence returned. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. My legs felt weak and my hands twitched at my sides. I gathered my scattered notes, stuffing them into my bag without bothering to organize them. I grabbed the camera, the tape recorder, and the box from the hidden passage. I didn't want to leave it behind, although I had no idea what to do with it. I stepped toward the library doors and heard a distant scraping sound like nails dragging on wood. It made my skin crawl and I picked up my pace when I reached the doors. I fumbled with the keys for a moment. The doors were stuck. My pulse pounded in my temples and I pulled hard. Finally, they gave way with a sudden jerk. I stepped out into the hallway and shut the doors behind me. My shoulders relaxed slightly and I let out a long breath. I locked the doors and hurried toward the main entrance of the mansion. I didn't stop to check if the caretaker was around. I just wanted to get out. I reached my car, sat inside for a minute, and tried to settle my breathing. My hands were clenched on the steering wheel and my forehead was damp with sweat. My chest felt tight and I kept thinking about those scraps of paper and the weird book. My mind was buzzing with confusion and a growing fear. I started the engine, drove away, and didn't look back until I was several blocks from the property. Even then, I felt as if something was behind me watching. I still have the box. I haven't told anyone about it yet. I haven't returned to the library. The caretaker called once to ask how the catalog was going, and I said I needed a break because I was feeling sick. He didn't push me. He just said to let him know when I was ready to continue. I think he knows something, but he won't say. I keep the box locked in my closet at home. Sometimes I hear faint scratching from inside, like the pages are shifting around on their own. I can't explain it, but it makes my pulse jump every time. That's the truth of what happened in that old library. I don't know if I'll finish the job. I haven't found a logical explanation for the notes, the rearranged books, or the presence I sensed every night. The forbidden knowledge in that hidden passage scares me, but it also pulls at my curiosity. I keep telling myself I'll go back to finalize the catalog and hand over the files, but part of me worries that once I step into that library again, I'll never leave the same way I entered for now. I'm staying away. The memory of that silence still makes my heart race. I still remember the jolt I felt when I first heard the whispers coming from that dark corner of the abandoned factory. It was around 2 in the morning. My shift had started at midnight, and the place was always dead quiet. By that time, there was no wind that night, no passing cars, and no other people on the property. The only noise I ever heard was my own breathing. But that night, there was something else. It caught me off guard, and the sound got inside my head before I could even process what it was. I work alone because this factory was shut down years ago. The company went bankrupt and all the workers disappeared from the place. My boss got the contract to watch over it just to keep vandals out and make sure nobody stole the remaining equipment. People around town always said there was something off about the property. I never believed any of that. Until I started my rounds there, I figured it was just old talk from folks who wanted a good story to share at the bar. But after that night, I couldn't ignore it anymore. I remember standing in front of the main entrance, checking if the lock was secure. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness and lit up the rusty metal door. Everything seemed fine. Then I heard a soft murmur. It sounded like someone talking, but the words weren't clear. I froze for a second. I turned my head, trying to pick up the direction of the noise, but it vanished as soon as I moved. I told myself it was my imagination. I had done the same routine hundreds of times without trouble. I went back to making my rounds, but a tight feeling settled in my stomach. I walked through the central aisle of the factory. The place was huge. Broken machines were scattered around, and the smell of old metal and damp concrete filled the air. My boots scraped against the floor, making small echoes in the open space. Normally, that echo comforts me because it's the only sign of life I have in there, but I noticed my footsteps sounded hollow, like something else was absorbing the noise. It was subtle, but it bothered me. I kept turning around to see if somebody was behind me when I got close to the far side of the building where an isolated storage galley stood. I heard faint whispers. Again, it came from the direction of that smaller warehouse that sits off to the side of the main structure. It's a building nobody uses. Not even for storage. The place looks older than the rest of the factory. The walls are grimy and the doors are warped from years of neglect. I always found it odd that it was still there. Normally, they would have demolished a useless structure to save on property taxes or something like that, but for some reason this old warehouse stayed. I tried to shrug off the noise, but curiosity got the better of me. My heart that in my chest as I walked over my flashlight, caught a glimpse of something that looked like a faint shape slipping through the door. I stopped and stared. I had never seen anyone around the factory at that hour, and I've never noticed any sign of squatters. I felt a chill crawl up my neck, and I could hear my own pulse hammering in my ears. I moved closer, gripping my flashlight like a weapon. I raised it in front of me, not sure if I was about to confront a real person or something else. When I entered that small building, the air was different. It felt thick, like the atmosphere was pressing down on me. The light from my flashlight flickered a bit, which made me nervous. I changed the batteries before my shift, so there was no reason for it to act up. I forced myself to keep moving. I saw random debris on the floor, broken wood, scattered nails, and old metal scraps. The ceiling dripped in a few spots, creating a constant tap on the concrete. My boots felt heavier with each step, like I was dragging my feet through invisible resistance. I followed the corridor inside that building. It was narrow, and the walls had stains that looked darker than simple mold. My flashlight caught a glimpse of strange markings on those walls. They were shapes carved into the concrete, rough and uneven. They didn't look like gang tags or typical graffiti. They reminded me of old symbols you might see in a history book, but I didn't know what they meant. My stomach twisted into a knot when I realized they formed a pattern leading toward the back of the warehouse. Suddenly, I heard another whisper this time. I was sure it came from directly in front of me. It sounded like multiple voices speaking at once, but in the same hush tone. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, and I felt goosebumps on my arms. My mouth went dry, and I tried to swallow, but it felt like my throat was constricted. I took a deep breath and forced myself to push forward. The last thing I wanted was to turn around and run, only to leave the door wide open for something to come out after me. I reached a large empty room near the end of the corridor. The floor was covered in dust, and the ceiling had holes that let in small beams of moonlight. My flashlight began to flicker again, so I tapped it with my palm. The beam steadied for a moment, revealing a circle of old burnt candle stubs on the ground in the center of that circle. I saw a rough chalk drawing. It looked like more of those strange symbols, they all connected in a spiral. My hand started shaking, so I gripped the flashlight tighter to keep it steady. The temperature felt much colder than the rest of the building, like I had stepped inside a fridge. As I stood there, I noticed faint footprints in the dust around the circle. They looked recent, maybe a day or two. Old. The size was hard to determine, but they were definitely human. Footprints, or at least they appeared to be. My mind raced. Maybe some group broke in to do weird rituals. The thought alone made my skin crawl, but I told myself that was the logical explanation. People do strange things in abandoned places. I crouched down to get a closer look. I didn't touch anything, but I shone my flashlight on the drawings. The lines were shaky, like they were drawn by someone trembling or in a rush. The candle stubs were partially melted into the floor. Wax had formed uneven lumps around them. The smell in that space felt heavier, like stale incense mixed with rotting leaves. I heard another whisper, but it was closer this time, almost at my ear level. I spun around, shining the light at the corners of the room, but I saw nothing. My heart pounded and my breaths turned shallow. I felt a growing sense of panic. I had never encountered anything like this in my years as a security guard. Usually the worst I deal with is a trespassing teenager or someone trying to strip copper wiring to sell. This was different. I told myself to stay calm. I tried to rationalize it as some leftover materials from local thrill seekers, but I felt goosebumps on my arms that wouldn't go away. My mind kept jumping back to that whisper. It sounded too real to dismiss. I thought about calling my boss, but my cell phone had no signal inside. That part of the building that wasn't unusual, the reception was always spotty in the factory. I decided to head back toward the entrance to see if I could call from outside, but as I started to leave, I heard a shuffle behind me. It sounded like feet scraping the floor. I spun around again, shining my flashlight light. Nothing was there. My nerves were on edge and my chest felt tight. I could barely think straight, I said out loud. If someone's here, you need to leave. My voice sounded shaky to my own ears, which made me even more uneasy. No one answered. The only sound was my heartbeat throbbing in my head. I backed out of that room slowly, not wanting to turn my back on the place. As I made my way into the corridor, I felt like something was watching me. Every few steps, I whipped around, expecting to see a figure behind me. I didn't see anyone, but the sense of being followed grew stronger. I could almost feel the heat of a stare on the back of my neck. My muscles tensed and a dull ache started in my shoulders from keeping them hunched up in defense. Once I got outside that small building, I stood there trying to catch my breath. My mouth felt dry and my lips were cracked. I looked around to see if there were any signs of movement, but the courtyard was empty. The main factory building loomed in the distance, dark and silent. I checked my phone. I had one bar of signal, so I tried to call my boss, but the call didn't go through. I sent him a short text saying I found signs of trespassing. The message struggled to send, then finally went through. He didn't respond right away, so I moved on. I forced myself to finish my round. The rest of the factory was the same as always, broken equipment, rust and darkness. But the entire time I felt this pressure on my chest, I couldn't shake the idea that something was in that isolated wee house. Something that wasn't just a person messing around. Once I completed my sweep of the main building, I went back to the security office near the front gate. It's a small room with a desk, a chair, and a few old monitors hooked up to security cameras that cover most of the factory exterior. None of the cameras point to that isolated warehouse, though the people who set up the system must not have cared about it. When I sat down, I realized I was sweating. The night was cool, so the sweat was from pure nerves. My throat felt tight, and I could still hear echoes of those whispers in my head. I tried to concentrate on the monitors. I looked for any sign of movement, but everything stayed quiet. I felt alone and exposed in that little security room. The walls are thin, and the door doesn't even lock properly. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting the door to swing open. After about 20 minutes, my phone finally vibrated. My boss had texted back telling me to note everything in the log and that he'd come by in the morning. I stared at the message, feeling frustrated. I wanted someone else to show up right then, but that wasn't going to happen. I was on my own until sunrise, so I got up, grabbed a bottle of water from the small fridge, and tried to calm down. My nerves were still shot, but I didn't want to sit there doing nothing. I decided to go online on my phone for a moment. I typed the name of the old factory plus the word rituals just to see if anything popped up. My signal was weak, but eventually some old news clipping showed up. Most were rumors, but a few mentioned that the land used to belong to a local group that practiced alt ceremonies there. Wasn't much detail. One article said the group was disbanded a long time ago. Another said the site had been linked to some strange activity before the factory was built. I scrolled through half-loaded images but didn't see anything definitive. The more I read, the more tense I felt. I realized it matched the weird symbols and the circle of candles I had found. It made me wonder if someone was trying to stir up whatever was left behind. My skin crawled at the thought of more people coming back to continue those rituals. I looked at the clock on my phone and saw that it was only a little after 3 in the morning. I had hours to go before my shift ended. I sat there tapping my foot on the ground, trying to decide if I should do another round. Before dawn, part of me wanted to stay in that security room until the sun came up, but a bigger part of me felt I needed to make sure nobody was still hiding in that warehouse. I didn't like the idea of being surprised, so I grabbed my flashlight and stepped back outside. The wind had picked up a little rustling, some loose sheets of metal on the property. The rattling sound made me jump. I tightened my grip on the flashlight and headed back toward that smaller building. As I approached, I noticed the door was slightly ajar. I was pretty sure I had pulled it shut when I left. I stopped, my heart pounding in my ears. My palms felt clammy and my breathing turned shallow again. I wanted to turn around, but I forced myself to walk closer. I nudged the door with my foot shining. My flashlight inside the corridor was empty, but the darkness felt like it was moving. My eyes kept playing tricks on me, making me think I saw silhouettes sliding along the walls. I took a few steps inside. My throat felt tight again, and each breath felt like a struggle. I called out, "This is security if you're here. Come out now." My voice echoed, but no one answered. I heard a dripping sound somewhere in the distance, probably water leaking. I walked in, feeling my knees tremble. My flashlight flickered again, which made my pulse spike. I shook it and the light steadied. Then I followed the corridor back to that large room with the circle on the floor. The candle stubs were still there, but the footprints in the dust looked different. They seemed smudged, like someone had dragged their feet over them. I heard another soft whisper that echoed around the room. My stomach turned and I felt a wave of dizziness. I scanned the entire IR space with my flashlight, seeing only the walls and the floor. Nothing moved. My fingers were numb from clenching the flashlight too hard. I kept swallowing, trying to get some moisture in my throat, but my mouth stayed dry. I noticed a metal door at the far end of the room. It was partially open. I hadn't seen it before because it blended into the wall. I walked toward it, my boots scraped over the floor, stirring up dust. The door led to a small closet-sized space inside. I saw a stone slab leaning against the wall. It looked out of place, almost like a piece of old architecture. There were more symbols carved into it. I ran my fingers over the edges, feeling the rough texture. The whispers grew louder in my ears. Even though I couldn't see anything else in that cramped area, my legs felt like they were about to give out, so I stepped back into the larger room. At that point, I couldn't stay there any longer. The fear felt too intense. My body was screaming at me to get out. I left the building, making sure to close the door behind me. I hurried across the property back to the security office. Once I got inside, I locked the door as best I could. Even though the lock was flimsy, I sank into the chair, my hands shaking. I watched the monitors and listened to every small sound outside, bracing myself for more whispers. But the rest of the night passed without any more disturbances. When dawn finally broke, I felt some relief. The sunlight eased the tightness in my chest. I stayed in the security office until my boss arrived. When he walked in, I told him about what I found: the warehouse, the candles, the symbols, and the whispers. He gave me a skeptical look, then said he'd call some people to check it out. I could see he wasn't entirely convinced, but he saw how shaken I was. He said he believed I found something, though he wasn't sure what. I was just glad I made it through the night in one piece. I never forgot that feeling of standing in that cold, dark space, seeing those strange shapes on the walls. I still work as a guard, but I asked for a different location. After that, I couldn't keep going back to the same spot, hearing those voices at night, feeling the air press against my skin. I don't know what really happened there. Maybe it was just some local group pulling a weird prank, or maybe there's more to that old story about occult rituals on that land either way. I don't plan to find out, and that's the truth of what I went through. Plain and simple, no decorations, no embellishments. Just the raw account of the night that changed how I look at empty buildings. Forever. I still remember the quiet hum of the ventilation system on that first night when I realized something was wrong. I was standing in the middle of the empty lobby, my tie loose around my neck, looking at the elevator doors. The time was a little past midnight, and I felt a pressure in my chest that wasn't there before I didn't see anyone else. The security guard in the lobby had left for his usual rounds, and the cleaning staff had clocked out hours earlier. The fluorescent lights flickered every once in a while, and the place smelled like stale coffee and industrial cleaner. I pressed the elevator button without much thought, but as soon as the door slid open, I felt a rush of cold air. It made the hairs on my arms stand on end. I stepped inside, and that was the beginning of everything I'm about to share. I'm an executive at a finance company. I usually work late because there's always a new project or a report to finalize. I don't have much of a social life. My routine is simple. I arrive around in the morning, deal with meetings all day, then stay after hours to finish things I can't get done. Otherwise, I'm used to being one of the last people in the building. The lights on most floors go off by 9 p.m. The only people who stay are a few guys. Sometimes a project manager or a security guard who might be dozing at his desk. I never felt nervous about being alone there. The building is tall, the hallways are usually silent at night, and I'm used to it. That changed around a week ago. I had stayed until midnight finishing an analysis. For an upcoming client pitch, I packed up my laptop, slid some folders into my briefcase, then headed for the elevator. The hallway was dim. A single overhead light flickered in and out, and I felt a small twinge of anxiety, but I ignored it. I got to the elevator and I saw that all the floor indicators above the doors were dark except for the number 35, which was my floor. That made sense because I was calling it from the 35th. The doors opened and I stepped in. The interior smelled like old metal and something sour. I don't recall smelling that. Before I pressed the button for the lobby and the doors closed, the elevator jerked once and then started moving down. I checked my watch and thought about what I might grab to eat on my way home. It's the usual routine, watch the small screen above the door as the floor numbers blink in descending order, but that night it stopped at floor 29. The display said 29, but the elevator didn't open instead. The lights inside flickered. I was alone in that small box waiting, feeling my pulse pick up. My breath got shallow. I pressed the door open button and nothing happened. I waited a few seconds looking at the control panel. The overhead light buzzed and flickered again, and the elevator started moving down. I tried to shrug off the moment as a glitch in the system. When I got to the lobby, the doors opened normally. Everything looked the same, maybe a little darker than usual because half the lights were off. At that hour, I walked out and saw nobody around. The security desk was empty. A single lamp shone on the countertop, revealing a few logbooks and a half-eaten sandwich. I whispered a hello, expecting the guard to pop out from somewhere, but I heard nothing. I walked outside, got in my car, and drove home. Trying not to overthink the elevator stalling at floor 29, I convinced myself it was a random malfunction. The next night, I was in the office again until late. The hours went by fast. I remember stepping into the elevator again around the same time. This time, the panel above the door showed random numbers flickering. It would switch from 15 to 22 to 34 in a strange loop. I thought it was broken, so I hesitated before stepping in when the doors opened. There was that cold rush. Again, my arms tingled and I felt a tiny drop of sweat trickle down my temple. I told myself it was nothing, so I got in. I pressed the button for the lobby and waited. The elevator started moving, but the display showed no numbers. It was blank. I felt my heart beating harder, and I glanced around for a service phone inside the panel. I found the small door that usually hides the emergency phone, and I opened it. There was nothing inside, just an empty slot. I stood there, the overhead light flickering. The elevator slowed. My stomach tightened. I tried to guess what floor it would open on. After a moment of silence, the door slid open. I looked out at a hallway I had never seen. The sign on the wall said 28, but it didn't look like the 28th floor. The lighting was different. The walls had a strange texture and the carpet felt thin and rough. I stepped out cautiously. The corridor was silent. The doors closed behind me before I could react. I heard a faint mechanical hum moving off into the distance. I turned around and pressed the call button on the wall, hoping the elevator would come back. The button lit up, but I didn't hear anything. I walked down the hallway, hearing the soft thud of my shoes on that carpet. There were doors. On each side, no signs, no nameplates. I tried a doorknob. It turned, but the door was locked from the inside. I tried another door, same thing. I felt my pulse in my throat. The air smelled damp and stale. The overhead lights buzzed in a steady rhythm. At the end of the hallway, I heard a low clicking noise. It reminded me of someone drumming their nails on a table, but it was more rapid. I slowed my steps and tried to stay quiet. I approached the corner and I glimpsed a shape moving in the next corridor. It was bent over arms, two long legs that seemed to jerk at odd angles. My throat felt tight. I stepped back for a moment and pressed my spine against the wall. The clicking sound continued, and I realized it was coming from the creature. It was tapping its fingers on the walls as it walked. I could hear each tap like nails on wood. Even though the walls were some kind of painted drywall, I wanted to run, but my legs felt like they weighed 100 pounds each. I forced myself to breathe through my nose, trying not to make a sound. My eyes started to water. I felt an urge to scream, but I clenched my jaw. Then I heard a faint hiss from behind me. I turned slowly and saw another shape near the far end of the hallway. This one was slightly shorter, with a wide face and a slack jaw. Its skin looked pale under the overhead lights, and it had small black eyes that blinked without any emotion. I stood there caught between two hallways and two creatures that seemed to be exploring this floor. I spotted a door labeled stairs near me. I took a quick step toward it, turned the handle, and slipped inside. It was dark in the stairwell, but I could see the steps going up and down. I let the door close carefully and I listened. The tapping continued outside. Then it faded. The hiss from the other side also faded. My heart pounded. My breath came in shaky bursts. I wiped the sweat off my forehead with my sleeve. I was on some version of the 28th floor, but it wasn't the one I recognized. I didn't know how to get back. I tried the stairwell doors on a few different levels, but they were locked. The stairwell signs didn't look familiar. The numbers were either missing or scratched out. I went up 5 flights before I found another elevator door in the stairwell. It was a small metal door with an elevator access sign. I pulled it open and saw a service elevator inside. There was a panel, a single button, and an empty space where the emergency phone would normally be. I stepped in and pressed the button. The door closed. The lights flickered, and I felt a drop in my stomach as it descended. I tried to steady myself by leaning against the wall. I stared at the control panel. No numbers, just a single button. The elevator slowed and the door slid open. I found myself in the lobby. At least it looked like the normal lobby. With the same reception desk, the same rows of plants near the entrance. A small light behind the desk illuminated a sign-in sheet. I took a breath and stepped out. I looked around. I saw the same half-eaten sandwich. As the night before, I hurried out of the building. I got in my car and I drove away as fast as I could. I told myself I would never stay that late again, but work piled up, and within a few days I was back in my office past 9. I kept glancing at the clock, hoping to finish and leave by 10. At the latest, by the time I wrapped up, it was almost 11. My heart sank when I stepped into the hallway and saw the elevator doors at the end. They seemed to invite me with a strange glow from the overhead bulbs. I debated taking the stairs all the way down, but that felt stupid because my office was on the 35th floor. Still, I thought about it. In the end, I told myself I was being irrational, so I went to the elevator again. The panel above the doors was normal this time. Just the number 35 lit up, waiting. The doors opened, and the interior lights looked the same as they always did. I stepped in with my briefcase in hand. The inside smelled like stale air. I pressed the button for the lobby. The elevator jerked slightly and then started its descent. I kept my eyes on the panel above the door. It counted down 34, 33, 32, 31, 1. I relaxed a bit. Then it stopped at 30 and the doors opened. The hallway outside was dark. There were no overhead lights, just the faint glow from the elevator shining a few feet into the corridor. I saw the shape of a table against the wall. I heard a faint rustling noise like cloth scraping against the floor. My stomach tightened. I pushed the door close button. The door shut and the elevator continued down. When I reached the lobby, I ran out as soon as the doors parted. The security desk was empty again. The lighting was dim. I checked the front entrance. It was unlocked. I walked out, breathing hard, trying not to drop my briefcase outside. The air was cool and I felt a sense of relief. I noticed a single guard near the parking lot entrance. He was leaning against the wall smoking. I walked over and asked why the lobby was empty. He just shrugged and said the main guard had stepped out. I didn't ask any more questions. I just left the next few nights. I had trouble sleeping. I kept imagining those strange hallways and the creatures tapping and hissing in the dark. I tried telling a coworker about it once, hinting that the elevator might be malfunctioning, she said. Building management had performed routine checks and everything was normal. I decided not to push the subject. I didn't want to sound ridiculous. A few days later, I stayed until midnight again. It was the only way to finish my work. When I called the elevator, I stood to the side, gripping my briefcase so hard my knuckles turned white. The doors opened. I stepped in. I pressed the lobby button. The elevator went down as usual, stopping at a few floors when people pressed the button from the outside, but nobody got on. Each time the doors opened, the hallway was empty, no lights, no people, nothing. One floor had a loud buzzing sound, another had water dripping somewhere. My stomach hurt and sweat formed on my temples. I pressed the door close button each time, wanting to reach the lobby as fast as possible. When I finally got there, the guard was actually sitting at his station. I rushed past him and nodded. He gave me a strange look, but didn't stop me. I drove home, gripping the steering wheel so hard my hands started to cramp. I felt a pounding in my head that lasted until I went to bed. Over the last few nights, the pattern has repeated. The elevator shows me floors I don't recognize. Sometimes it's a quick glimpse of an empty corridor with flickering lights. Sometimes I step out into a hallway that loops around in strange ways, leading me in circles until I find a service elevator. I see shapes that watch me. Some have wide eyes, some have no eyes. I hear tapping, hissing, and the sound of something heavy scraping across a floor. My body reacts with a cold sweat, rapid breathing, and shaky legs. I push my way back to an elevator. I press every button until something takes me down to the lobby again. Then I escape. I've tried using the stairs from my office to the lobby, but the door's locked from the inside. After the cleaning staff leaves, I've tried waiting for a coworker to ride the elevator with me, but I end up staying later than everyone else. Anyway, my boss demands these late reports. My fear hasn't gone away, but I keep convincing myself I can handle it. That maybe it's all in my head. I avoid direct confrontation with those creatures, but I see them at the edge of my vision. Their movements are jerky. Some have elongated arms or strange postures. They seem to guard the floors that appear only after midnight. I don't know if they want me to leave or if they want to keep me there. I only know that each time I see them, I feel a rush of panic. My throat gets tight and I can't speak. Sometimes I can't even swallow tonight. I'm finishing my final report for the quarter. It's 11:50 p.m. The office is silent. I can hear the hum of a vacuum cleaner in the distance, but it fades away. After a minute, the cleaning staff is almost done. My hands are shaking as I type these last lines. I keep glancing at the clock, dreading the moment I have to press that elevator button again. I can't stay here until morning because the building locks down completely at 1 a.m. If I stay, I'll get stuck. If I go, I might end up on those strange floors again. I don't know how long I can keep doing this every night. The elevator seems to pull me deeper into those corridors. Every night I see things that shouldn't exist. I feel the walls closing in. My breathing gets shallow and my heart races. My mind screams for me to stop working these hours. but I have a deadline and I can't quit my job. I have no proof of what I've seen and nobody would believe me anyway. Yet every time I press that button, I wonder if I'll come back. Right now. I'm shutting down my computer. I'm putting my files in my briefcase. My shirt is damp under the arms. My pulse is racing. I can't ignore the reality of this anymore. I have to leave. The elevator is waiting, and I need to hope it takes me where I want to go. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I just know that once the clock passes midnight, the building becomes something else, and I'm the one who's been foolish enough to explore it. I'm heading there now, listening to the echo of my footsteps in the hallway. My throat is tight and my skin feels cold. The elevator doors are in front of me, closed and silent. I reach out to press the button and my finger trembles. I feel that wave of dread washing over me again. It's time to see if I can make it back. I want to start by saying this. I never asked for a transfer to that lighthouse. I had no idea what I was getting into when I got on the boat that morning. The wind smelled like salt and decay, and the trip lasted longer than I expected. The boat's engine coughed the entire way, and the pilot barely said a word. He just pointed off to the distance whenever I asked about the island. When we finally arrived, all I saw was a narrow beach, a rocky slope, and the old tower. Rising on top of it, it didn't look inviting. The paint on. The lighthouse was chipped, and the iron railing around the top was covered in rust. The only person I met that day was the man who dropped off supplies. He nodded once, told me good luck, and then steered the boat around and left. I've never felt so alone. I'm here because my supervisor decided I could handle an isolated post. I've worked in lighthouses before, but never one so far from the mainland. The logbook said the place used to have 2 keepers, but budgets changed. They gave me a few boxes of canned food, some old radio equipment, and the promise that someone would come by every other week to restock me. I felt a knot of worry in my gut right away, but I kept telling myself it was just another job. I'm not a guy who panics easily. I'm used to quiet nights and the sound of waves against the rocks. But I had no idea what was waiting for me. Once the sun went down on my first day, I unpacked everything. I found a small bunk in a room near the bottom of the tower. The walls smelled damp. I heard the drip of water in the corner where a hairline crack LED in the humidity. I checked the generator behind the building. It ran on diesel. There were 2 barrels of fuel, both about half full. I tested the light upstairs. It took a bit, but it turned on and spun as expected. The lens was old and the rotation motor made a harsh grinding noise. I checked the radio. The speaker crackled, but I managed to receive a faint signal. So far, it was just another neglected lighthouse night came, and I decided to do a standard watch. I climbed the spiral stairs to the lantern room. The steps were steep, and my thighs burned by the time I got to the top. I switched on the light and sat on a stool behind the big glass lens. I could see the dark ocean surrounding the island. The beams swept across the water. Sometimes I saw small flecks of foam. Mostly, I just saw endless black. I tried to keep myself alert, but nothing happened for hours. The wind whistled outside and the small windows rattled in their frames. It felt cold. Eventually, I decided to go down, grab something to eat, and try the radio again. The static was louder at night, but I heard no voices. No passing ships reached out, no distant stations. Just that crackle in my ears. I went to my bunk around midnight. I woke up 2 hours later to a strange light outside. My pulse started pounding and I sat up straight. I saw a faint glow seeping through the small window in my room. It wasn't the beam of the lighthouse. This light flickered greenish-white and it seemed to move. I felt a chill spar across my back as I realized it was coming from the beach below. I stood, grabbed a flashlight, and slid into my boots. The air in the lighthouse felt damp against my skin. I walked down the hallway and unlatched the door as soon as I stepped onto the rocky path. I noticed the wind had died. Everything felt still, except for that floating glow. Down by the water, I walked carefully toward the shore. I heard the waves lapping at the sand, and I tasted salt on my tongue. I got about 20 yards away from the water and aimed my flashlight in that moment. The greenish-white glow faded. The beach looked empty. I scanned the flashlight beam back and forth. Heart thumping, the sand looked flat and smooth, except for a few sets of footprints. At first I thought they were mine, but then I realized they were bigger spaced differently. My chest tightened. I moved the beam up and saw no one. The sky was overcast and the ocean had a dull sheen. The footprints led up the beach, headed toward the rocks near the lighthouse. I followed them for a while, feeling my palms sweat and my breathing go shallow. Suddenly, the prints just stopped at a patch of pebbles. There was no indication of where they went. The trail didn't curve and it didn't lead into the water. It ended as if whoever made them disappeared. I felt my stomach tense. I shone the light around but saw no movement. My mind started racing. I thought maybe I was half asleep imagining things. But when I placed my boot next to one of those prints, I saw a real indentation, probably made by something heavier than me. I realized I was shaking. I rubbed my forehead, forced myself to take a breath, and decided to head back to the lighthouse. I spent the rest of that night sitting in the kitchen, listening to the silence. My flashlight stayed on the table. I kept glancing at the door, worried I'd hear a knock or footsteps outside, but nothing else happened. When morning light finally came, I walked back out to the beach. I expected to see footprints, but the tide had wiped the sand clean. No sign of anything. I felt exhausted, but I forced myself to check the entire shoreline. Then the path near the rocks. All I found were gulls squawking overhead. My clothes felt sticky with sweat. I had a headache from lack of sleep. I spent the day pacing around the tower, double-checking the supply shed and reorganizing the radio equipment. It kept my mind off the weirdness that night. I tried to convince myself I'd just seen some natural phenomenon. Maybe it was a patch of bioluminescent algae. Maybe the footprints were old. I went through every possibility in my head, but none of them felt right. When darkness fell again, I made sure all the doors were locked. I turned on the lighthouse beam, then stayed up in the lantern room watching around. 2 a.m, I saw it again from the vantage point up top. I noticed the glow start just beyond the breakers. It drifted toward the beach like a slow, steady light. My throat went dry. I hurried down the steps, stumbling a bit in my rush. This time I grabbed the old binoculars hanging on a hook near the door. I shut the door behind me and jogged toward the edge of the cliff that overlooked the beach. When I raised the binoculars, I saw 3 figures. They moved in a line, heads bent forward, walking slowly through the surf water, pulled around their ankles, and they left a trail of footprints behind a pale glow spread around them like an aura. I felt my heart hammering in my chest. They wore what looked like dark clothing, drenched from the ocean. I couldn't see their faces. Their steps were synchronized like they were marching. I watched as they moved onto the sand and continued toward the lighthouse. My hands trembled so much that the binoculars shook. I lowered them and took a step back. My breathing sounded loud in my ears. Part of me wanted to run, but my feet stayed planted. I decided to go down to the beach. I don't know why I did it. Maybe I wanted proof that I wasn't imagining things. Maybe I just needed to see them up close. I scrambled down a narrow path, nearly slipping on the wet rock. The sea breeze pressed against me and the flashlight beam trembled in my grip. As I got closer, I saw the glow again. It was stronger now, bathing the figures in that same greenish-white light. It made the wet sand glisten. I called out, "Hello." My voice came out shaky. They didn't reply. They kept walking. I moved the flashlight beam onto them and caught a glimpse of wet arms and torsos. No face showed. It felt like I was looking at shadows. My heart pounded so loud it hurt. I took another step and the beam flickered. The flashlight made a buzzing sound. Then it cut out. Darkness surrounded me and I froze. I still saw the glow in front of me, but my flashlight was dead. I heard a faint hissing noise, almost like static. My ears started to ring. I stepped backward and my boots sank into the sand. I struggled for balance. My pulse was racing. I tried to turn away, but I felt compelled to look. The figures passed by me, not even touching me up close. I noticed the air got colder. I heard them breathing, but it sounded wet and uneven. I wanted to speak, but my mouth was too dry. I just stood there staring. When I looked back, I saw them moving toward the lighthouse. The glow moved with them, lighting up the base of the tower. I couldn't move right away. My legs felt weak. After a few seconds, I forced myself to follow as I neared the foot of the tower. My flashlight flickered back on for half a second, then died again. The only light was that greenish glow. I saw their footprints pressed into the sand, going right up to the lighthouse door. Then, right before my eyes, the glow dimmed and the figures faded into the darkness. They vanished like they were never there. My heart thundered. I was sweating, and my stomach felt like I might vomit. I grabbed the doorknob, found it locked, and rushed inside. I stayed awake until sunrise, pacing around the small living area. I avoided the windows. My radio wouldn't pick up anything but static. It felt like my mind was reeling when morning arrived. I went outside to look for tracks. This time I saw footprints around the door. I could see droplets of water on the stone walkway. I followed the tracks around the corner and they stopped against the old stone wall. There was no path leading away from there. I reached out and touched the stone. It felt damp. I looked around for any other sign, but found nothing. Over the next few days, I tried to stay calm. I wrote down everything in a separate notebook. I detailed the time, the weather, how many figures I saw, their direction, and the color of the light during the day. I checked every inch of the island. The place was small, just a ring of jagged rocks around the beach and the tower. I found a small cove on the far side, but there were no signs of boats or hidden huts. The supply boat came once, and I wanted to ask the pilot about the strange lights, but he just threw the crates on the sand, said he was behind schedule, and left. I felt like a fool, standing there not sure how to bring up something so bizarre. The figures kept coming. Some nights there were 2, some nights 3 or 4. They always appeared in that drifting glow somewhere beyond the breakers, then walked onto the sand, past the lighthouse, and vanished. Before dawn, sometimes I stayed locked inside and just listened. I heard soft footsteps outside, a faint sloshing of water, and that distant hissing static sound. My chest would tighten, my arms would prickle with goosebumps. I kept a flashlight handy, but it often flickered and lost power whenever the glow got near. I tried using extra batteries. I tried using the backup lamp from the supply locker. The effect was always the same. My technology seemed to fail when those figures were around. I started feeling physically exhausted. My appetite disappeared. I could feel tension in my shoulders all day. My eyes stung from lack of sleep. I'd doze off sometimes, then jerk awake, worried I'd hear something at the door one night. I felt bold enough to try taking photos. I found an old camera stashed in a drawer, a cheap digital one. The memory card was small, but it had some space left. I waited in the lantern room for the glow to appear, then rushed down to the shore. I snapped photos in quick succession, hoping one would come out. I saw the flash reflect off that eerie light, but the camera froze. It wouldn't let me view the image. Images the next day, I checked the card, and every shot looked corrupted, just static and streaks that sent a chill through my bones. I tried every rational explanation I could imagine. I wondered if it was some kind of trick, maybe smugglers with special gear, but I never found any contraband or hidden stash. I wondered if it was a weird reflection of the Lias beam, but the color was wrong and the figures left footprints behind. One night I climbed onto the rocky cliff to watch from above. I witnessed the same process. A glow in the wave shapes walking onto the shore, heading for the tower, then dissolving into darkness. My heart pounded so hard I had to crouch down and catch my breath. I felt shaky, like my body couldn't handle the adrenaline anymore. After a couple of weeks, my eyes were sunken and my hands shook during the day. Every time I tried to call for help on the radio, it fizzled and went silent. The supply boat didn't show up on schedule. I felt trapped. The nights seemed longer. I started counting the hours until sunrise, but time dragged. Each evening, I'd sit in the kitchen with the lantern lit, chewing on stale crackers just to keep my jaws moving. My stomach churned with anxiety. It felt like the place was wearing me down bit by bit. I forced myself to keep a routine in the morning. I'd eat something and then do maintenance tasks. I'd check the fuel for the generator, see if the light worked, and make notes in the official lighthouse log. I tried to ignore the footprints I would sometimes find near the door. They were always wet, often large and deep. I would clean them up and then stand there feeling my pulse racing. The sense of being watched never went away. Even in broad daylight, I'd catch myself looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone standing behind me one night. I decided I'd try to confront them. I was tired of cowering indoors. I prepared a strong flashlight, wrapped a spare battery pack around my waist, and grabbed a wooden club I found in the shed around 1 a.m. I spotted the glow. I marched down to the beach, adrenaline pumping through my veins. The glow bobbed on the water's surface. Then I saw 4 figures emerge. They moved slowly toward me, leaving trails in the wet sand. I raised the flashlight, and it died instantly. My wooden club felt slippery in my hand. I took a step forward, but my knees trembled. I tried to shout. "Stop!" My voice cracked. They came close, maybe 10 feet away. I heard them breathing. That wet rasping. The glow hurt my eyes, and the hair on my arms stood on end. I felt a deep chill in my limbs. My body refused to move, like I was stuck in that moment. Then the glow started to fade. The air felt thicker. My chest tightened, and I stumbled backward, nearly losing my balance before I could steady myself. They were gone. One moment I saw them reaching the rocks near the lighthouse, and the next, nothing. No footprints, no glow, no sound. I felt my pulse pounding in my neck. My breath came in short gasps. I realized I couldn't do anything to stop them. I couldn't touch them or photograph them. I couldn't even speak to them. They just appeared, walked past, and vanished each time they left. Footprints or wet patches as proof that something physical was there. But they never stayed until dawn. They never tried to break in. They never showed hostility. But their presence made my skin crawl by the end of my stay. I was a mess. I slept only during the daytime for a couple of hours every night. I'd see that glow in those figures. My mouth went dry every time my hands trembled from fear. My heart pounded so hard I worried it would give out, but they never harmed me. They just marched along the beach up to the tower and vanished. Eventually, the relief boat came one morning, and I didn't hesitate. I stuffed my things in a duffel bag, handed over the lighthouse keys, and left the island without saying much. On the ride back, I stared at the gray water and tried not to think about those footprints or the glow on the waves. Even now, when I recall it, I feel my chest tighten and my stomach twist. I just know what I saw, and it still keeps me awake. Some nights I can't explain it, and I'm not sure I want to. I just hope I never see that glowing light again. I walked into that building on a rainy Tuesday morning, expecting nothing unusual. I had my tool bag in one hand and a folded work order in the other. I was tired, but I felt confident I could handle another routine plumbing job. When I stepped inside, I smelled old carpet and wet plaster. The manager handed me a few keys and said there were leaks in the basement. He was friendly enough, but he spoke fast and his eyes dark around, like he didn't want to be there any longer than necessary. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just nodded, took the keys, and headed for the basement door. I remember thinking that the lights in the hallway flickered too often. I assumed it was a bad electrical circuit. I had no idea what waited for me in the depths below. My name is Gary. I'm a plumber, and I've been working in this field for almost 10 years. I've seen my share of flooded basements, busted pipes, and suspicious leaks. I can usually tell when water damage hides something worse. But that day I missed all the early signs that this building was different. Maybe I was too focused on finishing the job quickly. Maybe I was just tired from the day before. Either way, I pushed open the basement door and started down the concrete steps, humming a quiet tune to keep myself company. The basement smelled stale and damp. I saw water stains on the walls, forming dark rings that spread across the exposed concrete. The overhead bulbs buzzed. Their light was weak, and I noticed a few flickering off and on. The manager had told me to find the main valve in the back room. He said the pipes there had been making strange noises and leaking around the joints. I walked through a narrow corridor, stepping over puddles. My boots made splashing sounds that echoed. The sound bothered me a bit because it felt too loud in that cramped space. I finally reached the back room. It looked like a standard maintenance area. There were shelves full of old tools, boxes of spare parts, and a strong smell of metal and grease. The pipes on the ceiling were covered in rust, and some of them dripped water onto the floor. I set my tool bag down, took out a flashlight, and shone it around. I saw the main valve near the far wall. I climbed on a short step ladder to get a better look at the damaged sections of pipe. That's when I heard something that made me pause. I heard a voice say, "Gary," at first. I thought it was my imagination. I switched off my flashlight and stood still. The room was so quiet that I could hear my own breathing. I tried to see if someone was in the hallway. I leaned toward the door, but I didn't see or hear anything else. I shook my head and told myself it was just the old pipes making weird sounds. I flicked the flashlight back on and resumed my inspection a few minutes later. The voice came again, this time. It felt closer, almost right behind me. I spun around, but the room was empty. My heart pounded. I felt sweat gathering on my forehead and my palms got clammy. I called out, "Hello, anyone here?" My voice bounced off the walls. No answer. It seemed ridiculous, but I could have sworn I heard my own name. I tried to steady my breathing. I told myself the basement was playing tricks on me. Old buildings do that. Sometimes I forced myself to focus on the job. I replaced a section of pipe, tightened a few joints, and made sure nothing else was leaking. I turned off the main valve for a moment to check the water flow. Everything seemed normal. I was about to climb down the ladder when I noticed a crack in the far corner of the room. It wasn't on the ceiling or the walls, it was on the floor. Near some old shelves, I hopped down and walked over to it. The floor looked uneven, and I thought maybe there was an opening or a loose panel. I knocked on it with the handle of my screwdriver. It made a hollow sound. The next thing I knew, the floor shifted under my weight and I stumbled forward. I caught myself before falling, but I realized I was standing on a hidden panel. It was made of old wood. It looked like it had been part of a trappo or a hatch of some sort. I'm not usually a curious guy, but something about this made me forget my usual caution. I grabbed a crowbar from a nearby shelf, wedged it under the wood, and PRI it up. A foul smell hit my face. It reminded me of wet earth and mold. I saw a gap beneath the panel. I shone my flashlight inside and realized there was a passageway. The walls inside looked like stone. The space was cramped, but it looked like it went deeper under the building. I felt a chill run through me in my head. I argued with myself I had no obligation to explore that. That passage, I was just a plumber hired to fix leaks, but I felt drawn to it. I told myself I had to check if there were any old pipes down there causing the moisture problem. I pulled out my phone to see if I had a signal. Nothing. I tried the flashlight again, making sure the batteries were fresh. Then I lowered myself onto the ledge and jumped down. The air was stale and thick. The passage was barely wide enough for me to move. Without brushing the walls, my boots slipped a bit on the damp ground. Stones jutted out at odd angles, and I bumped my shoulders as I inched forward. The passage sloped down. The flashlight beam illuminated a rough path ahead. Old bits of wood and debris crunched under my feet. My heart was pounding and my ears felt hot. I was uneasy, but I kept going after maybe 10 steps. I reached a larger space. The ceiling rose and the walls opened up into something like a small chamber. I saw old bricks stacked around the edges as if someone had tried to seal off the parts of the area. I also saw metal pipes overhead. They connected to the building's foundation, but they branched off into these older tunnels. It was hard to tell what everything was for. I moved the light around slowly. Trying to get a full picture, I spotted an opening on the opposite side of the chamber. The darkness in that tunnel was intense. I felt a breeze coming from it, which meant there was a source of a somewhere. That's when I heard the voice again. Gary, it sounded soft, but this time it seemed to echo around the chamber. I felt my hands shake. I swallowed hard, trying to calm myself. There was nobody there. I aimed my flashlight in all directions, calling out, "Who's down here?" My voice sounded smaller than I wanted. I took a step forward, shining the light into the next tunnel. The voice spoke again. "Come this way." It felt like it was right in my ear, but I still saw nobody. I started to doubt my sanity. I wondered if maybe I was breathing in fumes or mold spores that made me hear things. but the voice was too clear. It was definitely a human voice. I thought about going back, but I was already in too deep. My curiosity took over. I wanted to figure out what was happening. I felt a mix of dread and excitement. My stomach twisted, but I stepped into the next tunnel. The walls here were narrower, the air felt colder. My flashlight caught glimpses of strange markings etched into the stone. They looked like small crosses and random letters carved in a messy way. I felt my pulse race. My knees felt weak, but I kept walking. The tunnel curved and I had to duck to avoid hitting my head on the low ceiling. After a few more steps, I reached another chamber. This one was bigger, maybe the size of a small room. There were old wooden planks on the ground and some broken tools that looked ancient. Rust covered everything I spotted. A few thick pipes, crossing overhead, they rattled a bit, releasing droplets that fell onto my jacket. I heard a hiss, then a gurgling sound like water flowing through them. My flashlight flickered. The batteries were new, but the light dimmed for a second, then came back. I felt a surge of panic. I had a spare flashlight in my bag, but it was back in the basement room. I cursed under my breath, hoping my main flashlight would last. I heard the voice again. It was a whisper now, speaking my name over and over. Gary, Gary, it felt like it was circling the chamber, bouncing from wall to wall. I turned in a slow circle, trying to pinpoint the source. My footsteps crunched on the loose debris. I looked at the ground and noticed something metal sticking out of the dirt. I knelt down and brushed some of the dirt away, revealing a small rusted plaque. It had letters on it, but they were too worn to read clearly. Then I heard a scraping sound behind me. I jumped up and spun around, aiming the flashlight. I saw a faint shape move along the far wall, but the shape vanished as soon as the light hit that area. My breathing became shaky. My palms were slick with sweat. The voice was gone. The place went silent except for the drip of water and my own heartbeat. Thewing in my ears, I looked around for any sign of a living person, but found none. I moved the flashlight over the walls. That's when I saw something that made my skin crawl. There were older pipes leading into a sealed section of the wall. The bricks looked newer than the rest of the chamber. They were stacked in a rough patchwork, like someone had quickly sealed an opening. I walked over to it, put my ear against the bricks, and listened. At first, I only heard my own breath. Then I heard a faint sound like a deep sigh. It came from behind the bricks. My mind raced. I thought maybe there was a hidden room behind that wall, but the manager never mentioned any of this. I wondered if he even knew I decided I had to see what was behind it. I felt an urgency to uncover whatever secrets lay there. My gut twisted and my head felt light, but I started prying at the bricks with the edge of my flashlight, trying to loosen them. It was slow work, and the bricks were heavy. I managed to dislodge one or two. Dust filled the air, making me cough. My heart pounded even harder after removing a few bricks. I could see a gap inside. I aimed my flashlight through the hole on the other side. There was another chamber, smaller, with a low ceiling. The flashlight revealed metal rings in the walls. They looked like anchors for chains. There was a small wooden stool in the corner, rotted with age. A coil of chain lay on the floor, rusted and tangled. My blood ran cold. The place felt disturbing, like something awful once happened there. I stepped back, feeling the breath catch in my throat. The voice returned, closer than ever. It said they did terrible things here. Gary, my flashlight flickered again, then stabilized. I felt a knot in my chest. I didn't want to stay any longer. I backed away from the wall, keeping my eyes on that hole. My pulse hammered in my temples. The air felt heavier. My knees shook. I turned and hurried back the way I came, through the narrow tunnel, past the strange carvings. Back to the first chamber, my flashlight beam jittered on the walls as my hand trembled. I stumbled on loose stones but kept going. I heard faint whispers behind me as if they followed me. The voice repeated my name, but I refused to look back. My only goal was to get out of there. My breathing was ragged and my legs ached from the awkward crouch I had to maintain when I reached the chamber. With the wooden hatch, I scrambled up and grabbed the edge of the open floor panel. I pulled myself back into the basement's maintenance room and slammed the panel shut. My hands fumbled as I tried to fit the hatch back into place. I didn't care if it was perfect, I just wanted to seal it. I stood there panting, staring at the closed panel. My shirt was soaked with sweat. My mind raced with questions, but I had no answers. I looked at my watch and saw that I'd been down there for almost an hour. Though it felt longer, I gathered my tools with shaky hands. I wiped the sweat off my face. My breath still came in quick bursts. I didn't want to stay in that basement for another second. I turned off the main valve again and grabbed my stuff and made my way up the stairs. My mind replayed the sight of that sealed chamber and the chains on the walls. When I reached the lobby, the manager was nowhere to be seen. I left a note on the reception desk. I explained that I fixed the leaky pipe but recommended an inspection of the basement structure. I didn't mention the hidden tunnels. I didn't mention the voice. I figured nobody would believe me, and I didn't want to return to that place. I just wanted to leave as soon as I stepped outside. I felt the cool air hit my sweaty skin. My nerves were shot and my stomach churned. I walked to my van, threw my tools in the back, and sat behind the wheel. I locked the doors. Even though it was broad daylight, I started the engine and took one last look at the building. The windows looked old and lifeless, like they hid secrets behind every curtain. Part of me wanted to forget everything I saw. Another part of me felt a sick curiosity about what else might be hidden underneath those floors. I drove away, gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles turned white. My mind raced with thoughts of the voice calling my name, the strange bricks, and the hidden room. I kept hearing those whispers in my head. For days afterward, I had nightmares about narrow tunnels and distant echoes. Sometimes I woke up in a cold sweat, convinced I still heard someone. Whispering Gary in the darkness, I never returned to that building. I told my supervisor I wasn't comfortable doing any more jobs there. He didn't ask why, he just assigned me somewhere else. I don't know if the manager ever called another plumber to investigate the basement. Further part of me hopes they sealed everything up. Another part of me doubts it will ever truly stay hidden. I suspect those tunnels existed long before the current owners had any idea what lay beneath. And the voice in those tunnels, I can't explain it. I only know it was real enough to terrify me. That's my story. I saw things in those tunnels that made my skin crawl, and I heard a voice that knew my name before I even realized I wasn't alone. I'm still not sure if I was dealing with something supernatural or if it was just the echo of some dark event from the past. I do know that I won't ever go looking for answers down there again. I fixed the leak, that was my job, but I learned that not all problems in a building are about pipes and valves. Sometimes the walls and floors hide secrets better left alone. If anyone else wants to dig deeper, they can. I'm done. I don't need to hear that voice again. I still remember the moment I stepped off the bus. The air felt thicker than usual and my shirt clung to my back. I was in this old colonial town because I wanted a change of scenery. Nothing more. I wasn't prepared for the strange events that would unfold once I checked into that ancient hotel right from the start. Something about that place made my stomach tighten. I couldn't put my finger on it, but the sensation felt like a knot under my ribs. I ignored it at first because I needed a place to stay, and the Hotel Colonial was the only option that fit my budget. Now I realize I should have paid more attention to my instincts. I arrived late in the afternoon. The sun was low and its light stretched across the cobblestone streets. The town looked picturesque in that golden light, but the buildings cast long shadows. The hotel stood on a corner with large wooden doors and tall windows with iron bars. The facade had faded paint and small cracks running across the walls. When I pushed open the heavy door, the hinges groaned. A single overhead light illuminated the lobby, revealing worn rugs and a wooden check-in desk. A ceiling fan spun slowly above a set of leather chairs. I noticed the musty smell right away, like old wood mixed with a bit of mildew. The manager greeted me with a polite nod. He was a tall, thin man with sunken cheeks and short gray hair. He wore a vest that looked a bit too big for him. His voice was soft, but it echoed around the empty space. I told him my name, and he checked my reservation in a leather-bound ledger. There was no computer in sight. He handed me a brass key with a tag that read, Room 14. Then he told me the room was on the second floor. At the end of the hallway, I took the narrow staircase. The steps creaked under my feet and the railing wobbled a little whenever I put any weight on it. The walls on the staircase were lined with old portraits of stern-looking men and women. Their eyes seemed to follow me as I climbed. When I reached the second floor, I turned left and walked to the very end of the hallway. The corridor smelled stale and a single light bulb flickered overhead. The doors all had brass numbers nailed to them. Mine was the last one on the right. The key jammed a bit in the lock, so I had to wiggle it. I pushed open the door and flipped the light switch. A single overhead lamp lit the room. The furniture was old. There was a wooden dresser with peeling varnish, a small desk near the window, and a bed with a tall headboard carved with FL oral designs. The air inside felt stiff, and my first thought was to open a window, but the shutters seemed stuck. I tugged on them and they finally gave way. With a scraping sound, a slight breeze entered, carrying the scent of dust and distant cooking fires from the street below. I dropped my bag and sat on the bed. The mattress felt firm and the sheets looked clean but well worn. My body felt tired from the bus ride, so I decided to freshen up. The bathroom door was right next to the dresser. Inside, the sink had a stained porcelain bowl and the faucet squeaked when I turned it on. The water ran cold and clear. I splashed some on my face and stared at myself in the mirror. My eyes looked bloodshot and I felt a mild headache forming at my temples. I wiped my face, then walked back into the room. I noticed the walls had patches of discoloration near the corners. The wooden floor creaked with every step. Night came faster than I expected. I had a quick dinner at a small cafe across the street, then returned to my room. The hallway lights were dim and I heard soft music echoing from the lobby. There was no one else around back inside. I shut the door and flicked on the overhead lamp as I changed into more comfortable clothes. I thought I heard a faint shuffling sound coming from behind the walls. It reminded me of something dragging or sliding, but it was too faint to identify clearly. I paused and listened. The sound stopped. I shrugged it off and told myself it was probably an old pipe or some rodent in the walls. I turned out the light and lay on the bed. The sheets felt a bit cold. My eyes struggled to adjust to the darkness because there was only a small sliver of moonlight coming through the open shutters. I was about to drift off when I heard the floor creak near the door. My body tensed and I sat up. My heart pounded and I felt a rush of heat spread through my chest. I stared at the spot where I thought the sound came from, but I couldn't see anything. The darkness made everything look flat and lifeless. Then I heard what sounded like a whisper. It was soft, like a breath. Not a clear voice. I couldn't pick out words or any real meaning. It just sounded like someone exhaling close to my ear. I jumped out of bed, flipped the light back on, and scanned the room. Nothing looked out of place. The door was still shut. The window was open, but there was nobody outside. My ears started ringing a bit, and I realized I was breathing heavily. I forced myself to calm down and check the bathroom. It was empty. I even looked behind the curtains. Nothing. Finally, I told myself I was just jumpy because the hotel was old and unfamiliar. I turned the light off again and tried to sleep. My dreams were restless, filled with strange shapes I couldn't identify. I kept waking up sweating and uneasy. At one point, I felt like someone was watching me from the corner of the room, but whenever I sat up, I only saw the same worn furniture the next morning. I woke up later than I planned. The sun was shining through the shutters, and my body felt sore like I hadn't slept properly. I took a quick shower, got dressed, and went downstairs for breakfast. The dining area was a small room next to the lobby. It had a few tables and simple chairs. I sat down and a woman brought me coffee and a plate with bread and fruit. She didn't speak much and she moved quietly around the tables. I looked around for other guests, but there were only empty tables. The manager wasn't there. I finished my meal and decided to explore the town during the day. The streets were bustling with tourists and locals. People sold handmade crafts, and there were small museums showcasing local history. I visited a couple of them. One described the colonial period and showed old photographs of the same streets I was walking on. I noticed a black and white photo of the Hotel Colonial. It looked almost the same except for a sign above the door that's no longer there. I read a small plaque under the photo. It mentioned that the hotel was once owned by a wealthy family that had left under mysterious circumstances. It didn't mention deaths or anything like that, but it implied there was an unresolved problem that made the family leave. I felt a mild chill when I realized my room might have been part of that history. I spent most of the afternoon wandering around, eating local snacks and checking out the architectural sites by sunset. My feet were tired and my head felt clouded from the heat. I returned to the hotel, hoping for a better night's sleep. The hallway was empty again, and I noticed that same stale smell. My footsteps echoed against the old floorboards, and I felt a slight pressure in my chest. When I reached my door inside my room, I found that the shutters were open again, even though I remembered closing them before I left. I looked around to see if housekeeping had come in, but nothing else seemed touched. The bed was still unmade, and my bag was in the same spot. I pulled the shutters shut again and locked them. Then I went to clean up in the bathroom. While I was washing my face, I heard a small scrape on the room's floor. I froze, my hands still wet. I shut off the faucet and listened. The sound was brief, like a chair being moved slightly across the wooden boards. I dried my face on a towel and stepped out of the bathroom. The chair at the small desk was turned slightly away from the desk, like someone had shifted it. I knew I'd left it. Tucked in my throat felt tight and my palms started sweating. I approached the chair. I didn't see anything on it. Under it or around it, I slid it back in place and tried to shake off the nervous feeling. Night fell again this time. I felt determined to sleep, but also on edge. I had a single lamp on as I lay in bed flipping through some local brochures. I'd grab the words blurred on the page because I couldn't concentrate. The silence weighed on me. It almost felt too quiet, like the entire building was holding its breath. I turned off the lamp around 11 p.m. and tried to rest sometime after midnight. I jolted awake. A cold draft blew across my arms, making the hairs on my skin stand up. I noticed the shutters were open again. My heart pounded and my mind raced with explanations. Maybe the lock was broken, or maybe I hadn't locked them properly. The curtains billowed slightly and the moonlight lit part of the floor. I saw a faint outline near the desk, like a vertical shape that seemed darker than the rest of the room. It moved slightly, then vanished as my eyes focused. I sat up so fast I felt a cramp in my side. My chest felt tight and my breathing was shallow. I flicked on the lamp and scanned the room. There was no one there. The door was still locked from the inside. I got up and went to the window. I yanked the shutters closed again and tested the latch several times. It seemed to catch, but I still felt uneasy. My hands shook a little as I backed away from the window. I could feel my heart beating in my neck. I took a few deep breaths, trying to calm down. I didn't sleep much after that. I sat in bed with the lamp on. Listening for every small noise. Around 3 a.m, I heard whispers. This time they seemed to come from near the dresser. They were low, like 2 or 3 voices speaking at once, but I couldn't make out any words. My scalp tingled and a wave of goosebumps ran down on my arms. I tried to muster the courage to check the dresser when I finally stood up. The whispers stopped. I stepped closer, opened the drawers and looked inside. Nothing. I ran my hand along the back of the dresser. The wood felt rough and slightly damp. I heard a soft tap behind it, like something shifting. My chest felt tight again, and I felt an urgent need to back away at dawn. I finally got a short burst of sleep. The morning light came through the gaps in the shutters, and I woke up groggy and anxious. I decided to talk to the manager. Maybe he had some explanation for the strange things happening in room 14. I went downstairs and found him at the desk. He looked up and greeted me with a polite nod. I asked him if there had been any repairs done in my room or if housekeeping had been entering when I was out. He tilted his head and said they hadn't assigned any staff to my room yet because I hadn't requested full service. Then he looked away, like he was choosing his words carefully. He told me the hotel had a long history. He mentioned stories of strange sights and sounds, especially in certain parts of the building. He admitted some guests reported hearing whispers at night. He didn't seem surprised by my experience. That made me uneasy. I asked him if there was any record of what had happened in the past. He shrugged and said some old documents might exist in the back-off office, but they weren't available to the public. His manner was polite, but he seemed to want to change the subject. I spent the rest of the day in town, but I couldn't enjoy myself. My mind was stuck on what I'd heard and seen. By late afternoon, I decided to check out a local archives building. The clerk there allowed me to look through old newspapers. I found a mention of the hotel's original owner. It said he had left abruptly and never returned. It also said something about a Miss Heirloom. The articles hinted that the property might have been sold under unusual circumstances. There were no details on what exactly happened, just vague references to disputes and unresolved conflicts. Nobody was reported dead, but it sounded messy. I returned to the hotel that evening feeling a mix of fear and curiosity. The hallway was quiet again, and the same flickering bulb cast a weak glow on the old wallpaper. When I reached my room, I hesitated before unlocking the door. My hand shook a little. I stepped inside, flipped on the light, and braced myself for something odd. The shutters were closed, the bed was as I'd left it, and the chair was in its normal position. But the air felt colder than before. It reminded me of standing near a drafty window on a cold night. Except the weather outside was warm, I started to investigate the room more thoroughly. I pushed the dresser away from the wall, the wood scraped against the floor, and dust filled the air. My throat felt scratchy and my eyes watered. Behind the dresser, there was a narrow gap in the wall, like a small recess inside. I found an old piece of fabric bunched up. It looked like part of a cloth bag or maybe a pouch. I reached in and grabbed it. It felt brittle and a small cloud of dust flew off. It had some sort of embroidered pattern. I couldn't see any items inside. It was empty. I placed it on the bed and tried to smooth it out. The edges were frayed and the embroidery looked like initials, but they were faded. It could have been the family's monogram. My stomach felt twisted and my hands felt clammy. Something about this pouch felt connected to the whispers. I didn't know how or why, but I felt certain I stuffed it in my backpack. Feeling a shiver across my shoulders, then I pushed the dresser back against the wall that night. I waited in the room with the lamp on around midnight. I heard the familiar whispers this time. They sounded closer, like they were just behind the headboard. I clutched the embroidered pouch. A sudden idea popped into my mind. Maybe these voices wanted the missing item back. I didn't know if that was true, but I was desperate. I got up, placed the pouch on the desk, and spoke out loud. My voice cracked. I said something like, "Is this what you're looking for?" I felt foolish, but I kept going. The whispers stopped. The hairs on my arms stood up, and I felt a chill on the back of my neck. I waited, heart pounding. A moment later, the air felt lighter. The cold draft lifted. It was like the tension in the room eased up. I stayed awake for another hour listening. The whispers didn't return. I eventually fell asleep with the lamp still on. The next morning, I woke up feeling more rested than I had in days. I half expected to see the shutters open again, but they were still locked. The embroidered pouch sat on the desk untouched. I decided to leave it on the dresser as I left for breakfast in the dining area. I ate quickly and kept to myself. I didn't mention the pouch or the whispers to anyone. When I returned to my room, everything felt still. The air was normal, the cold draft was gone, and there were no signs of any tampering. I grabbed my bag, took one last look at that old embroidered pouch, and decided to leave it where I found it. Inside that gap behind the dresser, I nudged the dresser back into place, making sure it was lined up with the wall. Then I locked the shutters and double-checked the latch that night. There were no whispers, no shifting chairs, and no strange shapes. I slept with the lamp off. The relief felt almost overwhelming. The next day, I packed my things, checked out, and headed to my next destination. I didn't get all the answers about the hotel's history, but I sensed that pouch belonged there. Maybe I put it back where it was meant to be, or maybe I just convinced myself I hadn't either way. The haunting presence in that room seemed satisfied, and I left that old hotel with the feeling that I'd resolved something. Even now, when I think about the Hotel Colonial, I feel that twinge of fear in my chest. But I also remember that cold draft lifting and the way the whispers suddenly stopped. I can't explain any of it, but I know it was real. If anyone ever asks me about the strangest place I've stayed, I always mention room 14 at the Hotel Colonial. I describe the soft whispers, the chilling draft, and the uneasy nights. I also mention how in the end I found that old embroidery pouch behind the dresser. I don't claim to know what it all meant, but I'll never forget how it felt, and that's all there is to forever.